Chapter 1 Humiliation at the Market. In the bustling martial market of Lingyong City on Star Continent, the crowd was lively with vendors shocking firewares and customers shaggling governor prices. Lin Feng, a slender oaf, squatted in the upper narrow of High Street, his eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and longing. In front of him lay a small stall display in gay detailed basic martial technique manuals. These manuals were carefully selected from various second-hand bookstalls, hoping to fetch a good price to alleviate his financial struggles. Lin Feng wore a simple, threadbare shirt that had been washed so many times it was almost white, with patches and fear. His hair was disheveled, and his face still bore retrocesso from washed dirt. He watched intently as people paced by, and whenever Simeone glanced at the stall, he would immediately look up with pupil eyes, trying to sell his manuals. Sir, take a look at these martial technique manuals. They are real carefully custom and will definitely help you on your cultivation, Lin Feng said to a passing martial artist. The man merely glanced sideways, shook his disdainfully, and walked away hurriedly. Lin Feng sighed and continued waiting for the next potential buyer. At that moment, a group of raucous laughter broke the air. Haha, isn't this Lin Feng, the poor boy, still dreaming of getting rich? Lin Feng looked up to see a group of elegantly dressed young men from noble families approaching. Leading them was Zhao Yan, the son of the Zhao family. Zhao Yan had clear features built to a tight expression that made him appear detestable. He wore an elaborate hazel robe, with a visible J-dependent engine from his waist, and held out like a folding fan. He strutted arrogantly, followed by a group of sycophants. Zhao Yang master, what brings you here? Lin Feng stood up, forcing a smile despite his discomfort. Zhao Yan walked up to Sesto, using his phone to flip opinion of the manuals. After a brief glance, he tossed it to the ground, sneering. You think these works cancel for money? Have you gone mad with poverty? Lin Feng bit his lip and replied, Zhao Yang master, while his manuals may not be high level, they are still useful for beginners. Beginners, do you think of your nice talent of Asia? Zhao Yan laughed coldly. I'm feeling generous today, so get lost before we lose semi-temper. Lin Feng's face turned pale, but he suppressed his anger and said, Zhao Yang master, I'm just trying to earn a living through my own efforts. Please don't make things difficult for him. Make things difficult for you, Zhao Yan glared at him. You're not even worthy of my attention, boys, destroy his stall. Zhao Yan's followers rushed forward, overturning Festo and scattering the manuals on the ground, some even stepped on them. Lin Feng tried to stop them but was pushed to the ground by enough the followers. You, a poor boy like you, actually think you can change our fate by selling gave world manuals? What a delusion, Zhao Yan laughed triumphantly. Lin Feng got up, clenching his fists tight like had blood seeped from his bones. His eyes blazed with fury. Zhao Yan, you've gone too far, Lin Feng shouted. Too far, infelicity, I am the law, Zhao Yan tapped Lin Feng's face with his fan. What can you do, booty? Just as Lin Feng felt totally hopeless, a dazzling light streak that crossed Hesky, captured range of Young's attention. Chapter 2 The Mysterious Sect Messenger. The brilliant light instantly drew the attention of everyone in the market. As the light faded, an elderly man in white robes descended gracefully and flying sword. His robes fluttered in the wind, and deafened rage around him, making Jithard to look directly at him. The old man had silver hair and a full complexion, his eyes sharp and deep like the vast star risky. Every wrinkle in his face seemed to tell the story of countless years of wisdom and experience. A powerful and mysterious aura emanated from him, pressing down on very own present. The old man's gaze scanned at the crowd urgently, and when he saw Lin Feng, his eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Feng, his voice trembling with emotion. Young lord, I have finally found you. Lin Feng was bewildered, unsure how to respond to a strange old man. His mind raced, unable to comprehend the sudden title bestowed upon him. Zhao Yan, recovering from his shock, mustered his courage and said, Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? How cold Lin Feng, a poor boy, being young lord, are you see now? The old man snorted cuddly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. A wave of overwhelming pressure erupted from him, sweeping toward Zhao Yan and his followers. Zhao Yan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making Jithard to breathe. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. His followers also collapsed, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. How dare you disrespect the young lord? The old man's voice was sissy, filled with authority and unyielding power. Zhao Yan, terrified, trembled and begged for mercy. Elder, please forgive him. He didn't recognize our greatness. Please spare him. The old man ignored Zhao Yan, turning his gaze back to Lin Feng with a look of affection and concern. His tone softened. Young lord, you have suffered much. When the sect faced great peril, the Grand Elder sacrificed everything to ensure our safe time and to protect you. Now that the situation has stabilized, it's to me to bring you back and restore the sect. Lin Feng glistened, filled with doubt and shock. He had lived a life of poverty and humiliation in Lingyong City, never imagining such a bizarre past. Elder, are you mistaken? I'm just a poor boy. How could I be a young lord? Lin Feng stammered. The old man shook his head. Young lord, your features resemble those of Grand Elder, and you would never be wrong. Moreover, you bear unique martial soul mark, the symbol of our sex legacy. With that, the old man extended his finger, and the beam of light shot toward Lin Feng's forehead. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a warm current surge through him, and a mysterious rune appeared on his forehead. Lin Feng was stunned at the fascinating change, touching the rune on his forehead. Slowly, he began to believe the old man's words. The old man, seeing Lin Feng's hesitation, continued. Young lord, now is not the time for explanations. Let's return to the sect, and everything will become clear. He stepped back into the flying sword and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then decided to leave this place of humiliation behind. He clenched his teeth, denied the old man's hand, and stepped onto the flying sword. Amidst his astonished gazes of the crowd, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Lin Feng felt the wind rushing past thighs as the scenery blurred. He closed his eyes tightly, clutching the old man's robes. After what felt like eternity, the flying sword landed gently in a mist-covered mountain peak. The peak soared into the clouds, surrounded by lush forests and waterfalls cascading down like Euphrates. Before them stood the Grand Sect complex, with a massive array adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, a spacious square paved with smooth stones reflected the sunlight. Around the square were ancient pavilions and halls, beautifully carved and exquisitely decorated. The old man led Lin Feng into the main hall, where incense filled the air and the large statue stood majestically. The old man knelt before the statue, bowing 3 times. From this momentum, young lord, you must shoulder the responsibility of reviving the sect, the old man said, standing up with a determined look. Lin Feng looked at the old man, a sense of responsibility stirring within him for the first time. Chapter 3: The Sect's Secrets. Lin Feng followed the old man through the few winding corridors of the sect, his heart filled with curiosity and apprehension. They entered a quiet study, and the old man closed the door behind them, turning to face Lin Feng with a serious expression. Young lord, what I am about to tell you all concerns the survival and future of the sect, the old man said, taking a deep breath. Lin Feng straightened his posture, listening intently. Our sect is called Lin Yun Sect, once a powerful force on Star Continent. However, a sudden conspiracy plunged the sect into dire straits, the old man sees clouded with pain and anger. A dark force covered your sect's supreme techniques and treasures, and in collusion with other sects, launched an attackness. That battle was brutal, and countless brothers and sisters fell in the bloodshed. The old man's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, a wave of sorrow wondered surging within him. The Grand Elder sacrificed everything to protect the sect's legacy and your safety, sending you away and hiding you until the right to me to return and revive the sect. The old man's gaze rested on Lin Feng, filled with hope. For years, he had secretly investigated the movements of the dark force and
Lin Feng took the secret manual and felt the weight of a heavy responsibility settle upon his shoulders. From this day forth, you shall commence your arduous training, and I shall guide you from the sidelines, the elder proclaimed. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. In the days that followed, he rose before dawn each day, diligently honing his martial skills. He practiced the techniques repeatedly, his sweat soaking through his garments, yet he never wavered in his resolve. The elder stood nearby, rigorously instructing him, occasionally correcting Lin Feng's movements and the application of his strength throughout the training. Lin Feng gradually discovered that the power of his martial soul was awakening, and his prowess was ascending rapidly. However, just as he was reveling in the joy of his training, an insidious crisis quietly approached. One night, Lin Feng was abruptly roused by a cacophony of sounds. Stepping out of his room, he beheld a raging inferno engulfing the sect, as a cadre of cloaked figures relentlessly assaulted the disciples. It is that dark force, the elder exclaimed with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the assailants. He unleashed the martial techniques he had just mastered, the power of his martial soul surging within him. For a fleeting moment, he found himself gaining the upper hand in the fray, yet, the sheer number of the cloaked figures and their formidable strength soon began to overwhelm him. At that critical juncture, the elder stepped forth, wielding his formidable martial skills to repel wave after wave of the attackers. Young master, you must flee and seek the sect's treasure. This is our final hope, the elder called out urgently. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and turned, racing deeper into the sect's confines. In the enveloping darkness, he ran with all his might, driven by a singular conviction. He must uncover the treasure and restore the glory of the sect. Chapter 4: A difficult decision. Lin Feng raced desperately through the sect's secret passage, the sounds of fierce combat and anguished cries echoing in his ears. In the dark corridor, his breath was particularly labored, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. At last, he arrived before the door of a hidden chamber deep underground. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng endeavored to regain his composure. Following the method imparted to him by the elder, he felt along the stone wall at the entrance of the chamber and discovered a concealed mechanism. With a low rumble, the door to the chamber slowly creaked open, and a musty odor rushed forth, prompting Lin Feng to cough several times. Steeling himself, he stepped into the chamber. A fine layer of dust blanketed the room, which was filled with various precious treasures and ancient tomes. Some treasures emitted an otherworldly glow, while certain texts exuded an aura of age and mystery. Lin Feng had no time to marvel at the rarity of these artifacts. He swiftly began to search for the key item that could aid the sect in overcoming its crisis. His gaze darted anxiously across the shelves and inside the boxes. In the midst of his frantic search, he suddenly spotted a box radiating an enigmatic light. Approaching it cautiously, Lin Feng opened the box to reveal a crystal-clear gem within. The gem appeared to pulse with light, seemingly harboring formidable power. However, just as he prepared to take the gem and depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of an ancient scroll. The scroll's cover had yellowed with age, marked by the passage of time. Curious, Lin Feng picked up the scroll and opened it, discovering it contained a record of a forbidden technique. It was said that mastering this technique could grant immense power in a short time, but it carried great risks. One might fall into madness or even perish from the practice. Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Choosing the gem might provide temporary strength to repel the enemies, yet it offered limited assistance for the sect's long-term development. Furthermore, he was uncertain of the gem's true potential. Conversely, opting for the forbidden technique could yield rapid gains in power, but the unknown risks filled him with dread. Should he fail, not only would his own life be forfeit, but the hope for the sect's revival would also vanish. Time was of the essence. The sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense, and Lin Feng could almost hear the cries and groans of his fellow disciples. His anxiety mounted, as if a fire were raging within him. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deeply into his palms, drawing blood without him noticing. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and sweat poured down, blurring his vision. Ultimately, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He thought of his fallen brothers, recalled the elder's resolute gaze, and remembered the sect's former glory. For the sake of the sect, for those who had perished, I am willing to take the risk. Lin Feng muttered through clenched teeth. He seized the forbidden technique, tucked it into his bosom, and turned to run towards the exit of the chamber. Upon returning to the battlefield, the sight before him was enough to make his heart ache. The disciples of the sect lay scattered on the ground, suffering grievous injuries. The elder, too, bore severe wounds, his clothes soaked in blood, yet he continued to resist the onslaught of the black-clad assailants with unwavering tenacity. "Young master, how have you returned?" the elder exclaimed, a mix of surprise and anger in his voice upon seeing Lin Feng. Lin Feng spoke loudly, "Elder, I have found a method to grow stronger. We shall surely repel our foes." Without heeding the elder's protests, he immediately sat down, extracting the forbidden technique from his robe and began to cultivate according to its incantations. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, and Lin Feng radiated an eerie light, causing the very air around him to feel dense. His complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding black-clad figures sensed this surge of power, halting their attacks and regarding Lin Feng with wary eyes. With a sudden flare, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, two beams of brilliance shooting forth. A tremendous aura erupted from him, sending sand and debris swirling into the air. He let out a roar, akin to an enraged lion, charging at the black-clad adversaries. Chapter 4 A difficult choice. Lin Feng raced desperately through the clandestine passage of the sect, the fierce sounds of battle and the anguished cries of the wounded echoing in his ears. In the darkness of the corridor, his breath came heavy and labored, his heart pounding as though it might leap from his throat. At long last, he arrived before the door of a hidden chamber deep underground. Gasping for air, he endeavored to calm himself. Following the instructions imparted by the elder, he felt along the stone wall at the entrance of the chamber and discovered a concealed mechanism. With a deep, rumbling sound, the door to the hidden chamber slowly opened. A musty odor assailed his senses, prompting him to cough involuntarily. After steadying himself, he stepped into the chamber. A fine layer of dust hung in the air, and the surroundings were adorned with an array of precious treasures and ancient tomes. Some treasures emitted an otherworldly glow, while others exuded an aura of antiquity and mystery. There was no time for Lin Feng to marvel at the rarity of these artifacts. He swiftly began his search for the crucial item that could aid the sect in overcoming its crisis. His gaze darted anxiously across the shelves and within the boxes. Just as he was consumed by urgency, he suddenly spotted a box radiating a mysterious luminescence. Approaching carefully, he opened the box to reveal a crystal-clear gem within. The gem appeared to pulse with internal light, seemingly harboring immense power. However, just as he prepared to depart with the gem, his peripheral vision caught sight of an ancient scroll. The cover of the scroll had turned yellow with age, and it was marred by the passage of time. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng picked up the scroll and opened it to discover it contained a record of a forbidden technique. It was said that mastering this technique could bestow extraordinary strength in a short span of time, but it came with monumental risks. There was a possibility of succumbing to madness or even meeting one's demise. Lin Feng found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Choosing the gem might allow him to temporarily repel the enemies, yet its long-term benefits for the sect appeared limited. Moreover, he was uncertain of the gem's potential efficacy. Conversely, opting for the forbidden technique could yield a rapid enhancement of power, but the unknown peril filled him with trepidation. Should he fail, not only would his life be in jeopardy, but the hope of the sect's resurgence would be utterly extinguished. Time was of the essence. The din of battle outside grew increasingly intense, and Lin Feng could almost hear the cries and moans of his fellow disciples. His anxiety mounted, as if a fire were raging within him. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Veins throbbed on his forehead as sweat streamed down, obscuring his vision. Ultimately, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He thought of the comrades who lay slain in pools of blood, of the elder's steadfast gaze, and of the sect's former glory. For the sake of the sect, and in memory of those fallen brothers, I am willing to take the risk. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and whispered to himself. He grasped the forbidden technique and tucked it into his bosom before turning and sprinting towards the exit of the chamber. Upon returning to the battlefield, the sight before him was heart-wrenching. The disciples of the sect lay scattered, grievously injured or lifeless. The elder bore severe wounds, his robe stained crimson with blood, yet he continued to resist the onslaught of the dark-clad assailants. "Young master, how have you returned?" the elder exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger in his voice as he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng declared loudly, "Elder, I have found a way to become stronger. We shall surely repel our enemies." Without heeding the elder's protests, he seated himself upon the ground and drew forth the forbidden technique, commencing his cultivation according to the incantations inscribed within. A surge of formidable power coursed through his body, and Lin Feng radiated an eerie glow, causing the very air around him to thicken. His complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid, his body trembling uncontrollably. The dark-clad assailants, sensing the burgeoning power, ceased their assault, eyeing Lin Feng with trepidation. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, two beams of brilliance shooting forth. A tremendous aura erupted from his being, sending the surrounding dust and debris swirling into the air. With a roar akin to that of an enraged lion, he charged towards the dark-clad adversaries. Chapter 4: A difficult choice. Lin Feng sprinted desperately through the sect's secret passage, the sounds of fierce combat and the pained cries of the injured echoing in his ears. In the darkened corridor, his breath came heavily, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. At last, he arrived at the entrance of a concealed chamber hidden deep underground. Gasping for air, he endeavored to calm himself. Following the method imparted by the elder, he felt along the stone wall at the chamber's entrance, discovering a hidden mechanism. With a low rumble, the door to the chamber creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air that compelled Lin Feng to cough. Regaining his composure, he stepped inside. The chamber was shrouded in a fine layer of dust, with an array of precious treasures and tomes surrounding him. Some artifacts emitted an extraordinary glow, while others exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Lin Feng had no time to marvel at the rarity of these treasures. He swiftly began his search for the key item that could aid the sect in overcoming its crisis. His gaze darted eagerly across the shelves and among the boxes. In the midst of his frantic search, he suddenly spotted a box radiating a mysterious light. Approaching it cautiously, he opened the box to reveal a crystal-clear gem. Within the gem, a luminous energy seemed to swirl, suggesting it harbored immense power. However, just as he prepared to depart with the gem, his peripheral vision caught sight of an ancient scroll. The scroll's cover had yellowed with age, bearing the marks of time's passage. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng picked it up and opened it, discovering it contained the teachings of a forbidden technique. It was said that mastering this technique could grant extraordinary strength in a short period, but it came with grave risks, potentially leading to madness or even death. Lin Feng found himself at a crossroads, torn between two choices. Opting for the gem might allow him to momentarily repel the enemy, yet its long-term benefits for the sect remained uncertain. Moreover, he was unsure of the gem's true potency. Conversely, selecting the forbidden technique promised swift empowerment, but the unknown risks filled him with dread. Should he fail, not only would his life be in jeopardy, but the hope for the sect's resurgence would be extinguished. Time was of the essence. The sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense, and Lin Feng could almost hear the cries and groans of his fellow disciples. His anxiety surged, akin to a fire raging within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood without his notice. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and sweat streamed down, blurring his vision. In the end, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He thought of his fallen brothers, recalled the elder's steadfast gaze, and remembered the sect's former glory. For the sake of the sect, for those who had perished, I am willing to take the risk, he muttered through gritted teeth. He seized the forbidden technique and tucked it into his robe, then turned and dashed toward the exit of the chamber. Upon re-entering the battlefield, Lin Feng was met with a sight that pierced his heart. The disciples of the sect lay strewn across the ground, lifeless or gravely injured. The elder, too, bore severe wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood, yet he continued to resist the onslaught of the assailants clad in black. "Young master, how have you returned?" the elder exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger in his voice upon seeing Lin Feng. "I have found a way to grow stronger, elder. We can surely repel the enemy," Lin Feng declared, his voice resolute. Ignoring the elder's protests, he seated himself on the ground, extracting the forbidden technique from his robe, and began to cultivate its teachings. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, and an eerie glow radiated from Lin Feng as the surrounding air thickened. His complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, his body trembling uncontrollably. The black-clad assailants, sensing this newfound power, ceased their attacks, watching Lin Feng with wary eyes. With a sudden burst, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, two beams of brilliance shooting forth. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, sending nearby sand and stones into the air. He let out a furious roar, akin to an enraged lion, charging headlong into the ranks of his foes. Chapter 5. A counterattack. Lin Feng surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the cloaked figures, his fists enveloped in a mysterious radiance, each strike imbued with the force of thunder. The very air around him was stirred by the gale of his punches, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Before the first cloaked man could react, Lin Feng's fist connected with his chest. A resounding crack echoed as the man's ribcage shattered, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, colliding with those behind him. The other cloaked figures were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, but they quickly regained their composure, brandishing their weapons and encircling Lin Feng. There was no hint of fear in Lin Feng's gaze as he unleashed the forbidden techniques he had recently mastered. Moving with an ethereal grace among the black-clad adversaries, his motions were as swift as the wind, eluding capture. With each strike, waves of formidable power rippled through the air, as if capable of tearing the very fabric of space. "How has this brat suddenly become so powerful?" one of the cloaked men exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. "Do not panic. Let us charge together. With our numbers, how can we fear a mere boy?" Another attempted to rally their spirits, though his own eyes betrayed his fear. However, their confidence was swiftly shattered by Lin Feng's prowess. It was as if an invisible shield enveloped him, swords and knives clanged against it, merely sparking without inflicting any real damage. Lin Feng's martial arts were ferocious, each blow was laden with boundless strength, rendering his adversaries' bones brittle and their resolve weak. As the fierce battle raged on, Lin Feng's determination intensified. Images of his sect's former glory and the fallen figures of his brothers and sisters flooded his mind. For the sect, for vengeance. This conviction blazed ever brighter within him. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared, a surge of immense power emanating from him, creating a devastating shockwave. The surrounding cloaked figures were struck by this force, shrieking as they were flung to the ground. At that moment, Lin Feng radiated an awe-inspiring aura. His hair billowed in the wind, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, resembling a war god risen from the depths of hell. In the distance, the elder observed the scene with a mix of astonishment and concern. He was thrilled to witness Lin Feng unleash such formidable strength at a critical juncture, showcasing extraordinary potential. Yet he feared the unpredictable consequences of the forbidden techniques Lin Feng practiced. "Young master, be cautious," the elder called out, his voice laced with worry. Lin Feng heard the elder's warning but could not spare a moment to respond. His mind was singularly focused on annihilating the cloaked figures, avenging his sect. He charged forward, raining down blows like a torrential downpour, each punch infused with his fury and resolve. The cloaked figures began to falter, their initial bravado evaporating. The Lin Feng before them was no longer a mere boy to be easily dealt with, but a terrifying force. "Retreat, if we do not flee now, we shall perish here," one of them cried in despair. They turned to escape, but Lin Feng would not let them slip away so easily. In an instant, he appeared before their escape route, blocking their path. "Today, none of you shall leave," Lin Feng thundered, his voice reverberating like thunder through the valley. The cloaked figures gazed at Lin Feng with despair, realizing they had fallen into a desperate situation. Just as Lin Feng prepared to deliver the final blow, an excruciating pain surged through him. The agony felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, draining the color from his face and causing his body to sway precariously. "Young master," the elder gasped, his heart leaping into his throat. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. "I'm fine, just finish them," he managed to utter. With that, he summoned his remaining strength, toppling the last of the cloaked figures to the ground. However, he was now utterly spent, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. The battle concluded, the once tumultuous battleground fell into an eerie silence. The elder rushed to Lin Feng's side, supporting his limp form. "You must hold on, young master," the elder's voice trembled with emotion as he gazed at Lin Feng, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, filled with worry and guilt. I did it," Lin Feng whispered weakly, his voice barely audible, before he slipped into oblivion. The elder looked upon the unconscious Lin Feng, his eyes filled with concern and apprehension. He knew that although they had repelled the enemy this time, Lin Feng's body had suffered greatly due to the forbidden techniques. The road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, yet, he silently vowed that no matter the cost, he would ensure Lin Feng's recovery and restore the glory of their sect. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood. The elder lifted Lin Feng into his arms and slowly made his way back to the sect, his silhouette appearing solitary and resolute in the fading light of the sunset. Chapter 5 A counterattack. Lin Feng surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the cloaked figures, his fists enveloped in an enigmatic glow, each strike imbued with the force of thunder. The very air around him was disturbed by the ferocity of his punches, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. Before the first cloaked figure could even react, Lin Feng's fist connected with his chest. A crack resounded as the man's sternum shattered instantaneously, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, colliding with those behind him. The other cloaked figures, momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, quickly regained their composure, brandishing their weapons and encircling Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's gaze, there was no hint of fear. He unleashed the forbidden technique he had recently mastered, moving like a wraith amidst the crowd of adversaries. His movements were as swift as the tempest, eluding capture. With each strike, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, as if he could tear the very fabric of space itself. "How has this brat become so formidable all of a sudden?" one cloaked figure exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. "Stay calm. Let us all attack together. With so many of us, we need not fear a mere youth," another attempted to bolster their morale, though his own eyes betrayed a flicker of dread. However, their confidence was swiftly shattered by Lin Feng. It was as if an invisible shield enveloped his form, blades and swords clashed against it, merely sparking in vain, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Lin Feng's martial arts were fierce and unyielding, each maneuver brimming with boundless power. His fists struck like sledgehammers, rendering his opponent's bones to splinters with every blow. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Feng's resolve grew ever more steadfast. Visions of his sect's glorious past and the fallen figures of his brothers in arms who lay in pools of blood haunted his mind. For the sect, for vengeance, this conviction blazed fiercely within him. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared, a surge of formidable energy emanating from him, forming a powerful shockwave. The surrounding cloaked figures were struck by this force, screaming as they were sent tumbling to the ground. In that moment, Lin Feng radiated an awe-inspiring aura. His hair danced in the wind, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, resembling a war deity risen from the depths of hell. In the distance, an elder observed this spectacle, his heart swelling with both joy and concern. Joy at Lin Feng's explosive display of strength at such a critical juncture, revealing extraordinary potential. Concern over the unpredictable consequences of the forbidden technique he had employed. "Young master, be careful," the elder could not help but shout, his voice laced with worry. Lin Feng heard the elder's call but had no time to respond. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to annihilate these cloaked figures and avenge his sect. He charged forth, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with his fury and determination. The cloaked figures began to falter, their earlier bravado dissipating into thin air. In their eyes, Lin Feng transformed from a mere youth they could easily dispatch into a terrifying force to be reckoned with. "Retreat! If we don't leave now, we'll all perish here," one cloaked figure cried in despair. They turned to flee, but Lin Feng was not one to let them escape so easily. In a flash, he appeared before their path, blocking their retreat. "Today, none of you shall leave," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice like thunder, reverberating through the valley. The cloaked figures gazed at Lin Feng in hopelessness, acutely aware that they had fallen into a dire predicament. Just as Lin Feng prepared to deliver the final blow, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him. It felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart, causing his complexion to drain of color, and his body began to sway. "Young master," the elder gasped, his heart racing in alarm. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, forcing out, "I'm fine, just deal with them first." With that, he summoned every last ounce of strength, toppling the remaining cloaked figures to the ground. Yet, he was unable to sustain himself any longer. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. The battle concluded, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into a haunting silence. The elder rushed over, supporting Lin Feng's limp body. The young man was utterly devoid of strength. "Young master, you must hold on," the elder's voice trembled with emotion as he gazed at the unconscious Lin Feng, his heart heavy with worry and guilt. I did it," Lin Feng murmured weakly, his voice barely above a whisper, before succumbing to unconsciousness. As he looked at the unconscious Lin Feng, the elder's eyes brimmed with concern and anxiety. He understood that although they had repelled the enemies this time, Lin Feng's body had suffered grave damage due to the use of the forbidden technique. A long road lay ahead, fraught with further challenges and difficulties. Yet, he silently vowed that no matter the cost, he would see Lin Feng restored to health and the sect's glory revived. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood. The elder lifted Lin Feng into his arms and slowly made his way back to the sect, his silhouette appearing both solitary and resolute in the fading light of the setting sun. Chapter 6 Healing and Awakening. After Lin Feng fell into a coma, the elderly man, filled with anxiety, hurriedly carried him back to the sex chamber. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension and oppression. The old man's breath came in quick gasps, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened with worry. He swiftly rummaged through the cupboard, retrieving various precious elixirs, which were typically regarded as treasures, but now he took them out without hesitation. With great care, the old man pried open Lin Feng's mouth, placing the elixirs inside, and then channeled his inner energy to help Lin Feng assimilate their medicinal properties. However, the injuries inflicted by Lin Feng's forbidden cultivation technique far exceeded the old man's imagination. After consuming the elixirs, their effects were minimal. Lin Feng remained unconscious, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind, liable to extinguish at any moment. What could be done? The old man, in a state of desperation, paced back and forth in the room, wringing his hands, his eyes filled with helplessness and concern. He gazed at Lin Feng's pale face, his heart heavy with guilt. If he hadn't urged Lin Feng to seek the sex hopes, perhaps such misfortune would not have befallen them. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a sudden memory of a mysterious forbidden area within the sect flashed in his mind. It was a place that had been strictly prohibited by generations of sect masters, rumored to harbor potent and enigmatic powers, fraught with both peril and opportunity. Yet, at this moment, the old man could think of nothing but saving Lin Feng. Without further hesitation, the old man hoisted Lin Feng onto his back and strode purposefully toward the forbidden area. Along the way, his breaths grew heavier, yet his pace never wavered. The forbidden area was shrouded in dense fog, exuding a chilling and eerie presence. The silence around them was palpable, broken only by the old man's hurried footsteps and labored breaths. The stone slabs beneath them were slick with moss, treacherously slippery, and a single misstep could lead to a fall. But the old man remained focused, his mind singularly intent on finding a means to save Lin Feng. At long last, they reached the heart of the forbidden area. Before them lay a spring radiating a gentle glow, steam rising from its surface, where a faint luminescence seemed to dance, whispering of its mystique and extraordinary nature. The waters of the spring appeared to be infused with formidable healing powers, suffusing the surrounding air with warmth and tranquility. The old man gently lowered Lin Feng into the spring, anxiously observing the changes in him. Initially, Lin Feng's body showed no response, and the old man's heart sank. Was this final hope to be extinguished as well? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a miracle occurred. Lin Feng's body began to emit a faint glow, initially weak but gradually intensifying. The wounds upon his body healed at an observable rate, the gaping injuries slowly knitting together, fresh skin emerging as if reborn. His complexion gradually regained its color, and the once feeble breath steadied, becoming strong and even. As Lin Feng's injuries continued to mend, his body suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy. This energy instantaneously dispersed the surrounding fog, illuminating the entire forbidden area as if it were day. The old man was staggered by this force, retreating a few steps, his eyes wide with astonishment and joy. He realized that Lin Feng, in this life and death trial, was awakening his martial spirit. This was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Typically, a martial spirit would awaken within a practitioner only under extraordinary circumstances, bestowing upon them enhanced strength and potential. Visions of ancient scenes flooded Lin Feng's mind, images of the sect's ancestors and their cultivation, their forms agile, their inner strength profound, their techniques exquisite. Each movement, each breath, was imbued with boundless martial wisdom. Lin Feng felt as though he were immersed in a vast treasury of martial knowledge, eagerly absorbing this knowledge and power. Countless beams of light coursed through his body, unblocking the meridians and expanding his dantian, significantly augmenting his internal energy capacity. Under the nourishment of this newfound strength, his martial spirit gradually became clearer and more robust. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, as if he had been reborn. The aura surrounding him was powerful yet restrained. He was no longer the inexperienced youth but a warrior imbued with formidable strength. "Senior, I feel invigorated with power," Lin Feng declared as he rose from the spring, droplets of water cascading from him, sparkling like gems in the light. The old man, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes as he stepped forward and grasped Lin Feng's shoulders tightly. "Young master, you have triumphed at last. The revival of our sect is within reach." Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, silently vowing, "Those who have harmed the sect shall surely pay the price." He lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Chapter 70 Cultivation and Growth. Upon returning from the forbidden grounds, Lin Feng acutely recognized the weight of the responsibility that lay upon his shoulders. He devoted himself to rigorous training each day, daring not to indulge in even the slightest negligence. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard, Lin Feng had already risen. Clad in a simple practice uniform, he stood in the expansive courtyard, commencing his martial arts drills. His movements flowed with grace and power, each punch slicing through the air with a whoosh. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if the empty courtyard before him transformed into a fierce battlefield against adversaries. Sweat quickly drenched his attire, beads of perspiration trickling down his cheeks and falling onto the earth beneath him, yet he remained oblivious, fully immersed in the practice of his techniques. In the sweltering afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely, distorting the very air. While others sought refuge in the shade to escape the oppressive heat, Lin Feng persevered alone in the training ground, cultivating his internal energy. Seated cross-legged, he closed his eyes, dispelling all distractions, guiding his inner strength through the meridians. The energy flowed like a warm current along designated pathways, each point of contact eliciting a slight prickling and tingling sensation. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, repetitively circulating his internal energy, steadily fortifying his foundational power. As night fell, the moonlight poured like water into Lin Feng's study. He remained engrossed in the ancient martial arts tomes, the yellowed pages glowing with an air of antiquity under the soft luminescence. At times he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, at others, a smile graced his lips, completely absorbed in the realm of martial arts. He drew from the wisdom of his predecessors, pondering how to integrate the techniques he had learned to unleash their full potential. Throughout his journey of cultivation, Lin Feng encountered numerous challenges and bottlenecks. On one occasion, while practicing a technique known as the Phantom Fist, despite having repeated it hundreds of times, he could not achieve the elusive, ethereal effect described in the manual. Each strike fell just shy of the mark. Though his movements were proficient, they lacked soul. This plight troubled him greatly, leading him to ponder day and night, incessantly adjusting his posture, force application, and breathing rhythm, yet he remained unable to break through. Another instance arose during his internal energy practice when he encountered a formidable resistance at the Danzhong acupoint, preventing him from progressing further. He experimented with various methods, adjusting his breath to control the intensity of his energy, but to no avail. This left Lin Feng feeling deeply disheartened, even casting doubt upon his abilities. Yet he never succumbed to despair, continually seeking counsel from the elder. The elder patiently elucidated the essence of the martial techniques, urging him to genuinely feel each movement rather than merely mimic them. Regarding the challenge of internal energy flow, the elder advised him to relax and not rush the process, guiding him to employ a unique breathing method to direct his energy. Listening intently to the elder's teachings, Lin Feng diligently reflected and experimented. After countless failures and attempts, he ultimately discovered the key to his breakthrough. He realized that the essence of the Phantom Fist lay in the variation of speed and rhythm. To render the technique as elusive as a phantom, he must disrupt conventional tempos and strike unexpectedly. As for the bottleneck in his internal energy flow, by adjusting his mindset, he achieved a state of ethereal tranquility during practice, successfully overcoming the resistance and allowing his energy to flow freely through the meridians. As time progressed, Lin Feng's strength surged dramatically. His martial skills became increasingly refined, each punch imbued with formidable power, striking with lightning speed, rendering opponents defenseless. His internal energy deepened, akin to an unceasing river, flowing relentlessly. His mastery of his martial spirit also grew, enabling him to instantaneously invoke its power in battle, enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities. During an internal competition within his sect, Lin Feng emerged victorious against numerous senior disciples with overwhelming prowess. In the training arena, he displayed agility and poise, deftly evading his opponent's attacks before launching swift counterstrikes. His technique was unpredictable, and his internal energy surged mightily, leaving his adversaries without recourse. Ultimately, he stood at the center of the arena, basking in the cheers and admiration of the crowd. However, Lin Feng did not allow this success to inflate his ego. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him ahead. He recognized that his strength was not solely for personal glory but for the resurgence of his sect and in honor of those who had sacrificed for its cause. Simultaneously, whispers of Lin Feng's sect began to circulate through the martial world. Those who had once been enemies of the sect began to stir, fearing that Lin Feng's rise might threaten their positions and interests. They conspired in secrecy, plotting a new wave of schemes, intent on annihilating him and his sect before he could fully mature. Upon learning of this situation, Lin Feng intensified his training regimen. He dedicated even more time to his cultivation, relentlessly pushing his limits. He understood that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he safeguard his sect and fulfill its revival. In the stillness of the night, while others slumbered, a faint light flickered in Lin Feng's room, illuminating the efforts he made for the future, steadfast in his convictions. Chapter 8: A crisis looms. The undercurrents within the martial world grew increasingly palpable, and the atmosphere within Lin Feng's sect became progressively tense. One day, as Lin Feng immersed himself in his training, striving to break through a crucial acupoint, a disciple rushed in, shattering the tranquility. The disciple, visibly anxious and breathless, exclaimed, "Young sect master, it's terrible, our disciples sent out for supplies have been ambushed, and the resources have been stolen." A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Feng, abruptly pulling him from his meditative state. His brow furrowed as he promptly followed the disciple to assess the injured. Upon entering the room designated for the wounded, a wave of the metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. Injured disciples lay strewn across the floor, groaning in agony, their garments stained crimson, their bodies marked with a myriad of wounds. An inferno of rage ignited within Lin Feng, his fists clenching instinctively. "Do we know who is responsible?" he asked urgently, his voice barely containing his fury. "It was the Blood Fiend Gang," a feeble voice from one of the injured disciples replied, his eyes brimming with terror and indignation. The Blood Fiend Gang, a nefarious faction infamous throughout the martial realm for their heinous acts, murder, arson, and pillaging, had long coveted the resources and territory of Lin Feng's sect. Until now, they had refrained from direct confrontation, daunted by the sect's formidable strength. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng swiftly convened the sect's senior members to deliberate on a response. The atmosphere in the council hall was charged with tension. Several elders and hall masters sat together, their expressions grim. "This provocation from the Blood Fiend Gang is evidently premeditated. We must be thoroughly prepared," one elder remarked anxiously, stroking his beard, concern etched in his eyes. Another hall master added, "They have recently been recruiting mercenaries, significantly bolstering their strength. They may be difficult to contend with." Lin Feng's gaze swept over the assembly, resolute. "Their brazen audacity will not go unpunished. However, our immediate priority is to ensure the safety of our sect." He then began to methodically organize various defensive measures. He reinforced the sect's fortifications, establishing traps and watchtowers around the perimeter. Disciples were assigned to patrol in shifts, maintaining vigilant watch day and night, leaving no stone unturned. Simultaneously, he dispatched clever scouts to gather intelligence on the Blood Fiend Gang's movements, seeking insight into their next maneuvers. Yet, the crisis was far from over. A few nights later, under a moonless sky, the disciples, weary from their training, had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the stillness. "Fire! Fire!" cries echoed through the sect. Startled awake, Lin Feng flung open his door, only to be greeted by a conflagration that lit the night sky, with flames consuming multiple structures. Thick smoke billowed, choking those within. Disciples awakened in chaos, some frantically attempting to extinguish the flames, while others fled in panic. Amidst the inferno, Lin Feng exerted himself to direct the efforts of his comrades in firefighting and rescue. His face, illuminated by the blaze, flushed red, sweat mingling with soot streamed down his cheeks. "Stay calm, save the people first, then extinguish the fire," Lin Feng bellowed. Under his leadership, the disciples gradually regained composure, embarking on rescue operations with increasing order. After several arduous hours, the flames were finally quelled, but the sect had sustained considerable damage. Before they could fully recover from the devastation, news arrived that several allied minor sects nearby had also been attacked by the Blood Fiend Gang, pleading for assistance. Lin Feng found himself in a predicament. If he dispatched aid, the sect would be left vulnerable, yet, if he withheld support, the minor sects would surely lose faith in their alliance, potentially turning against them. Pacing back and forth in his chamber, Lin Feng pondered a strategy, while several elders and hall masters remained silent, awaiting his decision. "We cannot stand idly by as others perish," Lin Feng finally declared, halting in his tracks, "but we cannot empty our ranks, leaving the sect defenseless." After much deliberation, Lin Feng resolved to personally lead a contingent of elite disciples to assist their allies, leaving an elder and a portion of disciples to guard the sect. Before setting out, Lin Feng gazed at the sect's entrance, silently vowing, no matter what, he would resolve this crisis and safeguard both the sect and their allies. With resolve, Lin Feng and his disciples galloped towards the direction of their allies, their figures gradually fading into the night, the path ahead fraught with perilous uncertainty. Chapter 8 Peril lurks everywhere. The undercurrents of turmoil in the martial world have become increasingly pronounced, and the atmosphere within Lin Feng's sect has grown increasingly tense. One day, as Lin Feng was immersed in his cultivation, striving to break through a critical acupoint, a disciple rushed in, abruptly shattering the tranquility. The disciple, breathless and visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Young sect master, trouble has arisen, our brethren sent to procure supplies have been attacked, and the goods have been seized." A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Feng, pulling him abruptly from his meditative state. His brow furrowed with concern as he immediately followed the disciple to assess the injured. Upon entering the room designated for the wounded, a wave of bloodiness assailed his senses. Injured disciples lay scattered on the floor, writhing in agony, their garments soaked in crimson, their bodies marred by a myriad of wounds. A surge of indignation welled within Lin Feng, causing his fists to clench involuntarily. "Do we know who is responsible?" Lin Feng inquired urgently, his voice taut with suppressed fury. "It was the Blood Fiend Gang," a wounded disciple replied weakly, his gaze filled with terror and rage. The Blood Fiend Gang, a notorious and malevolent faction in the martial realm, was infamous for their acts of arson, murder, and plunder. They had long coveted the resources and territory of Lin Feng's sect, yet had refrained from striking due to the sect's formidable power. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng promptly convened the senior members of the sect to deliberate on a strategy. In the council hall, the atmosphere was laden with tension. Several elders and hall masters were gathered, their expressions grim. The Blood Fiend gang's provocation is evidently premeditated. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly, one elder remarked anxiously, stroking his beard, his eyes clouded with concern. Another hall master interjected, they have recently been recruiting members in the martial world and have significantly bolstered their strength. They may prove formidable opponents. Lin Feng scanned the assembly with resolute determination and declared, their audacity demands that we make them pay the price. However, our immediate priority is to ensure the safety of our sect. With that, Lin Feng began to methodically organize various affairs. He fortified the sect's defenses, establishing traps and watchtowers around its perimeter. He assigned disciples to patrol in shifts, maintaining vigilance day and night, leaving no stone unturned. Simultaneously, he dispatched astute scouts to glean intelligence on the Blood Fiend gang's movements, seeking to uncover their next course of action. Yet, the crisis did not end there. On a moonless night, a tempest raged outside. The disciples, having completed their training for the day, had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the stillness. Fire! Fire! The frantic cries echoed throughout the sect. Lin Feng awoke with a start, flinging open his door to behold flames leaping skyward, devouring several buildings. Thick smoke billowed, choking the air. Disciples jolted awake, plunging into chaos. Some scrambled to extinguish the flames while others fled in terror amidst the inferno. Lin Feng valiantly directed the efforts to quell the fire and rescue the trapped. The glow of the flames cast a ruddy hue upon his face, sweat mingling with soot as it streamed down his cheeks. Remain calm. Rescue the people first, then extinguish the fire. Lin Feng bellowed. Under his leadership, the disciples gradually regained their composure and began to carry out rescue operations in an orderly manner. After several hours of strenuous effort, the blaze was finally subdued, though the sect had suffered considerable losses. Before they could fully recover from the devastation, news arrived that several allied minor sects in the vicinity had fallen prey to attacks from the Blood Fiend gang and were pleading for assistance. Caught in a dilemma, Lin Feng weighed his options. Should he dispatch aid, the sect would be left vulnerable, yet, if he refrained, the minor sects would surely lose faith in their alliance and might even turn against them. Pacing back and forth in his chamber, Lin Feng pondered the course of action. The elders and hall masters stood silently by, awaiting his decision. We cannot stand idly by while others perish, Lin Feng finally resolved, pausing in his tracks, but we cannot leave our sect defenseless either. After deliberation, Lin Feng decided to personally lead a contingent of elite disciples to assist their allies, leaving one elder and a portion of disciples to guard the sect. Before departing, Lin Feng gazed resolutely at the sect's entrance, silently vowing, no matter the cost, he would resolve this crisis and safeguard the safety of the sect and its allies. With his disciples in tow, Lin Feng hastened toward the direction of their allies, their figures gradually fading into the night, the path ahead fraught with unknown dangers. Chapter 9 of the grueling rescue. Lin Feng, accompanied by his elite disciples, spurred their steeds towards the allied sect that had come under attack. The sound of galloping hooves was as urgent as a torrential downpour, raising clouds of dust in their wake. The expressions of the group were grave, their hearts aflame with anxiety, while Lin Feng's gaze radiated unwavering determination and resolve. Upon reaching the first allied sect, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of harrowing. The premises lay in ruins, with collapsed buildings and wisps of black smoke rising from the shattered remnants. Blood stained the ground, and the anguished groans of the wounded mingled with the cries of despair, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation. Lin Feng swiftly dismounted and called out, "Brothers, follow me." He decisively directed his disciples to join the rescue efforts while simultaneously engaging in fierce combat with the remnants of the Blood Fiend gang. Upon seeing Lin Feng and his comrades arrive, the gang members, struck by their gallant appearance and formidable fighting prowess, were seized by a sense of trepidation, retreating while continuing to fight, desperately attempting to flee. Lin Feng astutely sensed their intentions. He knew that allowing these nefarious villains to escape would spell endless trouble in the future. "Pursue," he commanded, leading the charge with relentless fervor. They followed the trail of the enemy, eventually tracking them to a secluded valley. During the pursuit, Lin Feng discerned that the Blood Fiend gang seemed intent on luring them into this valley, and a flicker of caution ignited within him. Yet, as he observed the gang's arrogant retreating figures and recalled the suffering endured by their allies, he resolved to take the risk for the sake of annihilating the enemy and avenging his comrades. As they entered the valley, a multitude of elite members from the Blood Fiend gang surged forth from the surroundings, clad in black attire and wielding various deadly weapons. Their eyes glinted with malice and cruelty. "Lin Feng, today marks your demise," the leader of the Blood Fiend gang bellowed from a height, his laughter echoing ominously throughout the valley, sending chills down the spine. Undeterred, Lin Feng gazed defiantly at the leader and proclaimed, "You think you can obstruct us? Today shall herald your downfall." His voice was resolute and powerful, imbued with fearless courage, inspiring his disciples to rally in unison, their spirits invigorated. What ensued was a brutal clash of life and death. Lin Feng led the charge, akin to a valiant lion plunging into the fray. He unleashed his full prowess, channeling the might of his martial spirit. Each strike was devastating, his fists fell upon the adversaries like a tempest, scattering them to the ground. However, the Blood Fiend gang's numbers were vast, and they were well prepared. They formed a tight encirclement, gradually constricting Lin Feng and his disciples' maneuverability. As the situation worsened, Lin Feng's disciples bore grievous injuries and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Lin Feng's garments were drenched in blood, his breath grew labored, yet his eyes remained steadfast, his sword never faltering. When a disciple collapsed beside him, his heart ached, but he could spare no time for grief. He could only fight with greater ferocity. At this critical juncture, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted. The elders left to guard the sect, concerned for Lin Feng's safety, had arrived with reinforcements just in time. The appearance of these allies threw the Blood Fiend gang into disarray. They had not anticipated Lin Feng's backup. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Lin Feng felt a surge of newfound strength. "Brothers, it is time to counterattack," he shouted. Leading his comrades into a fierce counteroffensive, they surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains. Unstoppable, the members of the Blood Fiend gang began to panic. They could no longer mount effective resistance, scattering in all directions in frantic flight. After a harrowing struggle, the Blood Fiend gang was finally vanquished. The valley was steeped in the stench of blood, with the bodies of their foes lying strewn across the ground. However, despite their victory, Lin Feng's side had incurred a heavy toll. Many disciples were grievously wounded, and some had closed their eyes forever. As Lin Feng surveyed the injured disciples and their weary forms, his heart was heavy with sorrow and guilt. They slowly made their way out of the valley, bearing the injured and their fatigued bodies, preparing to return to the sect. Little did they know, another wave of peril was looming. A mysterious force had seized the opportunity to launch an attack on the sect during their absence, leaving its defenses perilously thin and the situation dire. Chapter 10: The Sect Crisis. As Lin Feng, accompanied by an atmosphere of tension and oppression hung thick in the air. The once vibrant and harmonious sect now lay shrouded in an eerie silence, pierced only by the occasional low cries and the clanging of metal, echoing through the stillness. A foreboding feeling surged within Lin Feng, prompting him to quicken his pace and call out urgently for the disciples within to open the gates. His voice resonated in the vastness of the mountain entrance, laden with anxiety and concern. The gates creaked open, revealing a blood-soaked disciple rushing forth. His tattered garments were a testament to the chaos, his body marred with wounds, and his eyes reflected sheer despair and terror. "Young sect master, it's dreadful. A group of mysterious assailants has attacked us. They are immensely powerful, and we can scarcely hold them off." The disciple's voice trembled, heavy with anguish and fear. Lin Feng's expression darkened ominously. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Fear not, for I have returned." With that, he hurriedly led his companions into the sect. Upon entering, the sight that met Lin Feng's eyes caused his heart to seize. The ground bore the scars of battle, the stone path stained crimson with blood, buildings lay in ruins, and wisps of black smoke curled amidst the shattered walls. Numerous disciples lay sprawled in pools of blood. Some had already succumbed to their injuries, while others groaned in agony. Fury ignited within Lin Feng, his eyes widening in righteous wrath, his fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. "First, save the wounded," he bellowed, simultaneously directing the disciples to assist the injured while searching for the whereabouts of the assailants. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, swiftly scanning the chaotic scene. In the square of the sect, Lin Feng finally spotted the group of mysterious attackers, cloaked in black. They were shrouded from head to toe, their faces obscured. Yet, a powerful and malevolent aura emanated from them, instilling a chilling fear. "Who are you? Why have you assaulted my sect?" Lin Feng roared, his voice brimming with indignation and inquiry. The leader of the assailants let out a chilling laugh that reverberated through the empty square, an unsettling sound. "Lin Feng, today marks the end of your sect." His voice was cold and merciless, as if echoing from the depths of hell. With that, they launched another assault upon Lin Feng and his companions. The assailants' techniques were cunning and treacherous, each move brimming with lethal intent. A fierce battle ensued. Lin Feng unleashed his full prowess, engaging in combat with the leader of the assailants. His fists moved like the wind, his form as swift as lightning, every strike imbued with tremendous force. However, he soon realized that this leader's martial arts were exceedingly peculiar, unlike any adversary he had previously encountered. The leader's techniques were unpredictable and elusive, coupled with profound internal energy, making it difficult for Lin Feng to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the other disciples found themselves gradually at a disadvantage in their skirmishes with the mysterious assailants. The attackers coordinated seamlessly, their assaults methodical, leaving the sect's disciples overwhelmed. More and more disciples fell, their cries of pain piercing the air. Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency. He understood that if this continued, the consequences would be dire. He forced himself to remain composed, meticulously observing the leader's movements for any sign of weakness. Just then, he noticed the leader stagger slightly after an attack. A spark of realization ignited within him. This could be an opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Feng seized the moment, launching a decisive blow. His fist cut through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at the leader's chest. The leader, taken by surprise, could not evade the strike and was hit squarely, stumbling backward with a muffled grunt. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating a significant injury. Seeing their leader wounded, the assailants began to waver in their resolve. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and shouted, "Brothers, it is time to counterattack." The disciples, invigorated by Lin Feng's rallying cry, rallied their spirits and unleashed their last reserves of strength against the mysterious assailants. Under Lin Feng's leadership, they gradually began to turn the tide of battle. The assailants found themselves retreating, their earlier arrogance dissipating. After a grueling struggle, the mysterious assailants were finally repelled, retreating like a receding tide into the night. Exhausted, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds, his garments stained with blood, yet he could scarcely acknowledge his injuries. As he surveyed the devastated sect and the fallen and wounded disciples, his heart brimmed with sorrow and rage. He bowed silently to uncover the mastermind behind this atrocity, to restore the sect to its former glory, and to avenge those who had perished. Chapter 10 The Sect Crisis. As Lin Feng and his companions endured numerous hardships to return to the sect, they beheld the ominous sight of the entrance firmly shut, an atmosphere thick with tension and oppression enveloping the surroundings. The once lively and harmonious sect was now shrouded in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional muffled shouts and the jarring clatter of metal, shattering the stillness. A foreboding sense of dread surged within Lin Feng, prompting him to quicken his pace and urgently call for the disciples inside to open the gates. His voice echoed through the desolate mountain entrance, resonating with his profound anxiety and concern. The door creaked open, revealing a disciple, bloodied and disheveled, who stumbled out. His tattered garments were soaked in crimson, his body marred by wounds, and his eyes betrayed a palpable despair and terror. "Young sect master, it's terrible. A group of mysterious assailants has attacked us. They are overwhelmingly powerful, and we can scarcely hold them off." The disciple's voice quivered, trembling from weakness and fear. In an instant, Lin Feng's countenance darkened ominously. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Do not fear, I have returned." Without hesitation, he rushed into the sect, leading his companions. Upon entering, the scene that unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes constricted his heart. The ground bore the scars of battle, the stone paths stained with blood, buildings lay in ruins, and wisps of black smoke rose amidst the shattered remnants. Numerous disciples lay amidst pools of blood. Some had already succumbed to death, while others groaned in agony. Lin Feng's eyes widened with rage, his fury igniting to an inferno, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. "First, save the wounded," he bellowed. As he directed the disciples to assist the injured, he searched for the whereabouts of the mysterious assailants, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the chaotic scene with urgency. In the sect's courtyard, Lin Feng finally laid eyes on the group of enigmatic figures, cloaked in black. They were obscured from head to toe, their faces hidden from view, yet an overpowering and sinister aura emanated from them, sending chills down the spine. "Who are you? Why have you attacked our sect?" Lin Feng roared, his voice brimming with indignation and inquiry. The leader among the mysterious figures let out a chilling laugh, the sound reverberating throughout the empty square, imbued with an eerie malevolence. "Lin Feng, today marks the end of your sect." His voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell, cold and merciless. With that, they launched another assault on Lin Feng and his companions. The attackers' moves were deviously intricate, each strike laced with lethal intent. A fierce battle ensued. Lin Feng unleashed his full prowess, engaging the leader in. His fists flew like the wind, his form darting like lightning, each blow infused with tremendous force. However, he soon realized that the leader's martial arts were extraordinarily unconventional, differing vastly from any adversaries he had previously encountered. The leader's techniques were unpredictable, making them difficult to counter, and with his profound inner strength, Lin Feng found himself struggling to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the other disciples, too, began to falter against the relentless assault. Their coordination was seamless, their attacks methodical, leaving the sect's disciples overwhelmed. More and more fell, cries of anguish echoing through the chaos. Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency. He knew that if this continued, the consequences would be dire. Compelling himself to remain calm, he meticulously observed the leader's techniques, searching for a flawed eye. In that moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the leader stumbled slightly after an attack. A flicker of realization ignited within him. This could be his opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Feng seized the moment, launching a decisive strike. His fist, accompanied by a whistling gale, hurtled towards the leader's chest. Caught off guard, the leader was struck by Lin Feng's blow, stumbling back with a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, indicating a grievous wound. Seeing their leader injured, his subordinates began to exhibit signs of panic. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, calling out, "Brothers, now is the time to counterattack. Upon hearing Lin Feng's rallying cry, the disciples' spirits soared. They summoned their last reserves of strength to launch a counteroffensive against the mysterious assailants. Under Lin Feng's leadership, they gradually turned the tide of battle. The attackers began to retreat, their once brazen demeanor diminished. After an arduous struggle, the mysterious figures were finally repelled. They withdrew like a receding tide, vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Exhausted, Lin Feng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His body bore numerous wounds, his garments stained with blood, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Gazing upon the ravaged sect, witnessing the fallen and wounded disciples, Lin Feng's heart swelled with grief and fury. Yet he silently vowed to uncover the puppeteers behind this atrocity, to restore the sect to its former glory, and to exact vengeance for those who had perished. Chapter 11 Regaining strength after repelling the enigmatic assailant, Lin Feng, undeterred by fatigue, immediately immersed himself in the affairs of the sect. His weary yet resolute figure traversed the various corners of the sect, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, bringing hope and strength to all. He first organized personnel to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Observing the disarray and the pained expressions of the injured disciples, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. The groans of the wounded struck his heart like a relentless hammer. It is my inadequacy that has brought such suffering upon everyone. Lin Feng's voice was low and hoarse as he clenched his fists, silently vowing to empower the sect so that it would no longer be subjected to oppression. Subsequently, Lin Feng convened all the senior members of the sect in the council hall to deliberate on how to reconstruct the sect. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, with fatigue and worry etched on every face. We have suffered tremendous losses from this attack, but we cannot allow ourselves to be defeated, Lin Feng asserted, standing at the forefront. His gaze burned with an indomitable flame, instilling a sense of determination in everyone present. The assembly nodded in agreement. An elder rose, his face etched with the marks of time, yet radiating resolve. Young sect master, we should replan the layout of the sect and establish more defensive fortifications. We must not only strengthen vigilance around the sect but also set traps at critical locations to ensure that our enemies cannot return. Another hall master followed suit, stating, we must also enhance the disciples' training to elevate our overall strength. We can devise stricter and more efficient training regimens while inviting experts from the martial world to provide guidance. Lin Feng attentively considered everyone's suggestions. Starting tomorrow, we will reassign the disciples' training areas, tailoring their training to their respective levels and talents. Concurrently, we shall dispatch personnel to gather intelligence from the martial world to ascertain the movements of our foes. Following this, Lin Feng meticulously arranged tasks for each individual, ensuring clarity in roles and a structured approach. He personally oversaw the construction of defensive fortifications, arriving at the worksite each morning to labor alongside the craftsmen. He carried stones and timber, his clothes soaked with sweat, yet he never uttered a word of complaint. Inspired by his example, the disciples eagerly joined in, and the project progressed swiftly. Simultaneously, Lin Feng instituted a rigorous training regimen, diligently practicing alongside the disciples each day. Regardless of the scorching sun or biting cold, he never faltered in his commitment. Leading by example, he motivated each disciple through his actions. In the training grounds, Lin Feng vocally instructed the disciples in their techniques. Strikes must be swift, precise, and forceful, footwork must be steady. Breath must be even. He demonstrated personally, each movement executed with precision and power. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the atmosphere within the sect gradually shifted from sorrow and despair to renewed hope and fighting spirit. The disciples' eyes sparkled with determination, believing that under Lin Feng's guidance, the sect would surely rise again. However, just as things began to improve, Lin Feng received a mysterious letter. The note, penned on black paper, or a single ominous sentence, the game has only just begun. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He understood that the true challenge lay ahead, yet he was resolute in his readiness to confront whatever may come. Lin Feng clenched the letter tightly in his hand, murmuring to covert investigation. Upon receiving the enigmatic letter, Lin Feng resolved to conduct a discreet investigation, determined to unearth the mastermind behind the ordeal and bring them to justice, thereby avenging the suffering endured by his sect. He began by scrutinizing the origins of the letter, meticulously analyzing the paper, handwriting, and style of writing, but found no valuable clues. Consequently, he dispatched disciples to the neighboring towns and villages to gather intelligence, seeking any signs of suspicious individuals. Disguised, these disciples dispersed across various locales, engaging with the local populace, leaving no potential lead unexamined. Meanwhile, Lin Feng immersed himself in the sect's archives, poring over an array of ancient texts and materials. Day after day, he remained ensconced in the library, sifting through mountains of scrolls. The aged pages exuded a musty aroma, as Lin Feng's eyes raced across lines of text and illustrations. At times, in pursuit of a potentially relevant account, he would even delve into the night, a solitary lamp illuminating his quest through the vast ocean of knowledge. After several days of relentless searching, a breakthrough finally emerged. A disciple hurriedly reported that a suspicious figure clad in black had been sighted in a nearby town. Descriptions indicated that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious assailant who had attacked the sect, and their furtive behavior had raised alarm among the townsfolk. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He promptly summoned a few trusted disciples and set forth for the town. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng's anticipation surged. He yearned to reach the town swiftly and unveil the identity of the enigmatic figure. Upon arriving in the town, they inquired extensively, leaving no detail overlooked. Lin Feng personally engaged with the townspeople, his demeanor gentle and his words sincere, hoping to extract more pertinent information from them. Some townsfolk appeared frightened by their inquiries and evaded the subject. Others strained to recall, offering fragmented leads. Ultimately, an elderly vegetable seller revealed that the old man described the figure's hurried demeanor, suggesting they were evading something. Without hesitation, Lin Feng led his disciples into the mountainous terrain. The forest was dense, its trees entwined, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The path was rugged and strewn with thorns and stones, presenting considerable challenges to their pursuit. Yet, Lin Feng's resolve remained unshaken, his gaze resolute and his stride steady. As Lin Feng meticulously examined the surrounding signs, he discovered evidence of trampled leaves and freshly broken branches nearby. "Everyone, be cautious, they may be close," Lin Feng whispered, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the forest. The disciples tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions taut with tension. They advanced gingerly, each step taken with utmost care, the atmosphere thick with suspense. Only the faint sounds of their footsteps and breaths punctuated the silence, as if even the wind had ceased to blow. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air, and several arrows, glinting with menace, shot towards them. "Be careful," Lin Feng shouted, swiftly raising his sword to deflect the incoming projectiles. The disciples reacted in kind, some dodging to the side, while others used their weapons to deflect the arrows. In the next moment, a group of figures clad in black erupted from the thicket, brandishing blades, and charging towards them. "It's them," Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening with fury as he met their advance with his sword raised. In an instant, the forest was alive with the sounds of fierce combat, the clash of swords and the cries of men intertwining in a cacophony. Lin Feng's swordplay was fierce, each strike imbued with fury and determination. His figure darted through the trees, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the black-clad assailants. The disciples, undaunted, valiantly resisted the onslaught of their attackers. The battle raged with unparalleled intensity, both sides exerting their utmost efforts. Lin Feng understood that this confrontation was pivotal in uncovering the shadowy puppeteer behind the turmoil. He must give his all. Chapter 13. The truth unveiled. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked figures, employing every skill at his disposal. His sword danced like a soaring dragon, its movements swift and precise, each strike imbued with formidable inner strength, forcing the assailants to retreat step by step. Flames of fury burned in his eyes, fueled by a singular thought. To uncover the mastermind behind these shadowy figures. Amidst the tumult of combat, Lin Feng noted a peculiar familiarity in the martial arts employed by his adversaries. Certain techniques and methods of exertion evoked a sense of recognition, stirring a flicker of doubt within him. This sense of familiarity prompted him to ponder deeply as he executed his moves. After a grueling struggle, Lin Feng ultimately subdued one of the cloaked figures through his exceptional prowess and indomitable spirit. Swiftly, he tore off the assailant's mask, and when the face was revealed, Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How could it be you?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and indignation. It turned out that this individual was none other than the leader of a minor sect that had previously collaborated with Lin Feng's own faction. Once allies in various endeavors, Lin Feng could hardly fathom that they would reunite under such dire circumstances. "Why have you attacked our sect? We were once allies, how could you betray us so treacherously?" Lin Feng's voice echoed through the mountains, infused with profound disappointment and confusion. The leader, visibly ashamed, with a heavy sigh, he confessed, "I was left with no choice. I have been threatened. If I do not comply, my sect will face annihilation. I am truly powerless." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering as he pressed on. "Who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? If you speak the truth, perhaps I can consider sparing you, and I may even find a way to assist your sect through this crisis." A glimmer of hope tinged Lin Feng's words, as he sought crucial information from the leader. The leader hesitated, torn by an internal conflict. On one hand, he feared the puppeteer lurking in the shadows, on the other, he grappled with guilt towards Lin Feng and concern for his sect's future. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's steadfast gaze, he resolved to reveal the truth. It is the notorious Shadow Pavilion that has been manipulating everything from the shadows, attempting to engulf all sects and dominate the martial world. Their power is vast, and their methods are ruthless. I truly dare not defy their commands. The leader's voice trembled, laden with helplessness and fear. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart jolted. The name Shadow Pavilion was not unfamiliar to him. He had always believed it to be a mere legend of an evil organization. To discover that it was indeed real, and that its tendrils had reached into his own sect, was a chilling revelation. He silently vowed to ensure that the Shadow Pavilion would pay dearly for the suffering inflicted upon his sect. What more do you know about the Shadow Pavilion? Where is their lair? How many minions do they command? Lin Feng inquired in rapid succession. The leader shook his head. I know little. They send representatives to contact me, instructing me on what to do. I have never ventured to their stronghold. However, I have heard that they have eyes and outposts throughout the martial world. The specifics elude me. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that now was not the time for impulsiveness. Careful planning for the next steps was imperative. He led the leader and his disciples back to their sect, his heart heavy with contemplation. He pondered how to confront the looming threat of the Shadow Pavilion and how to safeguard both his sect and the peace of the martial world. Upon their return, the members of the sect gathered eagerly, anxious to hear the outcome of the investigation. Lin Feng recounted the events, and upon hearing his account, indignation surged among them, with many vowing to wage a decisive battle against the Shadow Pavilion. Unbeknownst to them, the Shadow Pavilion had already learned of their actions. In a dimly lit chamber, the pavilion's master sat in a chair, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Since they have traced us, we cannot allow them to live. Prepare for our next assault. This time, we shall ensure their complete obliteration. The master's voice was cold and merciless. A far greater crisis loomed ominously, drawing ever closer to Lin Feng and his companions. Chapter 13. The truth unveiled. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked figures, employing every ounce of his skill. His sword danced like a swimming dragon, each strike as swift as the wind, sharp and precise. With every swing, a formidable inner strength propelled him, forcing the dark-clad assailants to retreat step by step. His eyes blazed with the flames of fury, his mind solely fixated on uncovering clues regarding the mastermind behind these shadowy figures. Amidst the chaos of combat, Lin Feng sensed a peculiar familiarity in the martial arts techniques of his adversaries. Certain moves and methods of exertion evoked a sense of recognition within him, stirring a twinge of doubt in his heart. The sense of familiarity led him to engage in deeper contemplation with each maneuver he executed. After a grueling struggle, Lin Feng, through his exceptional martial prowess and indomitable will, managed to subdue one of the cloaked figures. Swiftly, he tore away the mask, and as the face was revealed before him, Lin Feng was taken aback. It turned out that this individual was the leader of a lesser sect that had previously collaborated with Lin Feng's OWN Dai in the past. They had supported each other in various matters, and Lin Feng could hardly fathom that they would reunite in such a manner. Lin Feng's voice thundered through the forest. Why have you attacked our sect? We were once allies. How could you commit such an act of betrayal? His words resonated with profound disappointment and bewilderment. The leader's face flushed with shame, his gaze evasive as he avoided Lin Feng's piercing stare. With a heavy sigh, he confessed, I was left with no choice. I am being threatened. If I do not comply, my sect will be annihilated. I am truly powerless. His voice trembled, laden with both helplessness and fear. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering as he pressed on. Who is the puppeteer behind this? If you reveal the truth, perhaps I might consider sparing you and assist your sect in overcoming this crisis. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Feng's words, as he yearned for crucial information from the leader. The leader hesitated, waging a fierce inner battle. On one hand, there was the terror of the unseen manipulator, on the other, a sense of guilt towards Lin Feng and concern for his sect's future. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's steadfast gaze, he resolved to divulge the truth. It is the notorious Shadow Pavilion, a malevolent force operating from the shadows, seeking to engulf all sects and dominate the martial world. Their power is vast, and their methods are ruthless. I dare not defy their commands. The leader's voice was heavy with resignation and fear. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart jolted. He had not encountered the name Shadow Pavilion for the first time. He had always assumed it to be an urban legend, a mere tale of evil. He was astounded to discover that it indeed existed and had extended its grasp toward his own sect. He silently vowed to make the Shadow Pavilion pay dearly for the suffering inflicted upon his sect. What further information do you possess about the Shadow Pavilion? Where is their lair? How many minions do they command? Lin Feng inquired rapidly. The leader shook his head. I possess little knowledge. They always send someone to communicate with me, instructing me on their demands. I have never visited their stronghold. However, I have heard that they have spies and outposts scattered throughout the martial world. The specifics elude me. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. He understood that this was not the moment for impulsive actions. A well-thought-out plan was essential for their next steps. With the leader and his disciples in tow, Lin Feng returned to the sect, his heart weighed down by the gravity of their predicament. He contemplated how to confront the threat posed by the Shadow Pavilion and how to safeguard both the sect and the tranquility of the martial world. Upon their return, the members of the sect gathered eagerly, anxious to learn the outcome of the investigation. Lin Feng recounted the events, and outrage surged among the crowd, with many expressing their fervent desire to confront the Shadow Pavilion head-on. Unbeknownst to them, the Shadow Pavilion had already caught wind of their intentions. In a dimly lit chamber, the pavilion's master sat in a chair, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since they have traced us, we cannot allow them to live. Prepare for our next assault. This time, we shall ensure their complete annihilation. The master's voice was cold and merciless. A greater crisis loomed ominously over Lin Feng and his companions. Chapter 13. The truth unfolds. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the man in black, unleashing every ounce of his skill. The sword in his hand danced like a soaring dragon, its movements swift and precise, each strike infused with formidable internal energy, forcing the assailant to retreat step by step. His eyes blazed with a fiery anger, driven by a singular thought to unearth the mastermind behind these black-clad figures. In the midst of combat, Lin Feng perceived an unsettling familiarity in the martial arts employed by his adversaries. Certain techniques and methods of exertion evoked a sense of recognition, stirring a flicker of doubt within him. This sense of familiarity prompted him to ponder deeply as he executed his strikes. After a grueling struggle, Lin Feng ultimately subdued one of the black-clad men, leveraging his exceptional martial prowess and indomitable will. He swiftly tore away the mask, and as the face was revealed, Lin Feng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can it? To his astonishment, this individual was none other than the leader of a minor sect that had previously collaborated with his OWNI in the past. They had supported each other in various matters, and Lin Feng could hardly fathom that their reunion would occur in such a dire context. With a fierce shout, Lin Feng demanded, "Why did you assault our sect? We were once allies. How could you commit such an act of treachery?" His voice echoed through the mountains, imbued with profound disappointment and confusion. The leader's expression turned to one of shame, his gaze averted, unable to meet Lin Feng's penetrating eyes. He sighed heavily and confessed, "I was left with no choice. I was threatened. If I did not comply, my sect would face annihilation. I truly had no alternative." His voice trembled, a blend of helplessness and fear. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering as he pressed on, "Who was orchestrating this from the shadows? If you confess honestly, I might consider sparing you and devise a way to assist your sect through this crisis." A glimmer of hope tinged his words, as he sought crucial information from the leader. The leader hesitated, his mind embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. On one hand, he was gripped by fear of the puppeteer behind the scenes, on the other, he felt guilt towards Lin Feng and concern for his sect's future. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's steadfast gaze, he resolved to unveil the truth. It is the notorious Shadow Pavilion, a malevolent force that has been covertly manipulating these events, seeking to engulf various sects and dominate the martial world. Their power is vast, and their methods ruthless. I cannot defy their commands. The leader's voice was laden with resignation and dread. Lin Feng's heart jolted upon hearing this. He had heard of the Shadow Pavilion before, dismissing it as a mere legend of an evil organization. To learn of its actual existence, and that it had extended its grasp towards his own sect, was a shocking revelation. He silently vowed to ensure that the Shadow Pavilion would pay for the suffering inflicted upon his sect. "What further information do you possess about the Shadow Pavilion? Where is their lair? How many members do they have?" Lin Feng inquired in rapid succession. The leader shook his head. "I know little. They send emissaries to contact me, instructing me on their demands. I have never set foot in their stronghold. However, I have heard that their influence extends throughout the martial world, with spies and bases everywhere. I truly have no more specifics." Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng endeavored to regain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for rash actions. Careful planning for the next steps was imperative. He led the leader and his disciples back to the sect, his heart heavy with the weight of contemplation. He pondered how to counter the threat posed by the Shadow Pavilion and how to safeguard both his sect and the tranquility of the martial world. Upon their return, the members of the sect gathered eagerly, anxious to hear the outcome of the investigation. Lin Feng recounted the events, and upon hearing the tale, the crowd erupted in righteous indignation, vowing to confront the Shadow Pavilion in a battle to the death. Unbeknownst to them, however, the Shadow Pavilion had already learned of their movements. In a shadowy chamber, the pavilion's leader sat, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Humph, since they have traced their inquiries back to us, we cannot allow them to live. Prepare for our next assault. This time, we shall ensure they vanish entirely." His voice was cold and merciless. An even greater crisis loomed ominously over Lin Feng and his companions. Chapter 14 of Preparations for Confrontation. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng immediately convened a gathering to deliberate strategies against the Shadow Pavilion. In the grand hall, the flickering candlelight cast a somber ambience, thick enough to be cut with a knife. The assembly sat in a tense circle, each face etched with seriousness and anxiety. "We should take the initiative and strike them when they least expect it," exclaimed an impatient hall master, rising abruptly with clenched fists. His eyes blazed with the fire of indignation, seemingly eager to engage the Shadow Pavilion at once. "Let us not act recklessly," countered an elder, stroking his beard with calm authority. "The Shadow Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, and our understanding of them remains woefully inadequate. A hasty assault could plunge us into an even more perilous situation. His voice was steady and resonant, seeking to maintain the group's composure. Lin Feng listened intently, arms crossed and brow slightly furrowed. He scanned the faces around him, weighing the pros and cons of various strategies in his mind. A proactive strike might yield the advantage, yet the risks were substantial. Conversely, a defensive posture could lead to passivity, allowing the Shadow Pavilion to gradually wear them down. At that moment, the previously silent elder spoke slowly. Young sect master, it is my belief that we should first bolster our defenses while dispatching elite disciples to investigate the Shadow Pavilion's movements, thus ensuring we are well informed. Only with a thorough understanding of our adversary can we formulate more effective countermeasures. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with wisdom and experience. Lin Feng nodded slightly, finding this suggestion to be quite prudent. He rose, surveying the assembly, and declared, "The elder speaks wisely. We must not act blindly, yet we cannot remain idle. Our foremost task is to ensure the safety of our sect." Thus, Lin Feng commenced his preparations. He personally directed the disciples to reinforce the sect's walls, erect watchtowers, and assign sentinels to stand guard day and night. Simultaneously, they excavated traps beneath the walls, setting up spikes and rolling boulders. The main thoroughfares within the sect were also rigged with mechanisms to launch immediate attacks should intruders breach their defenses. On another front, Lin Feng meticulously selected several highly skilled and astute disciples. He gathered them together and earnestly instructed, "This mission is fraught with peril. You must disguise yourselves and infiltrate the world beyond our sect, gathering as much intelligence as possible regarding the Shadow Pavilion. Their lair's location, personnel distribution, martial arts techniques, every detail may prove pivotal to our victory. Exercise utmost caution to safeguard yourselves and return safely." Throughout the preparations, Lin Feng remained diligent, tirelessly honing his martial skills in an attempt to break through his limitations and enhance his prowess. Each dawn, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the training grounds, he engaged in rigorous practice, repeating sword techniques with precision, his internal energy surging through his meridians, sweat soaking his garments. Meanwhile, the Shadow Pavilion was also fervently preparing for a new wave of assault. In their clandestine stronghold, the Pavilion Master sat enveloped in darkness, a map laid out before him, marking the location of Lin Feng's sect and the surrounding terrain. "This time, we shall ensure their complete annihilation," the Pavilion Master declared coldly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. The Shadow Pavilion dispatched numerous assassins, clad in black stealth attire, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their merciless eyes. They approached Lin Feng's sect with silent stealth, akin to phantoms in the night. The disciples Lin Feng had sent into the world faced numerous perils, encountering a variety of dangers and obstacles. Some were unmasked and pursued, others narrowly escaped detection by the Shadow Pavilion's spies while gathering intelligence. Yet, through unwavering resolve and exceptional skills, they gradually unearthed critical information regarding the Shadow Pavilion. At that moment, a disciple stationed on guard rushed in breathlessly to report, "Young sect master, we have spotted unidentified individuals loitering around the sect. Their movements are highly suspicious." Lin Feng's heart tightened, realizing that the true test was about to unfold. Chapter 15 Prepared for battle. Upon hearing that unidentified individuals were lurking around the sect, Lin Feng promptly issued orders to bolster the defenses. His voice was resolute and unwavering, swiftly resonating within the sect like a military command, causing everyone's nerves to tense instantaneously. The entire sect plunged into a state of heightened alertness, with disciples hastily springing into action. Armed and moving with a hurried yet methodical grace, they quickly dispersed to various strategic positions. On the city walls, within the watchtowers, and at the entrance of the sect, their vigilant silhouettes could be seen, poised for any eventuality. Their eyes were watchful, scanning the surroundings, leaving no room for complacency. Lin Feng ascended the city walls, his figure standing tall against the backdrop of the setting sun. His gaze was piercing, fixated on the distant mountains and forests, leaving no movement unnoticed. A gentle breeze caressed his face, tousling his hair, yet his expression remained unchanged, focused and serious. "Everyone, remain vigilant, the enemy may strike at any moment." Lin Feng bellowed, his voice booming and powerful, echoing throughout every corner of the sect. His words served as a potent stimulant, fortifying the already tense spirits of the disciples, instilling them with unwavering resolve for battle. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the sect, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were quietly deliberating their assault plan. Hidden within the dense underbrush, their forms blended seamlessly into the surroundings. "When darkness falls, we shall launch our ambush, catching them completely off guard," one leader of the assassins whispered, his eyes gleaming with a fierce and ruthless intent. The other assassins nodded in agreement, their hands gripping their weapons tightly, palms slightly dampened with a mix of tension and excitement. As time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened, the last glimmer of the setting sun vanished below the horizon, enveloping the earth in night. In the obscurity, only the sounds of insects and the occasional hoot of an owl could be heard, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread and oppression. Lin Feng stood atop the city walls, acutely aware that a fierce battle He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, yet the tension and anticipation within him remained uncontainable. Memories of the suffering endured by the sect flooded his mind, recalling the injured and fallen disciples, igniting a renewed fire of rage within his heart. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries shattered the stillness. The previously tranquil night was violently torn apart by this sudden noise, as the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged toward the sect like a relentless tide. Their figures flickered in the darkness, weapons gleaming ominously. Lin Feng drew his sword and shouted, "Brothers, for the sect, for justice, let us fight them fiercely." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the night sky. Instantly, flames erupted within the sect, torches and lanterns ignited, illuminating the battlefield. The clamor of battle was deafening, and both sides engaged in a ferocious clash. Leading the charge, Lin Feng leaped from the city walls into the fray. His swordsmanship was astoundingly fierce, each strike imbued with lethal determination. Though the assassins were ferocious, they faltered before Lin Feng's might. The disciples stood resolute, tightly united and coordinating their efforts against the enemy in a desperate struggle. Amidst the flashing blades and the spilling of blood, some fell, only to be swiftly replaced by others. In the heat of battle, Lin Feng spotted a young disciple surrounded by enemies, the situation dire. Without hesitation, he soared towards them, striking down the foes and rescuing the disciple. "Do not fear, let us fight them fiercely," Lin Feng encouraged, his voice unwavering. A glimmer of resolve sparked in the disciple's eyes, and he rejoined the fray. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, with heavy casualties on both sides, yet, bolstered by their indomitable will and the conviction to protect their sect, Lin Feng and his disciples stood firm, never yielding. In this bloody conflict, who would ultimately emerge victorious? What fate awaited the sect? Chapter 15. On high alert upon hearing of an unidentified presence lingering around the sect, Lin Feng promptly commanded an escalation of defenses. His voice resonated with resoluteness and authority, swiftly reverberating throughout the sect like a military decree, causing all to tense with immediate urgency. The entire sect was enveloped in a state of heightened vigilance, as disciples sprang into action. Armed and purposeful, they moved with both haste and precision, dispersing rapidly to strategic positions. On the city walls, within watchtowers, and at the entrance of the sect, their figures stood ready, eyes alert and scanning their surroundings, refusing to afford any moment of complacency. Lin Feng ascended the city wall, his silhouette striking against the twilight, standing tall amidst the fading sunlight. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon the distant mountains and forests, leaving no subtle rustle unnoticed. A gentle breeze caressed his face, tousling his hair, yet his expression remained steadfast, focused, and grave. Remain vigilant, the enemy may strike at any moment. Lin Feng's voice boomed, powerful and resonant, echoing across every corner of the sect. His words acted as a potent tonic, fortifying the already anxious hearts of the disciples with unwavering resolve and a fervent spirit for battle. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the sect, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were quietly deliberating their offensive strategy. Concealed within the lush underbrush, their forms melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. "When darkness falls, we shall launch our ambush and catch them off guard," the leader of the assassins whispered, his eyes glinting with malice and cruelty. The other assassins nodded in agreement, their grips tightening around their weapons, palms damp with a mix of tension and anticipation. As time slipped away, the sky gradually darkened, the last vestiges of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, cloaking the land in night. In the enveloping darkness, the only sounds were the chirping of insects and the occasional hoot of an owl, instilling an unsettling sense of dread and oppression. Lin Feng stood upon the city wall, acutely aware that a fierce battle loomed ahead. He inhaled deeply, striving for calmness, yet the tension and anticipation within him remained unbridled. Memories of the sect's tribulations flooded his mind, recalling the injured and the fallen disciples, igniting a blaze of fury within his heart once more. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries shattered the stillness. The once tranquil night was torn asunder by the abrupt sound, as the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged toward the sect like a tidal wave. Their figures flickered in the darkness, weapons glinting ominously. Drawing his sword, Lin Feng roared, "Brothers, for the sect, for justice, let us fight." His voice crashed like thunder across the night sky. In an instant, flames erupted within the sect, torches and lanterns ignited, illuminating the battlefield. The clamor of battle was deafening as both sides engaged in fierce combat. Leading by example, Lin Feng leaped from the city wall into the fray. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike infused with lethal intent. Though the assassins were ferocious, they faltered before Lin Feng's might. The disciples, undaunted, rallied together, coordinating their efforts in a desperate struggle against the enemy. Amidst the chaos of flashing blades and splattering blood, some fell, yet others swiftly took their place. In the midst of the brutal skirmish, Lin Feng spotted a young disciple besieged by adversaries, the situation dire. Without hesitation, he soared to their aid, driving back the enemy with a swift stroke of his sword, rescuing the disciple. Do not fear, let us fight," he urged loudly. The disciple's eyes glimmered with renewed determination as they rejoined the battle. The combat raged on for what felt like an eternity, both sides suffering grievous losses, yet, fortified by their indomitable spirit and the conviction to protect their sect, Lin Feng and his disciples stood resolute, never retreating. In this bloody conflict, who would ultimately emerge victorious? What fate awaited the sect? Chapter 15. On high alert upon hearing of unidentified individuals lurking around the sect, Lin Feng promptly commanded an increase in vigilance. His voice, resolute and unwavering, swiftly resonated throughout the sect, akin to a military edict, causing the nerves of all to tauten instantaneously. The entire sect plunged into a state of heightened tension, with disciples springing into action. Armed and purposeful, they moved with urgency yet maintained a methodical demeanor, quickly dispersing to critical positions. On the city walls, within the watchtowers, and at the sect's entrance, their vigilant figures were visible everywhere, eyes alert and wary of their surroundings, leaving no room for complacency. Lin Feng ascended the city wall, his silhouette standing tall and proud against the twilight glow, his gaze, piercing and intense, fixed upon the distant mountains and forests, missing not a whisper of movement. A gentle breeze caressed his face, tousling his hair, yet his expression remained steadfast and grave, focused entirely on the impending threat. Remain vigilant, the enemy may strike at any moment. Lin Feng's voice thundered, resonating powerfully across every corner of the sect. His words acted as a potent tonic, fortifying the already tense spirits of the disciples, igniting within them a fierce determination for battle. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the sect, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were quietly deliberating their assault. Camouflaged within the dense underbrush, their figures melded seamlessly with the environment. When night falls, we shall launch our surprise attack, catching them off guard, one of the assassin leaders whispered, his eyes glinting with ferocity and malice. The others nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly, palms slightly dampened with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. As time trickled by, the sky gradually darkened, the last vestiges of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, enveloping the earth in night's embrace. In the darkness, the only sounds were the chirping of insects and the occasional hoot of an owl, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread and oppression. Lin Feng stood atop the city wall, acutely aware that a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his inner turmoil, yet the tension and anticipation surged within him. His thoughts drifted to the suffering endured by the sect, to the wounded and fallen disciples, and the flames of anger rekindled within his heart. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries shattered the stillness. The once tranquil night was torn asunder by the sudden onslaught, as the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged forth towards the sect like a relentless tide. Their forms flickered in the darkness, weapons glinting with lethal intent. Drawing his sword, Lin Feng bellowed, "Brothers, for the sect, for justice, let us fight." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the night sky. In an instant, the sect erupted in flames, torches and lanterns ignited, illuminating the battlefield. The clamor of combat was deafening as both sides engaged in fierce conflict. Leading the charge, Lin Feng leapt from the city wall, plunging into the enemy ranks. His swordsmanship was nothing short of lethal, every strike imbued with the resolve to kill. Though the assassins fought fiercely, they faltered before Lin Feng's might. The disciples, undaunted, rallied together, coordinating their efforts in a desperate struggle against their foes. Amidst the flashing blades and the splatter of blood, some fell, only to be immediately replaced by others. In the heat of battle, Lin Feng spotted a young disciple besieged by enemies, the situation dire. Without hesitation, he soared forward, dispatching the assailants with a single stroke, rescuing the disciple. "Fear not, let us fight," Lin Feng encouraged, instilling a renewed sense of resolve in the young warrior's eyes as he returned to the fray. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, both sides suffering grievous losses, yet, bolstered by their indomitable will and the conviction to protect their sect, Lin Feng and his disciples stood their ground, refusing to yield. In this bloody confrontation, who would ultimately emerge victorious? What fate awaited the sect? Chapter 15. On high alert upon hearing of unidentified individuals lurking around the sect, Lin Feng immediately commanded an enhancement of defenses. His voice was resolute and unwavering, swiftly resonating throughout the sect like a military decree, causing everyone's nerves to tighten instantaneously. The entire sect plunged into a state of heightened tension, as disciples sprang into action. Armed and purposeful, they moved with a hurried yet organized demeanor, swiftly positioning themselves at various critical points. On the city walls, within the watchtowers, and at the entrance of the sect, their vigilant silhouettes were visible, poised for any eventuality. With watchful eyes, they scanned their surroundings, unwilling to afford even a moment's laxity. Lin Feng ascended the city wall, his figure standing tall against the backdrop of the setting sun. His gaze was piercing, fixated on the distant mountains and forests, missing not a single rustle of grass or whisper of wind. A gentle breeze caressed his face, ruffling his hair, yet his expression remained unchanged, focused and grave. "Remain on high alert, the enemy could strike at any moment," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonant and forceful, echoing through every corner of the sect. His words acted as a potent stimulant, further solidifying the disciples' already tense resolve, igniting within them a fierce determination to fight. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the sect, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were quietly deliberating their assault strategy. Hidden amidst the dense underbrush, their forms melded seamlessly with the surroundings. "When darkness falls, we will launch our surprise attack and catch them off guard," murmured the leader of the assassins, his eyes glinting with ferocity and malice. The other assassins nodded in agreement, their grip. As time ticked by, the sky gradually darkened, the last rays of the sun vanished beyond the horizon, enveloping the land in night's embrace. Eye in the darkness, only the sounds of insects chirping and the occasional hoot of an owl filled the air, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread and oppression. Lin Feng stood atop the city wall, acutely aware that a fierce battle was imminent. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself, yet the tension and anticipation within him were uncontainable. Memories of the suffering endured by the sect flooded his mind, recalling the injured and the fallen disciples, reigniting the flames of rage within his heart. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries shattered the stillness. The once tranquil night was violently torn apart by the unexpected clamor, as the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged toward the sect like a relentless tide. Their figures flickered in the darkness, weapons gleaming ominously. Drawing his sword, Lin Feng shouted, "Brothers, for the sect, for justice, let us fight." His voice thundered like a clap of lightning across the night sky. Instantly, flames erupted within the sect, torches and the cries of battle reverberated, as both sides engaged in a fierce struggle. Leading the charge, Lin Feng leaped from the city wall into the fray. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike infused with lethal intent. Though the assassins were fierce, they faltered in the face of Lin Feng's prowess. The disciples, undaunted, rallied together, coordinating their efforts in a desperate fight against their foes. Amidst the flashes of blades and the splatter of blood, some fell, yet others quickly took their place. In the midst of the furious combat, Lin Feng spotted a young disciple besieged by enemies, the situation dire. Without hesitation, he soared into action, striking down the attackers and rescuing the disciple. "Do not fear, let us fight," Lin Feng encouraged, his voice a beacon of resolve. A glimmer of determination shone in the disciple's eyes as he rejoined the fray. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, both sides suffering grievous losses. Yet, bolstered by their indomitable will and the conviction to protect their sect, Lin Feng and his disciples showed no signs of retreat. In this bloody conflict, who would ultimately claim victory? What fate awaited the sect? Chapter 16. A life and death struggle. The battlefield reverberated with the cacophony of slaughter as Lin Feng and his disciples engaged in a bloody struggle against the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. Lin Feng moved like lightning, his sword glinting with a cold brilliance in the night, each swing unleashing a flurry of crimson blossoms. His gaze was resolute and merciless, driven by a singular conviction. To protect his sect and eradicate his foes. His garments were already drenched in blood, both that of his enemies and his own, but he paid no heed to his wounds, embodying the very essence of a war deity. Seizing the moment, a master assassin from the Shadow Pavilion launched a surprise attack on Lin Feng, moving with a ghostly grace from the shadows behind him. Yet, Lin Feng's reflexes were honed by years of rigorous training. He sidestepped the lethal strike with remarkable agility. However, the assassin's blade still carved a deep gash across Lin Feng's arm, blood gushing forth and staining his sleeve. Enduring the searing pain, Lin Feng retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword, striking like a bolt of lightning. The assassin, caught off guard, felt Lin Feng's blade pierce through his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Feng, before he slowly crumpled to the ground. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the disciples fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. Many bore grievous injuries, yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on, determined to fight to the bitter end. A young disciple found himself besieged by two assassins. His face was slick with sweat and blood, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. He wielded his blade with fervor, deftly parrying and countering. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged forth like an unending tide, relentlessly assaulting Lin Feng and his disciples' defenses. Lin Feng recognized that this relentless onslaught could not continue. He needed to uncover the enemy's weaknesses to shatter the stalemate. At that moment, he spotted the commander of the assassins, standing atop a small rise in the distance, brandishing a black flag and directing the movements of his minions. A flicker of determination ignited within Lin Feng's eyes. He resolved to confront this commander personally and disrupt the enemy's strategy. "Stop him," the commander bellowed, suddenly aware of Lin Feng's intent, his expression shifting to one of alarm. The assassins surged forward, forming a wall to obstruct Lin Feng's advance, yet Lin Feng unleashed his full prowess, his sword struck with the fury of a tempest, each thrust infused with formidable internal energy. He maneuvered through the throng, sustaining additional wounds, yet his momentum remained unbroken. At last, Lin Feng drew near to the commander. The commander, a formidable warrior in his own right, met Lin Feng's challenge with a long sword, and a fierce duel ensued. Their blades clashed, igniting sparks that illuminated the darkness. Lin Feng's internal energy surged forth, his swordplay becoming increasingly ferocious as he gradually gained the upper hand. Beads of cold sweat formed on the commander's brow. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's strength under the relentless assault. A chink in the commander's armor appeared. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, lunging his sword toward the commander's chest. The commander attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lin Feng's blade found its mark, plunging into the commander's heart. His gaze turned vacant as the sword slipped from his grasp. With the commander felled, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion fell into disarray. Bereft of unified leadership, their attacks became chaotic and unfocused. Lin Feng seized the moment to rally his disciples for a counteroffensive, declaring, "Brothers, the enemy's commander is dead, let us strike." The disciples' spirits, in an instant, they drove the enemy into a frenzied retreat, abandoning their weapons in their flight. Yet, the battle was far from over. Though they had temporarily repelled this wave of attackers, the specter of further reinforcements from the Shadow Pavilion loomed ominously. Lin Feng understood the necessity of regrouping swiftly to prepare for the inevitable next confrontation. As he surveyed the fallen bodies and the weary faces of his disciples, a profound sense of anxiety enveloped him. Nonetheless, his resolve remained unshaken. He believed that as long as they stood united, they could weather this storm of adversity. Chapter 17. A brief respite. After repelling the latest assault from the Shadow Pavilion, Lin Feng, despite his weary frame, commanded his comrades to seize the moment for a brief recuperation. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with authority and strength. The injured disciples were swiftly evacuated to the rear, where dedicated healers attended to their wounds. Those with less severe injuries gritted their teeth, resolutely assisting in the clearing of the battlefield. The ground, stained with blood, was littered with discarded weapons and shattered armor, permeated by the pungent odors of bloodshed and gunpowder. Others busied themselves replenishing armaments and supplies. Some disciples organized arrows, while others transported stones to reinforce the defensive structures. Fatigue and determination etched on every face. They understood that the battle was far from over, and they must be thoroughly prepared for the next wave of challenges. Lin Feng sat upon a stone, breathing heavily. His wounds had reopened due to the exertion, blood seeping through the bandages, the pain causing him to furrow his brow. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, betraying an indomitable spirit. At that moment, an elder approached with a faltering gait. The elder's garments bore numerous tears, his face smeared with dust and blood. He regarded Lin Feng with a furrowed brow, expressing his concerns. "Young lord, although we have driven back the enemy this time, the losses we have incurred are grievous. Many of our finest disciples have sacrificed their lives, and our fortifications have suffered significant damage. What shall we do next?" A note of helplessness and confusion colored the elder's voice. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng lifted his gaze to observe the bustling crowd, then turned his attention to the distant retreating figures of the Shadow Pavilion's assassins, and spoke slowly. "We must recuperate swiftly. Let the injured disciples rest and heal, while the others intensify their training to enhance their strength. Simultaneously, we shall dispatch envoys to contact other sects in search of aid. We cannot confront the Shadow Pavilion's threat alone. Only by uniting greater forces do we stand a chance." The elder nodded, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. "Your words resonate profoundly, young lord. I shall arrange the necessary matters at once." With that, the elder turned to watching the elder's retreating figure, Lin Feng felt a weight settle in his heart. He recognized that this crisis posed a formidable test for the sect. Should they fail to endure, it could spell the end of their resilience. Yet, he could not allow such a fate to unfold. He was determined to safeguard the sect and every individual within its fold. Gazing into the distant sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, he sensed it too foreshadowed the challenges ahead. Quietly, he prayed to overcome this trial, yearning for the sect to regain its former prosperity and tranquility. After a period of rest, the collective condition of the disciples showed slight improvement. Under the care of healers, the injuries of the wounded began to stabilize, the replenished weapons and supplies were properly organized, and the fortifications received a measure of reinforcement. However, an unspoken tension hung in the air, for all understood that the Shadow Pavilion, graver battles loomed on the horizon. Amidst this charged atmosphere, a disciple returned hastily from reconnaissance, his visage smeared with sweat and dust, eyes wide with panic and dread. "Young lord, this is dire," he gasped. "I have discovered that the Shadow Pavilion is amassing greater numbers, including some formidable experts previously unseen. They seem poised to launch an all-out assault against us." This revelation struck the gathered crowd like a bolt from the blue, sending a tremor of alarm through their hearts. Lin Feng rose, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "In that case, we have no choice but to fight with every ounce of our strength." Chapter 18. A desperate struggle. Upon receiving the news that the Shadow Pavilion was about to launch a full-scale assault, the entire sect was plunged into a state of profound tension and unease. The atmosphere, which had just begun to ease after a brief respite, instantly grew heavy, as if a colossal stone rested upon the hearts of each individual. Lin Feng swiftly summoned all disciples, his stride resolute as he ascended the high platform. Gazing down at the faces below, each etched with tension and determination, he proclaimed with a powerful voice, "Brothers, we have no avenue for retreat. We must fight with all our might if we are to grasp at the hope of survival. Behind us lie our homeland, our loved ones, and our beliefs. We cannot allow the vile scoundrels of the Shadow Pavilion to trample upon our dignity and obliterate all that we hold dear." The disciples responded in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens. In their eyes burned a fierce fire of indignation and unwavering resolve. At this moment, fear was cast aside, leaving only a singular conviction in their hearts to fight to the very end. Lin Feng began to reorganize the defenses, his gaze focused and calm, his mind racing with strategy. "Archers, take your positions atop the walls, maintain your range and shooting rhythm, do not squander a single arrow," he commanded loudly. The archers quickly positioned themselves, drawing their bows taut, their eyes trained on the advancing enemy. "Prepare the boiling oil and rolling stones, deliver a lethal blow the moment the enemy draws near." Lin Feng continued to direct. A group of disciples strained to hoist large boulders and scorching oil to the battlements, ready to strike at a moment's notice. At every critical juncture, Lin Feng stationed the more formidable disciples to form a tight defensive line. He meticulously inspected each arrangement, ensuring that not a single detail was overlooked. A somber atmosphere of valor permeated the sect, as everyone understood that this would be a battle for their very lives. Yet, in their eyes, there was no hint of retreat, only a courageous acceptance of death. The forces of the Shadow Pavilion gradually approached, a dark tide that instilled dread in all who beheld it. The heavy thuds of marching feet and the clattering of armor intermingled, resembling the prelude to death itself. Their banners billowed in the wind, adorned with sinister emblems that sent shivers down spines. Lin Feng stood resolutely at the gate, sword in hand, his stature as upright as a pine. His gaze remained fixed on the encroaching enemy, his heart pounding like a drum, yet his spirit remained unshaken. Beside him stood his most loyal disciples, closely following Lin Feng, prepared to face the impending bloodshed. "Brothers, be ready!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice echoing through the air. As the forces of the Shadow Pavilion entered the range of attack, Lin Feng decisively commanded. Cries of agony pierced the air as many assassins from the Shadow Pavilion fell to the ground, struck by arrows, yet they did not falter, continuing their reckless advance. With gritted teeth, Lin Feng shouted, "Pour the hot oil, push the rolling stones." Scalding oil cascaded down, and massive boulders tumbled, crashing into the enemy ranks. Another chorus of screams erupted amidst the chaos, yet the forces of the Shadow Pavilion surged forward like an unrelenting tide, rapidly reaching the gates. Lin Feng was the first to confront the onslaught, his sword flashing as he swiftly dispatched several frontline assassins. Blood splattered upon his face, enhancing his fierce demeanor. The disciples joined the fray, engaging in a desperate struggle, and the gate was soon engulfed in tumult. Lin Feng's swordplay was extraordinarily fierce, each strike imbued with lethal intent. His figure darted through the throngs of enemies like an unstoppable whirlwind. However, the enemy was overwhelming in number, continuously pouring forth, and one by one, his disciples fell beside him. "For the sect!" Lin Feng roared, charging once more into the midst of the enemy. His body bore multiple wounds, yet he seemed impervious to pain, consumed solely by the singular thought of vanquishing foes and safeguarding his sect. This battle was ferociously brutal, with victory and defeat hanging precariously in the balance. Chapter 19 A lethal struggle. Lin Feng fought valiantly amidst the enemy ranks, his figure darting like a spectre, the sword in his hand dancing with deadly grace. Each swing was imbued with an inexorable intent to kill. Blood stained his garments, dripping from the edges and pooling at his feet, yet his blade never faltered. His gaze was resolute and cold, as if fueled by two eternal flames, fixated unwaveringly on the foe before him. The disciples beside him were equally consumed by rage, their fears and pains forgotten. Driven solely by the singular conviction to defend their sect, they engaged in a fierce melee with the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion, the clash of blades and the impact of fists against flesh intertwining into a gruesome symphony. With each passing moment, lives were claimed, and fresh blood spattered the ground. Their roars of fury and cries of anguish reverberated through the air, sending chills down the spine. Lin Feng observed a young disciple besieged by enemies, struggling. With a sudden burst of speed, he surged forward like a tempest, his sword transforming into a streak of lightning that cleaved through the assailants. Grasping the young disciple, he bellowed, "Rise! Continue the fight, we cannot afford to lose." The disciple's eyes, once filled with despair and terror, ignited with a flicker of renewed hope upon hearing Lin Feng's rallying cry. Gritting his teeth, he rose, wiping the blood from his face, and once more seized his weapon, rejoining the fray. The cacophony of battle was deafening, Lin Feng's voice hoarse from the exertion, yet his shouts continued to inspire those around him. Every action, every expression he bore proclaimed his indomitable spirit and tenacity. He stood as an invincible war deity, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance amidst the baptism of blood and fire. Suddenly, a formidable master emerged from the Shadow Pavilion, towering in stature, his visage obscured by a black mask, only his cold eyes were visible. His martial prowess was peculiarly sinister, each strike aimed precisely at Lin Feng's vulnerabilities. After exchanging blows for several tense rounds, Lin Feng began to feel the strain. The opponent's profound inner strength rendered every collision a jar. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He understood that without quickly identifying a flaw in his adversary's defense, he risked imminent defeat. Should he fall, the entire sect's defenses would crumble, with catastrophic repercussions. At that moment, a memory of his master's teachings flashed through Lin Feng's mind. On a tranquil night, beneath the moonlight, his master had demonstrated a formidable sword technique. This technique possessed immense power but demanded a vast reserve of inner strength. Failure to execute it properly would plunge him into perilous danger. With determination, Lin Feng clenched his teeth and resolved to take the risk. He inhaled deeply, recalibrating his breath, and began to channel his inner. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a low hum. The master of the Shadow Pavilion sensed Lin Feng's shift and quickened his assault, attempting to thwart the execution of the technique. Unfazed, Lin Feng's focus sharpened, as if the world had narrowed down to just himself and his sword. In the instant before the enemy's blade could pierce him, Lin Feng moved. His body spun like a whirlwind, the sword in his grasp transforming into a radiant beam aimed directly at his opponent. This strike contained the entirety of Lin Feng's strength and hope. Of the Shadow Pavilion master's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword pierced through his chest, his eyes widening in disbelief at his own defeat. Lin Feng withdrew his blade, watching as the enemy collapsed slowly, his heart devoid of elation. The battle raged on. He could not afford a moment's respite. He turned and plunged once more into the bloody theater of war. Chapter 20 of the turning point of counterattack. After Lin Feng successfully vanquished the formidable opponent, the surrounding air seemed to momentarily freeze. Following a brief silence, the resounding cheers of "Our young master is mighty" reverberated through the heavens. The disciples' eyes reignited with the flames of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly awakened, emboldening them to face their adversaries with renewed ferocity. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng led the charge, his figure darting through the enemy ranks like a wraith, the sword in his hand. He bellowed, "Charge with me!" The crowd erupted like a lit powder keg, unleashing an astonishing force akin to a surging torrent, surging towards the Shadow Pavilion's ranks. At the forefront, Lin Feng's swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike lethal and precise. With every thrust, he expertly exploited the enemy's vulnerabilities, and with every slash, he wielded the might of 1,000 pounds. One by one, foes fell before him, akin to wheat being harvested. His attire was already drenched in blood, yet his steps grew ever more resolute, and his gaze sharper than ever. However, the numbers of the Shadow Pavilion were overwhelming. Despite suffering significant losses, they continued to resist with tenacity. They understood that failure would lead to an irredeemable end. Thus, they fought back like cornered beasts, desperately attempting to turn the tide of battle. The conflict descended into a stalemate, with both sides consumed by bloodlust. At every moment, lives were claimed, and fresh blood flowed anew. Lin Feng's breath grew heavy, his stamina rapidly depleting, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He silently vowed that he would not retreat, even if it meant fighting to the last man. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a distant call echoed through the air. The voice grew closer, like the dawn's first light, bringing newfound hope to the wearied. It was Lin Feng's disciples, whom he had previously dispatched to seek reinforcements, arriving with allied troops. The reinforcements shouted their rallying cries, marching in sync, swiftly joining the fray. Their arrival instantly shifted the balance, creating disarray among the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. They had anticipated annihilating Lin Feng's sect, yet they were unprepared for the emergence of additional forces. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng shouted, "Let us strike with unyielding momentum and eradicate them." His voice was filled with power and determination, invigorating all who heard it. The crowd responded in unison, their roar akin to the thunderous crash of a tempest, shaking the very earth. They launched their final assault, like a pack of tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable in their advance. Lin Feng led from the front, his sword now dulled, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements coordinated seamlessly, forming an indomitable front of attack. Under this overwhelming onslaught, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion began to falter. One adversary after another fell at Lin Feng's feet, and within him, there was not a shred of pity. These individuals represented malevolence, a malignant threat to both the sect and the peace of the realm, and they had to be eradicated without hesitation. As time wore on, the resistance of the Shadow Pavilion grew increasingly feeble. Their casualties mounted, and at last, some began to flee. This retreat triggered a chain reaction, causing more to scatter in panic. Lin Feng, unyielding in his pursuit, led his comrades in a relentless chase. Amidst a thicket of trees, he caught up with a leader of the Shadow Pavilion. The man, face etched with terror, pleaded for mercy, but Lin Feng, resolute and unhesitant, swung his sword, extinguishing the man's life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly obliterated, and Lin Feng and his sect emerged victorious from this arduous conflict. Cheers of jubilation erupted as they embraced one another, tears of relief and triumph flowing freely. Lin Feng surveyed the ravaged battlefield, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Countless challenges awaited them in the future, yet he firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, nothing could impede their forward march. Lin Feng slowly raised his gaze toward the horizon, where lay their future, a tomorrow brimming with hope. Chapter 20 Breaking the deadlock and counterattack. After Lin Feng successfully vanquished the formidable opponent, the very air around him seemed to momentarily stagnate. Following a brief silence, the resounding cheer of the young master, the disciples' eyes reignited with the flames of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly awakened, and they charged forth with even greater ferocity against their foes. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng led the charge, his figure weaving through the enemy ranks like he bellowed, "Charge with me!" The crowd erupted like a powder keg, unleashing an astonishing force, surging towards the ranks of the Shadow Pavilion like a torrential flood. Leading the charge, Lin Feng's sword. With every strike, he adeptly exploited the enemy's vulnerabilities, and each slash bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Enemies fell before him like wheat harvested in the field. His garments were already soaked in crimson, yet his stride grew ever more. However, the Shadow Pavilion was vast in number, and despite suffering significant losses, they fought tooth and nail in resistance. They understood that failure would lead to their inexorable doom. Thus, they battled like cornered beasts, desperately attempting to turn the tide of the conflict. The combat descended into a stalemate, both sides blinded by rage, with casualties mounting by the moment, fresh blood spilling forth incessantly. Lin Feng's breath became labored, his strength waned rapidly, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He silently vowed that he would not retreat, even if it meant fighting to the last man. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a distant cry broke through the fray. The voice drew closer, akin to the dawn's first light, bringing renewed hope to the weary combatants. It was revealed that the disciples Lin Feng had previously dispatched in search of reinforcements had arrived with support. The reinforcements shouted their rallying cries, marching in unison, swiftly joining the fray. Their appearance instantly shifted the tide, causing the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion to falter. They had believed they could annihilate Lin Feng's sect in one. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, shouting, "Let us press on with vigor and eradicate them." His voice was imbued with strength and determination, invigorating all who heard it. The collective response was thunderous. They launched their final assault, akin to a pack of descending tigers, unstoppable in their ferocity. Lin Feng led from the front, his sword now dulled, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements coordinated seamlessly, forging an indomitable line of attack. Under this overwhelming onslaught, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion began to retreat in disarray. One by one, enemies fell at Lin Feng's feet, and not a shred of these individuals were embodiments of evil, malignant threats to both the sect and the peace of the martial world, and they must be eradicated completely. As time progressed, the resistance of the Shadow Pavilion waned. Their casualties mounted, and eventually, some began to flee. This flight triggered a domino effect, prompting more to scatter and retreat. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip by. He led his comrades in relentless pursuit, orchestrating the final encirclement of their foes. In a dense thicket, Lin Feng caught up with a leader of the Shadow Pavilion. The man, face etched with terror, attempted to plead for mercy, but Lin Feng, unwavering, swung his sword, ending the man's life without hesitation. As the sun descended, the battlefield was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly obliterated, and Lin Feng and his sect emerged victorious from this arduous conflict. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another in tears. Lin Feng gazed upon the ravaged battlefield, his heart brimming with reflection. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with greater challenges awaiting them in the future, yet he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their march forward. Lin Feng slowly raised his head, gazing into the distance where their future lay, a tomorrow brimming with hope. Chapter 20 Turning the tide. After Lin Feng successfully vanquished the formidable opponent, the surrounding air seemed to momentarily freeze. Following a brief silence, the resounding cheers of the young master is magnificent reverberated through the heavens. The disciples' eyes reignited with a fervor of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly awakened, driving them to confront their foes with renewed vigor. Seizing the momentum, Lin Feng led the charge, his figure flitting through the enemy ranks like a wraith, the sword in his hand gleaming with a chilling light, each swing summoning a torrential downpour of blood and carnage. He bellowed, "Charge with me!" The crowd erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, unleashing an astonishing force, surging forth like a mighty flood against the Shadow Pavilion's forces. Leading the charge, Lin Feng's swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike lethal and precise. With every thrust, he expertly exploited the enemy's vulnerabilities, and with every slash, he wielded the strength of 1,000 pounds. The opponents fell before him like wheat harvested in the field. However, the Shadow Pavilion boasted a considerable number of fighters, and despite suffering significant losses, they continued to resist with unwavering tenacity. They understood that failure would lead them to an irretrievable doom. Thus, like cornered beasts, they fought back with ferocity, desperately attempting to turn the tide of battle. The clash devolved into a stalemate, both sides consumed by bloodlust, with casualties mounting by the moment, fresh blood spilling forth with each passing second. Lin Feng's breaths grew labored, his stamina rapidly depleting, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He silently vowed that he would not retreat, even if the battle continued until the last man stood. Just as the conflict reached an impasse, a distant call echoed through the air. The sound drew nearer, akin to the first light of dawn, offering renewed hope to the weary fighters. It was revealed that Lin Feng's earlier call for reinforcements had been answered. As his disciples returned with allies, the reinforcements shouted their battle cries, marching in synchronized formation, swiftly joining the fray. Their arrival instantly shifted the dynamics of the battle, causing the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion to falter. They had believed they could eliminate Lin Feng's sect in one fell swoop, yet they were unprepared for the appearance of reinforcements. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng shouted, "Let us strike while the iron is hot and annihilate them." His voice resonated with power and determination, invigorating all who heard it. In unison, the crowd responded, their voices booming like thunder, shaking the very earth. They launched their final charge, akin to a pack of descending tigers, unstoppable in their ferocity. Lin Feng led the charge, his sword already dulled from battle, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements synchronized their efforts, forming an unassailable line of attack. Under this overwhelming offensive, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion began to retreat in disarray. One by one, enemies fell at Lin Feng's feet, his heart devoid of pity. These individuals represented malevolence, a malignant threat to the peace of both sect and martial world, and they had to be eradicated entirely. As time wore on, the resistance of the Shadow Pavilion waned. Their losses mounted, and soon, some began to flee. This flight triggered a chain reaction, prompting more to scatter in panic. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. He led the charge in relentless pursuit, seeking to decimate the enemy. Amidst a grove of trees, Lin Feng cornered one of the Shadow Pavilion's leaders. The man, face awash with terror, pleaded for mercy, but Lin Feng, unwavering, struck him down without hesitation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly obliterated, and Lin Feng and his sect emerged victorious from this arduous struggle. Cheers erupted, and the disciples embraced one another in tears. Lin Feng gazed upon the ravaged battlefield, his heart brimming with emotions. He understood that this was merely the beginning, countless challenges awaited them in the future. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their advance. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze toward the distance, where lay their future, a tomorrow filled with hope. Chapter 20 Breaking the deadlock and counterattack. After Lin Feng successfully defeated the formidable opponent, the atmosphere around him seemed to momentarily stagnate. Following a brief silence, the resounding cry of "The young master is mighty" echoed through the heavens. The disciples' eyes reignited with the flames of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly invigorated, propelling them to battle with even greater ferocity. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng led the charge, his figure darting like a specter through the enemy ranks, his sword gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Each swing unleashed a torrential downpour of blood and carnage. He shouted with fervor, "Charge with me!" The crowd erupted like a powder keg, unleashing astonishing strength, surging forward like a tumultuous flood against the forces of the Shadow Pavilion. At the forefront, Lin Feng exhibited unparalleled swordsmanship, each thrust a harbinger of death. Every strike found its mark in the enemy's vulnerabilities, each slash imbued with tremendous force. One by one, foes fell before him, akin to wheat being harvested. His garments were already drenched in blood, yet his strides grew ever more resolute, his gaze increasingly sharp. However, the Shadow Pavilion was numerous, and despite suffering significant losses, they continued to resist with all their might. They understood that failure would lead to irrevocable doom. Thus, they fought back with the desperation of cornered beasts, striving to turn the tide of battle. The conflict had reached a stalemate. Both sides, blinded by fury, witnessed casualties with each passing moment, fresh blood spilling forth incessantly. Lin Feng's breath became labored, his stamina waning, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He silently vowed that he would not retreat, even if it meant. Just as the battle seemed ensnared in a deadlock, shouts emerged from afar, the voices drew near like the dawn's first light, instilling newfound hope in the weary crowd. It was Lin Feng's earlier dispatched disciples, returning with reinforcements. The reinforcements rallied with fervent cries, marching in disciplined formation as they swiftly joined the fray. Their arrival instantly shifted the dynamics of the battle, causing disarray among the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. They had anticipated a swift annihilation of Lin Feng's sect, but were unprepared for this unexpected reinforcement. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng bellowed, "Let us strike while the iron is hot, eliminate them." His voice resonated with power and determination, invigorating all who heard it. The collective response surged forth like thunder, shaking the very heavens. They launched a final assault, akin to a pack of ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable in their advance. Lin Feng led the charge, his sword already dulled, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements coordinated seamlessly, forming an indomitable line of assault. Under this overwhelming offense, One by one, enemies fell at Lin Feng's feet, devoid of any pity in his heart. These individuals were embodiments of evil, malignant threats to the sect and the peace of the martial world, and they had to be eradicated completely. As time progressed, the Shadow Pavilion's resistance weakened significantly, their casualties mounted, and at last, some began to flee. This initial retreat sparked a chain reaction, prompting more to scatter in panic. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. He led the charge in relentless pursuit, orchestrating the final encirclement of the enemy. In a secluded grove, he caught up with the leader of the Shadow Pavilion. The man, face etched with terror, attempted to plead for mercy, but Lin Feng, unwavering, swung his sword, extinguishing the man's life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield was suffused with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly obliterated, and Lin Feng, alongside his sect, emerged victorious from this arduous conflict. Cheers erupted, and joyous embraces ensued. Lin Feng surveyed the scarred battlefield. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Countless challenges awaited them in the future, yet he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their progress. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where lay their future, a tomorrow brimming with hope. Chapter 20 of the turning point of counterattack. After Lin Feng successfully vanquished the formidable opponent, the very air around him seemed to momentarily freeze. Following a brief silence, the resounding cheer of "The young master is magnificent" echoed through the heavens. The disciples' eyes reignited with the flame of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly awakened, driving them to battle with renewed ferocity. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng led the charge, his figure darting through the enemy ranks like a specter. The blade in his hand shimmered with a chilling light, each swing conjuring a tempest of blood and fury. He bellowed, "Charge with me!" The crowd erupted like a powder keg, unleashing an astonishing force, surging towards the Shadow Pavilion's ranks like a torrential wave. At the forefront, Lin Feng displayed unparalleled swordsmanship, each strike lethal and precise. With every thrust, he adeptly exploited the foe's vulnerabilities. With each slash, he delivered a blow of immense power. Enemies fell before him like harvested wheat, their bodies littering the ground. His garments, drenched in crimson, did little to diminish his resolute stride, and his gaze grew ever sharper. However, the Shadow Pavilion boasted a considerable number of adversaries. Despite suffering significant losses, they continued to resist fiercely, aware that failure would herald their doom. They fought back like cornered beasts, desperately attempting to turn the tide of battle. The confrontation reached a stalemate, both sides consumed by the frenzy of combat, with casualties mounting and fresh blood spilling at every heartbeat. Lin Feng's breath grew labored, his strength rapidly waning, yet he silently vowed to fight to the last man, refusing to retreat. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a distant shout pierced the air. The voice drew nearer, akin to the dawn's first light, bestowing renewed hope upon. It was the disciples Lin Feng had previously dispatched for reinforcements, now arriving with a contingent of soldiers. The reinforcements rallied with shouts of encouragement, marching in unison as they swiftly joined the fray. Their sudden appearance dramatically shifted the tide, causing the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion to falter. They had anticipated eradicating Lin Feng's sect, never expecting reinforcements to arrive. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Lin Feng. In unison, the disciples responded, their voices booming like thunder, shaking the very earth. They launched a final assault, akin to a pride of tigers descending from the mountains, an unstoppable force. Lin Feng led the charge, his blade dulled from the fray, yet his killing intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements synchronized their efforts, forming an impenetrable offensive line. The assassins of the Shadow. One by one, foes fell at Lin Feng's feet, devoid of any mercy in his heart. These individuals were embodiments of evil, a malignant threat to the sect and the peace of the martial world, and they had to be eradicated without hesitation. As time progressed, the Shadow Pavilion's resistance grew feebler, their casualties mounted, and soon, some began to flee. This flight triggered a chain reaction, causing more to scatter in panic. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. He led the charge in relentless pursuit, intent on delivering the final blow to their enemies. Amidst a thicket, Lin Feng caught up with the leader of the Shadow Pavilion, the man, face etched with terror. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly annihilated, and Lin Feng and his sect emerged victorious from this arduous conflict. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, embracing one another in tears. Lin Feng surveyed the ravaged battlefield, his heart heavy with emotion. He understood that this was merely the beginning, greater challenges lay ahead. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their progress. Slowly, Lin Feng raised his gaze towards the distant horizon, where their future awaited, a tomorrow brimming with hope. Chapter 21 Post-War Reconstruction. In the aftermath of the Great War, the sect lay in utter disarray. The ruins stood testament to the devastation, with remnants of smoke lingering in the air, blood-stained ground, and broken weapons scattered throughout. Lin Feng, neglecting his own need for rest, immediately organized his disciples to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. The bodies of fallen disciples were respectfully arranged to the side, their faces serene and tranquil, as if merely in slumber. Lin Feng gazed upon them, his heart heavy with sorrow and guilt. A profound sadness shone in his eyes as he hoarsely uttered, "It is I who failed to protect you all." Each lost life was a familiar visage, a comrade who had fought alongside him, nurturing dreams of glory. The surviving disciples gathered around him, offering comfort. "Young sect master, this is not your fault. Without you, our sect would likely have perished long ago. It is your courageous leadership that has granted us hope for survival." Their eyes were filled with Through the collective efforts of the group, the wounded received proper care. Healers busily moved about the hastily erected tents, bandaging wounds and administering treatments. Meanwhile, However, the scarcity of resources loomed as the greatest challenge. The battle had depleted vast quantities of weapons, medicine, and food, leaving the stockpiles nearly exhausted. Lin Feng understood that without a prompt resolution to the supply crisis, the reconstruction. After careful deliberation, Lin Feng resolved to venture forth personally in search of assistance. He selected a few capable disciples to accompany him on this daunting journey. Before departing, he reiterated his instructions to the elders and remaining disciples to persevere and safeguard their home. Riding swift steeds, Lin Feng and his companions pressed on day and night. Their first stop was at several sects with which they had maintained amicable relations. Lin Feng recounted in detail the crises and predicaments faced by their sect, imploring them to extend a helping hand. Some sects responded generously, providing substantial supplies and medicines. However, others, burdened by their own hardships, could only offer limited support. Despite this, Lin Feng remained undeterred. He continued his travels. Along the way, they encountered harsh weather and attacks from bandits, yet Lin Feng steadfastly refused to surrender hope. At last, Lin Feng's sincerity and perseverance began to resonate with an increasing number of people. A wealthy merchant, moved by his spirit, donated a significant quantity of grain and funds. A reclusive martial arts elder sent forth his disciples bearing precious healing elixirs. With the aid of many, Lin Feng returned to the sect, his heart brimming with joy. As their figures appeared at the sect's entrance, they were met with the excited cheers of the disciples. With this new influx of resources, the reconstruction efforts commenced in earnest. Artisans began to repair the buildings and walls, seeds were sown anew in the fields, and the training grounds echoed once more with the shouts of disciples practicing their skills. Throughout this arduous journey, Lin Feng remained steadfastly by their side, participating in labor and encouraging everyone. After a period of tireless effort, the sect gradually began to revive. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. They must remain vigilant to prevent further assaults from the Shadow Pavilion. Simultaneously, they needed to continuously enhance their own strength to truly safeguard the hard-won tranquility they had achieved. Chapter 21. Post-war reconstruction. In the aftermath of the Great War, the sect lay in utter disarray. Ruined walls and remnants of devastation surrounded them. The air still bore the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the ground was stained with the blood of the fallen, alongside the scattered remains of shattered weapons. Lin Feng, disregarding his own fatigue, immediately organized his disciples to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. The bodies of the deceased disciples were laid out with care, their faces serene and peaceful, as if they were merely asleep. Lin Feng gazed upon them, his heart heavy with sorrow and guilt. A profound sadness glistened in his eyes as he hoarsely lamented, "It is I who failed to protect you all." Each departed soul had once been a familiar visage, a companion who had fought alongside him, nurturing shared. The surviving disciples gathered around him, offering comfort. "Young sect master, do not blame yourself. Had it not been for your leadership, our sect would likely have perished long ago. It is your valiant resistance that has granted us the hope of survival." Through their collective efforts, the wounded received proper care. Physicians hurriedly moved through the makeshift tents, bandaging wounds and administering treatment. Meanwhile, other disciples began to clear the rubble, laboring to restore the sect to its former glory. However, the scarcity of resources loomed as the greatest challenge. The battle had depleted vast quantities of weapons, supplies, and food, leaving their stocks perilously low. Lin Feng understood that. After careful contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to venture out in search of aid. He selected a few capable disciples to accompany him on this arduous journey. Before their departure, he once again urged the elders and remaining disciples to persevere and safeguard their home. Riding swift steeds, Lin Feng and his companions journeyed tirelessly, day and night. Their first destination was several sects with which they shared amicable relations. Lin Feng detailed the crisis and hardships faced by their sect, imploring them for assistance. Some sects responded with generosity, providing substantial supplies and medicines. However, others, constrained by their own difficulties, could offer only limited support. Despite these setbacks, Lin Feng remained undeterred. He continued his relentless pursuit, visiting affluent merchants and righteous heroes of the martial world. Throughout their travels, they encountered inclement weather and assaults from bandits, yet Lin Feng never wavered in his resolve. At long last, Lin Feng's sincerity and perseverance began to resonate with an increasing number of individuals. A wealthy merchant, moved by his spirit, donated a significant amount of grain and wealth. A reclusive martial elder sent forth his own disciples bearing precious healing elixirs. With the bounty of support, Lin Feng returned to the sect, his heart brimming with joy. As they appeared at the sect's entrance, they were greeted by the jubilant cheers of their fellow disciples. Thanks to this influx of resources, the reconstruction efforts commenced smoothly. Artisans began to repair the buildings and walls. Throughout this arduous process, Lin Feng remained steadfastly by their side. He personally engaged in labor, inspiring each individual. After a period of diligent effort, the sect gradually began to regain its vitality. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. They must remain vigilant against the potential resurgence of the Shadow Pavilion's attacks. Moreover, they needed to continuously enhance their own strength to truly safeguard the hard-won peace they had achieved. Chapter 22, Revitalizing Prestige. As time elapsed, under the guidance of Lin Feng, the sect gradually found its footing. The once desolate landscape had been replaced by rejuvenated structures, and the sect was now brimming with vitality and vigor. An increasing number of novices joined the ranks, their hearts ignited by a passion for martial arts and a pursuit of justice, immersing themselves in the sect's endeavors. Lin Feng understood the paramount importance of nurturing the new generation of disciples. He personally instructed them in their martial training and imparted the essence of internal cultivation. Every morning, the training grounds were graced by Lin Feng's presence, as he patiently demonstrated movements, elucidating the intricacies and profundities of each technique. The disciples gathered around him, their rapt attention reflecting a thirst for knowledge and deep admiration for Lin Feng. Simultaneously, the sect fortified its communication and collaboration with other factions. Lin Feng recognized that in the realm of martial arts, isolation posed a perilous threat. Only by uniting diverse forces could they collectively safeguard the peace and justice of the martial world. They jointly organized martial arts tournaments to hone their skills and deepen mutual understanding and trust. During one such tournament, Lin Feng's disciples showcased remarkable prowess. On the competition stage, they exhibited solid foundational skills and exceptional martial techniques, whether in fist techniques, swordplay, or internal cultivation, performing with unparalleled finesse. Their stellar display earned resounding applause from the audience and caught the attention of numerous other sections. Among them was a disciple named Li Yunfei, who, with a series of fierce sword techniques, vanquished several formidable opponents, becoming the focal point of the event. His form was agile, his sword like a dancing dragon, each move infused with formidable internal strength and exquisite skill. Other disciples, not to be outdone, demonstrated the sect's strength and charisma in their respective matches. Yet, their outstanding performance also provoked jealousy and dissatisfaction among certain sects. In a dimly lit corner, the leaders of several factions convened, whispering among themselves. Lin Feng's sect is flourishing so brilliantly. This bodes ill for us, remarked a portly leader, his eyes glinting with envy. Indeed, we cannot allow them to continue to grow, we must devise a strategy to suppress them, concurred another tall and slender leader. Thus, they clandestinely began to plot their schemes. They dispatched spies to infiltrate Lin Feng's sect, aiming to steal confidential information and sow discord within. Concurrently, they spread rumors throughout the martial world, tarnishing Lin Feng's reputation. However, Lin Feng was not oblivious to the undercurrents. He sensed an unusual atmosphere within the sect, as if some disciples were harboring misunderstandings and conflicts. Moreover, whispers from the outside world reached his ears. Lin Feng resolved to investigate discreetly, observing every individual in the sect and scrutinizing every detail. Eventually, he uncovered a few clues and, following the trail, exposed the spies. During a sect assembly, Lin Feng publicly unveiled the infiltrators, exposing their conspiracy. The disciples were struck with realization, their hearts swelling with indignation towards the malice of those treacherous sections. Let us not be distracted by these schemes, we shall prove our innocence and strength through our capabilities, Lin Feng proclaimed with conviction. The disciples echoed in unison, their spirits soaring. Yet, the crisis was far from resolved. Those factions would not relent easily. What challenges lay ahead for the sect? Lin Feng knew that the road ahead would be fraught with difficulties and dangers, but he firmly believed that as long as the sect remained united, they would surely overcome all obstacles and restore their illustrious prestige. Chapter 23, Turbulence resurfaces. After Lin Feng exposed the insidious plot of the traitors, the nefarious sects did not relent. Enraged and humiliated, they conspired together to issue a stern challenge to Lin Feng's sect, declaring their intent to engage in a life-and-death duel in 1 month's time to determine the victor. This challenge struck like a thunderclap within the sect, igniting a wave of anxiety among its members. Disciples whispered among themselves, their faces etched with worry and dread. What are we to do? They outnumber us, can we truly withstand them? A trembling young disciple voiced. Indeed, this time, the odds appear grim, another disciple concurred, furrowing his brow. Yet amidst this chaotic atmosphere, Lin Feng remained poised and unflappable. Standing tall, he gazed resolutely at the crowd and declared in a commanding voice, there is no need for panic, they are merely a disorganized rabble. As long as we unite as one, we shall surely triumph over them. His steady and powerful voice seemed to possess a calming influence, gradually soothing the agitated disciples. Subsequently, Lin Feng commenced formulating a strategy. On one front, he he intensified the training regimen for his disciples. Each morning, before the sun had risen, the disciples gathered at the training grounds. Lin Feng personally oversaw their practice, demanding precision in every movement, allowing no room for negligence. He demonstrated repeatedly, patiently elucidating the essence of martial arts. Strike swiftly, accurately, and with ferocity. Inspired by his fervor, the disciples trained with unwavering diligence, their garments drenched in sweat, yet none complained of fatigue or hesitated to press on. On another front, he dispatched envoys in hopes of forging alliances with other amicable sections. These envoys bore a significant mission, traversing the realm in search of support from other factions. However, new challenges arose during this endeavor. Resources within the sect began to dwindle, with supplies of medicinal herbs and training equipment becoming increasingly insufficient. The previously stockpiled herbs were rapidly depleted due to the rigorous training, and the materials for crafting equipment were nearly exhausted. The elder responsible for logistics approached Lin Feng with a furrowed brow, expressing his concerns. Young sect leader, if this continues, he understood that without adequate resources, the effectiveness of the disciples' training would be severely compromised, and their combat capabilities would wane. Furthermore, reports from the dispatched envoys revealed that several sects, initially inclined to ally, had retreated under pressure from the hostile factions. They feared incurring the wrath of formidable adversaries, concerned that it would spell disaster for their own sections. The envoys lamented, "Young sect leader, they have all expressed their inability to assist us. What shall we do?" Caught in a quandary, Lin Feng paced restlessly within his chamber, contemplating countermeasures. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows over his furrowed brow, as he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure upon him. Yet he knew he could not abandon hope. He was the bastion of his sect, the reliance of his disciples. After a night of reflection, Lin Feng finally devised a plan. He resolved to lead his disciples deep into the mountains in search of precious herbs. Simultaneously, he would mobilize the entire sect to craft their own equipment. "We cannot sit idly by, we must rely on our own efforts to overcome these challenges." Lin Feng rallied his comrades. Under Lin Feng's guidance, the disciples sprang into action. They cautiously scoured the mountains for herbs, undeterred by encounters with ferocious beasts. Within the sect, everyone joined forces to forge various implements. Although the obstacles were formidable, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his belief that as long as they united in purpose, they would surely break through and face the impending challenges head-on. Chapter 24 A Glimmer of Hope. Under the leadership of Lin Feng, the members of the sect united their efforts to confront the dire predicament they faced. With unwavering faith, they ventured deep into the heart of the forest. Within the woods, towering ancient trees loomed above, and thickets of thorns sprawled around. The disciples advanced with utmost caution, their keen eyes scanning every inch of the terrain in search of the precious medicinal herbs. Leading the group, Lin Feng wielded a short sword, occasionally severing the branches that obstructed their path. "Pay close attention to the plants marked with unique symbols," Lin Feng reminded his companions. As time ticked by, beads of sweat soaked their garments, yet no one complained, and no one faltered. "At long last," a disciple exclaimed with excitement, "I have made a discovery over here." The group gathered around and beheld a few clusters of herbs emitting an extraordinary fragrance, nestled in a shadowy corner. This revelation invigorated their spirits, prompting them to continue their efforts, and they gradually unearthed a considerable amount of valuable medicinal materials. Although the quantity fell short of fulfilling their entire needs, it sufficiently alleviated their immediate crisis. Upon returning to their sect, the members, undeterred by fatigue, immediately immersed themselves in the creation of tools and equipment. Utilizing the materials at hand, they hammered and shaped, producing somewhat rudimentary implements, yet each item bore the collective dedication and labor of the group. At that moment, a mysterious figure, renowned for his wisdom and virtue, learned of Lin Feng's sect's plight. This esteemed individual had resided in seclusion for many years, yet remained vigilant regarding the moral complexities of the martial world. He held Lin Feng's character and leadership in high regard and resolved to offer clandestine assistance. One fateful morning, while the sect members were still engrossed in their labors, a horse-drawn carriage a few strangers clad in black emerged from the vehicle, silently unloading crates of supplies and a cache of finely crafted weapons. Lin Feng rushed over, his face a mask of astonishment. The leader of the black-clad figures stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. "Sect Master Lin, my master admires your integrity and has entrusted us to deliver these provisions as a modest contribution." Overwhelmed with gratitude, "I shall remember this kindness." Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "May I ask who your esteemed master is?" The black-clad man smiled faintly and replied, "My master has instructed me not to reveal his identity until the time is right." In a subsequent exchange with the confidant of the mysterious benefactor, Lin Feng unexpectedly uncovered a critical weakness of the rival sections. Despite their alliance, these factions were rife with internal strife, each entangled in a web of treachery for their own gain. Moreover, their logistical supply lines were exceedingly fragile. If severed, chaos would ensue. An idea sparked within Lin Feng's mind as he began to strategize on how to exploit this vulnerability to turn the tide. He convened several key disciples and elders of the sect to deliberate on a course of action. This presents a remarkable opportunity. If we seize it, we may very well shatter their siege, Lin Feng declared. One elder furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Yet this path is fraught with peril. Should we fail, we might find ourselves in an even more precarious situation." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolutely responded, "Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture the tiger's cub? We have no avenue for retreat, we must take the risk." Following an intense discussion, they formulated a meticulous plan. Lin Feng resolved to dispatch an elite squad to stealthily infiltrate the rear of the rival sects and strike at their supply lines, while he would lead the main force to divert the enemy's attention on the front lines. With the plan established, everyone began preparing with palpable tension. Lin Feng gazed at the industrious disciples, silently praying for success, hoping to bring about a turning point for the sect. Chapter 25 of the victory of a surprise attack. In accordance with the meticulously devised plan, Lin Feng dispatched an elite squad under the cloak of night. The darkness enveloped the surroundings like ink, thick enough to seem as though it could consume everything. Clad in black stealth attire, the squad members seamlessly blended into the boundless shadows, each one agile as a specter of the night. They navigated through the mountainous forest, treading upon the withered branches and fallen leaves without producing a whisper. Occasionally, enemy patrols would pass by, prompting the squad members to swiftly conceal themselves amidst the underbrush or behind towering trees, their breaths intentionally stifled, only resuming their advance once the patrols had receded into the distance. After enduring arduous stealth, they approached the supply line of the rival faction without a sound. The area was heavily fortified, flickering flames casting dancing shadows, while vigilant guards patrolled with watchful eyes scanning their surroundings. With a subtle signal from the squad leader, the members halted, quietly observing the enemy's movements, searching for the opportune moment to strike. At last, with a decisive command, the leader beckoned for the attack to commence. They surged forth like lightning, weapons glinting with deadly brilliance. Some members unleashed precise arrows, swiftly bringing down several guards. Others leapt into the enemy ranks, their blades mercilessly reaping lives. In the chaos, several squad members dashed towards the stockpiled provisions, igniting torches and hurling them into the towering heaps of supply. Flames erupted instantly, illuminating the night sky as thick smoke billowed upward. Others worked fervently to sabotage the transport vehicles, severing yokes and shattering wheels. Meanwhile, Lin Feng led the main force in a fierce confrontation with the enemy on the front lines. He charged ahead, his sword dancing in the firelight, each swing accompanied by a spray of blood. His disciples followed closely, their battle cries resounding like thunder. The enemy, momentarily daunted by their fervor, still fought fiercely. The clash of swords sparked, mingling the sounds of shouts and slaughter. Lin Feng's gaze remained resolute. He understood that the crux of this battle lay in whether they could restrain the majority of the enemy's forces, thus granting the surprise squad precious time. News of the disrupted supply lines swiftly reached the enemy camp, throwing them into disarray. The commanders, filled with dread, gazed at the thick smoke rising from behind, their hearts racing with panic. The supply line has been severed. As chaos erupted among the soldiers, the formerly tight defensive line began to falter. Lin Feng, keenly sensing the shift in the enemy's morale, bellowed, "Brothers, the enemy is in disarray, it is time for a full-scale counterattack." Upon hearing the command, the disciples' spirits soared, and they launched a more fervent assault. Lin Feng, akin to a fierce lion, led the charge into the enemy's ranks. Amidst the turmoil, the enemy began to retreat, their resistance weakening with every moment. Lin Feng's forces pressed the advantage, denying the enemy even a moment's respite. The battlefield, stained crimson with blood, became a mountain of corpses. Yet, within Lin Feng's heart, there lingered no trace of mercy. He knew that compassion towards the enemy equated to cruelty towards himself and his sect. After a fierce melee, the enemy finally began to crumble. Scattering in panic, Lin Feng observed the retreating foes, a victorious smile gracing his weary countenance. However, he understood that this was but a temporary triumph. The road ahead remained long, with further challenges yet to come. Yet he firmly believed that as long as the sect stood united, nothing could impede their progress. "Clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded," Lin Feng commanded, his voice raspy yet brimming with authority. The disciples busied themselves, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Yet within this atmosphere, hope and rebirth began to take root. Chapter 26 Aftermath. Although victory was achieved in this battle, Lin Feng's sect suffered severe losses. The battlefield was strewn with numerous injured, their agonized groans echoing in the air. Some bore mutilated limbs, while others were gravely injured, their blood staining vast stretches of land. Within the sect, the infirmary was overcrowded with casualties, and the physicians were overwhelmed, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. The consumption of medicinal supplies was alarmingly rapid, leading to a drastic depletion of stock. necessitating urgent replenishment. Those disciples who were gravely wounded not only endured immense physical suffering but also bore a psychological burden, haunted by the terrifying scenes of battle even in their dreams. Moreover, though the rival factions had temporarily retreated, there remained a possibility of their resurgence. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this fact and dared not afford even a moment of complacency. On one hand, he instructed his disciples to bolster their defenses. Additional sentinels were stationed around the sect, with patrols tirelessly maintaining a vigilant watch day and night. Archers atop the city walls stood poised, their gazes fixed on the horizon, unwilling to overlook the slightest rustle or disturbance. On the other hand, Lin Feng set about revitalizing the sect's vitality. He organized his disciples to repair the damaged structures and restore the training grounds, gradually reinstating the normal order of life and training within the sect. Simultaneously, he personally guided his disciples in their cultivation, hoping to enhance their abilities in a short span to prepare for any impending crises. At this juncture, unfavorable rumors began to circulate in the martial world, alleging that Lin Feng's sect employed brutal methods and indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. These calumnies spread like a plague, inciting a great uproar. Those who had previously held respect and goodwill towards Lin Feng's sect began to harbor doubts and fears. Even factions that had initially sought to ally with Lin Feng's sect began to hesitate, no longer displaying the same enthusiasm and initiative. Upon learning of this news, Lin Feng was filled with indignation. He understood that this was the enemy's scheme, aiming to tarnish the sect's reputation, isolating and weakening them, yet, he also recognized that fury could not resolve the issue. A calm response was imperative. He convened the core members of the sect to deliberate on a strategy. What should we do to counter these rumors? Lin Feng inquired with a grave expression. An elder suggested, we should dispatch envoys to elucidate the truth to the various factions in the martial world and clear our name. Another disciple proposed, perhaps we could host a martial assembly, inviting heroes from all corners to witness our righteousness and benevolence firsthand. Listening to the suggestions, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, the envoys' explanations may be perceived as mere excuses, and a martial assembly would require a significant expenditure of manpower and resources. I believe we should focus on aiding the afflicted commoners. The assembly was taken aback, gazing at Lin Feng in confusion. He continued, let us send disciples to assist those civilians harmed in the conflict, to heal their wounds and help rebuild their homes. We shall demonstrate our kindness and responsibility through tangible actions. The assembly, enlightened, nodded in agreement. Consequently, Lin Feng promptly organized his disciples to take action. Equipped with medicines and provisions, they entered the homes of the common people, tending to their injuries and aiding in the repair of their dwellings. Initially, the civilians were apprehensive and resistant, but upon witnessing the disciples' sincere gazes and selfless assistance, their doubts gradually dissipated. After a period of diligent effort, the rumors began to subside. The commoners started to speak favorably of Lin Feng's sect, praising their benevolence. Those factions that had once hesitated began to reassess their relationship with Lin Feng's sect. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary victory. The road ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and challenges, and he must remain ever vigilant, leading the sect onward. Chapter 27 A New Horizon. After a series of diligent efforts, the reputation of the Lin Feng sect gradually began to be restored. Those forces that had previously hesitated and adopted a wait-and-see attitude now eagerly sought to establish amicable relations. They dispatched envoys bearing precious gifts and friendly letters, expressing their desire to forge closer ties. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng undertook a vigorous overhaul of the sect's internal affairs. He understood well that a formidable sect requires not only a commendable reputation but also meticulous internal management and robust strength. He re-established stringent regulations for the sect, outlining in detail the conduct, training requirements, and responsibilities of the disciples. In the training grounds, he personally oversaw their exercises, intensifying both the training regimens and assessment criteria. Each evaluation was conducted with utmost rigor, allowing no room for slackness or carelessness. Simultaneously, he actively engaged in collaboration and communication with other righteous sections. He personally led his disciples on visits to various sects, exchanging martial insights and sharing cultivation experiences with their leaders and core disciples. Through these interactions, Lin Feng not only showcased the unique strengths and capabilities of his own sect but also humbly learned from the merits of others. They jointly deliberated on the dynamics of the martial world and strategies for coping with challenges. During one such exchange with other sects, Lin Feng unexpectedly received a mysterious piece of information. It was said that in a distant and concealed ancient ruin lay an unparalleled tome of knowledge. This manuscript contained the profound essence of martial arts, capable of significantly enhancing the abilities of its possessor and even allowing them to transcend their current martial realm. The news struck Lin Feng like a stone cast into a still lake, stirring immense waves of contemplation within him. This revelation instantly captured the attention of all present, sparking hushed whispers and fervent discussions. While Lin Feng maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his mind raced with possibilities. He recognized that acquiring this tome could have immeasurable implications for the growth of the sect. Not only could it elevate the strength of his disciples, but it could also greatly enhance the sect's standing within the martial world. However, he was acutely aware that such a treasure would undoubtedly provoke the covetousness and contention of various factions, rendering this expedition fraught with unknown dangers and challenges. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng found himself lost in deep thought. He paced alone in his study, reflecting on the myriad scenes and discussions from the exchange meeting. The flickering candlelight of the night cast shadows upon his grave countenance. The following morning, he summoned several trusted disciples and elders to deliberate on the matter. The atmosphere in the study was solemn, with everyone gathered in earnest discussion. "This may be a pivotal opportunity for our sect's resurgence," one elder broke the silence, his voice laced with concern, "but it could also be a tremendous trap. The various factions will undoubtedly clash fiercely over this tome, and should we involve ourselves, we might become the target of their ire. But if we allow this opportunity to slip away, and it falls into the hands of malevolent forces, the consequences could be dire," a young and impassioned disciple interjected, eager to voice his opinion. "We must not shy away from hardship. We should bravely strive to seize it." Another elder chimed in, "This endeavor will require a significant expenditure of manpower and resources, and our ignorance of the ruins' conditions poses too great a risk." Lin Feng listened quietly to the discourse, gradually formulating his decision. He raised his hand to signal for silence and then spoke, "This tome is of paramount importance for the future of our sect. Although it is fraught with peril, we cannot turn a blind eye. However, we must proceed with caution and prepare thoroughly. First, we need to gather as much information as possible about the ruin, understanding its terrain, mechanisms, and potential dangers. And next, we shall select the most elite and experienced disciples to form an expeditionary team. Lastly, we must ensure we have ample supplies and weaponry to guarantee our safety." The assembly nodded in agreement, expressing their endorsement. Subsequently, Lin Feng began meticulously planning this expedition to the ancient ruin. He issued a recruitment notice within the sect, and many disciples eagerly volunteered. After a rigorous selection process, a group of several dozen skilled and courageous disciples was chosen. They practiced day and night, familiarizing themselves with various combat strategies and teamwork. Simultaneously, Lin Feng dispatched multiple reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence about the ruin. Some infiltrated taverns and teahouses throughout the martial world, gathering information from the well-traveled populace. Others disguised themselves to approach reclusive martial hermits who might possess insights into the matter. After a period of diligent effort, they gradually pieced together a rough outline of the ruin and identified potential entrances. However, just as they were intensively preparing to embark, discordant voices began to emerge within the sect. Some expressed concerns that this venture might lead the sect into peril once more, arguing against risking the pursuit of the unknown tome. Others, harboring jealousy towards the selected disciples, plotted in secrecy to undermine the expedition. Lin Feng perceived these undercurrents and acted decisively. At a sect assembly, he sternly reprimanded those who sowed discord, emphasizing the importance of unity and discipline within the sect. For those intent on sabotage, he imposed appropriate penalties to serve as a warning. Finally, on a sunlit morning, Lin Feng led his disciples forth on their journey to the ancient ruin. They bore their packs and weapons, their eyes filled with determination and anticipation. Along the way, they braved the elements, traversing dense forests and scaling treacherous peaks. At times, they encountered severe weather, with howling winds and torrential rain making their progress arduous. At other moments, they faced ferocious beasts, requiring them to fight valiantly for their survival. Yet, they never wavered, supporting one another as they advanced step by step toward their goal. What awaited them ahead, an extraordinary tome or boundless danger? Regardless, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his belief that they were prepared. Chapter 28 Expedition to the Ruins. Lin Feng, leading his disciples through countless hardships, finally arrived at the fabled site of the ruins. The sight before them drew an involuntary gasp. Towering, steep peaks loomed like colossal. Between the mountains lay a narrow and rugged pathway, winding its way toward the entrance of the unknown ruins. At the entrance, a dense mist swirled like a mysterious veil, undulating and billowing. This mist seemed almost alive, at times coalescing and at others dispersing, rendering it difficult to discern the truths hidden within. Gazing at the enveloping fog, Lin Feng felt a surge of inexplicable awe, yet his eyes reflected more determination and resolve. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng boldly stepped forward, entering the realm of the mysterious mist. His disciples followed closely, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence. As they crossed the threshold into the ruins, an invisible, formidable pressure assailed them, as if the very space itself were resisting their unwelcome presence. Each individual felt a weight upon their chest, their breaths quickening. The sensation of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes from the depths of darkness coldly scrutinized their every move. The atmosphere grew heavy, instilling an ineffable sense of oppression. The path beneath their feet twisted and turned, resembling a meticulously crafted labyrinth. Strange gemstones embedded in the walls emitted a faint, mysterious glow, seemingly attempting to guide them, or perhaps ensnaring their minds in confusion. Lin Feng treaded carefully, each step a cautious probe of the ground, fearing to trigger some unknown mechanism. One disciple, overcome by tension, inadvertently stepped on an apparently ordinary tile. In an instant, a flurry of arrows whizzed forth from small openings in the walls. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted, his figure darting as he wielded his sword like lightning, deflecting the arrows aimed at him. The other disciples quickly reacted, employing their martial skills to evade or block the sudden onslaught. The barrage of arrows raged on like a tempest for a brief moment before finally ceasing. However, several disciples had already suffered injuries, their garments stained with blood. Lin Feng swiftly assessed their wounds, providing rudimentary bandaging. Pressing onward, they encountered a vast pit disguised as solid ground, which suddenly gave way without warning, forming an abyss. With swift reflexes, Lin Feng seized a disciple who was about to stumble into the void, pulling them back with great effort. "Mind your footing, proceed with caution," he urged loudly. The tension among the group heightened, each step taken with utmost. At a fork in the path, several passages presented themselves. Lin Feng paused, scrutinizing the subtle traces around them. The left passage appeared serene, devoid of any unusual signs. Conversely, the right bore faint footprints. "Master, let us take the left path, it seems the safer choice," proposed one disciple. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, his gaze resolute. "The left is too tranquil, rendering it suspicious. Though the right bears footprints, they may be clues left by those who came before us. We shall proceed down the right." Heeding Lin Feng's command, the group cautiously advanced into the right passage. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere became increasingly eerie. Strange sounds echoed through the corridor, as if something stirred within the darkness. Suddenly, they emerged into a spacious hall. At the center stood a colossal stone statue, its expression grotesque, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. "Be wary, this statue is likely formidable," Lin Feng cautioned. No sooner had his words left his lips than the statue sprang to life, swinging its massive arms towards them. The disciples scattered, each unleashing their unique skills in a fierce battle against the statue. Lin Feng moved with blinding speed, leaping into the air, aiming his sword directly at the statue's eyes. The statue deftly evaded their attacks while launching counterstrikes. After a harrowing struggle, they finally discerned a flaw in the statue's defense. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Feng thrust his sword into the statue's vulnerable spot, causing it to freeze momentarily before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending dust billowing into the air. Exhausted and with their garments tattered, the group paused to catch their breath. "Let us rest for a moment and regain our strength," Lin Feng instructed. The disciples settled on the floor, retrieving water and provisions from their packs to swiftly replenish their energy. However, unbeknownst to them, even deeper within the ruins, unimaginable challenges awaited. Chapter 29 A perilous crisis. After a grueling exploration, Lin Feng and his companions ventured deeper into the ruins. The light grew increasingly. At that moment, they arrived at a shadowy corridor, pervaded by a nauseating stench reminiscent of decaying vegetation and the putrid remains of animals, evoking a sense of revulsion. The walls were ensnared by unknown vines, thick as an arm, their surfaces glistening. Suddenly, an ominous rustling echoed through the passage, and a horde of colossal venomous spiders surged forth from the darkness. Each spider was the size of a millstone, their bristly exteriors twinkling with a ghostly blue glow, a testament to their venomous nature. Their eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and venom dripped from their razor-sharp fangs as they advanced menacingly. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. The disciples swiftly formed a protective circle, backs pressed against one another, gripping their weapons tightly, steeling themselves for the impending assault. The venomous spiders surged like a relentless tide, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, one disciple was bitten on the arm. Instantly, his limb turned a ghastly black and swelled painfully, eliciting a scream of agony. "Endure it!" Lin Feng commanded, swiftly severing the offending spider in two with a precise stroke of his sword. Yet, more spiders continued to swarm, and the disciples fought valiantly, their swords clashing with the venomous attacks in a chaotic dance of survival. Lin Feng's swordplay was sharp and decisive, each strike finding its mark upon the spider's vulnerable spots. However, the relentless onslaught seemed inexhaustible, and their strength waned as the spider's ferocity intensified. "This cannot continue, we must locate their lair and eradicate them all at once," Lin Feng declared. A disciple pointed towards the depths of the corridor. "Master, it appears they emerged from that direction." Without hesitation, Lin Feng commanded, "Follow me." They fought while retreating, advancing towards the source of the spider onslaught. Along their path, several disciples fell victim to injury, yet they pressed on, bolstered by their unwavering resolve. At long last, they arrived at a vast cavern, the very nest of the venomous spiders. Countless arachnids scuttled within, sending shivers down their spines. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng proclaimed, "Let us charge together, show them no mercy." The disciples roared in unison and surged into the cavern. Lin Feng unleashed his most formidable techniques, his sword energy cutting through the air as the spiders fell one by one. The other disciples likewise summoned their utmost strength, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the spiders. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Feng spotted a gigantic spider king, its size vastly surpassing that of its kin, adorned with intricate patterns that marked it as the leader of the horde. "Concentrate your attacks on the Spider King," Lin Feng shouted. The disciples rallied, redirecting their efforts toward the formidable foe. The Spider King spewed forth a torrent of venom in a desperate attempt to thwart their advance, yet Lin Feng and his companions pressed forward undeterred. With a powerful leap, Lin Feng ascended, channeling all his inner strength into a thrust aimed at the Spider King's head. The creature fought valiantly, but under Lin Feng's overwhelming assault, it ultimately succumbed and fell. With the demise of the Spider King, the remaining venomous spiders erupted into chaotic flight. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng and his disciples systematically dispatched them one by one. Though they emerged victorious from this brutal confrontation, it came at a grievous cost. Many disciples were severely injured and in dire need of immediate care. Lin Feng surveyed the exhausted faces of his disciples, his heart heavy with guilt and concern. Yet, there was no time for respite, for the ruins held countless unknown perils still awaiting them. "Everyone, gather your spirits. We must press on and uncover the secrets that lie ahead," Lin Feng encouraged, igniting a renewed sense of determination among the group. Of the disciples rallied, steeling themselves to follow Lin Feng deeper into the enigmatic ruins. Chapter 30 of The Mysterious Guardian. Lin Feng and his companions had just escaped the onslaught of the venomous spiders, each of them panting heavily, their garments tattered and stained with blood. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a new predicament presented itself before them. A mysterious figure gradually materialized, tall and enveloped in a hazy aura that obscured his features. Nevertheless, the formidable presence emanating from him surged forth like a tidal wave, causing their breaths to catch in their throats. Steeling himself, Lin Feng took a step forward and clasped his fists in respectful greeting, saying, "Senior, we mean no offense, we have merely come in search of the legendary tome. We kindly ask for your assistance." However, the enigmatic figure remained silent, seemingly disregarding his words. As unease settled among the group, the mysterious figure suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the disciples and struck with a swift blow. The disciple had no time to react, and he was sent hurtling back by an overwhelming The mysterious figure's strikes were incredibly fierce, each containing the power to topple mountains. Lin Feng felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, nearly losing his grip on the sword. Seeing their leader embroiled in a fierce battle, the other disciples gritted their teeth and rushed in to assist. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and cries of battle, reverberating throughout the space. Yet, the mysterious guardian's strength was overwhelming. The disciples' attacks seemed almost futile against him. He moved with an ethereal grace, weaving effortlessly through the throng, each strike leaving a disciple injured and incapacitated. Lin Feng was consumed with urgency, acutely aware that if this continued, he and his disciples would surely perish here. He forced himself to suppress his inner turmoil, striving to remain calm as he meticulously observed the guardian's techniques. Suddenly, Lin Feng discerned a pattern in the guardian's powerful assaults. An idea sparked within him, and he shouted, "Everyone, disperse and attack according to my instructions." Upon hearing this, the disciples swiftly scattered. Lin Feng continued to engage the mysterious figure while vocally coordinating their movements. The group synchronized their efforts, gradually forming an effective offensive and defensive formation. The guardian seemed to sense the shift in dynamics and intensified his onslaught. Yet, Lin Feng and his companions no longer flailed in panic. Instead, they responded with methodical precision. Seizing a momentary lapse in the guardian's defenses, Lin Feng lunged forward with a decisive thrust. The guardian sidestepped, but this evasion caused a brief pause in his movement. The other disciples seized this opportunity, unleashing their strongest techniques upon the guardian. Caught off guard by this sudden coordinated attack, the guardian's luminescence dimmed slightly. Recognizing the moment of opportunity, Lin Feng pressed the assault, directing each strike towards the guardian's vital points. However, just when Lin Feng believed victory was within his grasp, the guardian unleashed an even more potent surge of power. His aura flared brilliantly, forcing Lin Feng and the others to stagger back several steps. "Humph, do you truly believe you can pass through here?" The guardian finally spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, echoing as if it were a call from ancient times. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "Senior, we seek to uphold justice in the martial world and to enhance our strength against malevolent forces. We implore you to grant us your favor." The guardian scoffed, "Justice? In this relic, only the strong are entitled to speak of justice." With that, he launched yet another assault, one even more ferocious than before. Would Lin Feng and his companions be able to conquer this mysterious guardian and continue their adventurous journey? The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 31 of the arduous reconciliation. Faced with the formidable and merciless onslaught of the enigmatic guardian, Lin Feng and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament. Their stamina waned with each passing moment, their bodies marred by an increasing number of wounds, blood staining their garments. Yet they resolutely gritted their teeth and persevered. Just as despair began to envelop them, and the thought of surrender loomed large, Lin Feng suddenly discerned an old injury on the guardian's form. Located on his left shoulder, though obscured by fabric, the wound occasionally revealed itself amidst the fierce clash, the aura surrounding it thick and stagnant. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Feng's eyes as he realized this might serve as a potential avenue to exploit. Drawing a deep breath, he called out with conviction, "Esteemed elder, it appears your old injury remains unhealed, a testament to the countless tribulations you have endured. We are not your adversaries. Why not pause and engage in dialogue?" The mysterious guardian momentarily faltered, the intensity of his assault momentarily slackening. Nonetheless, his gaze remained imbued with wariness and suspicion, his weapon still firmly in hand. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng pressed on, "Elder, our entry into this relic was solely to seek knowledge that would enhance our strength, enabling us to safeguard the peace of the realm, not for personal gain. Presently, malevolent forces roam unchecked, leaving the populace in despair. We urgently require formidable power to combat them. Should you be inclined to trust us, we are willing to collaborate with you to discover a remedy for your old injury, and we hope you will allow us passage to obtain the teachings that could save our world." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the guardian fell into contemplation. His gaze swept back and forth over Lin Feng and his companions, seemingly assessing the veracity of their claims. For a moment, a tense silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the group and the sound of blood dripping from their wounds. After what felt like an eternity, the guardian gradually lowered his stance of aggression, though his eyes remained cold and unyielding. "Boy, I sincerely hope your words are true. I have guarded this relic for many years and have encountered too many with nefarious intentions. If you dare deceive me, I shall ensure you do not return." Lin Feng quickly assured him, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I would never utter a single falsehood." The guardian scoffed, "Very well, tell me what you propose to heal my old injury." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "Elder, our understanding of your condition is limited. However, in my sect, there exists a skilled healer. Once we emerge from this place, I shall summon him to attend to your wounds. Alternatively, this relic may harbor treasures and remedies capable of addressing your ailment, and we can search for them together." The guardian remained silent for a moment before responding, "Humph, I shall grant you this one chance. But remember, should I uncover any treachery in your hearts, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lin Feng nodded earnestly, "Thank you for your trust, esteemed elder. We shall not disappoint you." With that, the group took a moment to recuperate. Lin Feng instructed his disciples to tend to their injured comrades, while he engaged in conversation with the guardian, seeking to glean more information about the relic and the teachings it concealed. "Esteemed elder, could you enlighten us as to the secrets held within this relic? Where might the teachings be hidden?" Lin Feng inquired. The guardian regarded him with a steady gaze and slowly responded, "This relic is a remnant of an ancient powerhouse, fraught with peril. As for the teachings, it is said that deep within the relic lies a concealed chamber where the knowledge is enshrined. However, reaching that sanctum necessitates overcoming numerous trials." A shiver coursed through Lin Feng's heart, yet his resolve remained unwavering. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Regardless of the obstacles we may face, we shall not falter." Once they had rested, Lin Feng and his companions, under the guardian's guidance, advanced further into the depths of the relic. Along the way, they encountered numerous traps and mechanisms, but with the guardian's assistance, they navigated through these perils unscathed. However, just as they believed the tide of fortune was turning in their favor, a new crisis stealthily approached. Chapter 32 A new crisis. Under the guidance of the enigmatic guardian, Lin Feng and his companions ventured deeper into the ruins. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly eerie and foreboding, as the mysterious runes adorning the walls flickered with an unsettling luminescence, as if whispering ancient and arcane tales. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from ahead, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, brimming with boundless fury and ferocity. The entire passage began to tremble slightly, with small fragments of stone occasionally cascading from above. A colossal beast emerged slowly from the shadows, its form towering like a mountain, each step causing the ground to quake. Its body was enshrouded in scales as hard as iron, reflecting a chilling gleam in the dim light. Its enormous eyes resembled blazing fireballs, glinting with a menacing ferocity, while the searing flames it exhaled ignited the surrounding air in an instant. A wave of terror swept through the crowd. Many disciples were so startled by this sudden and horrific apparition that they stumbled backward in fear. Lin Feng felt a chill creeping up his spine, yet he understood that he must maintain his composure. Otherwise, despair would engulf them all. Everyone, remain calm, steady yourselves. Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating through the trembling corridor. The mysterious guardian, his expression grave, warned, "This is the guardian beast of the ruins, exceedingly ferocious. Be cautious." The beast opened its gaping maw and unleashed another roar, the sonic waves crashing against the spirits of those present like a titanic tide. Some disciples clasped their ears, crouching in agony upon the ground. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the creature, his mind racing as he devised a strategy. He was acutely aware that a head-on confrontation was not a viable option. He needed to discern the beast's weakness to have any chance of survival. Disperse and seek opportunities to strike at its weak points. Lin Feng yelled, darting towards the creature's left flank. The disciples responded swiftly, some leaping onto the walls in an attempt to launch attacks from above, while others circled around to the beast's rear, poised to strike. The beast, sensing the movements of the group, furiously lashed its tail, sending several disciples hurtling through the air. They crashed heavily against the walls and tumbled to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Feng leapt onto the creature's back, raising his sword to thrust it into the tough scales. However, the blade merely sparked upon impact, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Realizing Lin Feng's presence, the beast thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge him. Lin Feng clung tenaciously to the beast's scales, refusing to be thrown off. At that moment, a perceptive disciple noticed that the beast's eyes appeared to be its vulnerable point, yet the constant movement of its head made aiming nearly impossible. "Master, target its eyes," the disciple shouted urgently. Upon hearing the call, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Summoning all his strength, he painstakingly maneuvered closer to the beast's head. The creature seemed to sense Lin Feng's intent and thrashed even more wildly. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach the beast's eyes, it suddenly reared back, unleashing a torrent of flames. In an instant, Lin Feng was engulfed in fire, his garments igniting, and his skin searing. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain, and at the moment the flames threatened to consume him, he thrust his sword towards the beast's eye with all his might. The beast let out a piercing howl of agony, its body convulsing violently as it began to lash out madly at everything around it. Seizing this opportunity, the disciples launched their most powerful attacks in unison. A flurry of sword energy, palm strikes, and hidden weapons surged towards the beast. Under the relentless onslaught, the creature gradually succumbed to fatigue, its movements slowed, and its body became riddled with wounds. Ultimately, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Feng slid off the beast's back, exhausted, and collapsed onto the ground. The disciples gathered around him, their faces a mixture of concern and admiration. "Master, are you all right?" Lin Feng managed a weak smile, replying, "I am fine. How is everyone else?" After a quick assessment, although many disciples bore injuries, fortunately, none had perished. The group took a brief respite before pressing onward, acutely aware that further dangers likely awaited them ahead. Chapter 33 of The Mystery of the Secret Chamber. After vanquishing the guardian beast, Lin Feng and his companions, weary from battle, pressed onward. They advanced slowly along the dimly lit passage, their hearts a blend of anxiety and anticipation, for the legendary secret chamber awaited them just ahead. At long last, at the passage's end, a heavy stone door came into view. This ancient portal was thick and venerable, adorned with intricate runes and enigmatic designs that emanated an aura of antiquity and mystery. Gathered before the door, the group studied the runes and patterns with great diligence. Some disciples attempted to touch the surface, hoping to glean the secrets within. Others rifled through the ancient knowledge they had acquired in their sect, searching for clues that might relate to what lay before them. As time ticked away, their fervent discussions grew more animated, yet they remained unable to discern a method to unlock the door to the secret chamber. A palpable sense of anxiety began to permeate the ranks. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. His gaze flitted over the stone door, his mind racing through the myriad scenes and elusive hints encountered within the ruins. Suddenly, a mysterious mural glimpsed upon the passage wall resurfaced in his thoughts. This mural bore similar runes and patterns, seemingly arranged in a specific order and pattern. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Feng. He began to compare and align the runes from the mural with those on the stone door. "Oh, everyone, please be silent. I believe I may have grasped something." Lin Feng's voice cut through the clamor of debate. Instantly, the group fell silent, their attention riveted upon him. Lin Feng continued, "In a passage we traversed earlier, there was a mural, its runes resembling those on this stone door. I suspect this may be the key to unlocking the secret chamber." With that, Lin Feng knelt and began to etch the runes he recalled from the mural into the ground with his sword, attempting to correspond and combine them with those on the door. The disciples gathered around him, their eyes fixed on his every movement with bated breath. After a painstaking process of comparison and experimentation, Lin Feng finally discerned a pattern. He realized that the runes on the door were arranged according to a specific sequence, one that correlated with the positions of the stars as suggested by the mural. Quickly, everyone, according to my instructions, channel your inner strength into the corresponding positions of these runes, Lin Feng urged fervently. The disciples complied, placing their palms against the stone door, gradually infusing it with their energy. Initially, the door remained unresponsive. However, as they continued to pour their strength into it, the stone began to tremble slightly, and the runes gradually illuminated with a radiant glow. Lin Feng's heart raced. He sensed they might have stumbled upon the correct method. Put in more effort, Lin Feng shouted. The group gritted their teeth, expending the last reserves of their inner strength without hesitation. At last, the stone door emitted a deep, a musty atmosphere wafted from the secret chamber, and the eager gazes of the group turned toward the interior. Yet, the sight within the chamber plunged them once more into confusion. The room was filled with an array of bizarre artifacts and statues, and the walls shimmered with strange lights. At the center, upon a stone platform, lay an ancient tome radiating a mysterious brilliance. However, the path leading to the platform was fraught with various mechanisms, traps, and intricate puzzles. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Everyone, exercise caution. We have arrived at the final juncture, and we must not falter now. Would they succeed in navigating these obstacles to seize the coveted tome? Chapter 34 Perilous Trials. The door to the secret chamber creaked open, releasing a wave of antiquated and enigmatic air that enveloped them. Lin Feng and his companions cautiously stepped inside, each movement imbued with trepidation. After traversing a few paces, the ground beneath them emitted a dull thud, suddenly beginning to sink, revealing a row of sharp, menacing spikes. These deadly protrusions glimmered ominously in the faint light, sending chills down their spines. As startled, the group instinctively reacted, employing their agility to leap aside. A few disciples, however, were slightly slower, nearly plummeting into the lethal pit, their brows drenched in cold sweat. Before they could regain their footing, a flurry of whistling sounds erupted from the walls on either side, as countless concealed arrows rained down upon them. With remarkable speed, Lin Feng shouted, "Be careful," and swiftly brandished his sword, conjuring a flurry of sword blossoms that deflected the incoming projectiles. The other disciples also wielded their weapons, valiantly fending off the sudden assault. The barrage of arrows persisted for a moment before finally subsiding. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, yet no one dared to let their guard down. They proceeded cautiously, each step fraught with the specter of unknown dangers ahead. A colossal stone gate began to descend with a resounding thud, threatening to sever their path. Lin Feng called out, "Quickly, charge through." The group hastened their pace, racing towards the stone barrier. Lin Feng surged ahead, channeling all his internal energy as he swung his sword at the descending gate. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew, leaving a deep gash on the stone, yet it showed no sign of halting its descent. At that moment, the other disciples unleashed their most formidable techniques, striving to impede the inexorable fall of the gate. Nevertheless, it continued its relentless descent, drawing perilously close to the ground. "Everyone, unite your strength," Lin Feng urged once more. The group pulled their energies together, collectively pushing against the stone barrier. Through their combined efforts, the descent of the gate finally began to slow, but time was of the essence, and their window of escape dwindled. Anxious and desperate, Lin Feng realized that should they fail to pass through the gate in time, all their prior exertions would be in vain. He inhaled deeply, channeling a surge of formidable internal power, and his sword radiated with brilliant light. "Break for me!" Lin Feng roared. Under the force of Lin Feng's full-powered blow, a fissure finally appeared in the stone gate. Witnessing this, the group felt invigorated, redoubling their efforts and their internal energy output. At last, the stone gate, overwhelmed by their combined might, shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into a heap of rubble. They surged through the remnants of the gate, pressing onward, fully aware that the path ahead was still fraught with greater challenges. Next, they encountered a chasm filled with seething molten lava, the intense heat making it nearly impossible to approach. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and spotted several massive stone slabs nearby, seemingly viable as a bridge to cross over. "Step carefully on the stone slabs, and move quickly," Lin Feng instructed. One disciple boldly stepped onto a slab, but the heat rendered it exceedingly fragile. After just a few steps, the slab abruptly fractured, sending the disciple plummeting into the molten abyss, instantly reduced to ashes. A collective gasp of horror escaped the group, their hearts gripped with fear. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. "I will go first, follow my lead." Carefully, he stepped onto the slab, moving swiftly forward. The stone beneath him creaked ominously, as though it would shatter at any moment, yet, with his exceptional agility and composed demeanor, Lin Feng successfully reached the opposite bank point one by one. The other disciples emulated his actions, crossing. However, before they could catch their breath, a colossal mechanical puppet materialized before them, constructed entirely of metal. It was nearly indestructible, wielding a massive iron hammer that unleashed devastating blows. Lin Feng and his companions were compelled to engage in battle once more. Confronting this formidable adversary with unwavering resolve, would they triumph over these formidable trials and seize the coveted manual? All remained uncertain. Chapter 34 Perilous Trials. The door to the secret chamber creaked open, releasing a wave of antiquated and enigmatic air that enveloped them. Lin Feng and his companions cautiously stepped inside, each stride laden with vigilance. Just a few paces in, the ground suddenly emitted a dull thud, and began to sink, revealing a row of sharp, menacing spikes. These deadly points glimmered ominously in the dim light, sending chills down their spines. A wave of alarm surged through the group, prompting an instinctive reaction as they deftly leapt to the side. A few disciples, however, were slightly slower, nearly plummeting into the treacherous trap, soaked in cold sweat. Before they could regain their footing, a series of whistling sounds erupted from both sides of the walls, as countless hidden arrows rained down upon them. Quick-witted, Lin Feng shouted, "Be cautious," and, with a flourish of his sword, conjured a flurry of blades that deflected the incoming projectiles. The other disciples swiftly brandished their weapons, fending off the unexpected onslaught. The barrage of arrows persisted for a brief moment before finally ceasing. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, but none dared to lower their guard. They continued their careful advance, each step fraught with unknown dangers ahead. A colossal stone gate began to descend with a resounding thud, threatening to sever their path. Lin Feng called out, "Hurry, dash through." The group quickened their pace, racing toward the looming gate. Lin Feng led the charge, channeling all his inner strength as he swung his sword at the descending barrier. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew, leaving a deep gash upon the stone, yet the gate showed no sign of halting its descent. At that moment, the other disciples unleashed their most formidable techniques in a desperate attempt to stop the relentless fall of the gate, yet, it continued its merciless descent, drawing perilously close to the ground. "Everyone, exert your strength," Lin Feng urged once more. United in purpose, they pooled their inner energies, pushing against the stone gate. Through their combined efforts, the descent of the gate finally slowed, but time was fleeting, and the space left for them dwindled. Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency. If they could not pass through this gate in time, all their previous endeavors would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a powerful surge of inner strength, and his sword blazed with brilliance. "Break for me!" Lin Feng bellowed, pouring every ounce of power into that singular strike. Under the might of his full force, a fissure finally appeared in the stone gate. Witnessing this, their spirits soared, and they redoubled their efforts, channeling their energies with fervor. At last, the gate could bear no more, shattering with a thunderous crash into a heap of rubble. The group surged through the remnants of the gate, pressing onward, yet they understood that many more challenges lay ahead. Soon after, they encountered a ravine filled with seething magma, its scorching heat rendering it nearly impassable. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and spotted several massive stone slabs nearby, seemingly suitable as a bridge to cross over. "Tread carefully upon the stone slabs, and move swiftly," Lin Feng instructed. One disciple stepped forward first, but the slab weakened under the intense heat, fracturing beneath him, and he plummeted into the molten depths, instantly reduced to ashes. A collective gasp echoed among the group, their hearts gripped by terror. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. "I shall go first, follow my lead." He cautiously stepped onto the stone slab, moving quickly yet carefully. The slab creaked ominously beneath his feet, threatening to give way at any moment. However, with his exceptional lightness of foot and steadfast composure, Lin Feng successfully reached the opposite bank point one by one. The other disciples followed suit, crossing over the treacherous magma ravine. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a colossal mechanical puppet loomed before them, crafted entirely of metal. It was formidable and unyielding, wielding a massive iron hammer, each strike resonating with tremendous force. Lin Feng and his companions found themselves once more thrust into battle, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against this mechanical foe. Would they overcome these daunting obstacles and secure the coveted secret manual? All remained uncertain. Chapter 35 of The Light of Hope. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng and his companions finally triumphed over the mechanical puppet. Under the relentless assault of the group, the metallic form of the puppet gradually succumbed to devastation, ultimately collapsing to the ground and transforming into a heap of scrap metal. The group panted heavily, their garments thoroughly drenched in perspiration, with many bearing fresh wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and anticipation for the future. Without a moment's respite, they pressed onward, their hearts brimming with fervent desire, until they stood before the stone pedestal that housed the ancient tome. The tome emanated a mysterious and alluring radiance, as if beckoning them closer. However, just as they prepared to reach for it, a strange light enveloped the surroundings, and soon after, a formidable barrier materialized, thwarting their approach. This barrier resembled a translucent wall, seemingly intangible, yet utterly indomitable. The group endeavored to breach it through various means. Some attacked with weaponry, while others unleashed their inner powers, but the barrier remained unmoved. As despair and confusion began to settle over them, the figure of the enigmatic guardian gradually emerged. His countenance retained its inscrutable expression, and he gazed at the group with an air of calm. This barrier cannot be shattered by ordinary force, the mysterious Lin Feng furrowed his brow, urgently inquiring, then how can we break it? The guardian's gaze deepened as he looked at Lin Feng and replied, to dismantle this barrier, one must harness the power of sincerity and righteousness. The group exchanged glances, perplexed by the guardian's words. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng asked, the power of sincerity and righteousness, esteemed elder, could you elucidate this further? The guardian slightly tilted his head, as if lost in reminiscence, then spoke, this tome is a relic of ancient power, intended not to bestow immense strength for selfish desires, but to be claimed by those who harbor justice and genuinely seek the welfare of all. If you can prove your sincerity and righteousness, the barrier shall yield. Lin Feng felt a stirring within him and proclaimed, Elder, our pursuit of the tome within this relic is to enhance our strength to combat the malevolent forces in the world and protect the innocent. Surely, this is sufficient proof of our sincerity and righteousness? The guardian shook his head, words alone carry no weight, it is through action and the conviction of the heart that one must demonstrate. His gaze steadily grew resolute. Fellow disciples, let us calm our minds and reflect upon our original intentions, upon why we embarked on this arduous journey, Lin Feng declared. The group closed their eyes, reminiscing about their noble aspirations. In that moment, the chamber was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their breaths. Lin Feng's heart swelled with an unwavering commitment to justice and a sense of responsibility for the future of their sect. He silently vowed, I am willing to dedicate my life to safeguarding justice and protecting all that I hold dear. As if sensing the steadfast resolve within Lin Feng, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in the guardian's eyes. Continue, do not falter. Lin Feng and the others focused even more intently on their convictions, channeling all their sincerity and righteous energy. At long last, the barrier erupted in a blinding radiance before gradually dissipating. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Feng stepped forward and grasped the tome. The instant it touched his hands, he felt a surge of powerful warmth coursing through him. We have succeeded, the group erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet, Lin Feng understood that this was merely a new beginning. They bore a weightier responsibility, destined to wield this hard-won tome to usher in peace and justice to the realm. Chapter 36 The Power of Inheritance. After Lin Feng acquired the ancient tome, the gathered crowd brimmed with anticipation, ready to depart the secret chamber. However, at that moment, the tome erupted in a formidable force surged into Lin Feng's body like a roaring tide. He felt his meridians throb with pain, as if countless steel needles were frantically piercing through him, a wave of agony enveloping his entire being. Unable to suppress a muffled groan, his body involuntarily trembled. Visions of strange imagery and profound martial arts techniques flashed incessantly through his mind, each scene as swift as lightning, overwhelming his senses. Some depicted fierce confrontations between masters, their techniques exquisite and unparalleled. Others showcased a serene valley, where a celestial figure practiced alone, exuding an air of mystery. And there were also chaotic battlefields, where heroes defended their homeland with unparalleled skill, their fervor palpable. These images intertwined, driving Lin Feng's mind toward chaos. He endeavored to untangle the sudden influx of information, but the powerful force remained uncontrollable, rampaging through his body. The other disciples anxiously encircled him, their faces etched with worry. Master, how do you fare? One disciple could not help but inquire. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, unable to respond. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat poured down like rain. Everyone, remain calm, we must find a way to assist our master, an elder disciple proclaimed. Yet, confronted with such a mysterious and potent force, they felt utterly helpless. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as though he were a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. Yet, within his heart, his resolve remained unyielding. He understood that he must endure this power, for failure would not only spell his doom but also extinguish the hopes of the entire sect. He bore the excruciating pain, striving to regulate his breathing, attempting to guide the force through his meridians. Each effort was accompanied by piercing agony, yet he persisted unwaveringly. Gradually, Lin Feng discerned that although the force was wild, it seemed to possess an underlying rhythm. He calmed his mind, carefully attuning to the flow of the energy, guiding it bit by bit in the right direction. As seconds ticked by, his complexion remained pallid, yet a glimmer of hope began to emerge in his gaze. It appears the master is showing signs of improvement, a disciple exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, the others turned their eyes toward Lin Feng, noticing that his trembling had lessened and his breathing had started to stabilize. Lin Feng concentrated, continually wrestling with the force. At last, after a protracted and agonizing struggle, the energy began to yield to him, flowing in an orderly manner through his meridians and merging with his internal power. When the last vestige of force was fully under his command, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance igniting within them. "Master, you are unharmed. This is truly wonderful." The disciples rejoiced. Lin Feng smiled gently and said, "I am well. Although this force is powerful, with unwavering faith, we can master it." The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces radiating joy and admiration. "Now, let us hasten our departure and return the secrets of the tome to our sect," Lin Feng declared. The disciples echoed in unison, surrounding Lin Feng as they exited the chamber. Unbeknownst to them, as they left, subtle changes began to unfold within the chamber, hinting at deeper secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 37 of The Path of Return. Lin Feng and his companions embarked on their journey back to their sect, bearing the precious scriptures. Their hearts were a tumult of excitement and trepidation. They were elated to have finally acquired the texts, yet apprehensive of the myriad unknown dangers that lay ahead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. Lin Feng led the group, his expression grave, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings with caution. The disciples, too, were on high alert, their grips tightening around their weapons. However, their movements had not gone unnoticed by the nefarious forces that had long coveted the scriptures. This malevolent faction, composed of notorious rogues from the martial world, was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Upon learning that Lin Feng and his companions had obtained the scriptures, they gathered a formidable cohort of experts, laying an ambush along the path Lin Feng and his group were destined to traverse. As Lin Feng and his companions entered a secluded valley, the towering peaks loomed above, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that sent a chill through the air. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the valley's tranquility. In an instant, a horde of cloaked figures emerged from all directions, brandishing sharp blades, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. The disciples swiftly formed a protective circle around. With a fierce glare, Lin Feng retorted, "Never, you wretched scoundrels shall not lay a finger on the scriptures." With that declaration, he charged forward, his sword striking like lightning towards the assailant leader. The leader deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a swift slash. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce clash, the sound of steel ringing through the valley. The other disciples also engaged in a fierce struggle against their adversaries, the air thick with shouts and the clash of weapons. Lin Feng's swordplay was ferocious, each move infused with potent inner strength, yet the leader of the black-clad figures was no ordinary foe. His blade technique was cunning and unpredictable, resulting in a stalemate between them. At that moment, one disciple inadvertently exposed a flaw in his defense and was swiftly injured by a black-clad attacker. As Lin Feng turned to assess the situation, the leader seized the opportunity to launch a relentless assault, forcing Lin Feng to retreat repeatedly, the predicament growing increasingly dire. "Master, be careful," cried a disciple, bravely rushing forward to intercept a blow meant for Lin Feng. A tempest of fury and sorrow surged within Lin Feng as he roared, and his swordsmanship intensified, driving the leader back several paces. "Hold your ground, everyone, we shall break through." Emboldened by Lin Feng's rallying cry, the disciples unleashed their unique skills in a desperate fight against their overwhelming foes. Yet, the odds were stacked against them. The enemy was numerous and well-trained, and Lin Feng and his companions gradually found themselves ensnared in a perilous situation, their bodies marred with wounds and their stamina waning. Just as despair began to take hold, Lin Feng suddenly discerned a flaw in the enemy's formation. "Follow me," he bellowed, leading his disciples toward the weak point. After a grueling battle, they managed to break through the encirclement, carving a bloody path to freedom. "Do not let them escape. Pursue," the leader of the black-clad figures shouted, exasperated. Without a moment's pause, Lin Feng and his companions fled, racing through the valley and crossing streams, refusing to relent. Finally, as dusk descended, they glimpsed the outline of their sect in the distance. "We are almost there," one disciple exclaimed with exhilaration. Lin Feng and his companions quickened their pace toward the sanctum, yet the relentless pursuers remained hot on their heels. Just as they neared the entrance of the sect, Lin Feng halted abruptly. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off," he declared resolutely. "Master, no, we must leave together," the disciples implored in unison. "Enough of this is an order." Lin Feng bellowed. With tears in their eyes, the disciples dashed into the safety of the sect. Lin Feng turned to face the advancing foes, his gaze steely and resolute. Could he withstand the onslaught and protect the scriptures along with his disciples? Chapter 38 Sect Support. Lin Feng faced the relentless pursuit of his adversaries, standing tall with a spine as straight as an arrow, his gaze resolute and unwavering, fully prepared for a desperate struggle. The wind howled past the edges of his garments, while he gripped his sword tightly, the veins in his hands pronounced, as if the blade had fused with his very being. The enemies approached like ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with greed and murderous intent, as though they beheld victory just within their grasp. Lin Feng took a deep breath, feeling his internal energy surge wildly. He understood that this might be the most arduous battle of his life. At that critical juncture, the masters within the sect sensed the commotion outside. The sect leader, adorned in flowing white robes, swiftly led a cadre of core disciples to provide assistance, moving with the swiftness of the wind. His presence was akin to a beacon of hope, piercing through the darkness. Lin Feng, fear not, for we have arrived. The leader's voice reverberated through the air, imbued with strength and authority. With the arrival of the sect's masters, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The leader darted into the fray, his movements fluid and graceful, each strike infused with profound internal power, toppling several enemies in an instant. The other masters, unwilling to lag behind, unleashed their unique skills. Some wielded their swords with exceptional finesse, creating a flurry of blades that rendered the enemies unable to approach. Others utilized fierce fist techniques, each punch accompanied by a gust of wind that sent foes reeling. And yet others excelled in hidden weapons, their glinting projectiles striking down adversaries in rapid succession. Seeing the sect's support, Lin Feng felt a resurgence of formidable strength within him. No longer was he fighting alone. He stood backed by the unwavering support and trust of his entire sect. With a fierce roar, he charged once more into the fray, his swordplay now even more lethal, each stroke imbued with the resolve to kill. United in their efforts, the sect's masters began to drive back the malevolent forces. The once arrogant enemies now displayed expressions of terror and despair, realizing they were no longer confronted by easily vanquished foes, but rather by an immensely powerful and united force. Retreat! Quickly retreat, the leader of the black-clad assailants shouted. Sensing the dire straits they faced, however, the sect members were not inclined to let them escape easily. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the leader of the black-clad figures, pursuing him relentlessly. The enemy leader fought and retreated, his heart gripped by fear. Today shall be your demise. Lin Feng bellowed, his sword transforming into a streak of cold light, aimed directly at the throat of the black-clad leader. The leader fought desperately to defend himself, yet Lin Feng's strike was as unstoppable as a torrent. Breaking through his defenses, the blade sliced through, and blood gushed from the leader's throat as his eyes widened in disbelief and terror, before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining foes lost all will to fight, scattering in disarray. Yet, the sect members had already sealed off their escape routes, leaving none to evade capture. After a fierce pursuit, most of the enemies were either eliminated or captured. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, and though Lin Feng and his companions were utterly exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the joy and pride of victory. Thanks to everyone's support, we have triumphed, Lin Feng declared to the sect leader and the other masters. The leader smiled, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. This is the honor of our entire sect. The sacred texts must never fall into the hands of evil forces. However, just as they prepared to return to the sect, they suddenly realized that a few enemies had escaped amidst the chaos. We must be fully prepared, one master said anxiously. The leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, from this day forth, we shall bolster the sect's defenses and intensify our training to enhance our strength. The others nodded in understanding, well aware that the road ahead remained fraught. Would they be able to completely eradicate the threat posed by the evil forces and safeguard the sacred texts and the tranquility of their sect? All remained uncertain. Chapter 39 Post-War Respite. In the aftermath of the Great War, the sect found itself enveloped in a flurry of activity. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, while the sun cast a mournful light upon the ravaged battlefield, now strewn with debris. Injured disciples were swiftly attended to, and within the hastily erected medical tents, physicians toiled incessantly. The pained groans of the wounded rose and fell like a haunting symphony. Some bore wounds so severe that bone was visible, while others lay pale and unconscious, having lost too much blood. Beads of sweat dotted the foreheads of the healers, yet their hands never faltered as they skillfully bandaged and treated each casualty, striving with all their might to save every life. The members of the sect commenced the somber task of clearing the battlefield and accounting for their losses. A few disciples gathered their fallen comrades' belongings in silence, tears brimming in their eyes, for each item carried with it a fragment of memory and a deep bond of friendship. Torn weapons and tattered flags, once symbols of valor and glory, now appeared unbearably heavy. Standing atop a rise, Lin Feng and the sect leader surveyed the desolate scene before them, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The leader sighed deeply and remarked, "Though we have emerged victorious from this battle, we have paid a grievous price." Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Master, we must ensure that the sacrifices of our disciples were not in vain. We must fortify our sect, so that we are no longer susceptible to the encroachments of malevolent forces." The leader nodded, determination etched in his features. "Indeed, we must learn from this conflict and prepare ourselves thoroughly. The two then turned and entered the council hall to deliberate on how to bolster the sect's defenses. Lin Feng was the first to speak. Master, I propose we establish traps and formations around the sect to deter any easy approach by the enemy. The leader nodded slightly. That is a commendable idea, but the arrangement of formations requires the expertise of skilled practitioners. We must deliberate further. Lin Feng continued, could we not increase the number of patrols and their frequency, thereby enhancing surveillance around our territory? The leader pondered for a moment. That is indeed necessary, but we must also consider the rest and rotation of our disciples, lest they become overexhausted. The leader expressed his concerns. Having returned defeated, they will certainly not rest, they will gather more allies. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Shall we not send scouts to ascertain their movements, ensuring we are informed of both our strengths and weaknesses? Lin Feng proposed, Master, the martial mysteries within the scriptures are profound. Might we select some exceptionally gifted disciples for your personal tutelage? The leader shook his head. Such scriptures must not be revealed lightly. We must be discerning in our choices of whom to teach, lest they fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Perhaps we could assemble a few seasoned elders to study the scriptures together and develop a method. We must not rush. Just as their discussion grew fervent, a disciple hurried in with alarming news. Master, trouble arises. Several severely injured disciples are experiencing a sudden deterioration in their conditions. Upon hearing this, both the leader and Lin Feng's expression shifted, and they immediately rose to head towards the medical tents. Would they be able to navigate these pressing challenges and rejuvenate their sect, preparing to meet the trials that lay ahead? All remained uncertain. Chapter 40 The Surge of Cultivation. This announcement swept through the sect like a refreshing spring breeze, igniting a fervent excitement among the disciples, each of whom eagerly rubbed their hands together, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Even before the first rays of dawn had fully graced the sect, the training grounds were already teeming with disciples. Clad in neatly arranged training attire, they stood tall and spirited, eagerly awaiting the commencement of their practice. As the clear chime of a bell resonated, the training officially began. The disciples, organized into pre-arranged groups, embarked upon their respective cultivations. Some groups dedicated themselves to the refinement of internal energy techniques, sitting in meditative postures with eyes closed, breathing evenly as they endeavored to guide their inner strength along the meridian pathways outlined in the manual. Others practiced swordsmanship, their blades flashing like lightning as the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, each move executed with precision and intent. There were also groups delving into the mysteries of boxing techniques, their punches powerful and vigorous, exuding an aura of ferocity. The training grounds buzzed with vibrant energy and a palpable atmosphere of diligent cultivation. The youthful disciples brimmed with enthusiasm and diligence, acutely aware of the rarity of this training opportunity. Each aspired to enhance their prowess, hoping to contribute their strength to the honor of the sect and the righteousness of the martial world. However, the profound complexities of the martial arts contained within the manual proved challenging to master. Many disciples encountered obstacles during their training. Some struggled to smoothly channel their internal energy during meditation, resulting in erratic breathing and signs of potential deviation from the path. Others grappled with the exquisite techniques described in the manual, their movements appearing stiff and clumsy. Still, others wrestled with the control of their force, either exerting too much power and injuring themselves or failing to unleash the full might of their strikes. In the face of these challenges, the disciples remained undaunted, engaging in discussions and assisting one another, yet they still could not wholly resolve their difficulties. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Feng and the sect leader personally arrived at the training grounds to provide guidance. The leader, with his wealth of experience, first observed the disciples' training before offering detailed explanations tailored to each group's challenges. For those facing difficulties in internal energy cultivation, he patiently adjusted their breathing, guiding the flow of their internal force and imparting techniques for its control. For the disciples struggling with sword and boxing techniques, he demonstrated each movement, meticulously breaking down the key elements and principles involved. Lin Feng, assisting the leader, resonated with the disciples due to their similar ages, allowing him to better understand their confusions and struggles. He used accessible language to elucidate the esoteric theories within the manual, sharing his own experiences and lessons learned during his cultivation journey, enabling the disciples to grasp concepts more swiftly. Under the personal guidance of Lin Feng and the leader, the disciples gradually discovered the correct methods for cultivation, overcoming the challenges they had previously faced. Their progress became markedly evident, and their confidence grew stronger. Yet, just as they began to thrive, a new dilemma arose. Due to the intensity of their training, some disciples began to experience fatigue and injuries. This predicament prompted Lin Feng and the leader to ponder anew. How could they ensure the effectiveness of the training without compromising the disciples' health? Would they be able to devise a perfect solution that allowed the disciples to navigate their path of cultivation smoothly? All remained uncertain. Chapter 41 Breaking through the bottleneck. Under the meticulous guidance of Lin Feng and the sect leader, the disciples managed to resolve some of their difficulties. However, a number of them remained ensnared at the impasse of their cultivation, unable to make any significant progress. This intangible barrier loomed like an insurmountable wall, obstructing their path and enveloping them in profound frustration and confusion. Among them, a disciple named Xiaofeng felt particularly anxious and helpless. Xiaofeng was diligent and hardworking, possessing an immense passion and innate talent for martial arts, yet, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to seamlessly integrate a particular set of boxing techniques. Each time he practiced, he faltered on several crucial moves, and his internal energy failed to achieve the precision and fluidity demanded by the technique. As he observed his fellow disciples steadily making progress, Xiaofeng's heart grew increasingly heavy with the weight of his stagnation, leading him to doubt his own abilities and even contemplate giving up. Lin Feng, keenly aware of Xiaofeng's predicament, recognized him as a disciple with great potential who had merely lost his way for the moment. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to devise a tailored training plan to assist him in breaking through the bottleneck. On a tranquil night, Lin Feng summoned Xiaofeng to a secluded courtyard. The moonlight cascaded down like liquid silver, illuminating the two figures. Xiaofeng, I know you have been troubled lately, but do not lose heart. This bottleneck is but a temporary phase. Lin Feng spoke gently. Xiaofeng, lowering his head, replied with a hint of despondency, Senior brother Lin, am I too foolish? Why is it that others can make progress, yet I remain stagnant? Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on it. Rather, you are too eager for immediate results. This set of boxing techniques emphasizes the harmony of heart and intention, the unity of intention and energy, and the convergence of energy and strength. You are overly focused on the superficial aspects of the moves and neglecting the inner essence. Xiaofeng looked up, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Senior brother Lin, what should I do then? Lin Feng smiled softly. From tomorrow onwards, you shall meditate at the mountain peak for an hour each morning, attuning yourself to the breath of nature and calming your heart. Afterward, I will accompany you to practice the fundamental movements of this boxing technique anew, ensuring that each motion is imbued with intent. Do not chase speed, but rather seek quality. Xiaofeng nodded, a flicker of hope reigniting in his eyes. In the days that followed, he adhered strictly to Lin Feng's plan. Each morning, he ascended the mountain alone, facing the rising sun, inhaling the crisp air, and allowing his mind to settle into tranquility and focus. During the day, Lin Feng patiently guided Xiaofeng through the practice of the boxing techniques, meticulously correcting each of his movements, postures, and even expressions. Lin Feng encouraged Xiaofeng to envision his fists carrying immense power capable of shattering all obstacles at the moment of striking, and to imagine himself as a leaf dancing in the wind during his foot. Gradually, Xiaofeng began to grasp the essence of the boxing technique, his movements grew increasingly fluid, and his control over internal energy became more adept. Yet, just as he believed he was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck, he encountered a new challenge. During one practice session, Xiaofeng felt his internal energy surging uncontrollably within him, rendering his body rigid. He looked at Lin Feng in panic. Lin Feng, unfazed, calmly instructed, Xiaofeng, do not be afraid. This is a precursor to your breakthrough. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and guide your internal energy with intent. Following Lin Feng's guidance, Xiaofeng endeavored to calm himself, attempting to channel the erratic flow of his internal energy. Seconds turned into minutes, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, the tumultuous energy began to stabilize, circulating within him along the correct meridian pathways. Xiaofeng opened his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment and exhilaration. Senior brother Lin, I believe I have succeeded. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, Xiaofeng, you have taken a crucial step forward, but do not relax just yet. Continue to solidify and practice. With Lin Feng's assistance, Xiaofeng ultimately transcended his bottleneck, achieving a qualitative leap in his boxing technique. Witnessing Xiaofeng's success, the other disciples who had encountered similar obstacles were greatly inspired, intensifying their own efforts to seek breakthroughs. The atmosphere of cultivation within the sect grew increasingly fervent. Would they be able to exhibit formidable strength in the challenges that lay ahead? Chapter 41 Breaking through the bottleneck. Under the meticulous guidance of Lin Feng and the However, a few remained ensnared in the clutches of a formidable bottleneck, unable to advance. This intangible barrier loomed like an impenetrable wall, obstructing their paths and leaving them in a state of profound frustration. Among them, a disciple named Xiaofeng felt particularly anxious and helpless. Xiaofeng was diligent and hardworking, possessing an immense passion and innate talent for martial arts, yet, despite his relentless efforts, he could not master the intricacies of a particular set of fists. Each practice session, he faltered at crucial movements, and his application of inner energy failed to achieve the precision and fluidity demanded by the forms. His heart was heavy with anxiety as he observed his peers making steady progress while he remained stagnant, the pressure mounting within him. Doubts about his abilities began to creep in, and he even entertained thoughts of surrender. Lin Feng, ever perceptive, recognized Xiao Feng's predicament. He understood that Xiao Feng was a disciple of great potential, merely momentarily lost. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to devise a tailored training plan to assist him in overcoming this hurdle. On a tranquil night, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Feng to a secluded courtyard. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the two figures. Xiao Feng, Lin Feng began gently, I am aware of your recent troubles, but do not despair, this bottleneck is but temporary. Xiao Feng, head bowed and voice tinged with despondency, responded, Senior Brother Lin, am I too foolish? Why is it that others can progress while I cannot? Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xiao Feng, you are not foolish, rather, you are too eager for immediate results. This set of techniques emphasizes the harmony of heart and intention and energy and strength. You are overly fixated on the superficial aspects of the movements, neglecting their intrinsic essence. Xiao Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Senior Brother Lin, what should I do then? With a gentle smile, Lin Feng replied, starting tomorrow, each morning, go to the mountain peak and meditate for an hour, attuning yourself to the breath of nature, allowing your heart to find tranquility. Thereafter, I shall accompany you in revisiting the fundamental movements of this technique, ensuring that each action is imbued with mindfulness. Do not chase speed, instead, seek quality. Xiao Feng nodded, a flicker of hope rekindled in his eyes. In the days that followed, he adhered strictly to Lin Feng's regimen. Each dawn, he would sit alone atop the mountain, facing the rising sun, inhaling the crisp air, allowing his inner self to become calm and focused. Throughout the day, Lin Feng patiently guided Xiao Feng in practicing the techniques. He meticulously corrected every action, posture, and even the slightest expression. Lin Feng prompted Xiao Feng to envision his fists imbued with immense force capable of shattering all barriers. With every step, to imagine himself as a leaf dancing in the wind, light and agile. Gradually, Xiao Feng began to grasp the essence of the techniques, his movements became increasingly fluid, and his application of inner energy more adept. Yet, just as he believed he was on the cusp of breaking through the bottleneck, he encountered a new challenge. During one practice session, Xiao Feng suddenly felt his inner energy swirling chaotically within him, uncontrollable, rendering his body rigid. In a state of panic, he looked to Lin Feng for guidance. Unfazed, Lin Feng calmly instructed, Xiao Feng, do not fear, this is a precursor to your breakthrough. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and guide your inner energy with intention. Following Lin Feng's advice, Xiao Feng endeavored to calm himself, attempting to direct the turbulent energy. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, the energy began to stabilize, circulating through his body along the correct meridian pathways. Xiao Feng opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and excitement. Senior Brother Lin, I believe I have succeeded. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Feng, you have taken a pivotal step, but do not relax, continue to solidify and practice. With Lin Feng's support, Xiao Feng finally shattered his bottleneck, achieving a qualitative leap in his technique. Observing Xiao Feng's triumph, the other disciples who faced similar obstacles were greatly encouraged, intensifying their efforts in pursuit of their own breakthroughs. The atmosphere of cultivation within the sect grew increasingly fervent. Would they be able to showcase formidable strength in the challenges that lay ahead? Chapter 42 of The Return of External Foes. As the disciples diligently honed their skills and steadily increased their prowess, the malevolent force from before, having regrouped, surged forth once more, this time with an even greater magnitude. The once tranquil sky was shrouded in billowing clouds of dust, and the distant sound of thundering hooves and battle cries echoed ominously, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The alarm bells of the sect rang out urgently, their clamor reverberating through the valley, shattering the serenity of the past. Upon hearing the alarm, the disciples promptly ceased their training, their expressions grave and resolute as they grasped their weapons, swiftly entering a state of readiness for battle. Standing atop the sect's ramparts, Lin Feng gazed into the distance at the approaching enemy, his countenance somber, his eyes swept over the dense throng of dark figures, silently calculating their numbers and strength. The disciples beside him braced themselves, their eyes betraying a mix of tension and determination. Do not panic, proceed according to our prior arrangements. Lin Feng bellowed, his voice steady and powerful, striving to steady the spirits of the gathered crowd. The disciples responded in unison, their voices resounding through the air. At this moment, the sect leader ascended the ramparts, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Lin Feng, I entrust the command to you this time. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, sect leader, I shall not fail in my duty. The enemy drew ever closer, their banners snapping in the wind, their menacing visages becoming increasingly discernible. Leading them was a towering figure on a black steed, wielding a massive battle axe, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for bloodshed. Lin Feng, today marks the end of your sect, the giant roared. Lin Feng scoffed coldly. As long as I stand, you shall not set foot within our sect. With that, Lin Feng commanded, archers, prepare. The archers atop the walls drew their bowstrings taut, aiming at the foes below. Loose. With Lin, a chorus of screams erupted from their ranks as many fell, struck down by the onslaught, yet, they did not falter. Instead, they surged forward with renewed ferocity towards the walls. Remaining unperturbed, Lin Feng continued to orchestrate the battle. Catapults, ready. Enormous boulders were hurled into the fray, exploding amidst the enemy ranks, sending carnage scattering in all directions. However, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. As those in the front fell, others swiftly filled their places. They raised scaling ladders, beginning their ascent up the walls. Brothers, follow me into battle. Lin Feng shouted, leading the charge. The disciples followed suit, engaging in fierce close-quarter combat. Blades clashed, and blood spattered. Lin Feng's swordplay was ferociously sharp, each strike claiming an enemy life, yet, the relentless tide of foes continued to surge forth, and the situation grew increasingly dire. At that moment, several formidable adversaries leaped forth from the enemy ranks, launching themselves at Lin Feng. Undaunted, he engaged them in a desperate struggle, yet, these foes were exceptionally strong, and Lin Feng gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Feng, be careful. Filled with rage and sorrow, Lin Feng let out an anguished roar, his swordplay suddenly intensifying, swiftly dispatching one of the enemy's elite fighters. The other disciples fought with equal fervor, refusing to allow the enemy to advance further. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of slaughter, both sides locked in a fierce stalemate. Observing the fallen disciples, Lin Feng silently vowed to protect the sect and its sacred texts, even at the cost of his own life. In this moment of life and death, would the sect's members withstand the external onslaught? What sacrifices would they inevitably have to make? Chapter 43 of the Life and Death Showdown. The battle intensified, the clamor of war cries ringing deafeningly in the air as both sides plunged into a desperate struggle for survival. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of blood, evoking a near-overwhelming sense of nausea. Among the throng, Lin Feng maneuvered deftly, his sword having quenched its thirst in the lifeblood of countless foes, his garments stained crimson with both enemy and his own blood. His gaze was resolute and fierce, each swing of his blade imbued with lethal determination. Yet, the protracted combat began to take its toll on his stamina. In a moment of carelessness, he was pierced in the left arm by an enemy's spear. A sharp pain surged through him, but gritting his teeth, he let out a furious roar and retaliated with a swift strike, dispatching his assailant. The disciples of the sect suffered heavy casualties, yet not a single one faltered. In their eyes burned an indomitable flame, pledging to stand with their sect unto death. Some warriors, grievously injured, clung tenaciously to their weapons, leaning against walls to continue the fight. Others lay in pools of blood, expending their last ounce of strength to launch hidden weapons at the enemy. In their final moments of the battlefield was a chaotic tableau of flashing blades and flying limbs, blood and flesh scattered in disarray. While Lin Feng fought valiantly against the adversaries, he also surveyed the battlefield. He observed the relentless tide of enemies surging forth, anxiety gnawing at his heart, yet he understood that panic was not an option. Maintaining composure was paramount to devising a strategy to turn the tide. In that moment, Lin Feng astutely detected a flaw in the enemy's formation. The ferocity of their assault had caused a ripple of disarray at their rear, a disconnection between some of their forces and the main body. A spark ignited within him. This might be the pivotal opportunity to sway the battle's outcome. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain, and shouted, "Brothers, charge with me, there is a gap in the enemy's rear." Upon hearing Lin Feng's rallying cry, the disciples were invigorated, swiftly gathering at his side. Lin Feng led the charge, his sword dancing like a tempest, felling foes with each stroke. The disciples followed closely, their spirits soaring, and the air was filled with the thunderous sound of battle. Caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, the once tightly knit enemy formation began to unravel. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng guided his disciples through the enemy ranks, as if traversing an unguarded realm. "Do not falter. Steady the formation," the enemy leader bellowed, but it was too late to halt the deterioration of their position. Witnessing the panic and disorder among the adversaries, Lin Feng's conviction in victory only strengthened. He continually urged his disciples, "Push harder, victory is within our grasp." Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples grew bolder, the enemy's defenses crumbling gradually, yet Lin Feng remained undaunted by the fleeting triumph. He recognized that although the enemy was in retreat, they still possessed the capacity to fight. If they were not entirely eradicated, a regrouping could pose a greater threat. Leave no enemy unaccounted for. Annihilate them completely. Lin Feng commanded vehemently. The disciples rallied to his call, pursuing the fleeing enemies with relentless vigor. After a fierce chase, most of the adversaries were either vanquished or captured. Gradually, the battlefield fell into a hushed stillness, save for the groans of the wounded and the labored breaths of the weary. Lin Feng gazed upon the sea of fallen bodies and the exhausted disciples, his heart awash with myriad emotions. This had been a Pyrrhic victory, yet they had successfully defended their sect and safeguarded their sacred texts. You have all labored tirelessly, we have emerged victorious. Lin Feng's voice, hoarse yet filled with elation, rang out. The disciples erupted in cheer, embracing one another and weeping for the hard-won victory. However, they understood that the road ahead was still long, with more challenges awaiting them. Yet this moment of triumph belonged to them, as they had defended the dignity and honor of their sect with their blood and lives. Chapter 44 of The Mysterious Visitor. The sect to which Lin Feng belonged had recently enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, this day, the arrival of a mysterious visitor shattered this peace. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the courtyard of the sect, with disciples. Suddenly, the calm was disrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the gate. Go see who it is, Lin Feng instructed one of the disciples. Shortly thereafter, the disciple returned, escorting a stranger into their midst. Clad in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, the visitor's visage remained obscured, emanating an aura of enigma. Who might you be? Lin Feng inquired, stepping forward. The mysterious visitor remained silent, slowly lifting their head to reveal a pair of profound eyes. I have come to deliver a crucial message to you. The visitor's voice was low and gravelly. Lin Feng's heart tightened, urging the visitor to continue. Recently, a grand conspiracy is brewing within the martial world, and your sect has been entangled within it. The visitor's words left the assembled crowd in stunned silence. What conspiracy? Could you elaborate? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The visitors shook their head slightly. The specifics elude me, yet I sense a dark force drawing near. You must prepare yourselves. With that, the mysterious figure turned to depart. Lin Feng quickly interjected, since you have brought such significant news, why not linger a moment longer to clarify the matter? The visitor gently pushed Lin Feng's hand aside. All I can share is this. The rest you must uncover for yourselves. Remember, be cautious. With those words, the visitor vanished from sight in a blink. Lin Feng fell into contemplation, the visitor's words stirring a sense of unease within him. Brother Lin, do you believe the claims of this mysterious... Lin Feng surveyed the group. Regardless of their veracity, we must not let our guard down. Effective immediately, bolster the sect's defenses and dispatch disciples to gather intelligence. Lin Feng found himself continuously reflecting on the visitor's message, striving to unearth any hidden clues. One night, while Lin Feng was alone in his study, scrutinizing the various power dynamics within the martial realm, he was startled by a faint noise outside the window. Alert, he rose and stealthily approached the window, only to find the space devoid of any presence. Could I have imagined it? Lin Feng pondered in confusion. Just as he prepared to turn back, a shadow leaped down from the rooftop, landing before him. It became clear that the visitor had once been a member of a nefarious organization, who had fled upon discovering its sinister intentions. This organization was plotting to target Lin Feng's sect, along with other righteous factions, in a bid for dominance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart ignited with fury. They shall not succeed. The visitor continued, this organization is formidable, you must exercise extreme caution in your approach to I will assist you from the shadows. With that, Lin Feng understood with clarity that an immense crisis loomed on the horizon, and they must prepare thoroughly to face this impending challenge. Chapter 45. The first shadow of the enemy. As doubts lingered regarding the identity and intentions of the mysterious visitor, unusual signs began to manifest outside the sect. The surrounding villages were repeatedly besieged by unidentified individuals, plunging the once tranquil and harmonious communities into a state of panic and disarray. Livestock vanished without a trace, crops were trampled into disarray, and the villagers were engulfed in fear, unable to find solace in sleep. Additionally, several disciples dispatched on missions had inexplicably disappeared, leaving no clues behind. This series of unsettling events instilled a palpable sense of invisible pressure and threat throughout the sect. Upon learning of these developments, Lin Feng volunteered to lead. Clad in light attire and armed with weapons, their eyes brimmed with vigilance and resolve. As they traversed the surroundings, Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the environment, leaving no stone unturned. They first arrived at a village that had suffered severe disturbance. Lin Feng approached an elder and inquired, "Kind sir, might you share when these disturbances began and who was responsible for them?" The elder, trembling, replied, "Approximately half a month ago, a group of men clad in black suddenly appeared. Without a word, they began to seize our possessions and injured numerous villagers. We were utterly powerless to resist." Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng pressed on, "Did you manage to discern their faces?" Yet their agility and coordinated movements suggested they were not mere common bandits. Lin Feng pondered internally, recognizing that these individuals exhibited signs of organization and premeditation. After offering words of comfort to the elder, he and his disciples continued on their path. During their pursuit of leads, Lin Feng and his companions grew increasingly cautious. They navigated through the woods, the only sounds accompanying them being the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the rhythm of their footsteps. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an unusual presence and immediately signaled for his disciples to halt. "Be wary, something is amiss," he whispered urgently. No sooner had the words left his lips than a volley of hidden arrows shot forth from the surrounding trees. Lin Feng and the others swiftly evaded, wielding their weapons to deflect the incoming projectiles. "Back to back, remain calm," Lin Feng bellowed. However, the enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood exposed, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Disciples were continuously injured, their garments stained with blood. Lin Feng, filled with urgency, realized that this situation could not persist. He surveyed the terrain and noticed a cave not far off. The disciples fought as they withdrew, ultimately finding refuge within the cave. The assailants temporarily ceased their assault but remained encircled outside, their gazes predatory. "Brother Lin, what shall we do now?" one disciple asked. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before responding, "First, tend to your wounds and regain your strength. The enemy will not dare to venture inside easily. We shall await the opportune moment to break free." At that juncture, Lin Feng's heart tightened. Could there be danger lurking within the cave as well? He gestured for his disciples to remain silent and cautiously advanced toward the source of the noise. As he drew closer, the sound became increasingly distinct, heavy breathing and the sound of claws scraping against the ground. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, a colossal beast lunged forth from the darkness, its massive form, sharp fangs, and eyes gleaming with malevolence startled Lin Feng momentarily, yet the beast nimbly dodged the attack and lunged toward Lin Feng with its gaping maw. Lin Feng sidestepped, slashing the beast as it passed. The creature, wounded, became frenzied in its assault. Hearing the commotion, the other disciples rushed in, gasping at the sight of the monstrous foe. "Everyone, together!" Lin Feng commanded. The disciples unleashed their martial prowess, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beast. After a grueling battle, they finally subdued the creature. "Finally, we have dealt with this nuisance," Lin Feng gasped, yet before they could catch their breath, the attackers outside resumed their onslaught. "Prepare to break through," Lin Feng shouted. They burst forth from the cave, engaging in a final, desperate clash with their foes. Lin Feng led the charge, his swordplay fierce, while the disciples displayed valor and tenacity in their fight against the enemy. After an intense confrontation, they managed to break free from the encirclement, albeit at a grievous cost, with many disciples having perished. Gazing at the remaining disciples, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with sorrow and fury. "We must uncover the puppet master behind this and avenge our fallen brothers," he declared. They pressed onward, encountering various traps and ambushes along the way, yet Lin Feng and his companions did not falter, resolutely pursuing the truth. Would they succeed in unearthing the reality behind this perilous crisis? All remain shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 46. Clues emerge. After evading the relentless pursuit of their adversaries, Lin Feng and his companions continued their exploration of the surrounding area. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon an abandoned temple. The temple appeared to have been long forsaken, with its walls weathered and crumbling, doors and windows in disrepair, and overgrown with weeds, exuding an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. With utmost caution, Lin Feng stepped into the temple, where a musty, decaying odor assailed his senses. The interior was shrouded in dim light, dust particles dancing in the faint beams filtering through the windows. "Be careful, everyone," Lin Feng whispered. The disciples dispersed, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the temple. Suddenly, one disciple uncovered a stone slab adorned with peculiar symbols beneath a toppled statue. "Brother Lin, take a look at this," the disciple called out. Lin Feng hurried over, studying the symbols on the slab, lost in contemplation. The shapes were extraordinary and the lines contorted, unlike anything he had ever encountered, yet his instincts suggested a connection to the recent string of events. Just then, a faint rustling echoed from outside the temple. Lin Feng, alert, gestured for his disciples to remain silent, then stealthily approached the entrance. Peering through the crack in the door, he observed several shadowy figures lingering outside. It seems we have stumbled upon a pivotal location, attracting the attention of our foes, Lin Feng murmured. He resolved to remain undetected for the moment, aiming to discern the intentions of these shadows. They appeared to be engaged in hushed discussion, their voices too low for Lin Feng to decipher. After a brief interval, they quietly departed. Let us follow them and ascertain their destination, Lin Feng instructed, leading his disciples carefully in pursuit of the enigmatic figures. They maintained a prudent distance, ensuring that they remained unnoticed. The shadows navigated through the forest with light and swift footsteps. Lin Feng and his companions trailed closely, exercising utmost vigilance. The dense foliage posed significant challenges to their pursuit, yet Lin Feng, with his exceptional tracking skills and keen intuition, managed to keep them in sight. Eventually, the shadows arrived at a hidden estate deep within the valley, surrounded by towering walls. The entrance was guarded, exuding an air of formidable security. Lin Feng instructed his disciples to conceal themselves nearby while he approached the estate. Utilizing the surrounding trees and underbrush for cover, he gradually neared the wall. At that moment, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack. "Who goes there?" a voice called out from within the estate. Realizing his cover was blown, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and leapt over the wall. His disciples followed suit, engaging in a fierce battle with the guards inside the estate. The guards, trained and quick to react, drew their weapons to confront the intruders. Lin Feng moved like lightning, his sword slicing through the air, swiftly dispatching several guards. His disciples, equally resolute, fought valiantly against their adversaries. Amidst the chaos, Lin Feng noticed numerous rooms within the estate, some with tightly shut doors and others emitting strange sounds. He understood that vital secrets were undoubtedly concealed within. "Everyone, be cautious, do not overlook a single room," Lin Feng commanded. One disciple kicked open a door, revealing a chamber filled with an array of bizarre instruments. Lin Feng stepped inside, scrutinizing the objects. He discovered that some instruments bore the same symbols as those on the slab. "It appears we have indeed arrived at the right place," Lin Feng declared. At that moment, a group of figures clad in black burst forth from another room, brandishing sharp blades and charging at Lin Feng and his companions. They fought back fiercely, engaging in a tumultuous clash with the assailants. The estate was engulfed in a whirlwind of blades and shouts, a cacophony of battle. After a grueling struggle, Lin Feng and his comrades ultimately triumphed over the black-clad adversaries. They resumed their search of the estate, hoping to uncover further clues. In a study, Lin Feng discovered a weathered diary. He opened it to find entries detailing the plans and activities of a mysterious organization. It became clear that they had been conducting a terrifying experiment, aiming to exert control over the Lin Feng seethed with indignation. Just as they prepared to leave the estate with their findings, a deep, ominous horn sounded. "This is bad, more enemies may be on the way." Lin Feng's expression darkened. Would they manage to escape the estate with the crucial clues and unravel the sinister conspiracy lurking beneath? Chapter 47. A difficult escape. Lin Feng and his companions realized that more adversaries were approaching. They understood that confronting such overwhelming odds while bearing crucial clues was not a viable strategy. Their immediate priority was to flee the estate with utmost urgency. "Do not linger in battle. Swiftly seek an exit," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve amidst the cacophony of fierce combat, instilling a sense of calm in his panicked disciples. The disciples rallied in response, fending off the enemy's assaults while desperately searching for an escape route. At that moment, the number of foes within the estate swelled, encircling Lin Feng and his group from all sides. The clash of blades and the cacophony of battle cries filled the air. "Brother Lin, this way is blocked," one disciple Lin Feng's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His gaze darted around, his mind racing to devise a means of escape. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a section of his figure moved like a wraith, his sword weaving through enemies as he carved a path of bloodshed. The adversaries pursued relentlessly, launching continuous attacks. Arrows rained down, and as Lin Feng and his disciples dodged, at last, they reached the wall's edge, where Lin Feng turned to fiercely dispatch several advancing foes. "Quickly, scale the wall," he urged, urgency lacing his tone. One by one, the disciples leapt over the wall, and Lin Feng, bringing up the rear, successfully. However, the enemy refused to relent in their pursuit. Their footfalls and shouts echoed through the forest. Lin Feng and his companions fled desperately through the woods, branches and thorns lacerating their skin, but they paid no heed to the pain, their minds focused solely on one thought. Escape. "This method is unsustainable, we must scatter to draw the enemy away," Lin Feng declared, his breath rapid yet his gaze resolute. Without hesitation, the disciples divided into several groups. Lin Feng, accompanied by a few of the more skilled disciples, deliberately left a conspicuous trail to divert most of the enemy's attention. They darted through the woods, skillfully maneuvering through the terrain to evade capture. Lin Feng led his disciples into a small stream, attempting to mask their tracks, yet the enemy remained relentless, cold arrows occasionally whizzing past them. "Be cautious," Lin Feng warned his disciples. They scaled a steep slope, hiding behind a massive boulder to observe the movements of their pursuers. The enemy's search party scoured the forest, drawing ever closer to their hiding spot. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, prepared to engage in a desperate fight at any moment. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves and muffling their breaths. The enemy's search party passed by without detecting them. With a collective sigh of relief, Lin Feng and his companions cautiously continued forward. After a harrowing chase, they finally eluded their pursuers. "Let us find a secure place to hide," Lin Feng panted. Catching his breath, they discovered a concealed cave in the woods, its entrance cloaked by dense foliage, making it difficult to spot. The disciples entered the cave one after another, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. "Brother Lin, what shall we do next?" one disciple inquired, weariness and confusion evident in his voice. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "We shall first regroup with the other disciples and deliberate on our next steps. These clues are of paramount importance, and we must safeguard them." Though they had temporarily evaded danger, the question of whether the clues in their possession would unveil the underlying conspiracy loomed large. Chapter 48, The Secret Conspiracy. After enduring numerous crises, Lin Feng and his companions returned to their sect. However, they found no respite. Instead, they immediately immersed themselves in contemplating their subsequent actions. In Lin Feng's chamber, he sat in the company of several core disciples, the flickering candlelight illuminating their grave expressions. The atmosphere within the room was thick with tension and solemnity, each individual's demeanor reflecting an extraordinary weight. "This adversary is more formidable and cunning than we anticipated," Lin Feng remarked slowly, a hint of concern lacing his voice. His gaze swept across each disciple present, his eyes brimming with apprehension for the future and a deep sense of responsibility for the sect. "Senior Brother Lin, what shall we do next?" one disciple inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "We can no longer passively endure assaults as we did before. We must take the initiative. However, we must be strategic. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. Indiscriminate actions will only ensnare us in an even more perilous predicament." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing like a clarion call in the hearts of those gathered. "Take the initiative?" "Yet our understanding of the enemy remains quite limited," another disciple expressed his trepidation, his brow furrowed as his grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. Unconsciously, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. "Thus, we must first conduct covert investigations to ascertain the enemy's true nature and uncover their vulnerabilities. Only then can we devise an effective counter-strategy that delivers a decisive blow." His gaze was resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. The others nodded in agreement. One disciple ventured, "Senior Brother Lin, from which aspects should we specifically commence our efforts?" "Secondly, we should utilize various channels to gather intelligence, including interactions with other sects and individuals from the martial world. Additionally, we can strive to identify further connections and clues from the leads we have uncovered." "Then, who should we designate for these tasks?" another disciple inquired. Lin Feng's gaze traversed the group, already forming preliminary selections in his mind. "Xiao Liuzi, your agility is commendable, and you excel at concealing your presence. You shall be responsible for surveilling the surroundings. Danielle, though you possess a simple and honest demeanor, your thoughts are methodical. You will engage with other sects and martial practitioners to collect intelligence. And Shaoli, your keen intellect and analytical skills make you the ideal partner to it. It is imperative that you do not reveal your identities. Should you make any discoveries, return immediately to report," Lin Feng instructed earnestly. In unison, they responded, "Yes, Senior Brother Lin." However, just as they prepared to act, dissonant voices began to emerge within the sect. "Lin Feng and his companions are far too reckless. Their actions may bring greater calamity upon the sect," some whispered in hushed tones. "Indeed, they should have consulted the sect leader before making such decisions," another voice echoed in agreement. Though Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing these remarks, he understood that this was not the time for explanations. Only through concrete actions could they demonstrate the validity of their choices. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his disciples, "Pay no heed to these idle murmurs. Let us remain focused on our mission, trusting that we shall ultimately prevail." He devoted countless hours and energy each day to analyzing various pieces of intelligence and leads, often toiling late into the night. Xiao Liuzi narrowly escaped discovery by the enemy several times during his surveillance, but through his exceptional agility, Danielle faced numerous challenges and obstacles while engaging with other sects and martial figures, yet through sincerity and patience, he gradually earned the trust of some, acquiring valuable intelligence. Meanwhile, Shaoli collaborated with Lin Feng, meticulously examining the intricate clues in hopes of uncovering hidden secrets. Yet, just then, their plans encountered an unforeseen turn of events. One night, Xiao Liuzi hurried back, bearing injuries. "Senior, I was discovered by the enemy. They seem to have sensed our movements and bolstered their defenses, Xiao Liuzi gasped. Breathless, Lin Feng's countenance grew increasingly grave. He recognized that the challenges before them had become even more formidable. Chapter 49. A crisis escalation. Upon receiving the disheartening news brought by Xiao Liuzi, Lin Feng and his companions felt an increasing weight of despair. The atmosphere in the room seemed to crystallize, oppressive to the point of being suffocating. It became apparent that the enemy had grown wary. We must recalibrate our strategy. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he paced the room, his steps heavy and hurried, each stride betraying his inner turmoil. The other disciples wore expressions of concern. The already challenging situation had now become even more dire. One disciple could no longer contain his anxiety and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, what shall we do? Our operations have yet to commence, and already we are detected by the enemy. The road ahead may prove even more arduous." Lin Feng halted, his gaze resolute as he addressed the group. "Everyone, remain calm. Though the enemy has taken notice, we are not without recourse. As long as we stand united and adapt to the circumstances, we shall undoubtedly find a way to turn the shrill sound shattered the brief tranquility, causing hearts to race. Lin Feng promptly led the disciples to the scene, where a throng of cloaked assailants surged forth like a relentless tide, their demeanor fierce and menacing. He was the first to draw his sword, its blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. Instantly, both sides plunged into a fierce melee, the clash of blades ringing out amidst the cacophony of shouts. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was astoundingly fierce. With each strike, he unleashed a formidable force, causing enemies to fall before him like autumn leaves. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, seemingly inexhaustible. "This cannot. We must break through!" Lin Feng shouted to his disciples as he fought valiantly. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet his eyes remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat. The disciples closely followed Lin Feng, striving to breach the encirclement. However, the enemy's grip tightened, forming an impenetrable barrier akin to an iron drum. In this moment of peril, reinforcements from the sect arrived, crashing into the enemy ranks like a powerful flood, instantly disrupting their formation. "We cannot let the enemy escape." Lin Feng seized the opportunity to counterattack, leading his comrades in a fierce retaliation. His sword moved with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, its ferocity causing foes to scatter in disarray. After a grueling struggle, the enemy began to retreat, ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of devastation and corpses. Yet, the sect had suffered considerable losses, numerous buildings lay in ruins, and many disciples were injured. "This was merely a probing attack, more severe assaults are likely to follow," Lin Feng remarked, surveying the chaos with a heavy heart. His voice, tinged with fatigue, was overshadowed by an apprehensive concern for the future. "What shall we do now, Brother Lin?" a disciple inquired, his body marred by wounds, blood staining his garments, yet his eyes still radiated trust and hope in Lin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "We must fortify the sect's defenses, setting traps and obstacles at critical points. Simultaneously, we will continue to monitor the enemy's movements and discern their next course of action. We must be thoroughly prepared before they strike again. We cannot allow them to succeed." The group nodded in agreement, each taking their leave to fulfill their duties. Lin Feng watched them depart, silently vowing to safeguard the sect's security and dignity, regardless of the cost. However, just as they diligently prepared their defenses, another piece of grim news arrived. A disciple rushed in, breathless and agitated, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, it is dire. Our granary has been set up." This was indeed a further blow, yet, he knew that in this moment, he must remain composed and confront the situation with a clear mind. Chapter 49. A crisis escalation. Upon hearing the dire news brought by Xiao Liuzi, Lin Feng and his companions felt the atmosphere in the room seemed to congeal, stifling and oppressive, leaving them breathless. It appeared that the enemy had become vigilant. "We must recalibrate our strategy." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pacing the confines of the chamber. His steps were heavy and hurried, each stride betraying the turmoil within. The other disciples wore expressions of concern. The already challenging situation had now become even more dire. One disciple could. "Our plans have yet to unfold, yet the enemy has already detected our movements. The path ahead will surely be fraught with difficulties." Lin Feng halted his pacing, his gaze resolute as he addressed the group. "Do not panic, everyone. Though the enemy may be aware of our presence, we are not devoid of options. As long as we remain united and adaptable, we shall surely uncover a way to turn the tide." Just as they were deliberating their course of action, the sharp wail of the alarm shattered the brief tranquility, quickening their heartbeats. Lin Feng immediately led his disciples to the scene, where a throng of dark-clad figures surged forth like a tidal wave, their demeanor fierce and menacing. Each adversary wielded a sharp blade, their eyes glinting with malice and determination. "Be cautious!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice brimming with strength and valor. He drew his sword and charged into the fray, the blade gleamed. In an instant, both sides were engulfed in a fierce battle, the clash of swords and the cacophony of battle cries ringing in their ears. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was unparalleled, each swing was infused with formidable inner strength, toppling foes with each gust of. Yet, the enemy was numerous, ceaselessly pouring in like an inexhaustible tide. This cannot continue, we must break through. Lin Feng shouted to his disciples amidst the chaos of combat. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The disciples closely followed Lin Feng, striding to pierce through the encirclement of foes. However, the constricting ring of adversaries tightened around them, resembling an iron barrel that ensnared them tightly. In the nick of time, reinforcements from the sect arrived, surging into the enemy ranks like a powerful flood, instantly disrupting their formation. Do not let the enemy escape. Seizing the moment, his sword surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, its might overwhelming, causing foes to scatter in disarray. After a grueling struggle, the enemy finally began to retreat, withdrawing like a receding tide, leaving. Yet, the sect had also suffered considerable losses, numerous structures lay in ruins, and many disciples bore wounds. This was merely a probing attack from the enemy. We can only anticipate more ferocious assaults to come, Lin Feng remarked gravely, surveying the wreckage. His voice, tinged with fatigue, was overshadowed by a deeper concern for the future. What shall we do, senior brother Lin? A disciple inquired, his body marred with injuries, blood staining his garments, yet his eyes radiated unwavering trust and hope in Lin Feng. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, we must fortify our defenses, setting traps and obstacles at critical junctures. Simultaneously, we shall continue to monitor the enemy's movements to ascertain their next plans. We must be thoroughly prepared before they mount another assault, we cannot allow them to succeed. The group nodded in agreement, each taking their leave to fulfill their duties. Lin Feng gazed at their departing figures, silently vowing to protect the safety and dignity of the sect. However, just as they busied themselves with preparations, yet another piece of grim news arrived. A disciple rushed in, breathless, and proclaimed, Senior brother Lin, it's dire, our granary has been set ablaze by the enemy, and we are facing a shortage of supplies. This was undoubtedly a further blow to their plight, yet, he knew that in this moment, he must remain composed and respond with clarity. Chapter 49 A crisis escalation. Upon hearing the grim tidings brought forth by Xiao Liuzi, Lin Feng and his companions felt an overwhelming heaviness settle upon their hearts. The atmosphere within the room felt as though it had congealed, oppressive to the point of rendering one breathless. It was evident that the adversary had grown vigilant. Thus, we must recalibrate our strategy. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pacing the confines of the room. His steps were heavy and urgent, each stride betraying his inner turmoil. The other disciples wore expressions of concern. The already arduous situation had now been exacerbated. One disciple could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Senior brother Lin, what shall we do? Our plans have not even commenced, yet the enemy is already aware of our movements. The road ahead will surely be fraught with greater difficulties. Although the enemy has taken notice, we are not without recourse. If we stand united and adapt to the circumstances, we shall undoubtedly discover a way to break through this predicament. As the group deliberated on countermeasures, an alarm rang out from the sect. Enemies were advancing. The sharp wail of the alarm shattered the brief tranquility, causing hearts to race. Lin Feng promptly led the disciples to the scene, where a throng of cloaked assailants surged forth like a tide, their demeanor fierce and menacing. Each one brandished a weapon, their eyes glinting with malice and determination. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Feng bellowed, his voice imbued with strength and courage. He was the first to draw his sword. In an instant, both sides were embroiled in a fierce melee, the clash of blades and cries of battle ringing deafeningly in the air. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was razor-sharp. With each swing, he channeled formidable inner strength, and where his blade passed, yet, the enemy was numerous, an unrelenting tide seemingly endless. This cannot continue, we must break through. Lin Feng shouted to his disciples as he fought valiantly. Beads of sweat adorned his brow, cascading down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained steadfast, resolute against any thought of retreat. The disciples followed Lin Feng closely, striving to breach the encirclement. However, the enemy's grip tightened, forming an ironclad circle that ensnared them. Just when the situation seemed most dire, reinforcements from the sect arrived. They surged forth like a powerful torrent, crashing into the enemy ranks and instantly disrupting their formation. We cannot let the enemies escape. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng retaliated, leading his comrades in a. His sword moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, its momentum overwhelming, forcing the foes to retreat before him. After a fierce struggle, the enemies finally began to withdraw, retreating like a receding tide and leaving behind a scene of carnage and devastation. However, the sect had also suffered significant losses. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, and many disciples bore injuries. This was merely a test from the enemy. We can expect even more ferocious assaults to come, Lin Feng remarked gravely, surveying the chaos. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion, yet it was laced with profound apprehension for what lay ahead. What shall we do now, senior brother Lin? Inquired a disciple, his body marred with wounds, blood staining his garments, yet his eyes still shone with trust. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng responded, we must fortify the sect's defenses, establishing traps and obstacles at critical points. Simultaneously, we shall continue to monitor the enemy's movements to discern their next course of action. We must ensure we are thoroughly prepared before they launch their next assault. We cannot allow them to succeed. The others nodded in agreement, each taking their leave to carry out their orders. Lin Feng watched their departing figures, silently vowing that no matter the cost, he would safeguard the sect's security and honor. Yet, as they busily prepared for defense, another piece of ill news arrived. A disciple rushed in, breathless and frantic, proclaiming, Senior brother Lin, it is dire. Our granary has been set ablaze by the enemy, and we face a severe shortage of supplies. Lin Feng's heart sank. This was, without a doubt, a cruel blow. However, he understood that in this moment, he must remain composed and respond with calm resolve. Chapter 50. Struggling to cope confronted with the daunting predicament of a granary reduced to ashes and a severe scarcity of supplies, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented. Standing in the square of the sect, he gazed at the anxious faces of his disciples, his heart heavy with concern. Everyone, remain calm, let us first assess the remaining supplies before devising a solution, Lin Feng urged, striving to maintain his composure, his voice steady and resolute. His unwavering gaze aimed to instill a sense of reassurance among the panicked disciples. The disciples hastened to their tasks, some began tallying grains while others organized weapons and medicinal supplies. The atmosphere within the sect was thick with tension and despair. After a thorough inventory, the outlook was grim. The remaining provisions could barely sustain them for a few days. Brother Lin, this cannot continue. We must urgently find a way to replenish our supplies, one disciple expressed with palpable concern. Fatigue and worry etched upon his face, his eyes reflected a deep uncertainty about the future. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, send individuals to the nearby villages and towns to seek assistance. Let us see if we can procure some food and supplies. His brow furrowed, he pondered various potential solutions. However, the disciples dispatched soon returned with discouraging news. The neighboring villages and towns were also besieged by the enemy's harassment and threats, their resources equally depleted. The villagers, ensnared in their own crises, were unable to extend any aid. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Lin Feng suddenly conceived an idea. We can organize the disciples to hunt in the mountains and forage for wild fruits. Perhaps this will temporarily alleviate our resource shortages, he suggested. A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Despite the uncertainty of this plan, it was preferable to inaction. Thus, a contingent of disciples, under Lin Feng's leadership, ventured into the wooded mountains. A veil of mist enveloped the area, the path rugged and treacherous, with the occasional roar of wild beasts echoing through the trees. They cautiously navigated potential dangers, diligently searching for prey and edible fruit. Lin Feng, wielding a long sword, led the way, ever vigilant. One disciple inadvertently stepped on a branch, producing a sharp crack that startled a flock of birds into flight. Be cautious, Lin Feng hissed. Instantly, tension surged among the group as they gripped their weapons tightly. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm, and no danger ensued. After several days of effort, although their harvest was modest, they managed to replenish some supplies. Yet, as they returned to the sect laden with provisions, they were met with an alarming sight: smoke billowing ominously above the sect. This is bad, something has happened at the sect. Lin Feng's heart raced, and he quickened his pace. Upon returning, he discovered that the enemy had launched another assault. This attack was fiercer than any prior, and the sect's fortifications teetered on the brink of collapse under the relentless onslaught. Brothers, stand firm with me, Lin Feng bellowed, brandishing his sword and charging at the enemy like. Inspired by Lin Feng's bravery, the disciples rallied to fiercely resist. Blades clashed, and blood splattered as the battle raged on. Lin Feng's garments were rent by enemy swords, and fresh wounds marred his body, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Nevertheless, the enemy's waves of assault seemed unending, and the sect gradually found itself in dire straits, with multiple breaches appearing in the walls as adversaries poured in relentlessly. Lin Feng felt a sense of urgency. He knew that if they did not repel the enemy swiftly, the consequences would be catastrophic. The women, children, and elderly within the sect faced imminent peril. In that critical moment, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from the distance. Chapter 51. A turning point. Just as Lin Feng and his companions found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, the cacophony of battle cries grew increasingly nearer. It turned out that reinforcements from several nearby sects had arrived, responding to the news of the crisis befalling Lin Feng's faction. Rushing forth to lend These reinforcements descended like divine warriors, instantly reigniting hope within the despondent ranks of Lin Feng and his comrades. Other reinforcements, each resplendent in their martial prowess, wielded weapons with resolute determination, their battle cries resonating like thunder. The leading masters, exuding an air of authority, gazed steadfastly ahead, vowing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng's sect against the encroaching foes. The arrival of these allies swiftly altered the tide of battle. The enemy, caught in a pincer movement, began to falter. The once arrogant adversaries were now thrown into disarray, their formations shattered, unable to mount an effective defense. Witnessing the shift in momentum, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy as he commanded his disciples to pursue the retreating foes relentlessly. "Spare not a single enemy. Let them understand our might," he bellowed, his voice, imbued with strength and resolve, further ignited the fighting spirit of his disciples. Responding with fervor, the disciples charged forth like fierce tigers descending from the mountains. Their blades glinted ominously in the sunlight, each swing infused with boundless rage and courage. Under their relentless assault, the enemy suffered severe losses, retreating in disarray. Leading by example, Lin Feng displayed unmatched swordsmanship, his every movement lethal. His garments were already stained crimson with the blood of foes, yet he remained undeterred, fixated solely on the goal of utterly vanquishing the enemy. The adversaries, in their panic, cast aside their helmets and armor, fleeing in all directions. Some, in their frantic desperation, stumbled into traps, others found themselves encircled by the reinforcements, surrendering without a fight. The battlefield descended into chaos, a cacophony of battle cries intermingled with pleas. After a fierce struggle, they finally succeeded in driving the enemy away entirely. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, the landscape a grim tableau of devastation. Though Lin Feng and his companions were left breathless and weary, their faces radiated the joy of victory. Hastily, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the masters of the reinforcements. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to all esteemed leaders for your gallant assistance. I, Lin Feng, shall forever remember this kindness. Had you not arrived in time, our sect would have surely faced utter annihilation." His voice resonated with profound appreciation as he bowed deeply before the masters. "Lin brother, you are too humble. In our martial world, we ought to support one another. In this perilous time when malevolent forces reign supreme, it is incumbent upon us to unite and confront the threat together," one of the masters replied, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze reflecting admiration for Lin Feng. As everyone set about clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded, it became evident that despite their victory, the sect had suffered significant losses. Buildings lay in ruins. The sight of such devastation filled Lin Feng's heart with sorrow. "What shall we do next? The enemy is unlikely to relent," inquired one of the masters among the reinforcements, his brow furrowed with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "We must fortify our alliance, share intelligence, and prepare collectively for any further assaults. The ferocity of this attack suggests a far greater conspiracy at play. We cannot afford to be complacent, we must be thoroughly prepared." Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. Just then, a disciple rushed forward with a report. "Brother Lin, we have discovered some peculiar markings on the bodies of the fallen enemies." Lin Feng and the others approached to investigate, finding these marks. Could there be a more sinister plot behind this? Lin Feng mused inwardly. These symbols stirred unease within him. He sensed that this adversary was far more intricate and formidable than they had initially perceived. Determined to pursue this lead, they resolved to delve deeper. However, as they investigated, they encountered numerous obstacles. Firstly, the clues remained nebulous. These markings had never before surfaced in the martial world, leaving them perplexed. Secondly, they faced incessant disruptions and impediments, as if an unseen force was actively thwarting their efforts to uncover the truth. Yet, Lin Feng and his companions did not yield. They firmly believed that with unwavering persistence, they could unearth the malevolent puppeteers behind this. Chapter 52: The Pursuit of Clues. Lin Feng and his companions resolved to delve deeply into the peculiar markings they had encountered. Their first course of action was to seek out various well-informed individuals across the martial world. Throughout their journey, they endured both the elements and the fatigue of travel, refusing to succumb to even the slightest complacency. At each location, they inquired with hopeful anticipation, yet more often than not, they were met with disappointment and shaking heads. After several days of relentless pursuit, they finally stumbled upon an elderly man in a remote town, one who possessed some knowledge of the underlying truths. The old man bore the marks of time upon his face, yet his eyes. Wherever they went, bloodshed and calamity followed, leaving devastation in their wake. Lin Feng, his eagerness palpable, inquired, "Elder, do you know the current whereabouts of this organization?" The elder shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. "Since that fateful battle, this organization has vanished without a trace, yet, I sense that their resurgence heralds a far more sinister plot." Take heed, young ones, tread carefully. After bidding farewell to the elder, Lin Feng and his companions continued their quest for clues. They traversed numerous locations, poring over a wealth of literature. Each ancient tome bore the within the confines of an ancient library. They discovered a time-worn manuscript, its pages yellowed and fragile, inscribed with fragmented notes pertaining to the markings they sought. The manuscript was delicate, as if it would crumble to dust at the Their lair may lie deep within the mountains, Lin Feng read aloud, a newfound direction forming in his mind. A glimmer of resolve sparkled in his eyes, as if he could glimpse the dawn of hope. Thus, they set forth towards the nearby mountains. The terrain was rugged and overgrown with thorns, occasionally beset by lurking beasts. Each step forward was fraught with peril. One disciple inadvertently grazed his skin against a thorn, and the wound rapidly darkened. He produced an antidote from his robe, administering it to the disciple, and then deftly bandaged the wound with a clean cloth. The group proceeded with heightened caution, navigating the treacherous mountain paths. Sweat-soaked. Their Chapter 53. The Cave Exploration. Lin Feng, with his disciples in tow, cautiously ventured into the cave. The interior was dim and damp, permeated by a nauseating stench. A feeble flicker of light danced in the darkness, illuminating only a small area around them. Water droplets continuously dripped from the cave walls, producing a rhythmic ticking sound, which seemed to be the sole background music in the silence of the cavern. Guided by the faint glow, they slowly groped their way. Occasionally, droplets fell from the walls, landing on their shoulders and offering a slight chill. With each step, the stones beneath their feet creaked, the sound echoing distinctly in the vast emptiness of the cave. Suddenly, a massive bat swooped overhead, stirring a gust of cool air. The flapping of its wings reverberated through the cave, startling everyone. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng whispered, his voice resonating with a dull but undeniable. As they delved deeper, they discovered a scattering of erratic footprints and peculiar scratches on the ground. The footprints varied in size and shape, some were deeply embedded in the earth, while others appeared quite delicate. Lin Feng crouched down to scrutinize the traces closely. He gently traced the scratches with his fingers, feeling the texture within. "Whatever it may be, we must exercise extreme caution. Perhaps these are remnants left by a creature we have never encountered," Lin Feng stated, his gaze imbued with vigilance. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from ahead, indicating something was moving swiftly. The noise grew louder and clearer, sending chills down their spines. Lin Feng signaled for everyone to halt, gripping his sword tightly, his focus entirely fixated on the darkness ahead. In the stillness, his heartbeat sounded particularly pronounced, each thump seemingly preparing for the imminent confrontation. From the shadows, pairs of red eyes gradually materialized. These eyes glimmered with a sinister light, brimming with hostility and greed. "It's a pack of wild wolves," someone exclaimed, their voice fraught with fear and tension. The wolves bared their teeth, revealing sharp fangs as they emitted low growls. Slowly advancing toward them, their figures flickered ominously in the firelight, appearing even more terrifying. Unfazed, Lin Feng charged first into the fray. His sword cut through the darkness, gleaming coldly as it swiftly struck a wolf's throat. The beast let out a pained yelp before collapsing to the ground. The disciples rallied behind him, engaging in a fierce battle with the wolves. The clash of blades intertwined with the howls of the wolves echoed throughout the cave. One disciple was inadvertently knocked down by a wolf, struggling valiantly yet unable to escape its deadly claws. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng swiftly pivoted, dispatching the wolf with a single stroke, rescuing his comrade. "Watch your backs," another disciple shouted. Lin Feng nimbly sidestepped a wolf's lunge, retaliating with a swift strike that felled it. After a grueling encounter, they finally repelled the wolf pack. However, they bore wounds to varying degrees. Some had torn clothing, while others were marked with scratches and bite marks. "Let us press on. We must uncover the truth," Lin Feng declared through gritted teeth, sweat and blood mingling on his face, yet his resolve remained unshaken. They continued to navigate through the cave, the passage of time becoming indiscernible, until they arrived before a stone door. The door was firmly shut, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols. These designs resembled an ancient script. Perplexing to behold, Lin Feng meticulously examined the engravings, seeking a method to unlock the stone door. His fingers gently traced the carvings, trying to discern a pattern. "Brother Lin, could this be a trap?" one disciple voiced anxiously. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "Regardless of whether it is a trap or not, we have no—" The sound grew closer, as if a multitude of creatures were surging toward them. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Could another peril be looming on the horizon? Chapter 54. The Life and Death Dilemma. The sounds approaching from behind grew increasingly nearer, causing Lin Feng and his companions to tense up in an instant. The air seemed to solidify, and the oppressive atmosphere rendered them nearly breathless. "Brother Lin, what shall we do?" a disciple asked in a panic. His voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng forced himself to regain his composure. Let us not panic. Let us see if we can push this stone door. Though his voice was steady, beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. One by one, the group stepped forward, exerting all their strength to push against the stone door, yet it remained unyielding. Their faces flushed crimson from the effort, but the massive and weighty barrier showed no signs of budging. At that moment, the cacophony had drawn alarmingly close, and in the dim glow of the flickering flames, they beheld a horde of ominous black scorpions advancing towards them. The creatures swarmed in a dense mass, akin to a tide of darkness, sending chills down the echo of his voice reverberated through the cavern, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. These scorpions were colossal, each the size of a palm, with their venomous stingers raised high, glinting with a chilling light. The consequences of a sting were unfathomable. Lin Feng acted decisively. Everyone, use your torches to drive them away. His voice was resolute and firm, striving to stabilize the group's fraying nerves. The disciples raised their torches, attempting to fend off the encroaching scorpions. The flames danced in the darkness, illuminating their tense faces. However, the sheer number of scorpions instilled no fear of the fire. They continued to advance relentlessly, moving swiftly with a bone-chilling rustle. We must open the stone door as quickly as possible. Lin Feng thought anxiously. His gaze darted over the stone door, his mind racing to devise a plan. Upon scrutinizing the patterns and symbols on this inconspicuous elevation, illuminated by the firelight, caught Lin Feng's keen eye. Everyone, press this protrusion! Lin Feng shouted, his voice brimming with hope and urgency. The group reached out. A dull thud resonated as the stone door began to rise slowly. An ancient, musty odor wafted from within, prompting them to hold their breath. Quickly, enter! Lin Feng urged his disciples. He positioned himself at the entrance, ensuring that, as the last disciple stepped through, the scorpions surged to the threshold. Lin Feng strained to close the stone door, successfully blocking the scorpions outside. He pressed his hands firmly against the door until he was certain they could not breach it, then gradually relaxed his grip. The group exhaled in relief, beginning to survey the space behind the stone door. An ancient aura permeated the air, and peculiar instruments and statues were arranged around them. The purpose of these tools was unclear, while the statues varied. Could there be danger? A disciple queried anxiously, his voice sounding particularly diminutive in the vastness of the space. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Caution is paramount. Let us continue searching for clues. His gaze remained steadfast, undeterred by the unknown before him. As they resumed their exploration, a colossal shadow swept overhead. The shadow instantly obscured the firelight, plunging the entire space into darkness. What is that? Someone cried out in fright. Lin Feng raised his torch and looked up. Its eyes glimmered with a red light, as if scrutinizing these uninvited guests. Would Lin Feng and his companions be able to confront the imminent dangers? Would they uncover the truth for which they sought? Chapter 55. The mysterious shadow. The enormous bat circled overhead for several moments before suddenly diving down, directly targeting Lin Feng and his companions. The gust generated by its powerful wings caused their garments to flutter wildly. Scatter! Lin Feng commanded, his voice resonating in the vast expanse, imbued with urgency and decisiveness. The group swiftly dispersed, their movements both agile and frantic. Lin Feng raised his sword, his gaze unwavering, prepared to confront the foe. His heart raced, yet the sword remained steadfastly gripped in his hand, devoid of any tremor. The bat moved with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, stirring up a fierce wind. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, swinging his sword with precision. The blade gleamed with reflected firelight, carving an arc through the air. Yet, he only grazed the edge of its wing, slicing through its membrane and causing a cascade of black feathers to drift down. The bat emitted a piercing shriek, a sound sharp enough to penetrate the eardrums of those present. It veered away, retreating into the dark recesses, vanishing from sight. Be cautious, everyone, the bat may yet launch another attack, Lin Feng cautioned, his tone steady and powerful, endeavoring to instill calm among his companions. They positioned themselves back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Their breaths came in quick bursts, their eyes reflecting a mix of tension and anxiety. At that moment, they realized the space was far more expansive than they had initially perceived, with other passages seemingly in the darkness. These corridors appeared as gaping maws, eagerly awaiting their entry. Brother Lin, where shall we proceed next? One disciple inquired, his voice trembling slightly, clearly still shaken from the recent fright. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, let us first search for any other exits, we cannot remain trapped here. His gaze remained resolute, internally vowing to lead everyone out of this predicament. They cautiously advanced, the ground beneath them uneven and strewn with rubble and debris. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall, necessitating extreme care with each step. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, reminiscent of hushed whispers. The noise was elusive and erratic, making it difficult to discern its origin. Who goes there? Lin Feng called out, his voice reverberating through the darkness, yet receiving no response. The whispers abruptly ceased, and an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. This sudden stillness felt more chilling than the previous sounds. The group's heartbeats quickened, and unease permeated the atmosphere. Every nerve was taut, as if on the verge of snapping. At that juncture, they discovered a mural on the wall, depicting what appeared to be a mysterious ritual. The figures in the artwork were distorted, wielding strange artifacts, while enigmatic symbols surrounded them. What does this mean? The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion and fear, equally intrigued and apprehensive about the enigmatic mural. Lin Feng scrutinized the painting, lost in contemplation. His eyes traversed the mural, attempting to decipher its significance. Each detail seemed to narrate an ancient and enigmatic tale. Before he could unravel its mysteries, the injured bat re-emerged. Together, they coalesced into a dark cloud, hurtling towards the group. Or would Lin Feng and his companions succeed in repelling this onslaught of bats? Could they find a way out of this enigmatic place? Chapter 56. The grueling breakout. As the swarm of bats launched yet another assault, Lin Feng and his companions instantly assumed a battle-ready stance. In the enveloping darkness, the bat's eyes flickered with an eerie luminescence, resembling countless stars yet harboring a lethal menace. His voice echoed through the confined space, imbued with resoluteness and determination. The disciples swiftly drew closer, their backs pressed tightly against one another, forging an impenetrable defensive barrier. The weapons in their hands glimmered with a cold sheen in the dim firelight, tracing graceful arcs in the air with each swing of their arms. Lin Feng's sword danced like a soaring dragon, each stroke conjuring a gust of wind that severed the approaching bats. His swordsmanship was fierce, his form agile, standing like a war deity amidst his comrades. Yet, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, surging forth in an endless tide. They shrieked, frantically diving towards the group, leaving them scarcely able to react. Alas, one disciple was inadvertently clawed by a bat, blood streaming from the wound. Pain etched across his face, yet he did not waver in his resolve, continuing to fiercely fend off the onslaught. "Hold on!" Lin Feng urged, his voice laced with concern and encouragement, rekindling the fighting spirit within the wounded. As they valiantly resisted, Lin Feng discerned a discernible pattern in the bats' attacks. They consistently launched concentrated strikes from one direction before swiftly shifting to another. "Follow me, break to the left." Seizing the moment, Lin Feng led the charge. His figure darted through the swarm like a specter, weaving effortlessly amid the chaos. The others followed closely, striking as they retreated. Their steps faltered, yet they pressed on, each advance demanding monumental effort. Lin Feng's garments were torn by the bats, and he bore several new wounds, yet his gaze remained unwavering, betraying not a hint of retreat. "Kill!" the disciples shouted in unison, their voices reverberating down the corridor, filled with indomitable courage. After a fierce struggle, they finally broke free from the bats' encirclement, entering a narrow passage. The air was thick with dampness, droplets cascading from the walls, creating a rhythmic patter. "Let us take a moment to rest," Lin Feng panted, his chest heaving, sweat soaking his attire. Exhausted, the group settled down, striving to catch their breath, their faces reflecting fatigue and tension. "Senior brother Lin, this place is too eerie. Will we ever find our way out?" one disciple inquired anxiously, his voice trembling, eyes clouded with uncertainty. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute as he addressed the group. "No matter what, we cannot afford to give up. We bear the mission of our sect, and we must uncover the truth and emerge alive." His words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within each heart. After a brief respite, they pressed onward. The corridor was permeated with a foul stench, and water occasionally dripped from the walls. Each droplet that hit the ground rang out sharply, echoing distinctly in the silence. Suddenly, heavy footsteps resonated from ahead. The steps were slow yet powerful, each stride seeming to shake the very earth beneath them. Lin Feng signaled for silence, cautiously advancing forward. His movements were light, striving to make no sound. The disciples followed closely, their hearts racing as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Before them loomed a colossal figure, towering like a mountain, its features obscured in the darkness, yet its silhouette suggested it was far from benevolent. How would Lin Feng and his companions confront this unknown giant? Would they be able to continue their journey and unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic realm? Chapter 56. The grueling breakout. As the swarm of bats descended upon them once more, Lin Feng and his companions instantaneously transitioned into a state of combat readiness.
In the enveloping darkness, the bat's eyes glimmered with an eerie light, reminiscent of twinkling stars yet fraught with lethal menace.
Form a circle, back to back, and remain vigilant. Lin Feng commanded, his voice resonating through the confined space, imbued with resolute determination. The disciples swiftly drew closer, their backs pressed tightly against one another, forging an impenetrable defensive formation. The weapons in their hands shimmered with a cold gleam under the faint glow of the fire, carving arcs in the air with each swing of their arms. Lin Feng wielded his sword with the grace of a soaring dragon, each strike summoned a gust of wind, cleaving down the encroaching bats. His swordsmanship was fierce, and his posture agile, resembling a war god standing resolutely among his comrades. Yet, the bats were countless, surging forward in an unending tide, shrieking as they lunged at the group, an overwhelming onslaught. Alas, one disciple was inadvertently scratched by a bat, blood streaming from the wound. Pain etched across his face, yet he did not falter, his weapon remained unwavering as he continued to fend off the relentless attacks.
Hold on!
Lin Feng shouted, his voice infused with concern and encouragement. Amidst their staunch resistance, Lin Feng discerned a discernible pattern in the bats' assault. They consistently initiated concentrated attacks from one direction before swiftly pivoting to another. Follow me, break left. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng surged forward, his figure weaving through the swarm like the others closely trailed, striking as they retreated. Their steps faltered, yet they pressed on, each advance demanding tremendous effort. Lin Feng's garments were torn by the bats, new wounds marring his flesh, yet his gaze remained steadfast, betraying no hint of retreat. After a harrowing struggle, they finally burst through the encircling bats, entering a narrow corridor. A damp atmosphere pervaded the passage, droplets of water cascading from the walls, producing a rhythmic patter. Let us rest. The group, utterly fatigued, settled down to catch their breath, inhaling deeply, their faces etched with exhaustion and tension. Senior brother Lin, this place is too strange. Will we ever find our way out? A disciple asked anxiously, his voice quivering, eyes filled with confusion. Lin Feng, with unwavering resolve, addressed the group. No matter what, we must not surrender. We bear the mission of our sect, we must uncover the truth and escape alive. His words struck each. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. The corridor was thick with a putrid stench, droplets of water intermittently falling from the walls. Each drop struck the ground with a crisp sound, resonating with startling clarity in the silence. Suddenly, a heavy thudding echoed from ahead. The footsteps were slow yet powerful, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble. Lin Feng signaled for silence, cautiously advancing forward. His movements were light, striving to minimize any noise. The others followed closely behind, their hearts racing as the tension in the air became palpable. Before them loomed a colossal figure, towering like a mountain, its features obscured in the darkness, yet its silhouette suggested anything but benevolence. How would Lin Feng and his companions confront this unknown, imposing presence? Could they continue onward and unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic realm? Chapter 57 The Mysterious Giant. As they gradually approached, the silhouette of the colossal figure became increasingly distinct. It was an enormous creature, clad in tattered armor, which was riddled with rust and scratches, seemingly narrating the countless battles it had endured. Brandishing a massive wolf-tooth club, the spikes glinted ominously in the dim light, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Lin Feng suppressed the fear surging within him and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, "Esteemed elder, we harbor no intention of offense, we merely stumbled upon this place in search of the truth. We beseech you to show mercy and grant us a chance to escape." His voice echoed through Chapter 58 of The Unknown Path. After an arduous struggle against the enigmatic giant, the group had scarcely found a moment to catch their breath when the distant sound of trickling water reached their ears. In the stillness of the cavern, the sound resonated with remarkable clarity, almost as if it bore an unknown allure. Lin Feng, ever vigilant, warned, "Be cautious, everyone, this sound seems peculiar, and we cannot ascertain what dangers may lie ahead." His tone was deep and grave, instilling a renewed tension among the disciples who had momentarily gripping their weapons tightly. The disciples followed closely behind Lin Feng, advancing with caution towards the source of the sound. Each step was laden with trepidation, as they feared inadvertently stumbling into a new peril. As they progressed, the humidity in the air intensified, and the sound of the flowing water grew increasingly pronounced. Before long, they encountered an underground river, its waters surging relentlessly. The river appeared a profound shade of emerald green, its depth and direction a mystery. "Senior brother Lin, this river seems unfathomably deep. How shall we cross?" One disciple's face betrayed his apprehension as he gazed at the raging current, his eyes filled with. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and noticed scattered stones along the riverbank, some as large as millstones, others no bigger than a fist. "We shall traverse the river by stepping on these stones, supporting one another. Exercise utmost caution, Lin Feng declared, his voice resolute and steady, instilling a glimmer of courage in the group. With great care, they began to step onto the stones, the water's force lapping at their feet, threatening to unsteady their balance. The surfaces of the stones were slick, and any misstep could lead to a tumble into the river. Suddenly, a whirlpool erupted in the water, its powerful pull causing one disciple to lose his footing.
Quick, grab him!
The others reached out as well, some grasping at the disciple's clothing, while others seized his arm. After a considerable effort, they successfully pulled him from the clutches of the whirlpool.
Thank you, everyone, the shaken disciple exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Having crossed the river without further incident, they pressed onward. The path ahead narrowed significantly, allowing passage for only one individual at a time. The walls of stone loomed ominously on either side, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. Proceed one by one, and do not rush, Lin Feng instructed, carving a path ahead. He maneuvered his body sideways, his sword at the ready to confront any potential threats. Just as they believed themselves momentarily safe, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from above. Initially faint, the sound quickly escalated in volume and intensity. Lin Feng glanced upward, his heart sinking as he beheld a swarm of colossal spiders descending from the cave ceiling. Each spider was the size of a basin, covered in a thick coat of fur, with 8 long legs adorned with menacing spikes. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister light, sending chills down one's spine. Trouble looms, it is a nest of venomous spiders. Lin Feng's complexion turned ashen, his voice rife with urgency and dread. The spiders lunged towards them, baring their fangs and spewing venom. The group brandished their swords in defense, their blades flashing in the confined space. Ah!
A disciple cried out as a spider sank its fangs. Chaos erupted within the narrow passage as the spiders intensified their assault, making the disciples' resistance increasingly arduous. Lin Feng's garments were torn by their attacks, and numerous wounds marred his body, yet he fought on with unwavering. We shall break through, he bellowed, rallying their spirits. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples gradually regained their composure and began to mount an organized counteroffensive. Would they succeed in evading the onslaught of these venomous spiders? What other dangers awaited them down the path ahead? Chapter 59 Hope in the darkness. After an intense battle, Lin Feng and his companions finally managed to repel the venomous spiders. However, they were utterly exhausted, bearing the fatigue and pain were etched upon each face, their garments torn and stained with blood. Let us take a moment to rest and tend to our injuries, Lin Feng said, panting heavily. He leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath. The group found a relatively spacious area to sit down, each one producing healing salves to bandage their wounds. For a brief moment, the air was filled with the scent of herbs. Senior brother Lin, how much longer must we walk to find? Gazing into the dark passage ahead, Lin Feng's expression was resolute. No matter how long it takes, we shall find a way out. As long as we do not surrender, we will surely escape this place. Although his voice was weary, it resonated with strength, instilling a glimmer of hope in his companions. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. Time passed unknowingly until a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, such a precious and enticing sight amidst the darkness. Look, there is light, a disciple exclaimed excitedly. The group felt a surge of energy, their previously heavy footsteps now felt lighter. They quickened their pace towards the light, their hearts brimming with anticipation. As they drew near, they discovered an opening through which sunlight streamed in.
The warm rays enveloped them, rekindling a sense of warmth and hope long forgotten.
At last, we are about to emerge, they cheered, their voices echoing in the cavern, filled with joy and exhilaration. However, upon exiting the cave, they found themselves in an unfamiliar valley, surrounded by towering mountains shrouded in mist. The peaks reached skyward, seemingly connecting with the heavens. The valley was lush with trees and vibrant flora, yet an air of mystery lingered. Where are we? Someone asked, bewildered, gazing at the alien surroundings with a sense of unease.
Lin Feng surveyed the environment, his brow furrowed. Regardless of our location, we must first find a way out of this valley.
Though uncertainty gnawed at him, he understood the importance of keeping his comrades from succumbing to panic.
They traversed a narrow path through the valley, the grass beneath their feet soft and damp, flowers swaying gently in the breeze, yet they had no heart to admire the beauty surrounding them. Their sole focus was on locating an exit as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, a melodic flute sound pierced the silence. The notes were crisp and enchanting, resonating like a song from a celestial realm. In this tranquil valley, the music was particularly captivating. The group instinctively halted, captivated by the ethereal melody. From where does this flute sound emanate? Someone murmured. Lin Feng, too, was drawn in by the music. Following the direction of the sound, he spotted an elderly man clad in white seated beneath a great tree. The old man had a gentle countenance, his eyes closed, the flute dancing softly at his lips. As Lin Feng and his companions approached the elder, he respectfully inquired, "Sir, may I ask where we are?" The old man opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "You are in the Valley of Mists, where entry is easy, yet exit is fraught with difficulty." A chill of dread enveloped the group at his words. What could this flute signify? Would Lin Feng and his companions ever find their way out of the Valley of Mists? Chapter 59 Hope in the Darkness. After an intense battle, Lin Feng and his companions finally repelled the venomous spider. However, they were utterly exhausted, each bearing wounds to varying degrees. The fatigue and pain were etched upon their faces, their garments torn and stained with blood. "Let us take a moment to rest and tend to our injuries," Lin Feng panted, leaning back against the stone wall as he caught. The group settled in a relatively spacious area, each member producing medicinal herbs to bandage their wounds. The air was soon filled with the scent of herbal remedies. "How much longer must we walk before we find a way out?" the disciple inquired weakly, his eyes reflecting confusion and despair, the pain from his injuries still throbbing. Lin Feng gazed into the dark corridor ahead, his expression resolute. "No matter how long it takes, we shall find an exit. As long as we do not give up, we will surely escape this place." His voice, though weary, resonated with strength, instilling a glimmer of hope among the others. After a brief respite, they continued their journey. Time became indistinct as they traversed the darkness, until a faint glimmer of light emerged ahead. The illumination appeared precious and alluring amidst the shadows. "Look, there is light," one disciple exclaimed with excitement, his voice trembling with emotion, his eyes sparkling with joy. The group felt rejuvenated, their previously heavy footsteps becoming lighter. They quickened their pace towards the light, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Upon approaching, they discovered it was an opening. Sunlight streamed in from the outside. The warm rays enveloped them, rekindling a sense of warmth and hope long forgotten. "We are finally going to emerge," the crowd cheered, their voices echoing through the cave, filled with elation and exhilaration. However, upon stepping out of the opening, they found themselves in an unfamiliar valley, encircled by towering mountains, shrouded in mist. The peaks soared into the clouds, seemingly touching the heavens. The valley boasted lush foliage and vibrant blossoms, yet an air of mystery pervaded the surroundings. "Where is this place?" someone asked, perplexed. He surveyed the strange environment, a sense of unease swelling within him. Lin Feng scrutinized the surroundings, his brow furrowed. "Regardless of the circumstances, let us first exit this valley." Though uncertainty loomed in his heart, he understood the importance of maintaining calm. They proceeded along the narrow path winding through the valley, the grass beneath their feet soft and damp, while flowers swayed gently in the breeze. Yet, their minds were preoccupied with the urgency of finding a way out, leaving no room for admiration. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound wafted through the air. The notes were crisp and enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial realm. In the stillness of the valley, the music resonated profoundly. The group instinctively halted. Lin Feng, drawn by the music, turned in the direction of the sound and beheld an elderly man clad in white seated beneath a large tree. The old man's countenance was gentle, his eyes closed, as the flute danced lightly at his lips. As Lin Feng and the others approached the old man, he opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "Welcome to the Valley of Lost Paths. Entering is easy, but exiting is another matter entirely." The hearts of the group sank at his words. What did this flute signal? Would Lin Feng and his companions ever find their way out of the Valley of Lost Paths? Chapter 60 The Secret of the Mysterious Valley. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Feng and his companions felt a weight settle in them. Initially believing they had glimpsed hope, they were disheartened to find the path ahead still shrouded in ambiguity. "Esteemed elder, we earnestly hope you might guide us out of this bewildering valley," Lin Feng implored, his gaze imbued with anticipation and the elder gently caressed the flute in his hands, his eyes sweeping over the group. That gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of their beings, instilling a sense of unease. "The paths within this valley are labyrinthine and often engulfed in mist. Without guidance, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape, but why should I assist you?" The elder replied, his voice deep and gravelly, laced with a hint of indifference. Lin Feng hastily responded, "We seek only the truth and stumbled into this place by chance. Should you lend us your aid, we shall repay you in kind." His tone was resolute, his expression sincere, hoping to sway the elder's heart. The elder fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in contemplation. The air around them felt as if it had solidified, and Lin Feng and the others awaited his response with bated breath. At last, the elder rose slowly, his movements graceful yet imbued with an intangible weight. "Very well, encountering one another is fate. However, before I assist you, there is a task you must undertake for me." "What is it? As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall not hesitate," Lin Feng replied without a moment's pause. His gaze reflected unwavering determination. He was prepared to pay any price to escape this place. The elder gestured toward the depths of the valley, where the mist swirled ominously, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. "There lies a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, guarded by a ferocious beast. If you can procure this herb for me, I shall lead you out of the valley." Lin Feng exchanged resolute glances with his companions, and from their shared looks, they drew strength and determination. They nodded in unison, declaring, "Very well, we shall proceed at once." Their voices were firm and vigorous, devoid of any hint of retreat. They ventured deeper into the valley, where the grass beneath their feet gradually thinned, replaced by rugged trails. The further they delved, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Towering trees loomed around them, twisted and gnarled, their branches interwoven to block out much of the sunlight, casting an eerie gloom. At long last, they beheld the fearsome beast. Its massive form resembled a small hill, its bristles standing erect like steel needles, glinting coldly in the dim light. Its eyes glimmered with ferocity, and it exhaled a searing breath that sent chills down their spines. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng warned, his voice grave and serious, tightening his grip on his sword. The group unsheathed their weapons, their eyes brimming with vigilance. Some wielded swords, others knives, while a few brandished clubs, each prepared for battle. Upon noticing them, the beast let out a thunderous roar that sent leaves cascading down from the trees. It lunged forward with lightning speed. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, evading the creature's assault, and thrust his sword toward its abdomen. However, the beast's hide was thick and tough, leaving only a shallow mark on its flesh. The other disciples launched their attacks simultaneously, and for a moment, the air was filled with the glint of blades. Yet the beast showed no fear. With a swipe of its paw, it knocked one disciple to the ground. "Watch out!" Lin Feng shouted. The group coordinated their efforts, some drawing the beast's attention while others seized the opportunity to strike at its vulnerabilities. Yet the creature was relentless, each of its attacks fraught with peril. After a fierce struggle, Lin Feng noticed that the beast's right leg appeared wounded, hindering its movements. "Target its right leg," he commanded. The group concentrated their efforts, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the beast's injured limb. Gradually, the creature began to falter, its movements growing sluggish. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped into the air, his sword aimed directly at the beast's. With a piercing cry, the beast collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the beast and secured the spirit herb. Each member of the group was breathless, their bodies marked with wounds and sweat. When they returned to the elder with the herb in hand, he smiled with satisfaction. "Well done, you are all truly courageous souls. Follow me." The elder led them through the valley with an effortless grace, his steps light and assured, as if he were. After what felt like an eternity, they came upon a hidden path, flanked by overgrown weeds that rendered it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. "Follow this path, and you shall find your way out of the valley," the elder instructed. Grateful, Lin Feng and his companions stepped onto the path. Yet, would this route indeed lead them safely out of the mysterious valley? What challenges awaited them ahead? Chapter 61. The difficult return journey. As Lin Feng, each step they took seemed heavy, yet infused with an ardent yearning to escape their predicament. The trail was both confined and treacherous, with weeds brushing against their garments, producing a rustling sound that echoed in the stillness. After traversing a distance, they encountered a fork in the road. Two paths stretched before them, as though challenging them to make a choice. "Which way should we go?" one disciple inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation as his gaze flitted between the diverging routes. Lin Feng scrutinized the options, noting that the left path appeared relatively dry, while the right was somewhat damp, exuding a faint, putrid odor. "Let us take the left path, the moist route may conceal traps," he declared. His eyes were resolute, and though uncertainty knotted him, he understood the necessity of making a decisive choice in such dire circumstances. The group acquiesced to Lin Feng's judgment and veered left. Their footsteps resonated with clarity on the tranquil path, each stride laden with apprehension about the unknown. Before long, they were met with a low, ominous growl. The sound reverberated as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, suffused with rage and menace. "This is not good. Danger may be imminent." Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, leaning slightly forward, poised for combat. Suddenly, a colossal black panther leapt from the underbrush, obstructing their passage. Its lithe form glistened with an oily sheen in the dim light. The disciples, though momentarily flustered, quickly rallied into a defensive stance, weapons aimed at the formidable beast. Lin Feng was the first to strike. He darted forward, aiming his blade at the panther. The creature nimbly evaded his thrust and retaliated with a swift lunge, forcing Lin Feng to narrowly escape its claws. "Everyone, attack together!" Lin Feng commanded. The disciples responded in unison, some brandishing swords, others wielding staffs, launching their assault upon the panther. Despite their combined efforts, the beast evaded their strikes with astonishing agility, its ferocity unabated. A swipe of its claw caught one disciple's arm, blood spilling forth. "Be careful!" Lin Feng called out, his voice piercing through the chaos. Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Feng thrust his sword into the panther's hind leg. The creature let out a furious roar, and the group intensified their assault, gradually overwhelming the panther, which ultimately retreated into the depths of the forest. "We've finally driven it away," one disciple collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. They resumed their journey, yet soon found the path growing increasingly indistinct, as though they had lost their way. The once clear trail now flickered in and out of view, unfamiliar surroundings closing in around them. "Lin Shixiang, have we?" Lin Feng halted, contemplating for a moment. Surveying the area, doubt began to creep into his mind as well. "Everyone, remain calm, let us search for clues," he reassured them, though his own heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. The rain fell in torrents, instantly drenching their garments. The deluge blurred their vision, compounding the challenges they faced.
Let us find shelter from the rain.
The group scoured their surroundings for a refuge, but the vast expanse of trees offered no sanctuary. They trudged onward through the downpour, each step fraught with hardship. Would they manage to discover the correct path amidst the rain? What further adversities awaited them? Chapter 62. Hope. Amidst the rain curtain in the torrential downpour, Lin Feng and his companions struggled to forge ahead. The rain fell mercilessly upon them, as if intent on utterly defeating their spirit. The splashes of raindrops transformed the ground beneath their feet into a quagmire, demanding immense effort. With every step they took, the rain had thoroughly soaked their garments, a chill gradually creeping into their bodies, penetrating the very marrow of their bones, causing involuntary shivers to. Perhaps there lies a place ahead where we can find shelter from the rain, Lin Feng urged loudly, though his voice seemed feeble amidst the cacophony of the downpour. His hair, drenched, clung to his face, while water streamed down his cheeks. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, striving to convey courage and hope to those around him. Suddenly, a disciple pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, there appears to be a cave." His voice brimmed with surprise and anticipation. The group followed his gesture and, indeed, a dark opening was visible on the nearby cliffside. That entrance resembled a beacon of hope in the darkness, offering them a glimmer of warmth and solace. They hurried towards the cave, their feet slipping in the mire, yet each individual propelled themselves forward with all their might. Upon entering the cave, they finally found a temporary refuge from the relentless rain. The air inside was thick with dampness, but in comparison to the raging storm outside, it felt like a precious sanctuary. When will this rain ever cease? One disciple sighed, fatigue and resignation evident in his voice as he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng gazed out at the curtain of rain, which showed no signs of letting up. In fact, it appeared to intensify. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Let us take this opportunity to rest and ponder our next course of action." His tone was steady. Everyone found a spot to sit and tended to their wounds. Some disciples produced herbs they had carried, applying them to their injuries. Others assisted one another in bandaging the bleeding areas. While replenishing their strength with provisions, they quietly exchanged stories of their arduous journey. Thus At that moment, Lin Feng noticed peculiar etchings in a corner of the cave. These markings shimmered faintly in the dim light, as if concealing some enigma. He crouched down, gently tracing the contours and shapes of the etchings with his fingers. They appeared to form part of a map, with lines twisting and intertwining in a perplexing manner. Could this be a clue guiding us out of here? A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Feng, his eyes fixated on the markings, his mind raced to decipher their significance. Other disciples gathered around, engaging in animated discussions. Could this be a sign left by those who came before us? Perhaps a map leading to treasure? Lin Feng urged calmness. Let us refrain from wild speculation. We must analyze the orientation and distribution of these lines. After considerable study, it seemed Lin Feng was beginning to unravel the mystery. Gradually, the rain subsided, and the world outside the cave was rejuvenated, the air imbued with a refreshing essence. "It is time to set forth. Perhaps this time we shall discover our way out," Lin Feng declared. They once again embarked on their journey homeward. Would they be able to find their way out successfully this time? Chapter 63. A glimmer of hope. Lin Feng led the group forward along the seemingly elusive clues. The forest after the rain shrouded in a damp mist that rendered the already winding path even. With every step taken, it felt as though they were venturing into an unknown abyss, the stillness around them pierced only by their heavy breaths and the sound of their soles meeting the muddy ground. "Brother Lin, this path is becoming increasingly treacherous. Can we truly find our way out?" The disciple inquired anxiously, fatigue and unease evident in his voice. His garments were already torn by branches, and his face bore the marks of mud streaks. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze resolute as he looked ahead. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must persevere. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we cannot surrender." His voice was steady and powerful, an attempt to instill a measure of courage within the group. However, as they traversed a dense thicket, they were obstructed by a raging river. The water surged and roared, waves crashing against the stones along the bank, creating a deafening cacophony. White foam churned upon the surface, resembling a monstrous beast with menacing claws, deterring any approach. How are we to cross this? The group gazed at the tumult. The flicker of hope ignited by Lin Feng's encouragement was swiftly extinguished by the ferocity of the river. Lin Feng paced anxiously along the riverbank, his brow furrowed as he urgently sought a means to cross. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he spotted a fallen tree spanning the river. The trunk was robust, though somewhat slick from the soaking it had endured. Perhaps we can traverse this tree, Lin Feng suggested, pointing to it. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet in such dire straits, it appeared to be their sole option. However, the tree was slippery and unstable. Any misstep could result in a plunge into the river, where the raging waters would swiftly sweep them away, with dire consequences. Brother, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This is our only recourse at present. Remaining here is tantamount to a dead end. I shall go first. If I reach safety, you may follow. His gaze was unwavering, leaving no room for dissent. With that, Lin Feng cautiously stepped onto the trunk. His movements were deliberate. Fearful of disturbing the fragile balance, the trunk swayed slightly beneath his feet, emitting a disconcerting creak. The roar of the river echoed in his ear. When Lin Feng had traversed halfway, the trunk suddenly emitted a sharp cracking sound. The noise pierced the silence of the forest, causing the hearts of the onlookers to leap into their throats. Brother Lin, the group gasped in alarm. Their cries were swallowed by the river's tumult, rendering them utterly powerless. Determined, Lin Feng quickened his pace, his heart raced, beads of sweat cascading down his brow like rain. Ultimately, just before the trunk could give way entirely, he reached the opposite bank unscathed. Come over. Exercise caution. Lin Feng called to the others on the far side. Encouraged by Lin Feng's words, the group began to step onto the trunk one by one. Each footfall trembled, their hearts lodged in their throats. One disciple, midway across, lost his footing and nearly plummeted into the river. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick to extend his hand, pulling him back to safety. At last, they all successfully crossed the river. Would they all make it safely to the other side? What challenges awaited them next? Chapter 64. A new clues. After successfully crossing the river, the group pressed on through the mysterious terrain. Each footfall felt heavy and weary, and their faces were etched with anxiety and confusion. Beads of perspiration, resembling pearls, cascaded from their foreheads, saturating their garments. Brother Lin, we have been walking for so long without any sign of an exit. Could it be that we have strayed once more? One disciple lamented. Lin Feng halted, surveying the surroundings, and spoke in a solemn tone. Do not lose heart, everyone. Let us meticulously search for clues. In times like these, it is imperative to remain calm and resolute. His gaze was steadfast and composed, striving to instill confidence and courage in his companions, his eyes shining like a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed an unusual symbol etched into the bark of a tree not far away. The symbol was twisted in shape, reminiscent of an ancient and enigmatic language, imbued with an essence of the unknown. This symbol appears to serve as some. The others gathered around, each speculating about the meaning of the symbol. Could it possibly indicate the direction of an exit? One disciple exclaimed eagerly, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng declared, regardless of its nature, we shall proceed in this direction. Exercise caution and remain vigilant. His voice was firm and resolute, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. In such circumstances, they had no choice but to take a chance, for this was the only lead they possessed. They followed the direction indicated by the symbol, and with each step, the surroundings began to grow increasingly unfamiliar. The once dense forest gradually thinned, giving way to craggy hills and deep ravines. The path was treacherous, and each step was fraught with difficulty. Brother Lin, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, one disciple voiced, his tone laced with trepidation. His voice quivered slightly, and his steps grew sluggish, as if ensnared by an unseen force. As long as we stand united, we shall surely overcome the challenges ahead. His words, though gentle, resonated with strength, providing a measure of solace to the group's spirits. As they continued onward, they arrived at the threshold of a dilapidated temple. The walls were weathered and peeling, the roof tiles fragmented, as though weathered by the passage of countless years. The temple's grand entrance was firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery that inspired both awe and dread. This atmosphere seemed to penetrate the very soul, sending shivers down their spines. How did this temple come to be here? The group exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment, pondering the secrets concealed within its ancient walls, their hearts aflame with both fear and intrigue. Lin Feng stepped forward and gently pushed against the great door, which creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air inside. The light was dim, thick dust hung in the air, and a time-worn statue loomed at the center, its features obscured yet its commanding presence still evoked a sense of reverence. The statue seemed to silently narrate the tales of a bygone era. Everyone, exercise caution and do not move recklessly, Lin Feng urged. They ventured carefully into the temple, inspecting their surroundings. Suddenly, one disciple spotted a stone slab inscribed with words at the base of the statue. Brother Lin, come quickly. Lin Feng hurried over, scrutinizing the inscription on the stone slab. What revelations awaited them within this temple? Could this be the key to their escape from this predicament? Chapter 65, The Secrets of the Temple. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the inscriptions on the stone tablet, his brow furrowed in concentration as he endeavored to decipher their meanings. His gaze was both focused and piercing, leaving no subtle stroke or symbol overlooked, his eyes strained to the point of fatigue, yet he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to his intense focus. "Senior Brother Lin, what does it say?" an eager disciple inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. His voice quivered slightly, tinged with tension. Lin Feng shook his head. "The script is ancient and obscure. I find it challenging to grasp its full meaning at once. However, it appears to pertain to our current location." From these fragmented phrases, I surmise there may be concealed information regarding an exit or some form of arcane power. His tone was grave and somber, his inner perplexity akin to the inscrutable text before him, a tangled mess that eluded clarity, causing his brow to furrow even deeper. At that moment, a chilling gust swept through the temple, the cold wind biting and bone-chilling, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The already dimly lit temple grew increasingly ominous, as if invisible hands orchestrated the unfolding events, rendering the atmosphere even more eerie, the surrounding darkness seemingly. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings with hawk-like vigilance. Suddenly, a low, ominous buzzing sound filled the air, growing ever closer, reminiscent of a call from the abyss, sending chills down their spines. From the shadowy recesses of the temple emerged a swarm of dark bats, their claws bared and wings flapping ominously, the sound sending shivers of dread through the air. The bats descended upon them like a swirling tempest of darkness, their sharp fangs glinting menacingly in the gloom. The disciples hastily brandished their swords in defense, the gleam of their blades flickering amidst the shadows. The bats attacked with ferocity and swiftness. Some disciples suffered scratches to their faces and arms, blood streaming forth, accompanied by searing pain. "Ah!" The cries of agony echoed within the temple, resonating with an eerie intensity in the vast emptiness. "Steady yourselves, do not panic," Lin Feng commanded, his voice nearly hoarse from the exertion. The group coordinated their efforts. Some disciples wielded torches to drive away the bats, while others swung their swords to slay the approaching creatures. After a fierce struggle, they managed to repel the bats, yet all were left shaken, gasping for breath as though they had just emerged from a nightmare. "This temple is sinister. We should depart at once," one disciple suggested, his complexion pale, eyes filled with terror, eager to escape the dreadful place, his body still trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying, "No, I sense that crucial clues are hidden here. We cannot abandon our quest so easily. Perhaps this is our only opportunity to uncover a means of escape. Let us continue searching." His voice was resolute and decisive, though a hint of fear lingered within him. He understood that retreat was not an option, determination gleaming in his eyes. The others hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced to Lin Feng's decision. They resumed their exploration of the temple, treading cautiously through every corner. The darkness within the temple seemed to possess a life of its own, perpetually yearning to engulf them. Each step elicited a sense of dread. In a side hall, they stumbled upon a time-worn tome, its cover encrusted with dust and cobwebs, as if it had been forsaken for ages, emanating an air of decay. Lin Feng gently lifted the ancient volume, turning to the first page, where the text was equally archaic and enigmatic. "What is this?" a disciple inquired, leaning closer, his voice laced with curiosity. Lin Feng read intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. What revelations might this ancient tome bestow upon them? Would they unravel the secrets of the temple? Chapter 66, The Revelation of the Mysterious Ancient Text. Faint rays of light filtered through the crevices of the temple, illuminating Lin Feng's solemn visage. His gaze shifted with the flow of the text, alternating between perplexity and delight. After a considerable time, Lin Feng slowly lifted his head, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. "I believe I have grasped something," he uttered. His voice resonated with remarkable clarity within the hushed temple, prompting the disciples to gather around him, their expressions brimming with anticipation and urgency. "Senior Brother Lin, please enlighten us," they urged, their breaths quickening as if the words he was about to utter were their sole beacon of hope for survival. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and commenced his explanation of the contents of the ancient text. It turned out that this temple had once served as a sanctum for an ancient sage, who had inscribed the secrets and pathways pertaining to this enigmatic domain. This sage, possessing unparalleled powers, had traversed countless perils within this realm and ultimately unraveled its profound mysteries. However, concerned that future generations might inadvertently wander into this place and find themselves in dire straits, he had left behind this tome in the temple, hoping to guide those fated to discover it. Yet, to uncover the path forward, we must decipher several riddles, Lin Feng remarked, furrowing his brow. His gaze returned to the ancient text, as if pondering the answers to those enigmas. Just as they were preparing to embark on the task of unraveling the mysteries, a peculiar sound echoed through the temple. It resembled a low growl, akin to heavy labored breathing, reverberating ominously within the vast space, sending chills down their spines. What could this be? The disciples' nerves tensed once more. They anxiously glanced around. Instead, Suddenly, a concealed door creaked open, and an overwhelming force began to draw them inward. This force felt like an invisible giant hand, immensely powerful and utterly irresistible. Everyone grasped onto some. The disciples followed suit, with some clutching furniture, while others wrapped their arms around columns, desperately resisting the insatiable pull, and nonetheless, the force intensified, as if determined to devour them whole. One disciple, weaker than the rest, was gradually dragged towards the shadowy portal. "Save me," he cried out in terror, flailing his arms helplessly in the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng extended a hand with all his might, striving to grasp him. "Hold on," he shouted. The other disciples, too, reached out in solidarity, and together they managed to pull the frightened disciple back. However, the suction continued to grow stronger, their combined strength waning in the face of such overpowering force. "This cannot. We must find a way to close this hidden door," Lin Feng exclaimed. Yet, there were no apparent mechanisms or buttons surrounding the door. How could they possibly seal it? Lin Feng cast his gaze once more upon the ancient text, hoping to unearth a clue. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar design in the corner of one page, resembling the shape of the hidden door. Could this be the key to closing the door? Lin Feng pondered internally. Without a moment to lose, he passed the tome to a disciple and dashed towards the concealed door. Battling against the formidable pull, Lin Feng inched closer to the door, each step demanding the utmost exertion. At last, he approached the door, scrutinizing the intricate patterns upon it, seeking a correspondence with the design he had observed. Just as he felt he could hold on no longer, he spotted a slight protrusion that matched a segment of the illustration. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed his hand against it, and in an instant, the suction ceased, the hidden door gradually closing. They all collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, relieved to have narrowly escaped calamity. Yet they understood that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainties and perils. Would they ultimately discover a way out, escaping from this mysterious and terrifying place? Chapter 67. The difficult path to unraveling the mystery. Following the recent harrowing episode, a palpable sense of trepidation lingered among the crowd. Their garments were disheveled, and traces of fear still clung to their faces, yet their eyes shimmered with resolute determination. After all, to escape this place, they must rely on the clues gleaned by Lin Feng from the ancient texts to decipher the enigma. "Let us gather our spirits and examine the first riddle," Lin Feng proclaimed, his voice still slightly trembling but filled with unwavering conviction, which provided a flicker of encouragement to the others. The first riddle inscribed in the ancient tome read, "As the moon obscures and stars grow sparse, a solitary object points the way." The group fell into deep contemplation as they scrutinized the riddle. Each individual furrowed their brows, their minds racing to uncover the key to its meaning. "What on earth does this mean?" one disciple inquired, scratching his head in utter bewilderment. Lin Feng paced the temple, meticulously observing his surroundings. Every corner of the sanctuary exuded an air of mystery, as though concealing countless secrets. His gaze traversed the dilapidated statues, the dust-laden offerings, and the clutter that accumulated in the corners. Suddenly, his eyes rested upon a weathered oil lamp. The wick was nearly consumed, and the lamp's surface bore the scars of rust and scratches. Could it be this? Lin Feng pondered silently, his heart racing as he sensed he was inching closer to the answer. He approached the lamp, gently brushing away the dust, and discovered strange symbols etched upon its surface. These markings resembled ancient script, or perhaps some arcane pattern, leaving him perplexed. Could these symbols be the key to unraveling the riddle? Lin Feng mused, his fingers delicately tracing the texture and shape of the engravings. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the temple, carrying with it an enigmatic aura. The wind caressed the faces of the gathered, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. "This breeze feels peculiar. We must remain vigilant," Lin Feng cautioned, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the surroundings. At that instant, the flame of the oil lamp flickered erratically, as if conveying a message to them. Lin Feng's eyes fixed intently on the dancing flame, a surge of inexplicable intuition swelling within him. "Brother Lin, does this oil lamp possess any special significance?" a disciple ventured closer to inquire. Lin Feng paused momentarily before responding. "I cannot say for certain, but the phrase "a solitary object" in the riddle likely refers to this very lamp." The group gathered around, scrutinizing the lamp and its peculiar symbols. These symbols appear utterly chaotic. Could they be a form of code? They engaged in animated discussions, yet remained at an impasse. Lin Feng calmed his mind and resumed his careful examination of the symbols. Suddenly, he noticed that their arrangement bore a striking resemblance to the constellation. He lifted his gaze to the temple's ceiling, where, through a gaping hole, the twinkling stars were visible. "Everyone, look, do these symbols not resemble that constellation?" he exclaimed, pointing toward the heavens. The crowd followed his gesture, lifting their eyes to compare the symbols with the celestial patterns. After a meticulous examination and comparison, they indeed discerned certain similarities. If we interpret these symbols according to the positions of the constellations, we may uncover the answer, Lin Feng suggested. Thus, they endeavored to decode the symbols' meanings based on the constellation's layout. Time slipped away, and their anxiety mounted. "I think I'm beginning to understand," one disciple exclaimed with excitement. The others hurried to gather around, eager to hear his insights. After thorough discussion and analysis, they finally deciphered the symbols' meanings and unveiled the answer to the first riddle. Just as they reveled in their success, a deep, resonant rumble echoed throughout the temple. "This is not good. We are faced with another predicament." Lin Feng shouted. What new crisis awaited them? Could they continue to unravel the subsequent riddles and discover their path to freedom? Chapter 68. The mysterious passage. The joy of recently solving the riddle had yet. The sound reverberated like rolling thunder, echoing through the confined space, causing the eardrums of those present to buzz and their hearts to swell with a profound sense of unease. Faces turned towards one another, panic etched in their eyes. Lin Feng made a valiant effort to maintain his composure, firmly clutching his sword as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. The rumbling intensified, as if the very temple itself quaked beneath the colossal sound, dust cascading from the walls, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Suddenly, on one side of the temple, a massive stone slab began to rise slowly, emitting a dull grinding noise. As the slab ascended, a chilling, damp breeze surged forth from the dark crevice, swiftly permeating the entire temple. This air was laden with a putrid and musty odor that sent shivers down their spines. "What is this place?" a trembling disciple inquired, his voice quavering, his body instinctively recoiling. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself. He gazed into the dark passage and replied, "I do not know, but perhaps it holds the key to our escape. We have no other choice, we must venture inside." Though his voice was resolute, his heart was heavy with fear and doubt. Despite the trepidation that coursed through them, under Lin Feng's leadership, the group cautiously stepped into the passage. A dense fog enveloped the corridor, seemingly alive as it swirled around them, dimming the faint light even further. They could only discern a few steps ahead, each footfall fraught with unknown peril. The ground beneath their feet was exceedingly slippery, as though coated with a layer of slime. Occasionally, droplets of water fell from the walls, chilling them to the bone and causing involuntary shivers. "Be mindful of your footing," Lin Feng cautioned, leading the way as he tested the ground with his sword, wary of potential traps. As they pressed on, a peculiar sound reached their ears. It resonated like a low wail, mingled with fragmented whispers, seemingly obscured in the darkness, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. "Brother Lin, I am afraid," a disciple clutched at the hem of Lin Feng's garment, his voice tinged with a sob. "Do not fear. We shall face this together," Lin Feng reassured him. "As long as we remain united, we will surely find our way out." He extended his hand, patting the disciple's shoulder in a bid to instill courage. Suddenly, several forks appeared ahead, each shrouded in the same thick fog, rendering it impossible to discern which path was correct. "What should we do?" a disciple queried anxiously. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "If any danger arises, retreat immediately." The group nodded in agreement and divided into smaller factions, each heading toward a different fork. Lin Feng led one group into one of the passages. The path was narrow and winding, forcing them to stoop as they advanced. After traversing a distance, they discovered peculiar patterns etched into the walls. "What do these patterns signify?" a disciple inquired. Lin Feng scrutinized them thoughtfully. Suddenly, he felt a powerful gust of air rushing toward them. "Not good, retreat quickly!" Lin Feng shouted, but it was too late. A tremendous force thrust them backward, and they fell to the ground in disarray. "Is everyone all right?" Lin Feng struggled to rise and asked. Just then, they heard screams emanating from other forks. What has transpired? Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency. Would they be able to find the correct path? What secrets lay hidden at the end of the passage? Chapter 69. The Crossroads of Choice. After encountering an unknown peril within the passage, Lin Feng and his companions swiftly regrouped. Each face bore the marks of unease and exhaustion, the sudden surge of formidable power lingering ominously in their minds. That force was truly terrifying. "We must reconsider which path to take," one disciple remarked, his voice trembling with residual fear, his eyes reflecting a deep trepidation of the unknown. The group wore grave expressions as they surveyed the several forks ahead, lost in contemplation. The junctions loomed before them like darkened maws, poised to consume them, with each choice potentially determining their fate. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the subtle distinctions of each path, endeavoring to unearth clues. His gaze was sharp and focused, leaving no potentially useful detail overlooked. Suddenly, he noticed faint footprints on the ground of one of the forks, seemingly left not long ago. "Perhaps we can follow these footprints," Lin Feng proposed, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Yet, in the absence of clearer direction, they appeared to be their sole lead. However, this may also be a trap, Brother Lin, one disciple voiced his concern, his brow furrowed, skepticism and hesitation evident in his gaze. Lin Feng clenched his jaw and replied, "At this juncture, we have no alternative but to take the risk. Lingering here in indecision will lead us nowhere." His eyes radiated determination, as if he had steeled himself to confront any forthcoming danger. Thus, the group resolved to follow the footprints into the chosen fork. The passage remained shrouded in mist, the light dimmed, each step imbued with trepidation, their footsteps echoed in the silence, resonating with unsettling clarity. As they advanced, a gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears, striking a delicate note in the stillness of the passage, akin to the pulse of life itself. "Is there an exit ahead?" one disciple exclaimed, hope illuminating his voice, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of existence. However, as they drew nearer, they discovered it was merely an underground river, its current swift and imbued with a chilling aura. The surface of the dark water shimmered with an eerie luminescence in the faint light, sending shivers down their spines. "What shall we do? Must we cross the river?" The group found themselves ensnared in a dilemma once more. They gazed at the rushing waters, their hearts heavy with fear and uncertainty. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted a dilapidated small boat by the riverbank. The vessel appeared precarious, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. "Perhaps this is our means to cross the river," Lin Feng suggested, his gaze fixed intently on the frail craft, weighing its pros and cons in his mind. "But, Brother Lin, that boat seems scarcely capable of bearing our weight," a disciple voiced his apprehension. Lin Feng approached the boat, inspecting it closely before declaring, "Though it appears worn, it may still be serviceable. We can cross in batches to lessen the load." "What if the boat capsizes in the middle of the river?" another disciple raised a concern. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and asserted, "This is our only course of action. We must attempt it. Let us proceed with caution and look out for one another." The group fell into a moment of silence before ultimately deciding to heed Lin Feng's guidance. The first batch of disciples cautiously boarded the small boat, gripping the sides tightly, their hearts racing. Lin Feng pushed the boat from the shore with determination, and it slowly glided into the river. The waters churned violently, causing the small vessel to sway perilously, as if it might be engulfed at any moment. "Everyone, maintain your balance," Lin Feng called out, his voice rising above the tumult. The disciples aboard the boat turned pale, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, a wave crashed against them, causing the boat to lurch violently. "Ah!" the disciples screamed in terror. Would they successfully navigate this dark river and continue their journey? Chapter 70: The perilous crossing of the dark river. The small boat carrying the first batch of disciples rocked violently in the turbulent waters of the dark river, each heart pounding in trepidation. Chilling droplets of river water splashed up, drenching their garments, the biting cold seeping through their very bones. Yet, in this moment, they had no time to spare for such discomfort. "Steady! Do not move!" Lin Feng shouted from the riverbank, his expression fraught with tension and urgency. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon the small vessel, his hands instinctively clenched, as if his grip could impart strength to those aboard. At a critical moment when the boat was on the verge of capsizing, the disciples united in their efforts, striving to maintain equilibrium. Their eyes were filled with fear, yet more so with determination and an indomitable will to survive. Some clung desperately to the gunwales, their knuckles whitening from the strain, others gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to stabilize their center of gravity. At last, the small boat perilously navigated through the tumultuous wave. "Keep going. We are almost to the shore." Lin Feng continually encouraged them. His voice, though somewhat faint amidst the roar of the dark river, provided immense encouragement to the disciples. When the boat finally reached the bank, the first batch of disciples exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. They gasped for air, their faces reflecting the euphoria of having narrowly escaped calamity. "Brother Lin, it is safe here for the moment," one disciple exclaimed, his voice still trembling yet tinged with a semblance of reassurance. Shortly thereafter, the second group of disciples boarded the small boat. Armed with the experience of their predecessors, they appeared somewhat more composed, yet still dared not let their guard down. Each pair of eyes was filled with tension and anticipation, fully aware that they were once again embarking on a life-and-death trial. However, as the boat ventured to the center of the river, unforeseen calamity struck once more. A sudden creaking sound emanated from the boat's bottom, as if a fissure had appeared. The noise pierced through the stillness of the river, causing a collective tightening of hearts. "Not good, the boat is sinking." The disciples were thrown into a panic. Their faces drained of color, fear rapidly engulfing them. Lin Feng, consumed by anxiety, shouted, "Quick, paddle toward the shore." His voice was nearly a roar, infused with boundless urgency and concern. With all their might, they fervently wielded their oars, racing against time. Each stroke was a Herculean effort, the oars splashing violently in the water. In this crucial moment, the small boat finally drew closer to the bank. The second batch of disciples leaped onto solid ground, their legs trembling, nearly unable to support their weight. Now it was Lin Feng and his group's turn to cross, but as they stepped onto the boat, a powerful undercurrent surged forth. It felt as if an invisible hand clutched the vessel, tossing it about with reckless abandon. "Hold tight!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice laced with resolve and courage, striving to steady the group's frayed nerves. The boat spun helplessly in the undercurrent, akin to a leaf caught in an unyielding storm. Water continued to pour into the vessel, the descent growing alarmingly swift. "We cannot abandon hope," a disciple cried, his eyes shining with. Everyone summoned their last reserves of strength, battling against the relentless current. Lin Feng's arms ached from exertion, yet he continued to row with fervor. Sweat mingled with river water, trickling down his brow. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the small boat miraculously broke free from the grips of the undercurrent, gradually inching toward the shore. "Quick, push harder!" Lin Feng urged. At long last, the boat reached the bank. Exhausted, the group crawled onto dry land, collapsing as they inhaled the fresh air. Yet they understood that this respite was merely temporary. The path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and danger. Would they successfully traverse the dark river? What further trials awaited them in the shadows? Chapter 71. The mysterious ruins. The group struggled to advance through the narrow passage, the surrounding darkness seeming to mercilessly engulf them. The air grew increasingly oppressive, each breath laden with a profound sense of unease and trepidation. The darkness was thick like viscous ink, rendering them nearly incapable of discerning their direction. "Brother Lin, how much longer must we walk before we can escape?" a disciple inquired, his voice quivering with trepidation. His words echoed faintly in the gloom, underscored by a deep-seated fear and exhaustion, as if that brief utterance had drained him of all his strength. Lin Feng feigned composure as he replied, "Do not worry. We shall surely find a way out." Although his tone was resolute, his heart was fraught with confusion and anxiety. As the pillar of strength for the group, he could not afford to show even a hint of weakness, despite being equally consumed by a dread of the unknown. At that moment, they stumbled upon an expansive space, where an ancient ruin loomed in the center. In the dim light, the structure emerged like a colossal beast awakening from the depths of antiquity, exuding an aura that sent chills down their spines. The ruin radiated an enigmatic essence, its walls etched with peculiar patterns and symbols. These designs resembled archaic script, or perhaps some arcane totem, leaving them utterly bewildered. They seemed to narrate ancient tales while concealing boundless secrets. "What is this place? It appears so mysterious," the disciples marveled in unison, their eyes widened with curiosity and reverence, yet beneath that wonder lay a profound fear of the unknown. Lin Feng cautiously approached the ruin, scrutinizing the intricate patterns. His fingers gently grazed the wall, feeling its rough texture and the passage of time etched into its surface. Each incision seemed to whisper the stories of history, drawing him into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the ruin, and the ground began to tremble slightly. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, infused with an ancient and mysterious power. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice tinged with urgency and vigilance, his gaze sharpening instantly. Before them, the grand entrance of the ruin slowly creaked open, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. This force surged forth like a tempestuous tide, pushing them back with relentless intensity. It felt as if this power possessed a life of its own, violently compressing their bodies. "What on earth is happening?" the disciples cried out in panic, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembled involuntarily. Fear spread among them like a contagion. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must venture inside to uncover the truth. Perhaps the key to our escape lies within." His eyes shone with determination and resolve. Though he was uncertain of what awaited them, he understood that retreat was not an option. The group exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with fear, yet they chose to trust Lin Feng. In this desperate situation, he was their sole beacon of hope. They cautiously stepped into the ruin, where a musty atmosphere enveloped them. The air reeked of decaying wood and damp earth, evoking a wave of nausea. In the center of the hall stood a colossal statue, its visage obscured with time, yet still exuding an aura of former grandeur. "This statue appears quite terrifying," a disciple whispered, his voice reverberated clearly in the vast emptiness of the ruin. At that moment, the walls around them suddenly illuminated, and the strange patterns and symbols began to flicker. The light pulsed erratically, rendering the entire ruin even more inscrutable. "What is happening?" the group gasped, their voices brimming with fear and confusion. The ground trembled once more, this time with increasing ferocity. The entire ruin seemed to sway, threatening to collapse at any moment. "This is not good. We may have triggered some mechanism," Lin Feng shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the violent tremors. Suddenly, stones began to plummet from the ceiling, prompting everyone to dodge for cover. The debris fell like rain, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ah!" One disciple was unfortunate enough to be struck by a falling stone, collapsing to the floor. He groaned in agony, blood oozing from his wounds. Quick, help him! Lin Feng rushed over, lifting the injured disciple with urgency and concern etched across his face. At that moment, an even more thunderous roar echoed through the ruin, as if the very world were on the brink of collapse. Massive stones continued to dislodge from the walls, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Would they be able to find a way out of this mysterious ruin? What dangers and secrets lay hidden within? Chapter 72 Trials within the ruins. Amidst the ruins, chaos and peril engulfed the group. Lin Feng, deftly evading the incessantly falling stones, vociferously commanded everyone to seek refuge in a safer locale. This way, everyone! Quickly! Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating above the din, yet tinged with an undercurrent of urgency. Following his guidance, the crowd stumbled toward a seemingly secure corner. After much effort, they discovered a relatively spacious area, devoid of falling debris, where they could momentarily catch their breath. Each individual gasped for air, their faces etched with terror and fatigue. This ruin is rife with enigmas. We must proceed with utmost caution, Lin Feng declared solemnly. His gaze swept over each disciple, striving to instill a sense of composure. At that moment, a radiant light coalesced on the wall, forming the shape of a door that shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence. The hues danced vibrantly yet evoked an inexplicable dread. Could this be the exit? One disciple exclaimed, hope glimmering in his eyes as he fixated on the luminous portal, as though it offered a glimmer of survival. Lin Feng shook his head. It is not so simple. This may well be another trial. His brow furrowed, laden with doubt and concern. Despite the trepidation that gripped them, they resolved to step through the glowing threshold in their quest for an escape. As they crossed the portal, an immense pressure enveloped them, as if they were being weighed down by an unseen force, rendering their movements arduous. Hang in there, everyone! Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, yet he persevered in pushing forward. The surroundings morphed dramatically, the previously dark space transformed into a desolate desert, the relentless sun beating down upon them. In an instant, it shifted again, plunging them into a frigid wasteland, where biting winds howled mercilessly. What is happening? The disciples cried out in bewilderment. Before they could fully comprehend their predicament, phantasmagorical creatures emerged from the desert, lunging at them with claws bared and flames spouting from their maws. Panic ensued, with some disciples wildly brandishing their weapons in a frenzied attempt to fight back. Stay calm! These are mere illusions! Lin Feng shouted, his voice cutting through the turmoil with striking clarity, yet, some disciples were too engulfed in fear to heed his words. One disciple, in a fit of panic, inadvertently swung his weapon towards a companion. Stop! Lin Feng rushed forward, intervening to restrain the out-of-control disciple. Just then, a horde of ice-like monsters materialized amidst the blizzard, advancing swiftly toward them. Back to back, do not falter! Lin Feng commanded. Under his leadership, the group gradually regained their composure and began to confront the illusory foes together. However, as time wore on, the pressure intensified, and their strength waned rapidly. This cannot continue. We must uncover the key to dispelling these illusions, Lin Feng pondered while fending off the creatures' assaults. Suddenly, he discerned that the monsters grew fiercer with each surge of fear and panic they experienced. Maintain your calm, keep your thoughts clear. Lin Feng bellowed. Upon hearing his rallying cry, the disciples endeavored to recalibrate their mental state. Gradually, the ferocity of the monsters' attacks diminished, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. Would they be able to surmount this daunting trial and escape from the clutches of the mysterious ruins? Chapter 73 Breaking through the illusion. Under Lin Feng's reminder, everyone endeavored to maintain their composure, clearing their minds of distractions. The illusory monsters indeed began to weaken, their once menacing forms blurring and dissipating like smoke in the wind. The horrifying scenes surrounding them gradually faded away, the darkness returning, yet this darkness was no longer as terrifying as before. Wonderful, it seems we have found the right approach, exclaimed a disciple, his voice brimming with the exhilaration of survival, a faint blush of excitement gracing his cheeks. However, before they could exhale in relief, a new trial descended upon them. The pressure that had seemingly vanished surged back with ferocity, that invisible force resembling a colossal hand squeezing from all directions. The air grew heavy and oppressive, rendering each breath a formidable challenge. Ah! A disciple could no longer bear it, crying out in anguish. His body hunched slightly, a grimace of pain etched on his face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and urged, everyone, hold on a little longer, we will surely prevail. Though his voice was resolute, the strain was evident. He too was grappling with immense pressure, his legs trembling slightly, yet he stood resolutely, setting an example for all. Before them loomed a massive stone door, its surface intricately engraved with complex patterns. These motifs resembled ancient incantations, or perhaps mystical codes, emitting a faint glow. This may well be the key to breaking through our predicament, Lin Feng remarked as he scrutinized the stone door, his gaze fixated on the patterns in search of some underlying order. The others gathered around, eager to discover a method to unlock the door, engaging in animated discussions.
These patterns appear utterly perplexing. Could they be arranged in a specific sequence?
At that moment, the engravings on the door suddenly shimmered with light, beginning to shift. The radiance intensified, blinding them momentarily.
What is happening?
The disciples grew tense once more, their previously relaxed demeanor tightening to an extreme. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng proclaimed, "Perhaps this is a riddle. We must touch these patterns in a specific order." His gaze was unwavering, a preliminary idea already forming in his mind. Heeding Lin Feng's command, they cautiously reached out to touch the engravings on the stone door. With each contact, a subtle current coursed through their bodies, prompting involuntary shivers. As they proceeded, the door emitted a low rumble, as if a long-slumbering beast was being stirred from its rest. The sound echoed ominously in the confined space, sending chills down their spines. Gradually, the stone door began to open. A sliver of light seeped through the crack, igniting hope within their hearts. Beyond the door lay a long corridor, shrouded in a delicate mist. The vapor floated gently, obscuring the view of what lay deeper within. They ventured cautiously into the passage, the ground beneath their feet damp, droplets of water occasionally cascading from the walls. "Be careful. We know not what dangers may lurk within," Lin Feng cautioned. The others nodded in agreement, closely trailing behind him. As they progressed, a faint sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. "Who is it?" a disciple inquired anxiously. The footsteps drew nearer, quickening their heartbeats. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the mist. "Prepare for battle!" Lin Feng shouted. The group raised their weapons in unison, bracing themselves for the unknown challenge that awaited them. They tread cautiously into the corridor, uncertain of what trials lay ahead. Chapter 74 Shadows in the mist. Just as the crowd stood on high alert, the figure gradually came into focus. It turned out to be a ragged old man, his eyes clouded, hair disheveled, and his face adorned with deep wrinkles. He leaned upon a cane, which appeared to be etched with peculiar symbols. "Why have you come here?" the old man rasped, his voice echoing as though it emerged from the depths of a cavern, imbued with a sense of profound weariness and indifference. Stepping forward, Lin Feng respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Elder, we find ourselves trapped in this place, desperately seeking a way out, and we mean no offense." His gaze brimmed with sincerity and hope, yearning for assistance from the old man. The elder scrutinized them from head to toe and scoffed, "This place is not one you may traverse at will. It conceals countless dangers. You, mere fledglings, truly know not the bounds of your own ignorance." His words were laced with reproach yet hinted at a flicker of sympathy for their plight. The disciples exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation. They gazed at the old man, uncertain of how to proceed. "Elder, we beseech you for guidance. We are truly at our wits' end," Lin Feng implored earnestly. His eyes were filled with a pleading desperation, hoping to soften the old man's heart and receive some direction. After a moment of silence, the elder spoke slowly. "To escape is no simple task. This passage is fraught with traps and mechanisms. The slightest misstep could lead to your demise." His voice reverberated through the corridor, deepening the weight of despair within the group. Upon hearing this, their spirits sank. The glimmer of hope that had recently ignited was extinguished mercilessly. "However, I can offer you a hint," the elder continued, his gaze flickering with hesitation before ultimately resolving to aid them. "Thank you, Elder," Lin Feng responded quickly, gratitude illuminating his face. The elder gestured toward the walls of the passageway, saying, "Observe these stone carvings closely, perhaps you will uncover a clue. Whether you comprehend it, however, depends on your own fortuity." With that, the old man turned and vanished into the mist, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. They began to meticulously examine the intricate stone carvings on the walls, which depicted complex patterns, some resembling animals, others celestial bodies, and still others evoking ancient script, leaving them utterly perplexed. "What could this possibly mean?" one disciple exclaimed in frustration, his brow furrowed and eyes straining, yet yielding no insights. Lin Feng steadied himself, analyzing the carvings piece by piece. His fingers gently traced the textures and lines of the engravings. "Let us not be hasty, we shall take our time. Perhaps there is a connection between these patterns," Lin Feng suggested. Gathering together, they began to discuss their observations. "Doesn't this resemble the creature we encountered earlier?" one remarked. "Not quite, I believe it resembles a mysterious symbol more," another countered. At that moment, a strange sound echoed through the corridor, akin to a low growl, interspersed with the mechanical whirring of traps being triggered. "This is bad. There may be danger ahead," Lin Feng shouted, and the group instantly tensed, gripping their weapons and scanning their surroundings warily. Suddenly, a volley of sharp arrows shot forth from the walls, hurtling towards them at alarming speed. "Watch out!" Lin Feng cried. The group scattered in chaos, the scene erupting into pandemonium. One disciple, unable to evade in time, was struck in the arm by an arrow. Ah! He cried out in agony. Lin Feng rushed to his side, swiftly extracting the arrow and bandaging the wound. Stay close together, do not scatter, Lin Feng commanded. After the arrows passed, a barrage of fireballs rained down from the ceiling, engulfing the corridor in a tempest of flames. What new peril would they encounter? Would they manage to discern a way out from the enigmatic stone carvings? Chapter 75 of the Arduous Riddle. In this perilous moment, Lin Feng led the group as they deftly evaded the incessant barrage of fireballs and arrows, all the while continuing their examination of the intricate stone carvings upon the walls. The fireballs ignited the air with a roaring sound, while the arrows sliced through the void, producing a sharp, whistling cry. A palpable sense of tension and danger permeated the entire corridor. Everyone, remain calm. We will surely uncover a clue, Lin Feng proclaimed with resolute conviction. His voice resonated with an unwavering strength amidst the chaos, striving to instill a sense of composure and confidence within the group. One disciple voiced his concerns. Senior brother Lin, these carvings are so intricate, how can we discern any clues? His tone was laden with anxiety and helplessness, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead and trickling onto the... Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze intently scrutinizing each pattern, leaving no detail overlooked. His eyes reflected a blend of contemplation and determination. Consider this: have not the various trials we encountered thus far adhered to a certain pattern? Perhaps this place is no exception. The group fell into deep reflection, striving to recollect their previous experiences. Vivid images of their harrowing encounters flashed through their minds as they endeavored to identify any common threads. At that moment, the onslaught of fireballs and arrows momentarily abated, granting them a fleeting respite. The corridor fell into a temporary hush, broken only by the sound of their heavy breaths and racing hearts. Senior brother Lin, could it be that these patterns represent a specific sequence? Another disciple ventured, his eyes fixed intently on the carvings, brimming with anticipation and uncertainty. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. It is possible, let us attempt to interpret them in order. Thus, they engaged in various attempts and hypotheses based on the shapes, positions, and potential symbolic meanings of the patterns. Some disciples suggested arranging them by size, others believed complexity was the key, while some posited that the significance of the objects represented by the patterns should dictate their order. As time slipped away, anxiety mounted among the group. Each failed attempt weighed heavily on their spirits, hope gradually diminishing with every setback. This is futile, we cannot unlock it this way, one disciple lamented, striking the wall in frustration, venting his dissatisfaction and despair. Have we miscalculated? Another murmured, his eyes clouded with despondency. Lin Feng's heart grew heavier, yet he understood the importance of perseverance. Taking a deep breath, he urged himself to regain composure. Do not lose heart, let us think carefully once more. There must be aspects we have yet to consider. Just as despair began to envelop them, Lin Feng suddenly spotted a minuscule symbol concealed in the shadows of a corner. This symbol was nearly obscured, and had it not been for Lin Feng's unwavering focus, it likely would have gone unnoticed. This symbol bears a striking resemblance to a mark mentioned in the ancient texts, Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. His voice brimmed with excitement and hope, rekindling the spirits of the previously disheartened group. The disciples quickly gathered around, scrutinizing the symbol with newfound intensity. Senior brother Lin, do you believe this could be the key to unraveling the riddle? They inquired. It is indeed possible. Let us see if we can derive insight from this symbol, Lin Feng responded. They commenced a renewed examination and interpretation of the carvings surrounding this newfound symbol, each individual's nerves taut with anticipation. Would they be able to decipher the riddle based on this discovery and extricate themselves from danger? Chapter 76 The Breakthrough of the Enigma. A new round of discussion and speculation ensued as the crowd gathered around the diminutive symbol. The faces of each individual were etched with tension and concentration, their gazes fixed intently upon the enigmatic emblem, as if it were the sole key to their survival. Brother Lin, this symbol appears to resemble some ancient array marker, one disciple remarked, his eyes shimmering with confusion and contemplation, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to recall any knowledge associated with it. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, there exists such a possibility, let us reflect upon the array knowledge we have acquired. His mind raced, recalling various array diagrams and explanations he had encountered in ancient texts. After a period of contemplation, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Perhaps this symbol constitutes the core of the entire array, and we should interpret these stone carvings according to the principles of the array. His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Encouraged by Lin Feng's line of thought, the group rearranged the stone patterns. Their fingers delicately traversed the designs, meticulously adjusting the sequence, their eyes never daring to. In that moment, the previously chaotic patterns began to unveil a semblance of order. "Look, these patterns seem to narrate a story," one disciple exclaimed, his voice rising in exhilaration, piercing through the previously tense silence of the corridor. As their investigation deepened, a legend regarding the secrets of the ruins gradually emerged. It was said that this site had once served as a cultivation ground for a powerful immortal, concealing unparalleled techniques and treasures left behind by the celestial being. However, formidable protective forces also resided within. Only by overcoming numerous trials and unraveling all enigmas could one attain the treasures and depart safely. Yet, the peril was far from abated. New upheavals transpired within the corridor. The ground began to tremble violently, fissures appearing along the walls, debris and dust cascaded down, striking the crowd. "What is happening?" the disciples cried out in panic, their voices laced with fear, the joy sparked by their breakthrough overshadowed in an instant by dread. "Do not panic. Let us solve the enigma first," Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve amidst the chaos. Striving to steady their frayed emotions, however, the shaking intensified, with large stones intermittently plummeting from above, leaving them with no refuge. "Brother Lin, if this continues, we shall be buried here," a disciple cried, his tone tinged with desperation. While dodging the falling debris, Lin Feng urged, "Trust me, as long as we unravel the enigma, a way out will present itself." Bolstered by Lin Feng's encouragement, the group steeled themselves against their fears and resumed their examination of the stone carvings. Suddenly, one disciple uncovered a crucial clue. "Brother Lin, look at this pattern, does it not relate to the symbol we just observed?" Lin Feng leaned in closer, scrutinizing the connection. Following this lead, they persistently adjusted the arrangement of the carvings. Just as they were on the brink of completing the final step, a massive stone descended towards them. "Be careful!" Lin Feng exclaimed, forcefully pushing aside a nearby disciple. Would they succeed in deciphering the enigma before the corridor collapsed? Chapter 76. The puzzle breakthrough. The group gathered around the diminutive symbol, engaging in a new round of discussion and speculation. Each face was etched with tension and focus, their eyes fixated on the enigmatic symbol, as if it were the sole key to their survival. "Senior Brother Lin, this symbol resembles a mark of some ancient formation," one disciple remarked, his eyes shimmering with doubt and contemplation, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to recall any pertinent knowledge from memory. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "That is indeed a possibility. Let us consider the formation knowledge we have acquired." His mind raced, recalling the various diagrams and explanations of formations he had encountered in ancient texts. After a period of reflection, a spark of insight illuminated Lin Feng's thoughts. Perhaps this symbol is the very core of the formation, and we can decode these engravings by adhering to the principles of the formation. His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Following Lin Feng's lead, the others began to rearrange the engraved patterns. Their fingers delicately traversed the designs, meticulously adjusting the sequence, their eyes unwaveringly glued to the task at hand. At that moment, the previously chaotic patterns began to exhibit a semblance of order. The seemingly random lines and shapes gradually coalesced into recognizable patterns and sequences. "Look, these patterns appear to narrate a story," one disciple exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhilaration, shattering the tense silence that had enveloped the passage. As their research deepened, a legend concerning the secrets of the ruins began to surface. It was said that this site had once been a sacred retreat for a powerful immortal, concealing unparalleled techniques and treasures left behind by the sage. Yet, formidable protective forces also dwelled within, and only by overcoming numerous trials and unraveling all the puzzles could one attain the treasures and escape unscathed. However, the danger was far from abated, as new turmoil erupted within the passage. The ground began to shake violently, fissures appearing on the walls, debris and dust cascaded down, striking the assembled disciples. "What is happening?" they cried in panic, their voices laced with fear, as the joy of their breakthrough was swiftly. "Let us first solve the puzzle," Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve amidst the chaos, striving to stabilize the group's emotions. Yet, the tremors intensified, and large stones began to plummet from above, leaving them with no refuge. "Senior Brother Lin, if this continues, we shall be buried alive," one disciple cried, his voice quivering with despair. Dodging the falling debris, Lin Feng urged, "Trust me, as long as we unravel the puzzle, there is a way out." Encouraged by his words, the group steeled themselves against their fear and resumed their examination of the engravings. Suddenly, one disciple discovered a crucial clue. "Senior Brother Lin, look at this pattern, could it be related to the symbol we just observed?" Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, he discerned the connection. They followed this lead, continuously adjusting the arrangement of the engravings. Just as they were about to complete the final step, a massive stone came crashing down towards them. "Watch out!" Lin Feng shouted as he forcefully pushed a nearby disciple aside. Would they succeed in deciphering the puzzle before the passage collapsed? Chapter 77 of The Life and Death Struggle in the Abyss of Mist. In a moment of peril, Lin Feng narrowly evaded the descending boulder. The massive stone grazed the hem of his garment before crashing to the ground, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air, enveloping him in its embrace. "Everyone, accelerate!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice hoarse from tension and exertion, tinged with a slight tremor, yet still resonating with strength and resolve, echoing like a bell in the narrow passageway. The group exerted every ounce of their strength, their fingers trembling slightly from anxiety and haste, as if they were playing a melody of life and death. At long last, they completed the final arrangement of the stone carvings. In an instant, a radiant beam of light burst forth from the carvings, illuminating the entire corridor. The light was warm and gentle, starkly contrasting with the preceding danger in darkness. All threats ceased, the ground stilled, and the fissures in the walls no longer widened. The previously falling stones seemed to be enchanted, frozen in midair, and even the swirling dust appeared to be captured in the glow. "We did it," the disciples cheered, their voices brimming with the joy and exhilaration of having survived a harrowing ordeal, their faces breaking into relieved smiles, glistening with tears that sparkled with hope in the light's embrace. However, before they could revel in their triumph for long, a stone door began to rise slowly, revealing an unknown realm beyond. The door, heavy and ancient, emitted a dull sound, as if recounting the vicissitudes of time, the noise reverberating in the stillness of the passage, tightening their hearts once more. "Where is this?" one disciple inquired, his voice laced with new fear and unease, the relief he had just experienced now replaced by apprehension, his tone quivering. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied, "Regardless, we must enter and investigate." His gaze was resolute, though doubt lingered in his heart. He understood that retreat was not an option. In that moment, he stood as a beacon of courage and hope amidst the encroaching darkness. As they stepped through the stone door, a thin mist enveloped them. The fog danced around them like gossamer, dreamlike and ethereal, blurring their vision. With each step, it felt as though they were treading into an unfathomable abyss, the ground beneath them losing its solidity. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the mist. The sound reverberated, sharp and jarring, sending shivers down their spines, like a derisive cackle from the depths of hell. "Who is it?" a disciple cried out in terror, his voice trembling, betraying a palpable fear. No response came, only the laughter continued to resound from all directions, disorienting them and plunging them into an abyss of confusion and dread. Their hearts raced, pounding as if they might leap from their throats. Nerves tautened once more, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Lin Feng halted, trying to discern the source of the laughter, his ears perked, eyes darting about, brows furrowed in concentration. "Everyone, be cautious, form a back-to-back formation to guard against surprise attacks," he murmured, his tone low and grave, infused with vigilance. The disciples quickly huddled together, creating a tight defensive circle, their weapons gripped firmly, ever ready to counter any impending assault. Their breaths came in quick succession, their gazes resolute. At that moment, indistinct figures began to emerge from the mist. "What is that?" someone asked, their voice trembling with uncertainty and fear. As the shapes gradually materialized, they revealed a horde of grotesque creatures, their features contorted and deformed. Some bore extra limbs, while others exhibited misplaced organs, emanating an aura of malevolence that seemed capable of eroding the very essence of the soul. "Prepare for battle!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice slicing through the veil of fear, instilling a measure of courage within the group. The disciples raised their weapons, engaging in a fierce struggle against the monstrous entities. Blades flashed amidst the mist, the sounds of battle ringing deafeningly. Lin Feng, agile and swift, wielded his sword like a bolt of lightning, each strike infused with ferocity, repelling the creature's onslaught time and again. Yet, the monsters continued to surge forth relentlessly, as if inexhaustible, akin to an unending tide. One disciple was struck and fell to the ground, groaning in pain, his complexion pale. "Hold on!" Lin Feng rushed over, supporting him. The battle intensified, the group's stamina waning. Each attack became increasingly arduous, each defense demanding greater exertion. Could they triumph over these abominations and emerge from the shrouded mist? Chapter 77 of The Life and Death Struggle in the Abyss of Mist. In a moment of peril, Lin Feng narrowly evaded the colossal boulder that plummeted towards him. The immense stone grazed the hem of his garment before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending dust billowing into the air, enveloping him in a cloud of debris. "Everyone, accelerate!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice hoarse and strained from tension, tinged with a quiver, yet brimming with strength and resolve, echoing through the narrow passage like a resounding bell. With every ounce of their strength, the group pressed on, their fingers trembling slightly with anxiety and haste, as if performing a melody of life and death. At long last, they completed the final arrangement of the stone carvings. In an instant, a radiant beam of light burst forth from the engravings, illuminating the entire corridor. The light was warm and gentle, starkly contrasting the preceding peril and darkness. All dangers ceased. The ground steadied, and the fissures in the walls halted their expansion. The previously falling stones seemed to be frozen in time, suspended in midair, as if enchanted by the light. Even the swirling dust appeared to be captured in this moment of illumination. "We did it," the disciples cheered, their voices resonating with the joy and exhilaration of having survived the ordeal, their faces adorned with smiles of relief, glistening with tears that sparkled with the light of newfound hope. However, before they could revel in their triumph for long, a stone door began to rise slowly, revealing an unknown realm beyond. The ancient, weighty door emitted a dull thud, as if narrating the tales of ages past, its sound reverberating in the silent corridor, tightening their hearts once more. Where could this be? The one disciple inquired, his voice laced with a fresh sense of fear and unease, the relief he had just felt now replaced by apprehension, his tone trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied, "Regardless of what lies ahead, we must venture forth." His gaze was resolute, despite the doubt swirling within him. He understood that retreat was not an option. At that moment, he stood as a beacon in the night, instilling a flicker of courage and hope in those around him. They stepped through the stone door, entering a realm shrouded in thick mist. The fog coiled around them like gossamer, ethereal and dreamlike, rendering their vision hazy with each step. It felt as though they were treading into an uncharted abyss, the ground beneath them losing its solidity. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the mist. The sound reverberated eerily, sharp and jarring, sending shivers down their spines, as if mocking them from the depths of hell. "Who is it?" a disciple cried out in terror, his voice trembling, betraying his uncontainable fear. No response came, only the haunting laughter that seemed to emanate from all directions, disorienting them, plunging them into an abyss of confusion and dread. The hearts of the group raced wildly, as if threatening to leap from their throats. Their nerves tightened once more, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Lin Feng halted, straining to discern the source of the laughter. His ears perked up, eyes darting around, brow furrowed in concentration. "Everyone be cautious, stand back to guard against ambush," he murmured, his voice low and grave, infused with vigilance. The disciples swiftly clustered together, forming a tight defensive circle, weapons gripped firmly in hand, poised for any impending assault. Their breaths were rapid, their gazes resolute. At that moment, indistinct shapes began to materialize through the mist. "What is that?" someone asked, his voice quaking with uncertainty and fear. As the figures became clearer, they revealed a horde of grotesque monsters, their features contorted and deformed. Some bore extra limbs, while others had misplaced organs, exuding an aura of malevolence that seemed capable of corroding the very essence of the soul. "Prepare for battle!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice piercing through the veil of fear, instilling a measure of courage in the hearts of his companions. The disciples raised their weapons, engaging in a fierce struggle against the monsters. Blades flashed in the mist, the cacophony of battle cries ringing deafeningly in their ears. Lin Feng moved with agility, his sword dancing like lightning, each strike delivered with fierce intent, repelling the onslaught of the abominations. Yet, the monsters continued to surge forth, an unending tide, relentless as the ocean's waves. One disciple was struck by a creature, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony, his complexion pale. "Hold on!" Lin Feng rushed to his side, lifting him with concern etched across his face. As the battle intensified, the group's stamina began to wane. Each strike became increasingly arduous, every defense demanded greater exertion. Would they be able to overcome these fiends and emerge from the depths of this mist? Chapter 78 The Truth in the Mist. In the midst of a fierce battle with the monstrous foes, Lin Feng remained utterly focused, not allowing any subtle movement of the creatures to escape his notice. Gradually, he discerned their weaknesses. "Attack their abdomens!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice cutting through the blood-soaked chaos with remarkable clarity and power, akin to a thunderclap piercing the darkened sky. Upon hearing his command, the others rallied their strength to strike at the monster's midsections. Each assault was infused with determination and valor, as blades and swords clashed amidst resounding roars that seemed to pierce the dense fog, reaching for the heavens. Indeed, the monsters' movements began to slow, their once ferocious attacks gradually losing their potency, and the once fearsome postures became feeble and ineffectual. After a grueling struggle, the creatures were finally vanquished. The ground was strewn with debris and blood, a testament to the brutal conflict that had unfolded. The mist began to dissipate, leaving the weary fighters gasping for breath, their bodies swaying precariously, like flickering candles in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. "Is it finally over?" one disciple uttered wearily, his voice faint and hoarse, as if he had expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing onto the ground. However, when the mist fully cleared, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. Before them stood a grand palace, resplendent in gold and jewels, with towering columns supporting a magnificent dome, reaching as if to pierce the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. The walls were adorned with sapphires and pearls, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance that, rather than offering warmth and solace, exuded an air of mystery and reverence. "What is happening?" the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief and trepidation towards the unknown, their mouths agape as though they could swallow an egg whole. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the palace, a venerable elder, clad in a pristine white robe, untouched by the grime of the world. His snow-white beard billowed in the breeze, and his gaze was profound and wise, as if he could see through all existence. The elder's eyes sparkled keenly as he addressed them. "You have finally arrived." His voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an intangible weight, pressing down upon their hearts like a heavy mountain. Lin Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands in respectful inquiry. "Esteemed elder, where exactly is this place?" His eyes brimmed with curiosity and anticipation, as if seeking a glimmer of hope in the enveloping darkness. The elder smiled slightly and replied, "This is the heart of the ruins. Everything you have experienced was a trial." His words echoed within the vast palace, lingering in the air, as if recounting an ancient and enigmatic tale. The group exchanged glances, the notion of a trial stirring tumultuous waves within their already restless hearts. The elder continued, "Only by overcoming these trials can you qualify to obtain the treasures and legacies hidden within the ruins. Yet, this is no easy feat. There are further challenges that await you." His gaze swept over each individual, cold as a biting wind, instilling a chill that rose from the depths of their souls. "Esteemed elder, what exactly are these treasures and legacies?" One disciple could not restrain his curiosity. His voice was tinged with urgency and anxiety, filled with a thirst for the unknown mingled with trepidation. The elder gently shook his head. "The time has not yet come. You will discover it in due course. But I must caution you, the path ahead is fraught with peril. Any misstep could lead to irreversible doom." His tone was grave and heavy, tightening the knots in their hearts once more. Lin Feng took a deep breath and declared, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, having come this far, we shall not falter." His voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with determination and courage. The elder nodded slightly. "Very well, then follow me." As they trailed behind the elder into the palace, the opulence within was even more striking. Dazzling jewels, exquisite murals, and priceless artifacts adorned the space, yet their minds were too preoccupied with unease to appreciate the splendor. Suddenly, vivid images emerged on the walls, depicting ancient battles and mysterious spells. These scenes came alive, as if transporting them to a distant past. "What is this?" the crowd marveled, their eyes wide and unblinking, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. The elder explained, "These are the remnants of our ancestors, concealing countless secrets and powers within." Would they successfully secure the treasures and legacies? Chapter 78 The Truth in the Mist. In the midst of a fierce battle with the monsters, Lin Feng remained wholly focused, not allowing any subtle movement of the creatures to escape his notice. Gradually, he discerned their vulnerabilities. "Attack their abdomens!" Lin Feng bellowed. His voice resonated with remarkable clarity and strength amidst the bloody chaos, akin to a thunderclap slicing through the darkened sky. Upon hearing him, the others rallied their forces to strike at the monster's midsections. Each assault was imbued with resolve and valor, as the flickering blades and the clash of weapons intertwined, accompanied by a chorus of furious roars. Those roars seemed to pierce through the dense fog, reaching the heavens above. Indeed, the monsters' movements began to slow, their once mighty assaults gradually losing their ferocity, and their previously menacing postures became feeble and drained of power. After a grueling struggle, the monsters were ultimately vanquished. The ground lay strewn with debris and blood, bearing witness to this brutally intense confrontation. The mist began to dissipate, revealing a weary group of individuals gasping for breath, their bodies trembling as if they were candles flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. "Is it finally over?" one disciple uttered wearily. His voice was frail and hoarse, as though he had expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing onto the ground. However, when the mist fully cleared, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Before their eyes stood a grand palace, resplendent in gold and brilliance, towering columns supporting a magnificent dome, as if reaching for the heavens above, awe-inspiring and majestic. The walls were adorned with gemstones and pearls, shimmering with a dazzling light that, while breathtaking, offered them no warmth or reassurance, instead exuding an air of mystery and reverence. "What is this?" the crowd gasped in astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief and trepidation of the unknown, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. At that moment, a figure emerged from the palace, a venerable elder. Clad in a pristine white robe that seemed untouched by the earthly realm, his snow-white beard fluttered in the breeze, and his gaze was profound and wise, as if he could perceive the essence of all things. The elder looked intently at them and spoke, "You have finally arrived." His voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an intangible weight, pressing down upon the hearts of the listeners like a heavy mountain. Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and inquired, "Elder, where exactly is this place?" His eyes brimmed with confusion and anticipation, as if seeking a glimmer of hope in the enveloping darkness. The elder smiled faintly and replied, "This is the heart of the ruins. Everything you have endured has been a trial." His voice echoed throughout the vast palace, lingering in the air as if recounting an ancient and mysterious tale. The crowd exchanged glances, the word trial stirring a tempest within them, heightening their already restless hearts. The elder continued, only by passing the trial will you earn the right to the treasures and legacies within the ruins. Yet, this is no simple task, further challenges await you. His gaze swept over each individual, chilling them to the core like a biting winter wind. Elder, what exactly are these treasures and legacies? A disciple could not restrain himself from asking, his tone urgent and anxious, filled with a longing and fear of the unknown. The elder gently shook his head. The time has not yet come, you will know in due course, but I must caution you, the road ahead is fraught with peril, a moment's carelessness may lead to irrevocable doom. His tone was grave and heavy, tightening their hearts once more. Lin Feng took a deep breath and declared, Elder, rest assured, having come this far, we shall not retreat. His voice was resolute and powerful, imbued with determination and courage. The elder nodded slightly. Very well, then follow me. They trailed behind the elder into the palace, where the opulence was even more pronounced. Dazzling jewels, exquisite murals, and priceless artifacts adorned the space, yet they had no heart to admire them, their minds consumed by concerns of the unknown. Suddenly, images began to materialize on the surrounding walls, depicting ancient battles and enigmatic spells. The scenes were so vivid that they seemed to transport the viewers to a distant past. What is this? The crowd marveled, their eyes wide and unblinking, fearful of missing any detail. The elder explained, these are the legacies of our ancestors, containing countless secrets and powers. Would they be able to successfully obtain the treasures and legacies? Chapter 79, The Secret of Inheritance. The crowd trailed closely behind the elder, their eyes fixed intently on the vivid images adorning the walls, their hearts brimming with curiosity and reverence. The scenes appeared almost alive, pulsating with an otherworldly glow that cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon their faces. These illustrations chronicled the remarkable achievements and profound spells of their ancestors. The elder spoke slowly, his voice resonating throughout the vast palace, imbued with a palpable sense of historical gravitas. Lin Feng could not contain his eagerness and inquired, Esteemed elder, may we learn these spells? His eyes sparkled with a fervent longing for formidable power. The elder regarded him with a gaze both profound and intricate, responding, that depends on whether you possess the requisite talent and fortuity. The mastery of spells is not a mere endeavor of the moment. It demands exceptional insight and unwavering determination. At that moment, an image revealed a mysterious artifact, radiating immense power. The artifact shimmered brilliantly, and the air around it seemed to warp. What is this? A disciple exclaimed, his voice sharp with excitement as he instinctively leaned forward. The elder's expression turned grave as he replied, this is one of the most powerful artifacts within the ruins, possessing the capability to obliterate worlds. However, it is accompanied by tremendous peril. Only through the final trial shall one have the opportunity to claim it. A wave of exhilaration and trepidation washed over the crowd. They were thrilled at the prospect of acquiring such a potent artifact, yet anxious about the formidable challenges that lay ahead. What does this final trial entail? Lin Feng asked urgently, his heart racing and beads of sweat forming on his brow. The elder paused for a moment before answering thoughtfully, it is a trial of your innermost self. Only by steadfastly adhering to your true essence, unclouded by desire, can you succeed. Throughout this process, you will confront the deepest fears and yearnings of your heart, and a moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to irrevocable ruin. The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of concern and uncertainty. They began to introspect, questioning whether they possessed the fortitude to endure such a trial. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the palace, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth, filled with rage and authority. This is bad. Danger approaches, the elder exclaimed, his countenance transforming into one of stern seriousness. His body tensed. The crowd immediately grew anxious, gripping their weapons tightly as they cast wary glances toward the source of the sound. As the roar drew nearer, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the gemstones embedded in the walls flickered with increasing intensity. Everyone, be cautious! Lin Feng shouted. From the shadows emerged a colossal beast, its presence reminiscent of a mountain, its body cloaked in impenetrable scales that glimmered with a chilling light, its eyes blazed like raging flames, and scorching breath escaped its maw. What manner of creature is this? A disciple cried out in terror. The elder replied, this is the guardian beast of the artifact, only by vanquishing it may you be deemed worthy to undertake the trial. Undaunted, Lin Feng charged towards the beast, leading the disciples into a fierce confrontation. The creature swung its massive claws, each strike imbued with titanic force. Lin Feng nimbly evaded, searching for the beast's weaknesses. One disciple, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying. Be careful! Lin Feng warned. As they faced the relentless onslaught of the beast, they gradually found themselves in dire straits, yet they refused to yield. Would they triumph over this formidable foe, and would they be able to pass the ultimate test of their inner selves to obtain the artifact and the legacy? Chapter 79 The Secret of Inheritance. The crowd trailed closely behind the elder, their eyes fixated on the images adorning the walls, their hearts brimming with curiosity and reverence. The scenes appeared to pulsate with life, shimmering with an ethereal glow that cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon their faces. These vivid depictions chronicled the remarkable achievements and profound spells of their ancestors. The elder spoke slowly, his voice reverberating through the vast expanse of the palace, imbued with a palpable sense of historical gravity. Lin Feng could not restrain his eagerness and inquired, "Esteemed elder, may we learn these spells?" His eyes sparkled with yearning, reflecting a deep-seated desire for formidable power. The elder regarded him with a penetrating and intricate gaze, replying, "That depends on whether you possess the requisite talent and fortune. Mastery of spells is not attained overnight, it demands exceptional insight and unwavering determination." At that moment, a mysterious artifact materialized within one of the images, radiating an overwhelming force. The artifact emanated a blinding light, distorting the very air around it. "What is this?" a disciple exclaimed in astonishment, his voice sharp with excitement, his body instinctively leaning forward. The elder's expression grew solemn as he articulated, "This is one of the most potent treasures within the relics, possessing the capability to obliterate the world. However, it is accompanied by immense peril, only through the final trial may one hope to acquire it." The assembly felt a surge of mixed emotions, elation at the prospect of obtaining such a powerful artifact and trepidation regarding the formidable challenges that lay ahead. "What is the final trial?" Lin Feng pressed urgently, his heart racing, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The elder paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "It is a test of your innermost selves. Only by steadfastly adhering to your true nature and resisting the allure of desire can you prevail. Throughout this ordeal, you will confront the deepest fears and yearnings within your soul. A momentary lapse could lead you to irretrievable ruin." The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of concern and uncertainty. They began to introspect, questioning their ability to withstand such an ordeal. Suddenly, a low, thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the palace. The sound seemed to emanate from an ancient beast, imbued with fury and majesty. "This is not good, danger approaches," the elder shouted, his countenance instantly turning grave, his body tensing. The crowd immediately grew apprehensive, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes alert in the direction of the ominous noise. As the roar drew closer, a formidable pressure bore down upon them. The ground trembled slightly, and the gemstones embedded in the walls flickered with increasing urgency. "Everyone, be cautious," as Lin Feng called out loudly. From the shadows emerged a colossal beast, its form reminiscent of a mountain, its body clad in impenetrable scales that glimmered with a chilling luminescence. Its eyes burned like blazing flames, exhaling scorching breaths. "What manner of creature is this?" a disciple cried out in terror. The elder responded, "This is the guardian beast of the treasure. Only by vanquishing it can you earn the right to face the trial." Undaunted, Lin Feng charged boldly at the beast, with the other disciples following suit, engaging in a fierce battle. The beast swung its massive claws, each strike imbued with earth-shattering force. Lin Feng nimbly evaded its attacks, seeking a chink in the creature's armor. One disciple, caught off guard, was struck by the beast and sent flying. "Be careful," Lin Feng shouted. As they found themselves increasingly ensnared by the beast's relentless onslaught, they remained resolute, refusing to surrender. Would they triumph over this formidable guardian, and could they withstand the ultimate test of their hearts to attain the artifact and the legacy? Chapter 80 A fierce confrontation. Lin Feng and his companions engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the colossal beast. Like a flash of lightning, Lin Feng moved with agility, his sword glimmering with a chilling radiance as he lunged repeatedly at the creature's vulnerable points. His form was lithe and powerful, each strike infused with a resolute determination, as though he aimed to vanquish the beast in a single blow. "Everyone, charge forward, do not falter," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice echoing through the vast palace, infused with fervent zeal and unwavering conviction. Inspired by his rallying cry, the other disciples unleashed their formidable skills, and a dazzling array of lights illuminated the hall. Some wielded their magical artifacts, which erupted in brilliant hues, launching fierce assaults upon the beast. Others invoked enigmatic spells, summoning elemental forces to envelop themselves, fortifying their strength and defenses. The beast roared ferociously, exhaling a torrent of flames that engulfed everything in its vicinity. The heat was intense, as if it could reduce all to ash. "Scatter!" Lin Feng commanded urgently, his eyes brimming with anxiety and concern for his fellow disciples, fearing they might be scorched by the flames. The group swiftly evaded, yet some were caught off guard, sustaining burns that elicited pained groans. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and rejoined the fray. "Despicable!" Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, his assaults growing increasingly fierce. His sword struck with the ferocity of a tempest, granting the beast no respite. Each thrust was imbued with his formidable inner strength, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing shriek. The creature, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with its massive form, stirring a whirlwind in its wake. Its tail resembled a thick steel whip, tearing through the air with devastating force. "Look out!" Quickly, a disciple cried out, their faces paling in terror. At that critical moment, Lin Feng soared into the air, channeling all his might into a strike aimed at the beast's tail. His body traced a graceful arc through the air, the brilliance of his sword reaching its zenith. A chilling scream pierced the air as a deep gash appeared on the creature's tail, dark blood gushing forth and splattering to the ground, releasing a noxious odor. Furious, the beast pivoted and lunged toward Lin Feng, its eyes ablaze with hatred and murderous intent, vowing to eliminate him. Undaunted, Lin Feng executed a swift somersault, landing deftly on the ground. He quickly sidestepped the beast's onslaught while thrusting his sword toward its abdomen once more. The other disciples seized the opportunity, launching their own attacks while the beast was focused on Lin Feng. Spells and weapons rained down upon the creature, overwhelming it with their relentless assault. Yet, despite its numerous wounds, the beast's defenses remained formidable, and its ferocity undiminished. It whirled around, slashing with its claws, sending another disciple hurtling against the palace wall with a resounding crash. "Hold steadfast. We shall surely triumph." Lin Feng encouraged his comrades with fervor. The disciples rallied their spirits, engaging once more in fierce combat with the beast. In the palace, lights flickered chaotically, and the cacophony of battle resounded deafeningly. The confrontation between Lin Feng and the beast had escalated to a fever pitch. Though Lin Feng's stamina waned, his gaze remained resolute. He understood that retreat was not an option. Only by vanquishing this beast could they hope to survive and attain the legacy they sought. The creature, sensing their indomitable spirit, escalated its onslaught with renewed ferocity. Would Lin Feng succeed in countering this wave of attacks from the beast? Could they ultimately emerge victorious against their formidable foe? Chapter 81 Turning Point in Hope. As Lin Feng and his companions found themselves locked in a fierce struggle against the monstrous beast, fatigue gradually began to set in. Suddenly, a mysterious radiance illuminated the palace. This light was not blindingly brilliant, rather, it was gentle and warm, reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight at dawn, softly cascading upon the earth. In an instant, this luminous phenomenon captured the attention of both the warriors and the beast. The creature, previously consumed by frenzied attacks, momentarily hesitated, its fiery eyes now filled with confusion and caution. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng drew a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as sweat cascaded from his brow, pooling onto the stone floor beneath him. He gazed into the enigmatic light, internally questioning its origin. His eyes reflected both trepidation towards the unknown and a glimmer of hope, yearning for this radiance to herald a change in fortune. From within the glow, a figure gradually emerged. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld a mysterious woman, clad in a flowing robe of pale blue. The garment seemed to be dyed in the purest hue of the sky, adorned with exquisite patterns that shimmered with an ethereal light. Her long hair cascaded like a dark waterfall over her shoulders, swaying gently with each step she took. Her skin was as flawless as snow, translucent and radiant, while her features were delicately sculpted, akin to a masterfully crafted work of art. Her eyes resembled deep, tranquil lakes, clear and serene, yet imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. A subtle smile graced her lips, capable of dispelling the darkest clouds of despair. With a delicate gesture, the woman summoned forth a formidable force that surged towards the beast, an invisible and colorless power that bore an irresistible weight. Instantly, the creature was forced back several paces, its massive form rendered diminutive and fragile beneath this overwhelming force. It roared in fury, attempting to resist this newfound power, but to no avail. "Who dares to challenge me?" the beast bellowed, its voice rife with rage and dread, as it had never encountered such a formidable adversary. The woman smiled softly, her expression as refreshing as a spring breeze, instilling a profound sense of comfort and reassurance. "I have come to lend them my assistance," she declared, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain stream. Lin Feng hurried forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, fair maiden, for your aid." His eyes were filled with appreciation and reverence. The woman nodded gracefully. "This beast is exceptionally fierce. We must unite our strengths if we are to prevail." Her gaze swept across the assembled warriors, brimming with resolve and confidence. Upon hearing her words, the morale of the group surged. One disciple exclaimed, "With your assistance, we shall surely triumph over this beast." "Be cautious, its power is formidable, and we must not underestimate it," the woman cautioned. With that, she once more wielded her magic, sending forth beams of light from her hands, encircling the beast and forming a confining ring. The creature struggled desperately, attempting to break free from this luminous prison, yet it remained ensnared. Observing this, Lin Feng seized the moment, leaping forth with his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. Sensing the impending danger, the beast swiftly turned to evade, but Lin Feng's blade still grazed its cheek. Roar! The beast howled in fury, black blood seeping from its wound. The other disciples rallied, launching a barrage of spells and weapons upon the creature. Under the relentless assault, the beast gradually found itself in dire straits. However, it did not concede defeat so easily. Suddenly, it erupted with a surge of power, breaking free from the woman's binding light. It opened its gaping maw, lunging towards her. Unfazed, the woman formed a protective shield with her hands, and the beast's attack collided with it, producing a thunderous sound, yet the shield remained unyielding. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Feng struck from behind, piercing the beast's hind leg with his sword. The creature, in pain, turned to retaliate against Lin Feng. At this critical juncture, the woman unleashed another powerful spell, striking the beast in its abdomen. With a heart-wrenching cry, the creature collapsed to the ground. The group collectively exhaled in relief as they rushed forward. "We have finally defeated it," one disciple exclaimed with exhilaration. "This victory is but temporary. We have far more significant tasks ahead," the woman reminded them. Lin Feng inquired, "Lady, what should we do next?" The woman gazed into the depths of the palace and replied, "The true trial lies ahead." With the woman's arrival, how would the tide of battle shift? Would they successfully vanquish the beast? Chapter 81 Turning Point in Hope. Just as Lin Feng and his companions found themselves locked in a stalemate with the monstrous beast, gradually feeling the weight of their exhaustion, a mysterious radiance suddenly illuminated the palace. This light was not blindingly brilliant, rather, it was soft and warm, akin to the first light of dawn, gently cascading upon the earth. In an instant, this illumination captured the attention of both the onlookers and the beast. The creature, which had been frantically attacking, momentarily hesitated in response to this ethereal glow, its fiery eyes now filled with confusion and caution. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat cascading from his brow and splattering onto the stone floor beneath him. He gazed at the mysterious light, his mind swirling with questions about its origin. Within his eyes lay a blend of trepidation for the unknown and a flicker of hope, yearning for this light to herald a turning point. Soon after, a figure emerged slowly from within the glow. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were astonished to behold a mysterious woman. She was draped in a flowing robe of pale blue, seemingly dyed in the purest hues of the sky, adorned with exquisite embroidery that shimmered with an elusive brilliance. Her long hair cascaded like a dark waterfall over her shoulders, swaying gently with her every step. Her skin was as pristine as snow, translucent and radiant, with features so delicately crafted they resembled a masterfully sculpted work of art. Her eyes, deep like tranquil lakes, were clear and serene, yet held an infinite reservoir of wisdom and strength. A subtle smile graced her lips, radiating a warmth that seemed capable of dispelling all darkness from the world. The woman raised her hand gently, and a powerful force surged toward the beast. This energy was formless and colorless, yet bore an irresistible weight of authority. The creature was instantly pushed back several paces, its massive form appearing diminutive and fragile under the impact of this force. It roared in fury, attempting to resist the overwhelming might, but to no avail. "Who dares?" the beast bellowed, its voice rife with rage and fear, for it had never before encountered such a formidable opponent. The woman smiled softly, her expression akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing with it an unparalleled sense of comfort and reassurance. "I have come to lend them my strength," she declared, her voice melodious and clear, like a mountain stream flowing effortlessly. Lin Feng hurried forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, milady, for your assistance." His gaze was filled with appreciation and respect. The woman nodded lightly and replied, "This beast is exceptionally fierce. We must unite our efforts if we are to prevail." Her gaze swept across the group, her eyes brimming with determination and confidence. Upon hearing her words, the morale of the group surged. A disciple exclaimed, "With your help, we shall surely triumph over this creature." The woman cautioned, "Be vigilant, its strength is formidable, and we must not underestimate it." With that, the woman once again invoked her magic, sending forth beams of light that encircled the beast, forming a constraining halo. The creature thrashed desperately, attempting to break free from this luminous prison, but its efforts were in vain. Seeing this, Lin Feng seized the moment to leap forward, his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The beast, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly turned its head to evade, yet Lin Feng managed to graze its cheek. Roar! The beast howled in rage, black blood oozing from its wound. The other disciples joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of spells and weapons upon the creature. Gradually, the beast found itself ensnared in a dire predicament. However, it was not ready to concede. Suddenly, it unleashed a surge of immense power, breaking free from the woman's imprisoning light. With a gaping maw, it lunged at her. Unfazed, she formed a protective seal with her hands, and in an instant, a shield materialized before her. The beast's attack crashed against the shield with a deafening roar, yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng struck from behind, piercing the creature's hind leg. The beast howled in pain and turned to pounce at Lin Feng. In that critical moment, the woman acted once more, unleashing a powerful spell that struck the beast's abdomen. It let out a wretched cry and collapsed to the ground. The group exhaled in relief and rushed to her side. "We have finally defeated it," one disciple exclaimed with excitement. The woman cautioned, "This is but a temporary victory, we have a more significant task ahead." Lin Feng inquired, "Milady, what shall we do next?" The woman gazed into the depths of the palace and replied, "The true test lies yet ahead." With the woman's arrival, how would the tides of battle shift? Would they prevail against the beast? Chapter 81 Turning point in hope. As Lin Feng and his companions found themselves ensnared in a protracted struggle against the monstrous foe, their strength waning, a sudden, mysterious light illuminated the palace. This illumination was not blindingly brilliant, but rather soft and warm, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn gently cascading upon the earth. In an instant, this radiant glow captivated the attention of both the onlookers and the beast. The creature, previously consumed by its frenzied assaults, momentarily hesitated, its fiery eyes now filled with confusion and wariness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, sweat cascading down his forehead like rain, pooling on the stone floor beneath him. He gazed at the enigmatic light, his heart filled with curiosity regarding its origin. His eyes reflected both apprehension about the unknown and a glimmer of hope, yearning for this light to herald a turning point. Soon after, a figure emerged slowly from the luminous radiance. Upon closer inspection, the crowd beheld a mysterious woman. She donned a flowing robe of pale blue, seemingly woven from the purest hue of the sky, adorned with exquisite patterns that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently with her every step. Her skin was as pure as snow, translucent and radiant, her features delicately sculpted as if crafted by the finest artisan. Her eyes resembled deep, tranquil lakes, clear and serene, yet brimming with boundless wisdom and strength. A faint smile graced her lips, one that seemed capable of dispelling the darkest of shadows. With a gentle lift of her hand, a formidable force surged toward the beast, invisible and formless yet imbued with an irresistible pressure. The creature was instantly pushed back several paces, its massive form rendered small and fragile in the face of this overwhelming power. It roared in fury, attempting to resist this force, but to no avail. "Who dares to challenge me?" the beast bellowed, its voice a cacophony of rage and fear, having never encountered such a formidable adversary. The woman smiled softly, her expression akin to a gentle spring breeze, instilling a sense of comfort and reassurance. "I have come to lend them my aid," she declared, her voice melodious and clear, reminiscent of a mountain stream flowing effortlessly. Lin Feng rushed forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, my lady, for your assistance." His gaze was filled with appreciation and admiration. The woman nodded lightly. "This beast is extraordinarily fierce, we must unite our strength if we are to prevail." Her eyes swept over the assembled individuals, radiating determination and confidence. Upon hearing her words, the morale of the group surged. One disciple proclaimed, "With your aid, we shall surely overcome this beast." "Be cautious," the woman warned. "Its power is formidable, and we must not underestimate it." With that, she once again invoked her magic, sending beams of light from her hands that encircled the creature, forming a binding halo. The beast struggled desperately, attempting to break free from this luminous prison, yet remained ensnared. Seeing this, Lin Feng seized the moment, leaping forth with his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The beast sensed the imminent danger and swiftly turned its head to evade, but Lin Feng managed to graze its cheek. Roar! The beast howled in rage, black blood oozing from its wound. The other disciples launched their assaults, various spells and weapons striking the creature simultaneously. Gradually, the beast found itself ensnared in a dire predicament, yet, the beast refused to concede defeat. It suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of power, breaking free from the woman's binding light. It opened its massive jaws, lunging toward her. Unfazed, the woman formed a protective seal with her hands, and a shield materialized before her. The beast's attack crashed against the shield with a resounding boom, yet the shield remained unyielding. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to strike from behind, his sword piercing the beast's hind leg. The creature, in agony, turned to pounce on Lin Feng. At this critical juncture, the woman acted once more, unleashing a powerful spell that struck the beast in its abdomen. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they gathered around. "We have finally defeated it," exclaimed one disciple, brimming with excitement. "This is but a temporary victory. We have more significant tasks ahead," the woman cautioned. Lin Feng inquired, "My lady, what must we do next?" The woman gazed into the depths of the palace and replied, "The true test lies ahead." With her presence, how would the tides of battle shift? Would they manage to triumph over the beast? Chapter 82 Delving into the palace. After successfully vanquishing the monstrous foe, the group took a brief respite before continuing their descent into the palace under the guidance of the enigmatic woman. Their figures appeared somewhat ethereal in the dim light, each step imbued with a sense of caution and anticipation. The corridors within the palace grew increasingly profound, adorned with flickering, peculiar runes that seemed to pulsate with life, shifting in hue and exuding an air of inscrutable mystery. A musty odor permeated the passage, as if the weight of ages had congealed in this very space. "Be vigilant, there may be unknown dangers lurking here," Lin Feng cautioned, his voice resonating solemnly through the vast corridor. The group advanced with care, their footfalls echoing in the silence, the only sound piercing the stillness. Their breaths were distinctly audible, tension thickening the atmosphere. Suddenly, a low, resonant buzzing sound emerged from ahead. It approached, growing increasingly pronounced, reminiscent of a multitude of wings in flight. "What is that sound?" a disciple inquired nervously, his voice trembling as he instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. From the shadows, a swarm of black flying insects surged forth, resembling a billowing cloud of darkness rushing toward them. Each insect was the size of a fist, their wings flapping rapidly, producing a disquieting drone. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister red glow, and their sharp mandibles instilled a sense of dread. "Beware, it's a swarm of venomous wasps," the woman exclaimed, her countenance instantly grave as she retreated several paces. The group hastily brandished their weapons in defense, the glint of swords and blades intertwining, yet the sheer number of wasps was overwhelming, their ferocity unmatched. Undeterred by the onslaught, the wasps relentlessly surged forward. One disciple faltered, stung by a wasp, and let out a piercing scream. "Ah, my arm!" His limb swelled instantly, the agony rendering him nearly incapacitated. Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency as he shouted, "Everyone, gather close! Back to back, do not allow the wasps an opportunity to strike." The group swiftly huddled together, forming a tight defensive circle, yet, the wasps continued their assault, their incessant buzzing filling the corridor, inducing a sense of vertigo. The woman furrowed her brow, her hands moving swiftly to form intricate seals as she chanted incantations. A beam of light erupted from her palms, manifesting as a protective barrier that temporarily staved off the wasp's attack. "Now's our chance. We must find a way to break through," she urged, with determination in his gaze. Lin Feng declared, "Follow me." He brandished his sword, forging a path ahead, and wherever the blade swept, wasps fell in droves. The others pressed closely behind, straining forward. However, the wasps remained relentless, stinging several disciples along the way. "This cannot continue." Lin Feng pondered anxiously. At that moment, he spotted a narrow opening along the side of the corridor, perhaps a refuge from the wasp's onslaught. "Quickly, to that opening!" Lin Feng pointed, urging the group onward. They hurriedly dashed toward the aperture, one after another slipping inside. Though the space within the opening was confined, the wasps were unable to infiltrate. The group finally found temporary respite from the threat, gasping for breath. "What shall we do next?" a disciple inquired. Lin Feng gazed at the circling wasps outside the opening and replied, "We shall wait for them to disperse before continuing our exploration." As moments ticked by, the wasps showed no signs of retreating. How would they confront this swarm and proceed to uncover the palace's secrets? Chapter 83. The mysterious mechanism the group anxiously awaited in the narrow entrance, with the poisonous bees showing no signs of dispersing. In the confined space, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, each person's breath felt particularly heavy. "This cannot continue, we cannot remain trapped here," Lin Feng remarked, his brow furrowed, his gaze conveyed determination and resolve as he sought a way to break free from their predicament. The enigmatic woman surveyed her surroundings, her keen eyes missing no minute detail. Suddenly, she noticed some peculiar protrusions on the cave wall. These protrusions varied in shape, some being circular, others square, seemingly scattered without any discernible pattern, yet hinting at an underlying mystery. "This may be some sort of mechanism," the woman said softly, her voice resonating with clarity in the tense atmosphere. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer inspection. The surface was rough, bearing the marks of time. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to press one of the protrusions. With a resounding rumble, the cave wall began to shift slowly. The already tense group felt their hearts race, their eyes fixated on the moving wall. "This is bad, we may have triggered a dangerous mechanism," someone exclaimed, their voice laced with fear and anxiety. Panic enveloped the crowd as they braced themselves for any unforeseen circumstances. Some disciples gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies tense and their eyes filled with vigilance. Others instinctively took a few steps back, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. As the wall continued to move, a musty odor wafted towards them, inducing a sense of suffocation. Behind the wall, a new passage appeared, shrouded in a faint mist that obscured their view of what lay ahead. "Where does this lead?" a trembling disciple inquired. Lin Feng took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Regardless of where it leads, we must explore it, it may be our only escape." The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow Lin Feng into the new passage. They cautiously stepped into the corridor, the ground beneath their feet damp, with droplets of water occasionally falling from the walls. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed from ahead, reminiscent of something crawling. "Be careful!" Lin Feng halted, signaling for silence. The noise drew nearer, quickening everyone's heartbeats. Before them emerged a swarm of enormous spiders, their bodies towering over a person, their hairy legs sending chills down their spines. "What kind of monstrosity is this?" a disciple exclaimed, their voice trembling. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and urged, "Do not be afraid, we shall face this together." The group unleashed their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the spiders. Lin Feng's sword danced through the swarm with a fierce momentum. The mysterious woman's spells glimmered, repelling the spiders' assaults time and again. The disciples fought valiantly, refusing to retreat, yet, the sheer number of spiders was daunting, and their venom proved to be highly corrosive. One disciple was unfortunate enough to be splashed by the venom, collapsing to the ground in agony.
Hold on!
Lin Feng shouted. As the battle intensified, the group began to feel their strength waning. At that moment, the mysterious woman discerned the spider's weakness. Aim for their abdomens, she called out. The disciples rallied their strength and focused their attacks on the spiders. Indeed, the spiders' movements began to slow, gradually losing their combat effectiveness. After an arduous struggle, the last of the spiders was finally vanquished. Exhausted, the group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily.
We have no idea what dangers await us ahead, one disciple said anxiously.
Lin Feng rose to his feet, declaring, no matter how many dangers lie ahead, we must not falter. They pressed onward, the mist in the passage thickening, and the path ahead becoming ever more uncertain. What would transpire next? Chapter 84. The traps in the mist. After vanquishing the spider, the group pressed onward through the passage. The mist thickened, rendering the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. The air was permeated with a damp and decaying odor, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Be cautious of your footing, Lin Feng cautioned. His voice, somewhat muffled in the fog, resonated with concern and vigilance. Before he could finish, a disciple suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream, vanishing without a trace. The echo of that scream reverberated through the narrow corridor, causing every heart to constrict in terror. What is happening? The others exclaimed in horror. They anxiously scanned their surroundings, desperately seeking the missing disciple. It soon became apparent that the ground was riddled with concealed traps. These traps were cleverly disguised beneath the mist and the damp earth, making them nearly imperceptible. The depth of these traps was unknown. Once ensnared, the fate of the victim remained uncertain. Everyone, spread out and remain still, Lin Feng commanded. His voice was steady and authoritative, attempting to calm the rising panic among the group. The others stood frozen, hesitant to shift their weight. Lin Feng cautiously approached the spot where the disciple had vanished, crouching down to examine the ground intently. These traps are ingeniously arranged.
It seems we must proceed with utmost caution, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The mysterious woman approached as well, kneeling beside him and gently brushing her fingers across the surface of the ground. I sense a discernible pattern to these traps, she remarked. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. We must work together to uncover clues and ascertain a safe passage. The group began to disperse, meticulously exploring the terrain around them. With each step, they treaded cautiously, fearful of inadvertently falling into another trap. There appear to be some markings over here. One disciple shouted to Lin Feng and the others swiftly gathered around, observing shallow scratches upon the ground, likely remnants of someone who had passed this way before. Perhaps this is our clue, Lin Feng proposed. They followed the faint traces, advancing slowly and with extreme caution. However, at that moment, another disciple inadvertently triggered a trap. The mechanism snapped open, sending the unfortunate disciple plummeting downward. Grab my hand!
A nearby disciple shouted, swiftly extending his arm to seize the falling disciple's wrist. The others rushed to assist, pulling the hapless individual back from the brink of the pit.
That was close.
They all exhaled in relief. After a challenging exploration, they finally discerned a pattern to the traps. It seems these traps are distributed in a specific arrangement, Lin Feng noted. The mysterious woman nodded, adding, let us navigate according to this pattern. Carefully evading the traps, with newfound determination, the group advanced step by step, each movement weighed with deliberation, their heartbeats quickening in tandem. Just as they believed they were on the verge of safely passing through, a sudden, violent tremor shook the ground. Alas, we may have triggered a larger mechanism, Lin Feng exclaimed. The earth began to shake violently, and the traps became increasingly agitated, opening and closing erratically. Quickly, we must dash forward, Lin Feng shouted. Without hesitation, the group surged ahead, desperate to escape the chaos. In the turmoil, several more disciples tragically fell into the traps. Don't worry about me.
You all must flee,
cried the disciple who had fallen. Lin Feng's heart ached, yet he understood the necessity of continuing onward. At long last, they successfully traversed the treacherous region of traps. However, the fate of those who had fallen remained uncertain. Lin Feng gazed back at the perilous traps, his eyes filled with sorrow and resolve. We must locate the treasure and the legacy. Their sacrifices cannot be in vain, he declared. The group nodded in agreement, pressing forward. What dangers and challenges awaited them next? Chapter 84. The traps in the mist. After vanquishing the spider, the group pressed onward through the passage. The mist thickened ominously, nearly obscuring their path. The air was saturated with a damp, decaying odor that fostered an inexplicable sense of oppression. Be cautious of your steps, Lin Feng cautioned. His voice, muffled by the fog, resonated with concern and vigilance. Before his words could fade, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from one of the disciples, who vanished in an instant. The echo of that anguished cry reverberated through the narrow corridor, causing every heart to constrict in terror. "What is happening?" the others gasped in horror. Their anxious gazes darted around, desperately seeking the missing disciple. It soon became evident that the ground was riddled with concealed traps. These snares were artfully camouflaged beneath the mist and damp earth, rendering them nearly imperceptible. The depth of these traps was unknown. Once ensnared, one's fate would be uncertain. "Everyone, spread out and refrain from making sudden movements," Lin Feng commanded. His voice was steady and authoritative, striving to quell the rising panic among the group. Cautiously, they remained in place, hesitant to shift their footing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng approached the spot where the disciple had disappeared, kneeling to scrutinize the ground closely. "These traps are arranged with such cunning. It appears we must navigate them with utmost care," Lin Feng murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The enigmatic woman approached, kneeling beside him and delicately tracing her fingers over the surface. "I sense a discernible pattern to these traps," she remarked. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "We must collaborate to uncover clues and determine a safe passage." The group began to disperse, meticulously exploring the surrounding terrain. With each step, they treaded lightly, fearful of inadvertently falling into a trap. "I believe I've found some traces over here," one disciple called out. Lin Feng and the others quickly gathered around, observing shallow scratches on the ground, likely remnants from a previous passerby. "Perhaps this is the clue we seek," Lin Feng suggested. They cautiously followed the marks, each step imbued with trepidation. However, at that moment, another disciple inadvertently triggered a trap. It sprang open instantly, and the disciple plummeted downward. "Grab my hand," shouted a nearby disciple, reaching out to clasp the falling one's wrist. The others hastily joined in, pulling the unfortunate disciple back from the abyss. That was close, they all exhaled in unison, relief washing over them. After a harrowing exploration, they finally discerned a pattern to the traps. "It seems these snares are arranged according to a specific design," Lin Feng observed. The mysterious woman nodded, adding, "Let us carefully navigate according to this pattern and avoid the traps." Following their newfound understanding, the group moved forward step by step, each stride accompanied by careful deliberation, their hearts racing in unison. Just as they believed they were on the verge of safely traversing the area, a sudden, violent tremor shook the ground. "This is bad. We may have triggered a larger mechanism," Lin Feng exclaimed. The earth began to quiver violently, and the traps became increasingly animated, snapping open and shut. "Quickly, we must rush past," Lin Feng urged, his voice ringing out. No longer hesitating, the group surged forward with all their might. In the ensuing chaos, several disciples tragically fell into the traps. "Don't mind me, just go," cried out one of the fallen disciples. Lin Feng's heart ached, yet he understood the necessity of pressing on. At last, they successfully navigated through the treacherous trap-laden area. However, the fate of their comrades who had fallen remained uncertain. Lin Feng gazed back at the ominous traps, sorrow and determination etched across his face. "We must find the treasure and inheritance. Their sacrifices must not be in vain," Lin Feng declared. The others nodded solemnly, resolutely continuing their journey. What further perils and challenges awaited them? Chapter 85 of The Mysterious Voice. After experiencing the terrifying trap, the group continued to navigate through the dense fog. The mist in the passage seemed to possess a life of its own, incessantly entwining around their bodies, rendering each step an arduous endeavor. It felt as though the fog were a viscous liquid, impeding their progress and enveloping them in an overwhelming sense of oppression and suffocation. At that moment, a faint yet enigmatic voice echoed through the corridor, seemingly emanating from a distant abyss, while also whispering right beside their ears. The voice was akin to a ghostly murmur, appearing and disappearing intermittently, elusive and unpredictable. "Did you hear that?" a trembling disciple inquired, his voice laced with fear and uncertainty. His body instinctively gravitated towards his companions, as if solace could only be found in their proximity. The group halted, straining to listen. The voice came in fragmented bursts, resembling the weeping of the wind or the recitation of an ancient incantation, sending chills down their spines. Each note seemed imbued with an invisible force, striking at the very core of their beings, stirring an indescribable dread within. "This voice appears to be guiding us," Lin Feng remarked, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to decipher the message hidden within the sound. His gaze conveyed a sense of determination and curiosity. Despite the turmoil in his heart, he was resolute in uncovering the origin and purpose of this voice. They proceeded in the direction of the sound, the ground beneath their feet becoming increasingly damp, while icy droplets began to seep through the walls. The droplets plummeted to the ground, producing a sharp, resonant sound that stood out in the silence of the corridor. The rhythmic beating of their hearts intertwined with the mysterious voice, creating an eerie melody that filled the air. As they ventured deeper, the voice grew increasingly clear, as if countless souls were narrating ancient tales, or secrets cloaked in darkness were on the verge of revelation. The voice was saturated with mystery and allure, drawing them closer, compelling them to seek the truth within. "What is this?" the disciple implored, unable to contain his anxiety, his voice sharp with tension. His eyes widened, brimming with fear and confusion about the unknown. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, "I do not know, but since we have come this far, we must uncover the truth." His voice was firm and resolute, striving to instill a semblance of courage and hope within the group. The mysterious woman appeared particularly cautious, her eyes shimmering with alertness. She meticulously surveyed her surroundings, weapon firmly in hand, ever prepared to confront any imminent danger. Suddenly, the voice intensified, as if urging them to hasten their pace. Unconsciously, the group quickened their steps, their unease mounting. The sound resembled a frantic drumbeat, resonating within their souls, quickening their breaths. "Wait, everyone, be careful!" Lin Feng suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating through the corridor. Yet, it was too late. A disciple in the lead lost his footing and tumbled into a concealed pit. "Help!" His cries echoed through the passage, saturated with despair and terror. The sound reverberated in the narrow corridor, causing their hearts to clench in an instant. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly halted, devising a means to rescue him. With great effort, they employed their weapons and ropes to hoist the fallen disciple back to safety. "Thank goodness he's unharmed," Lin Feng exhaled with relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes reflecting concern and gratitude. However, the mysterious voice did not cease due to this interruption. Rather, it became increasingly urgent, as if demanding their immediate action without a moment's pause for hesitation. They pressed onward, the environment growing ever more bizarre. Strange patterns began to emerge on the walls, appearing to undulate and dazzle the senses. The colors were vibrant, and the shapes peculiar, filled with enigmatic symbols and lines, as if recounting a long-forgotten history. "These patterns seem to hold some significance," the mysterious woman observed, her gaze focused and grave as she endeavored to interpret the secrets concealed within. Lin Feng scrutinized the designs, attempting to unveil their hidden meanings. His eyes danced between the patterns, sparing no detail. At that moment, the voice abruptly vanished, plunging the entire corridor into an oppressive silence. The sudden stillness instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as if the world had come to a standstill. The group exchanged anxious glances, their unease reaching a crescendo. Their expressions were fraught with confusion and fear, uncertain of what might transpire next. "What is happening?" someone queried, his voice jarring in the silence, yet no one could provide an answer. No one spoke, for no one held the knowledge of what lay ahead. Their hearts were consumed by fear and uncertainty as they silently continued to advance. Each step felt like a descent into an abyss of the unknown. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared ahead. The glow shone brilliantly in the darkness, resembling a beacon of hope amid despair. "What is that?" The group marveled at the light, their eyes drawn to its brilliance, hearts teeming with anticipation and unease. They quickened their pace towards the illumination, oblivious to what awaited them. Their footsteps echoed through the passage, shattering the suffocating silence. From whence does this mysterious voice originate, and to what destination will it lead them? Chapter 86, The Secrets Behind the Radiance. The group hurried towards the mysterious glow, their hearts aflutter with a blend of excitement and trepidation. As they drew nearer, the brilliance intensified, illuminating their faces as if it were midday. Upon reaching the source, they discovered that the light emanated from a partially ajar stone door. This grand and imposing door was adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes, seemingly narrating tales of a bygone era. "Could this be the exit?" one disciple inquired eagerly, his voice trembling slightly, yet his eyes shimmered with longing. Lin Feng approached cautiously and gently pushed the stone door open. The sight within left them all astounded. Before them lay a vast stone chamber, filled with an array of extraordinary treasures. Dazzling gemstones sparkled like stars, each radiating a celestial glow. Exquisite artifacts exuded powerful waves of energy, and ancient scrolls seemed to harbor boundless knowledge and secrets. The light they had seen was a tapestry woven from the brilliance of these treasures, creating a resplendent spectacle. "Is this the treasure we have sought all along?" someone exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice rising in pitch, unable to contain the urge to rush inside. However, at that moment, a low, rumbling roar resonated through the chamber. The sound appeared to emanate from the depths of the abyss, filled with fury and authority. "Be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice instantly commanding attention and bringing calm to the group. They all gripped their weapons tightly, warily directing their gazes towards the source of the sound. From the depths of the chamber emerged a colossal figure. It loomed like a mountain, its body encased in formidable scales that glimmered with a chilling light. Its eyes burned like fiery orbs, exhaling a searing breath. "What manner of beast is this?" a disciple gasped in terror. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the creature and declared, "Regardless of its nature, we must respond with vigilance." The beast advanced with heavy strides, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The group began to retreat, their hearts gripped by fear, yet Lin Feng stood his ground, unyielding. "Fear not," let us face it together. Lin Feng urged. With that, he charged towards the creature, his sword gleaming with a radiant light. The other disciples, emboldened by his bravery, followed suit, rushing behind him. In an instant, the chamber was alive with flashes of light and the sounds of battle cries. Lin Feng's blade struck the creature's scales, sending sparks flying, yet it could not penetrate its formidable defenses. The monster swung its massive claws towards them, and one disciple, unable to evade in time, was flung aside. Be careful! Lin Feng called out. The mysterious woman unleashed powerful spells, beams of light shooting towards the beast. However, it seemed to possess a remarkable resistance to these enchantments, sustaining little damage. This approach is futile, we must discern its weakness. Lin Feng shouted. As they battled the creature, they searched for a chink in its armor. After a fierce struggle, they finally noticed that the creature's abdomen appeared to be softer. Attack its belly! Lin Feng commanded. The group concentrated their efforts on this vulnerable spot. The beast howled in agony, retaliating with frenzied fury. At that critical moment, Lin Feng observed that the creature's eyes seemed to be its Achilles heel. I will draw its attention, you all seize the opportunity to strike at its eyes, he instructed. Without hesitation, he charged at the beast, persistently taunting it. Enraged, the creature pursued him relentlessly. The other disciples took advantage of this diversion, launching their attacks at the creature's eyes. With a piercing scream, the beast collapsed to the ground. The group exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor. We have finally vanquished it, one disciple remarked. Lin Feng gazed at the treasures strewn about and said, these artifacts must hold significant value, we must distribute them judiciously. Just then, a new transformation unfolded within the chamber. Characters suddenly appeared upon the walls, seemingly recounting the origins and purposes of these treasures. Would they be able to decipher the meaning of these inscriptions, and could they successfully carry away these magnificent artifacts? Chapter 87 The Dilemma of Choosing Treasures. Just as the group had triumphed over the monstrous adversary, and before they could catch their breath, the inscriptions upon the wall began to emanate an enigmatic glow. Each character seemed to come alive, swirling gracefully through the air. These symbols twinkled with a mysterious radiance, akin to the resplendent stars in the night sky, captivating all who beheld them. What does this mean? A disciple inquired, astonished. His eyes widened as he endeavored to capture the rapid dance of the characters, his face a canvas of confusion and alarm. Lin Feng scrutinized the fluttering script with a furrowed brow, striving to decipher their significance. His gaze meticulously followed the trajectory of each character, his mind racing to unearth patterns and clues from the seemingly chaotic movements. The mysterious woman remarked, it appears these characters are hinting at the fact that these treasures are not easily obtained. Her voice was crisp and composed, flowing through the tense atmosphere like a gentle stream. Indeed, the inscriptions gradually coalesced into a coherent message. Although numerous treasures lay before them, they were permitted to choose only one, and each choice would entail an unknown trial. The group exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. Their eyes flitted between the dazzling array of treasures, their hearts brimming with conflict and hesitation. What shall we do? One disciple could not help but exclaim. A note of urgency and longing tinged his voice as he fixated on the artifact, radiating powerful waves of energy, envisioning himself wielding it with an aura of authority. Lin Feng replied, yet we must make a choice, this may very well be yet another test for us. His gaze was resolute and composed. Despite his own yearning for the treasures, he understood the necessity of maintaining clarity of thought in this moment. Some inclined towards the artifact pulsating with formidable energy, believing it would enhance their strength. With this artifact, we would possess an added assurance in the martial world, unafraid of formidable foes, a burly disciple declared, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for power. Others were drawn to the scroll imbued with esoteric knowledge, perceiving wisdom as an inexhaustible source of strength. Power is finite, yet knowledge can continually expand our horizons, allowing us to journey further along the path of cultivation, a refined disciple whispered, his gaze unwavering from the scroll. There were also those entranced by the resplendent gemstones, imagining the wealth and glory they could potentially bring. With these gems, we could lead lives of abundance and bring immense fortune to our sect. Why not seize this opportunity? An short-sighted disciple exclaimed excitedly. As time ticked away, they were pressed to reach a decision swiftly. Each individual wrestled with intense internal conflict, weighing the pros and cons. Lin Feng spoke once more, we cannot merely focus on immediate gains, we must contemplate long-term development. While the artifact may be powerful, if we cannot harness its might, it may turn against us. Though the gems can bring wealth, they may also invite countless troubles and envy. Conversely, the knowledge within this scroll might enable us to transcend our current boundaries and attain greater heights. The mysterious woman concurred, Lin Feng is correct. Our venture is not solely for personal gain but for the future of our sect. Choosing the wrong treasure could lead to our downfall. Upon hearing their words, the group delved into deeper reflection. The previously steadfast disciple who desired the artifact began to waver. Perhaps you make a valid point, yet the allure of power is exceedingly compelling. Meanwhile, the disciple who yearned for the gemstones began to reconsider. Wealth is indeed significant, but if it costs us something far more precious, it would be a grave mistake. Just as uncertainty enveloped them, Lin Feng suddenly declared, "Everyone, listen to me. We are a team, and our decision should be made in the interest of the collective. I propose we vote." The group readily agreed, and after a fervent discussion and voting process, the majority ultimately chose the scroll containing the arcane knowledge. At the moment of their decision, the characters on the wall gleamed once more, as if acknowledging their choice. Had they truly made the right selection, what unknown trials awaited them next? Chapter 87 The Dilemma of Choosing Treasures. Just as the group had triumphed over the monstrous foe and had yet to catch their breath, the inscriptions upon the walls began to emanate an enigmatic glow. Each character seemed to awaken, swirling gracefully through the air. These glyphs shimmered with a mysterious radiance, akin to the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky, leaving the onlookers in a state of awe and bewilderment. "What does this mean?" one disciple queried, astonished. His eyes widened as he endeavored to grasp the swiftly dancing characters, his face etched with confusion and alarm. Lin Feng meticulously observed the fluttering script, his brow furrowed in concentration as he sought to decipher their significance. His gaze closely tracked the trajectory of each character, his mind racing to uncover patterns and clues within the seemingly chaotic display. The mysterious woman remarked, "It appears that these inscriptions are cautioning us. These treasures are not easily acquired." Her voice rang clear and calm, flowing through the tense atmosphere like a refreshing spring. Indeed, the characters gradually coalesced into a coherent message. Though many treasures lay before them, only one could be selected, and choosing would lead to an unknown trial. The group exchanged glances, lost in contemplation, their eyes flitted between the dazzling array of treasures, their hearts brimming with conflict and hesitation. "What shall we do?" one disciple exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. An urgency and longing tinged his voice as he focused intently on the artifact radiating potent waves of energy, envisioning himself wielding it with imposing authority. Lin Feng asserted, "We must make a choice. This may indeed be yet another test for us." His gaze was resolute and composed. Despite the yearning for the treasures within, he understood the necessity of maintaining clarity of thought at this critical juncture. Some were inclined towards the artifact pulsating with formidable energy, believing it would bolster their strength. "With this artifact, we would gain protection in the world of martial arts, facing formidable foes without fear," declared a burly disciple, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for power. Others were captivated by the scroll imbued with arcane knowledge, asserting that wisdom is the true boundless power. "Strength is finite, yet knowledge can continually expand our horizons, enabling us to traverse further along the path of cultivation," a refined disciple murmured, his gaze never wavering from the scroll. Meanwhile, others were enchanted by the resplendent gems, fantasizing about the wealth and glory they might bestow. "With these gems, we could lead prosperous lives and bring immense fortune to our sect. Why not seize this opportunity?" an impulsive disciple exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As time ticked away, they were compelled to reach a decision swiftly. Each individual grappled with their inner turmoil, weighing the pros and cons. Lin Feng spoke once more, "We cannot focus solely on immediate gains, we must contemplate long-term development. While the artifact is powerful, if we cannot wield its strength, it may instead turn against us. The gems, though promising riches, could also invite countless troubles and envy. Conversely, the knowledge within the scroll may enable us to transcend our current limits and ascend to greater heights." The mysterious woman concurred, "Lin Feng is correct. Our venture is not solely for personal gain but for the future of our sect. A misguided choice could spell disaster for us." Upon hearing their words, the group plunged into deeper reflection. The sturdy disciple, who had initially yearned for the artifact, began to waver. "Perhaps you are right, but the allure of power is undeniably compelling." The disciple enamored with the gems also began to reconsider. "Wealth is indeed significant, yet if we sacrifice something far more precious in pursuit of it, the cost would be unbearable." In the midst of their indecision, Lin Feng suddenly proclaimed, "Listen to me, everyone. We are a team, and our choice should be for the collective good. I propose that we vote to decide." The others readily agreed, and after a fervent discussion and voting, the majority resolved to select the scroll containing the arcane knowledge. At the moment they reached their decision, the inscriptions on the wall flickered once more, as if responding to their choice. Had they truly made the right decision, what unknown trials awaited them next? Chapter 88 of the Unknown Trial. Upon selecting the scroll infused with arcane knowledge, the entire stone chamber began to tremble violently. The walls around them started to crumble, and debris rained down like a tempest. Enormous stones plummeted from above, raising clouds of dust that suffocated the already tense atmosphere. "This is bad, the trial has commenced," Lin Feng exclaimed loudly, his voice cutting through the chaos in an attempt to instill calm among the group. In a frenzy, everyone hurriedly shielded their heads, the scene devolving into utter disarray. Some disciples were grazed by the falling stones, emitting pained groans, while others, in their panic, lost their bearings and ran aimlessly. As the tremors subsided, they discovered a massive stone door before them, intricately engraved with complex runes and patterns. These symbols shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if narrating ancient, enigmatic tales. "Beyond this door lies the realm of the trial," the mysterious woman declared. A glimmer of determination and curiosity danced in her eyes. Despite the impending unknown challenges, she showed no signs of retreat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped forward and gently pushed against the stone door. It creaked open slowly, unleashing a formidable force that swept everyone into its embrace. They felt as though they were ensnared in a vortex, their bodies spinning uncontrollably as the surroundings became a blur. When they finally regained their footing, they found themselves in a peculiar space shrouded in thick mist, with no discernible boundaries. The fog enveloped everything like a heavy curtain, instilling profound confusion and dread. "Everyone, be cautious and do not stray apart," Lin Feng called out, his voice echoing faintly in the dense fog. Yet, before his words could settle, sinister laughter resonated from within the mist. The laughter seemed to emanate from the depths of an abyss, filled with malice and mockery, sending chills down their spines. "Who goes there?" a disciple asked, his voice trembling with fear and anxiety. No answer came, only the laughter continued to reverberate, weaving a haunting melody amidst the fog. Suddenly, shadowy figures erupted from the mist, lunging toward them with alarming speed, resembling phantoms that defied capture. The group rushed to confront the shadows, engaging in a fierce struggle. Lin Feng swung his sword, its glimmer dancing in the air, attempting to repel the encroaching specters. However, the shadows were remarkably agile, evading his strikes and seizing opportunities to counterattack. One disciple was inadvertently struck by a shadow and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. "Help me!" his cries echoed helplessly through the fog. The other disciples rushed to assist, only to be besieged by even more shadows. These dark entities moved swiftly and possessed immense strength, leaving the group increasingly overwhelmed. Their stamina waned while the shadows' assaults intensified. "This cannot continue, we must discover their weakness." Lin Feng shouted amidst fending off the shadowy attacks, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes filled with urgency and resolve. After keen observation, the mysterious woman noted that the shadows momentarily faltered when exposed to light. "Illuminate them," she urged, her voice tinged with surprise and hope. Everyone unleashed various illuminating spells, and for a moment, light blazed through the mist. The shadows' attacks were indeed stymied, their movements slowing significantly. Yet, just as they believed they had gained the upper hand, more formidable foes emerged from the fog. These adversaries towered over them, exuding a powerful aura that instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure. "What is this?" a disciple gasped in terror. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, declaring, "No matter what it is, we must not falter." With renewed courage, the group launched themselves into a desperate battle against the newly emerged foes. In this arduous trial, would they be able to unite, vanquish their enemies, and emerge victorious? Chapter 89 Dawn in the Abyss. In the fierce struggle against formidable foes, the weary combatants gradually found themselves drained of strength, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Each breath became labored and rapid, their eyes betraying a profound exhaustion and despair. "Were we destined to perish here?" A disciple cried out in hopelessness, his voice trembled with fear and helplessness, his weapon wavering in his unsteady grip. Lin Feng gasped for breath and proclaimed with fervor, "As long as we do not surrender, hope still exists." Although his voice was hoarse, it resonated with unwavering strength, and the indomitable spirit still flickered in his gaze. At that moment, the mysterious woman suddenly discerned a faint luminescence emanating from the very scroll they had chosen. At first, the light was as weak as that of a firefly, flickering in the dense darkness like a distant beacon. "Look at the scroll!" the woman exclaimed. Her voice was laced with surprise and anticipation, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn amidst the shadows. The gazes of the others converged upon the scroll. Though the light was feeble, it stood out starkly against the enveloping gloom. It resembled a star on the verge of extinguishing, yet stubbornly continued to twinkle. Lin Feng seemed to grasp something profound. He surged toward the scroll and seized it. The instant his fingers touched the parchment, a warm and potent energy coursed through his body, invigorating his previously fatigued form. In an instant, the scroll's radiance intensified, illuminating everything around them. The light shone like the rising sun, dispelling the dark mists and bathing the entire space in a brilliance akin to midday. Under the illumination, the shadowy figures and fearsome adversaries moved sluggishly, their once menacing visages contorted in fear, as if subdued by this sacred light. "Now is our chance, let us strike together!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice brimming with resolve and courage, as the blade in his hand gleamed brightly, leading the charge against the enemy. Hope rekindled within the hearts of all as they summoned their remaining strength to launch a fervent assault. A dazzling array of magical lights and the glint of weapons intertwined in a stunning and intense tableau. One disciple swung his sword with ferocity, cleaving through a shadow, which emitted a harrowing scream before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Another disciple unleashed a powerful fire spell, reducing an adversary before into ashes. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce duel with a colossal foe. His sword clashed against the enemy's massive claws, sending sparks flying. In the glow of the light, he discerned the enemy's vulnerability and struck decisively, piercing its vital point, causing it to crash to the ground. The mysterious woman was equally undeterred. Her staff unleashed a potent wave of energy, repelling the surrounding foes. Through their collective efforts, the number of enemies gradually dwindled, and the tide began to turn in their favor. However, the adversaries were not about to yield easily. They launched a final, desperate counterattack, striving for one last stand. A shadow seized the moment when Lin Feng was distracted, launching a surprise assault and leaving a deep gash across his back. Lin Feng! The mysterious woman cried out in alarm, clenching his teeth against the pain. Lin Feng pivoted and dispatched the shadow with a swift stroke of his sword. After a fierce battle, at last, the final enemy was vanquished. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, yet, fear and despair no longer clouded their eyes. Instead, they gleamed with the joy of victory and the promise of hope. "We did it!" A disciple exclaimed with exhilaration. Lin Feng gazed at the scroll in his hand and remarked, "It is this scroll that has bestowed upon us strength and hope." The mysterious woman smiled and nodded. "Perhaps this is the very reason we chose it." Bathed in the radiance of the scroll, they seemed to glimpse a future path ahead, fraught with challenges yet brimming with hope. What adventures awaited them next? Chapter 90. A new journey. After triumphing over a formidable adversary, the group leaned against one another, wearied. The fatigue and relief of surviving the ordeal were etched upon each face, while the wounds they bore throbbed subtly. Yet, within their gazes lingered a newfound resolve and composure. "This truly was a harrowing experience," lamented one disciple, his voice frail and hoarse, as if he had exhausted every last ounce of strength. He slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his garments drenched in perspiration. Lin Feng contemplated the tome in his hands, which radiated a warm glow. Lost in thought, the light resembled the gentle sun of winter, imbuing him with an inexplicable sense of comfort and strength. He tenderly caressed the cover of the manuscript, as though he could perceive the boundless wisdom and enigmatic power it contained. The mysterious woman spoke, "Yet we have persevered. This glow symbolizes our hope." Her voice was soft yet resolute, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. She approached Lin Feng, standing beside him as they both gazed at the tome. At that moment, the surrounding space began to shift, and a portal gradually materialized before them. The portal emanated a mysterious light, swirling like a vortex, evoking a blend of curiosity and trepidation among the onlookers. "What is this?" the group exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes widening at the sudden appearance of the portal, filled with confusion and unease. Lin Feng rose to his feet and declared, "Perhaps this is the path to a new journey." His voice resonated with conviction, instilling a flicker of courage and confidence within the group. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward toward the portal. The others exchanged glances, then resolutely followed him into the portal. As they traversed its threshold, they felt a powerful force tugging at their bodies, and the scenery before them blurred into obscurity. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. The landscape was picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, and the air was perfumed with the fresh scent of blossoms and verdant foliage. Distant hills rolled gently, shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise. Yet, beneath this beautiful facade lay an aura of mystery. "Where is this place?" someone inquired, his voice laced with bewilderment and concern. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and replied, "Regardless of where we are, we must face it bravely." His gaze was steadfast and resolute, as if he were prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. They began to explore this new domain, the ground beneath their feet soft and springy, each step resonating with the vibrancy of nature. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of extraordinary flora, some flowers radiating brilliant hues, while peculiar trees stood as if crafted by the hands of nature itself. Before long, they stumbled upon an ancient temple, nestled at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by towering trees, exuding an air of solemnity. The temple's grand door was firmly shut, yet a palpable surge of power emanated from within. Lin Feng approached and gently pushed against the door, only to find it immovable. "This door seems sealed by some formidable force," the mysterious woman remarked. The group commenced a search around the temple, hoping to uncover a means to unlock the entrance. One disciple discovered a stone tablet on the side of the temple, inscribed with peculiar characters. "What does this mean?" he asked, perplexed. Lin Feng scrutinized the inscriptions, endeavoring to decipher their significance. After considerable effort, he gleaned some insights. "This appears to be a riddle. We must unravel it to open the door," Lin Feng stated. The others gathered around, collectively pondering how to solve the enigma. As moments ticked by, they experimented with various methods, yet the correct answer eluded them. Just as frustration began to set in, Lin Feng suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. "I understand!" he exclaimed with excitement. Following his intuition, he pressed several symbols onto a stone slab before the temple. A deep rumble echoed, and the temple's door began to creak open. The sight that awaited them inside left them utterly astounded. What discoveries awaited them within this ancient sanctuary? Chapter 91 The secrets of the mysterious temple. The grand door creaked open, releasing an ancient and enigmatic aura that enveloped them. The group cautiously ventured into the temple, where the dim light barely illuminated the surroundings, with only a few oil lamps flickering weakly. The feeble glow danced erratically in the darkness, as if it might extinguish at any moment, heightening the sense of foreboding that pervaded the atmosphere. The temple's walls were adorned with peculiar murals, seemingly narrating a long-forgotten history. The vibrant colors, once resplendent, had faded over time due to the relentless passage of years, leaving behind mere remnants of fragmented lines and patches of color. These murals appeared to hold profound significance. A disciple whispered softly, his voice echoing in the vast temple, sounding particularly small and fragile, as if subdued by the weight of history. Lin Feng observed intently, striving to decipher the information contained within. His gaze traversed the murals slowly, brows furrowed, lost in deep contemplation. The depictions revealed mysterious and awe-inspiring scenes, monumental battles with throngs of warriors engaged in fierce combat, the clashing of weapons and the thunderous cries of battle. Solemn and sacred rituals where individuals danced reverently around a blazing fire, their expressions grave and bizarre, fantastical creatures of unimaginable forms that defied comprehension. At that moment, a low, resonant buzzing filled the air. The sound grew nearer and clearer, as if countless wings were beating rapidly. "Be careful," the mysterious woman exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency and tension. Suddenly, a swarm of black insects erupted from the depths of the temple, resembling a tumultuous cloud, surging towards them with overwhelming force. Though each insect was small, their sheer numbers were staggering, sending shivers down their spines. The group hastily summoned their spells to defend against the onslaught, illuminating the space with a dazzling array of magical lights that intertwined in a breathtaking yet terrifying display. Lin Feng brandished his sword, its cold gleam slicing through the air, each swing unleashing a sharp gust of energy that felled a multitude of insects. The mysterious woman wielded her staff, chanting incantations that summoned powerful spells, ensnaring the insects within a radiant prison of light. One disciple, unfortunate enough to be bitten, felt an excruciating pain coursing through him as his arm rapidly swelled, black mist emanating from the wound. "Hold on!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice resolute and invigorating, instilling a flicker of hope among them. After a fierce and arduous battle, the swarm was finally vanquished. The group exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant, unwilling to succumb to complacency. With the insects dealt with, they pressed deeper into the temple. The interior corridors twisted and turned like a vast labyrinth, permeated by an ancient, musty odor. They tread carefully, each step laden with caution, apprehensive of encountering further unknown dangers. In a hidden chamber, they stumbled upon an ornate and ancient treasure chest, encrusted with precious gems that radiated a mysterious and alluring light. What treasures might lie within? One inquired, his voice brimming with anticipation and desire. Lin Feng stepped forward, gently lifting the lid of the chest, and a blinding light burst forth. The group instinctively squinted to shield their eyes from the sudden brilliance. As the luminosity gradually dimmed, they beheld an ancient, hefty scroll and a crystal emanating a strange glow. Lin Feng carefully grasped the scroll, unfurling it to reveal intricate, archaic script and complex, mysterious symbols. "This appears to be a powerful spellbook," Lin Feng remarked, a mix of surprise and curiosity infusing his tone. The mysterious woman examined the crystal closely. "This crystal harbors immense energy, it could prove invaluable to us," she said, her eyes alight with excitement. Just then, a deep, thunderous roar reverberated through the chamber, echoing as if from a primordial beast, imbued with fury and menace. "This is not good. Danger approaches," Lin Feng declared, his expression turning grave. Could they withstand this new threat? What unforeseen fate awaited them, heralded by the treasures within the chest? Chapter 92 The powerful guardian. As the low, rumbling growl resonated through the air, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the shadows of the hidden chamber. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a behemoth of a creature, its massive form seemingly capable of filling the entire room. With each step it took, the ground trembled beneath it, stirring up clouds of dust. Its body was enveloped in impenetrable scales, each glimmering with a cold sheen, akin to a multitude of razor-sharp blades. These scales were closely arranged, forming an unyielding armor that inspired dread in those who beheld it. Its eyes blazed like burning orbs, flames dancing within them, radiating an aura of fury and authority. The creature exhaled a searing breath, as if it could reduce everything to ashes. "What manner of monster is this?" a disciple exclaimed in terror. His voice quivered, laden with fear and helplessness. He instinctively recoiled, nearly dropping his weapon in the process. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly and declared, "Whatever it may be, we must confront it." His voice was resolute and powerful, his gaze reflecting an unwavering courage. He took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward, prepared for battle. The behemoth let out a deafening roar and lunged toward them. The sound was so thunderous it felt as though it could shatter their very souls. The crowd hurriedly scattered, their movements swift and agile. Lin Feng dashed forward, his figure a blur as he charged at the creature, thrusting his sword with ferocity. His movements were as swift as lightning, propelled by the force of the wind. However, the blade merely struck the creature's scales, sending forth a shower of sparks and a jarring metallic clang. The scales proved to be remarkably resilient, and Lin Feng's full force strike failed to inflict any damage. A mysterious woman unleashed a powerful spell, beams of light shooting toward the creature. These luminescent projectiles sparkled like meteors, imbued with formidable energy, yet, upon impact, they only momentarily slowed the beast's advance, failing to halt its onslaught. This cannot continue. Lin Feng shouted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his breath growing labored. While evading the creature's attacks, he pondered his next move. At that moment, the injured disciple suddenly discerned the creature's vulnerability. Its underbelly, he cried out, his voice, hoarse with excitement, rang clear amidst the chaotic battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately soared into the air, aiming for the beast's abdomen. His body traced an arc through the air, reminiscent of a hawk diving toward its prey. Yet the creature, sensing his intent, swung its massive claws in an attempt to thwart him. Lin Feng nimbly dodged the creature's claws and pressed onward toward the vulnerable spot. Just as he was about to reach the beast's underbelly, it opened its jaws wide and unleashed a torrent of flames. The flames engulfed Lin Feng in an instant, and he felt an intense, searing pain gritting his teeth. He endured the agony and pressed forward. Lin Feng, the mysterious woman, gasped in alarm. Undeterred by the inferno, Lin Feng fought through the flames, finally breaking free and positioning himself beneath the creature's abdomen. He raised his sword high, channeling all his strength into a thrust aimed at its vulnerable spot. The blade plunged deep into the beast's underbelly, dark blood gushing forth. The creature emitted a pained roar, its body convulsing violently. Witnessing this, the others rallied around, launching their final assault against the beast. Spells and weapons rained down upon it, and its resistance gradually waned. At last, the colossal creature collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lying motionless, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "We did it," Lin Feng murmured weakly. However, before they could celebrate, new changes began to unfold within the hidden chamber. Chapter 93, Crisis in the Mist. At the very moment the colossal beast fell, the secret chamber began to shake violently, fissures appearing along the walls as debris rained down. Massive stones plummeted from above, prompting the crowd to scramble for safety. "What is happening?" a disciple exclaimed in panic. His voice was laden with fear and helplessness, his eyes darting about in search of a secure refuge. With great effort, Lin Feng managed to rise to his feet, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. His garments were in tatters, his body marred by wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute and piercing. The enigmatic woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "I fear this is not yet the end." Her tone was heavy, her eyes betraying profound concern. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot down from the ceiling of the chamber, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes. The radiance was as dazzling as the midday sun, impossible to behold directly. As the brilliance gradually waned, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar realm, surrounded by a thick fog. The atmosphere was so dense that it felt tangible, obscuring their vision and leaving them unable to discern the path ahead. "Where are we?" someone questioned, bewildered. His voice echoed starkly in the silent mist, yet no reply came. Lin Feng cautiously took a few steps forward and discovered the ground beneath him was soft and yielding, devoid of any sensation of solidity. With each step, he was beset by an unsettling illusion of sinking into the void. At that moment, a chilling laughter resonated through the mist. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, cold and terrifying, sending shivers down their spines. "Who goes there?" the crowd shouted in unison, their voices tinged with a mix of anger and fear, attempting to dispel the terror that gripped their hearts. Yet the laughter persisted, growing ever closer. It reverberated through the fog, making it impossible to ascertain its source. The mysterious woman whispered, "Everyone, be cautious, this may herald new dangers." Though her voice was subdued, it clearly reached every ear, heightening the tension among the group. As the laughter drew nearer, a vague silhouette began to materialize. The figure flickered in and out of the mist, its form indistinct, yet an overwhelming and malevolent aura was palpable. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, prepared to confront any potential assault. The mysterious woman raised her staff, murmuring incantations, ready to unleash her spells. The figure approached, and at last, they discerned it was a grotesque monster with a contorted visage. Its towering, twisted body bristled with sharp spines, and its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light. "What manner of beast is this?" a disciple cried out in terror. The monster offered no response, instead lunging directly at them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swung his sword in defiance, engaging the creature in a fierce struggle. The mysterious woman also conjured powerful spells, beams of light striking towards the beast, yet the creature's body was remarkably resilient, rendering their magic almost ineffective. Other disciples joined the fray, but the beast's strength was formidable, each assault proving difficult to withstand. One disciple was inadvertently struck by the monster, sent sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. Be careful! Lin Feng shouted. As they battled the creature, they gradually discerned its weakness lay in its back. Lin Feng called out, "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its back." In unison, they focused their efforts, launching a concerted assault on the monster's vulnerable spot. After a grueling struggle, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, the mist echoed with more footsteps and sinister laughter. Would they be able to find a way out of this dire predicament? Chapter 94. Advancing through the mist, the incessant sound of footsteps and laughter emanating from the thick fog sent a shiver down the spines of the group, heightening their anxiety. The eerie echoes seemed to be a call from the depths of hell, instilling a sense of dread within them. Each sound resonated in their souls like a heavy hammer, amplifying the weight of their already tense emotions. "We must swiftly devise a means to escape this place," Lin Feng declared, his voice tinged with urgency yet underscored by a resolute strength. His gaze flickered through the mist, and he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, as if it were his sole support. The mysterious woman nodded in agreement, though in this fog, discerning direction was a formidable challenge. Her brow furrowed, worry etched across her exquisite features. The staff she held emitted a faint glow, striving to illuminate the path ahead, yet its light appeared feeble amidst the dense fog. At that moment, a horde of grotesque creatures surged forth from the mist, their forms varied and menacing. Some bore sharp claws, others spewed flames from their mouths, while yet others were encased in formidable armor. The group immediately formed a defensive circle, backs pressed together, preparing to confront the onslaught. Lin Feng was the first to strike, his figure darting towards the throng of monsters like a bolt of lightning. The flashes of his sword illuminated the darkness as he swiftly dispatched one creature, its head severed and black blood spraying into the air. The other disciples unleashed their formidable skills in response. One disciple wielded a long knife with both hands, the blade gleaming like snow, each swing accompanied by a sharp whoosh as it cleaved the monsters in twain. Another disciple conjured a powerful spell, igniting a talisman in his grasp that transformed into a fiery projectile, incinerating several creatures in an instant. For a moment, light and blood intertwined, the sounds of battle reverberating through the fog, igniting a fervor within their hearts. Yet, the monsters continued to pour forth, an unending tide that seemed impossible to quell. "This cannot persist. We must break through!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice brimming with strength, igniting a flicker of hope within the group. They charged towards a singular direction, but every step forward was fraught with difficulty. The monsters attacked with reckless abandon, intent on halting their advance point. One disciple fell, injured. "Leave me, you must go on," he implored, his voice weak yet resolute. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, refusing to abandon anyone. "We do not leave anyone behind, we press on together." He turned, hoisting the injured disciple onto his back, and continued to forge ahead. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the group fought with renewed vigor. Their bodies were smeared with blood, both their own and that of the monsters, but they did not falter, nor did they surrender. Through their desperate efforts, they finally carved a bloody path forward, sprinting down this grim corridor as the monsters relentlessly pursued them. "Hold on just a little longer," Lin Feng urged. They had no sense of how long they had been running when they finally reached the mouth of a valley. "This may offer us refuge," the mysterious woman suggested. Without hesitation, the group plunged into the valley. A mysterious aura enveloped the area, silence permeating the surroundings, so profound it was almost terrifying. As they entered, the creatures behind them ceased their pursuit. "What is happening?" someone inquired. Lin Feng scanned the vicinity with vigilance. "I don't know, but this place is certainly not ordinary." Just then, a deep growl resonated from within the valley. What fate awaited them? Chapter 95 of The Mystery in the Valley. The ominous roar reverberated through the valley, causing the previously relaxed hearts of the onlookers to leap in apprehension once more. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, laden with boundless fury and resentment, causing loose stones within the valley to tumble down. Could there be something even more terrifying lurking within this valley? A trembling disciple inquired, his pallid face betraying the fear that gripped him, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. "Exercise caution, let us first observe our surroundings." His vigilant gaze swept the vicinity, gripping his sword tightly, prepared to confront any impending danger. With utmost care, they ventured deeper into the valley, where they beheld the stone walls adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. The lines of these symbols were rugged, their shapes distorted, as though an arcane force had been unleashed. Among the designs were grotesque visages and bizarre creatures, sending shivers down their spines. The enigmatic woman scrutinized these symbols intently, her gaze focused and grave, her fingers delicately tracing the stone surface as if communicating with ancient spirits. It appeared to be an archaic language, yet I could comprehend only fragments. Her voice resonated with clarity amidst the stillness of the valley. "What do they say?" Lin Feng inquired, shifting his gaze from the wall to the mysterious woman, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Her expression serious, the enigmatic woman replied slowly, "It seems to recount a tale of a curse. It is said that long ago, the people of this land, driven by greed and desire, angered the deities, who then unleashed a curse upon them, plunging the land into eternal darkness and chaos." At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, seemingly laced with faint wails. The cries were intermittent, sorrowful, and plaintive, as if countless restless souls were narrating their anguish and grievances. "What on earth is happening?" Confusion and fear swelled within the hearts of the group. Their heartbeats echoed starkly in the silence of the valley, resembling a countdown to death. Suddenly, a vast cavern loomed ahead, its entrance shrouded in an eerie mist. The smoke was a dark violet, swirling incessantly, as if imbued with life. "Shall we venture in?" a hesitant disciple asked. Lin Feng took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Since we have arrived at this juncture, retreat is not an option, but we must remain vigilant." The group nodded in agreement and followed Lin Feng as they cautiously approached the cave. As they entered, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. The cavern was dim and damp, its walls flickering with a strange luminescence, reminiscent of countless eyes watching them intently. "What is this place?" someone asked in terror. Lin Feng remained silent, proceeding with caution, when suddenly he heard a rhythmic dripping sound following the source of the noise. They observed black liquid seeping from the cave ceiling, pooling on the ground in small puddles. The mysterious woman dipped her finger into the liquid, inhaled its scent, and her countenance paled dramatically. "This is venom," she exclaimed, alarmed. The group quickened their pace. Deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cavern, they stumbled upon a colossal stone statue. The statue's visage was grotesque and terrifying, wielding a massive scythe, seemingly the embodiment of death itself. What could this possibly signify? Just as their confusion deepened, the statue suddenly stirred. Would they be able to escape this perilous predicament? Chapter 95 of The Enigma in the Valley. The deep, resounding roar echoed through the valley, causing the hearts of the onlookers, which had only just begun to relax, to race once more. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, laden with boundless fury and resentment, causing loose stones within the valley to tumble down. Was there something even more terrifying lurking in this valley? A disciple spoke, his voice trembling, his complexion pale, and his eyes filled with dread. Involuntarily retreating a few steps, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, saying, "Proceed with caution. Let us first observe our surroundings." His vigilant gaze swept across the area, his sword clutched tightly in his hand. Poised to confront any imminent danger, they cautiously ventured deeper into the valley, discovering that the surrounding stone walls were inscribed with bizarre symbols and patterns. The lines of these symbols were rugged, their shapes contorted, as if they were the outpourings of some arcane force. Among the designs were grotesque faces and strange creatures that sent chills down one's spine. The mysterious woman scrutinized these symbols intently, her gaze focused and grave, her fingers lightly tracing the stone surface as if communicating with ancient souls. This appeared to be an archaic language, though I could comprehend only fragments of it. Her voice resonated distinctly in the silent valley. Lin Feng inquired, "What does it say?" His eyes shifted from the stone wall to the mysterious woman, brimming with anticipation and tension. The woman, her expression somber, replied slowly, "It seems to recount a tale of a curse. It is said that long ago, the inhabitants of this land, driven by greed and desire, provoked the deities, who then unleashed a curse, plunging this place into eternal darkness and chaos." At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, carrying with it faint, ghostly cries. The weeping was intermittent, poignant, and sorrowful, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting their anguish and grievances. What could this possibly mean? A sense of confusion and dread filled the hearts of the group. Their heartbeats resonated distinctly in the stillness of the valley, akin to the countdown to death. Suddenly, a vast cavern loomed ahead, its entrance shrouded in eerie mist. The haze swirled in dark purple hues, constantly shifting as if imbued with life. "Shall we enter?" a disciple asked hesitantly. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, stating, "Since we have come this far, retreat is not an option, but everyone must remain vigilant." The group nodded in agreement, trailing behind Lin Feng as they slowly approached the cave. Upon entering, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. The cavern was dim and damp, its walls flickering with strange luminescence, as if countless eyes were watching them. "What is this place?" someone asked in terror. Lin Feng did not respond. He cautiously advanced, only to suddenly hear a dripping sound. Following the noise, they noticed a black liquid steadily dripping from the cave ceiling, pooling on the ground. The mysterious woman dipped her finger into the liquid, inhaled deeply, and her expression changed dramatically. "This is poison." The group was startled, hastening their pace. Deeper into the cavern. In the depths of the cave, they stumbled upon a colossal stone statue. Its visage was terrifying, wielding a massive scythe, resembling the very embodiment of death. What could this be? Just as their minds were clouded with uncertainty, the statue suddenly stirred. Would they be able to escape this perilous predicament? Chapter 96, The Secret of the Statue. Suddenly, the statue stirred to life, its immense form exuding a chilling aura. Once motionless, it seemed in an instant to have been endowed with a malevolent spirit, as if boundless malice lay hidden beneath its frigid stone surface. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson light, reminiscent of infernal flames, daring anyone to gaze upon them. The crowd recoiled in terror, while Lin Feng shouted, "Do not panic!" His voice echoed through the cavern, striving to instill a semblance of courage and composure within the onlookers. However, the tide of panic surged forth, washing over the disciples, their faces paling and breaths quickening. The statue swung its scythe, unleashing a sharp gust of wind. The scythe, enormous and razor-sharp, sliced through the darkness, casting a cold glimmer that seemed capable of cleaving the very air. One disciple, unable to evade in time, was struck by the blade's edge, propelled violently against the stone wall. The dull thud of his body colliding with the rock echoed ominously, before he slumped to the ground, motionless. "Curse it!" Lin Feng's eyes widened with fury as he charged at the statue, his steps resolute and swift, his gaze aflame with indignation and determination. His sword flickered with light in the shadows as he unleashed his full prowess, each strike a tempestuous onslaught aimed at the statue. With every attack, he poured forth his resolve and valor, hoping to shatter this dreadful predicament. The mysterious woman also conjured formidable spells, beams of light racing towards the statue. These radiant surges, akin to shooting stars, brimmed with potent magical energy. As the luminous strikes impacted the statue, sparks erupted, yet it seemed unfazed, relentlessly assailing the crowd. Nevertheless, the statue appeared to possess formidable defenses. As the onslaught inflicted little damage upon it, its movements showed no sign of slowing. Instead, it swung its scythe with increasing ferocity, as if intent on cleaving all in its path. What weakness does this statue harbor? Lin Feng pondered as he continued his assault. His mind raced, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and blurring his vision, yet he remained fixated on the statue, leaving no potential clue unexamined. At that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns at the base of the statue. These intricate designs emitted a faint glow. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Feng, and he called out, "Aim for its feet!" The crowd directed their assaults towards the statue's feet, a dazzling array of spells and weaponry intertwining to form a formidable force. Cracks began to emerge on the statue's feet, and its movements gradually slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped, directing his sword at the statue's ankle, delivering a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, one of the statue's feet was severed, causing it to lose balance and sway precariously. Encouraged by this success, the other disciples intensified their attacks. The mysterious woman unleashed an even more potent spell, a massive beam of light striking the statue's other foot. After a fierce battle, the statue finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, its colossal form crashing to the ground and sending dust spiraling into the air. The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief, collapsing wearily to the ground. Yet, at that moment, a new transformation unfolded within the cavern. The flickering lights upon the stone walls suddenly intensified, illuminating the entire cave as if it were day. Subsequently, flowing images began to emerge upon the walls. "What is this?" a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Feng rose to his feet, approaching the wall for a closer inspection. The scenes depicted appeared to reveal the valley's past, people engaged in mysterious rituals, terrifying monsters rampaging, and incomprehensible symbols and patterns flashing incessantly. The mysterious woman approached as well. Perhaps this was the key to unraveling the enigmas of this place. Just as they were engrossed in the images on the wall, the ground began to tremble violently. "Not good, danger looms!" Lin Feng shouted. What peril awaited them? Would they successfully find their way out? Chapter 97. The crisis of the beetles in the cave. The violent tremors of the ground rendered everyone unsteady, causing them to collapse onto the earth. The entire cavern seemed transformed into a frenzied, shaking realm, with debris and dust continually cascading from the ceiling. What on earth is happening? Someone shouted in terror. The voice, amidst the chaos, resonated with an acute sharpness and helplessness, imbued with a profound fear of the unknown. Lin Feng struggled to maintain his balance, his gaze firmly fixated on his surroundings, endeavoring to discern the source of the tremors. His expression was resolute and focused, maintaining a sense of calm amidst the pandemonium. His feet pressed firmly against the ground, while his hands flailed in the air, striving to uphold his equilibrium. At that moment, a tremendous roar emanated from the depths of the cave, followed by a powerful gust of wind surging forth. This air current surged like tumultuous waves of the sea, imbued with inexhaustible force and a sense of oppression. The crowd was swept off their feet, some of the weaker disciples even being lifted into the air. Their bodies spun through the air, emitting terrified screams. "Quick, grab onto something nearby!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice laden with urgency and concern, hoping to ensure everyone's safety amidst the sudden calamity. The mysterious woman clung tightly to a protruding rock, her complexion pale, her long hair billowed chaotically in the wind, and her eyes betrayed a glimmer of tenacity. She understood that any lapse in vigilance at this moment could spell the end of their lives. As the gust began to subside, the onlookers beheld a cluster of enormous black figures emerging ahead. These silhouettes appeared particularly ominous and eerie in the dimly lit cavern. "What is that?" a disciple inquired, trembling. His voice was fraught with fear and uncertainty, his eyes fixed on the approaching shadows. As the shadows drew closer, they discerned that they were confronted by a horde of colossal beetles. Each of these beetles towered over a person, their hard exoskeletons gleaming with a metallic luster, resembling an impenetrable armor. Their antennae waved incessantly, while their sharp claws etched deep gashes into the ground. The beetles charged towards them with lightning speed, their eyes glinting ominously with a predatory gleam. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his sword, confronting the foremost beetle. The clash of his sword against the beetle's claw emitted a piercing metallic sound. Lin Feng felt a tremendous force reverberate through the sword, almost rendering him unable to maintain his grip. Other disciples swiftly unleashed their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with the beetles. The glow of spells flickered within the cavern, intertwining with the silhouettes of the beetles. However, the sheer number of beetles and their formidable defenses overwhelmed them. A disciple's spell struck a beetle, merely sparking a shower of embers without inflicting any substantial damage. "Be cautious, their exoskeletons are exceedingly tough," Lin Feng exclaimed. At that moment, a beetle seized the opportunity and lunged at him. Lin Feng sidestepped just in time, evading the beetle's attack, but its claw still grazed his arm, leaving a deep wound. Blood streamed from the injury, and Lin Feng felt a searing pain, yet he had no time to attend to his wound. As more beetles advanced menacingly towards him, the mysterious woman, witnessing Lin Feng's injury, was frantic with worry. She conjured a powerful spell, a beam of light shooting forth from her staff, striking one of the beetles. The creature collapsed to the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still. "Let us concentrate our forces and take them down one by one," the mysterious woman commanded. The group heeded her directive, beginning to focus their attacks on a single beetle. After a concerted effort, they finally succeeded in bringing one of the beetles crashing to the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, an even greater number of beetles surged forth. Would they be able to vanquish these formidable adversaries, or would they be consumed by the relentless horde of beetles? Chapter 98. The grueling confrontation. The onslaught of the beetles grew increasingly ferocious, leaving the group feeling progressively overwhelmed. Each beetle resembled a tireless combat machine, delivering strikes that were both precise and vicious, affording the defenders no respite whatsoever. Their sharp claws sliced through the air, stirring gusts of chilling wind that sent shivers down the spine. Lin Feng bore several new wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood, yet his gaze remained unwavering. With every swing of his sword, he infused it with his indomitable will and an ardent thirst for survival. His stamina waned rapidly, breaths becoming labored and hurried, each inhalation seeming to carry immense agony, yet the blade in his hand persisted unwaveringly. "This cannot continue. We must identify their weaknesses." Lin Feng gasped, his voice hoarse from exhaustion but brimming with resolve. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, mingling with blood and rendering his visage even more disheveled, yet the determination in his eyes remained steadfast. One disciple exclaimed, "I've observed that their abdomens seem remarkably soft." His voice held a hint of surprise, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope within the darkness. This proclamation rekindled a flicker of hope in the hearts of those who had nearly succumbed to despair. Upon hearing this, the group altered their assault, directing their attacks towards the beetles' underbellies. Their movements appeared sluggish due to fatigue, their steps unsteady, yet their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Each strike was executed with all their might in hopes of breaching the beetles' defenses. However, the beetles quickly discerned the change in tactic and began to guard their abdomens with greater vigilance. They curled their bodies, employing their hard exoskeletons to deflect the assaults, while retaliating with increased ferocity. Their razor-sharp claws and vicious teeth seemed intent on tearing the defenders to shreds. The enigmatic woman, casting spells, shouted, "Everyone, hold on." Her voice echoed through the cavern, instilling a measure of encouragement in the group. The brilliance of her magic flickered continuously, each strike momentarily repelling several beetles, yet the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, and her strength gradually dwindled. Her complexion paled, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, yet the staff in her hand remained steadfastly gripped. Nevertheless, more disciples fell wounded. Some were lacerated by the beetles' claws, deep wounds revealing bone, with blood pouring forth. Others were knocked to the ground, unable to rise, reduced to groaning in agony. The anguished cries of the injured weighed heavily on the hearts of the remaining fighters. "We cannot surrender. We will surely overcome them," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating through the cavern like a final battle hymn, invigorating the weary souls to continue the struggle. His tone was imbued with strength and conviction, rekindling the spirits of those on the brink of despair. One disciple was toppled by a beetle, several others immediately swarming around him. Lin Feng acted swiftly, leaping forth, his sword dancing as he dispatched several beetles, rescuing the fallen disciple. "Thank you, senior brother," the disciple expressed gratefully, tears brimming in his eyes, a blend of gratitude towards Lin Feng and guilt over his own helplessness. Lin Feng nodded, do not lose focus, continue the fight. His voice was resolute and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, several beetles charged towards the mysterious woman, who was engrossed in her incantations. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dashed forward, positioning himself before her, engaging the beetles in a fierce struggle. Lin Feng, be cautious, the mysterious woman urged, her voice laced with concern. Fresh wounds adorned Lin Feng's body, yet he pressed on without faltering. In his heart, there resided a singular conviction to protect his companions and vanquish the beetles. Each injury he sustained became a badge of honor, testifying to his bravery and fearlessness. After an intense bout, the group began to uncover effective strategies against the beetles. They coordinated their efforts, gradually stabilizing the situation. Some disciples drew the beetles' attention, while others seized the opportunity to strike at their abdomens, and Lin Feng executed decisive blows against the most ferocious of the foes. Yet, just then, a colossal beetle emerged, its size dwarfing that of its counterparts. Its shell shimmered with an impenetrable black sheen, exuding an aura of invincibility. The appearance of this formidable creature extinguished the flickering hopes that had just ignited within the group. This beetle's strength and defense far surpassed those of the others. Could they possibly prevail against it? Chapter 98. A grueling confrontation. The onslaught of the beetles intensified, leaving the group increasingly overwhelmed. Each beetle resembled an indefatigable war machine, their attacks precise and ferocious, offering not a moment's respite. Their sharp claws sliced through the air, creating a chilling wind that instilled fear in the hearts of all. Lin Feng bore several new wounds, blood staining his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute. With every swing of his sword, he embodied an indomitable spirit and an insatiable thirst for survival. His stamina rapidly waned, breaths becoming labored and urgent, each inhalation seemingly a testament to immense suffering, yet the sword in his hand never faltered. We cannot continue like this, we must discover their weakness. Lin Feng exclaimed, his voice hoarse from exhaustion yet imbued with determination. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, mingling with blood, rendering his visage even more disheveled, yet that steadfast gaze did not waver. A disciple cried out, I have noticed that their abdomens appear to be relatively softer. His voice carried a hint of surprise, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. This proclamation reignited a flicker of optimism in the hearts of those who had nearly succumbed to despair. Upon hearing this, the group swiftly redirected their assaults toward the beetles' abdomens. Though fatigue rendered their movements somewhat sluggish and their steps unsteady, their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Each strike was executed with every ounce of strength, yearning to breach the beetles' defenses. However, the beetles soon sensed the group's intent, becoming increasingly vigilant in protecting their vulnerable underbellies. They curled their bodies, using their hardened shells to withstand the onslaught, while retaliating with even greater ferocity. Their razor-sharp claws and jagged teeth seemed poised to rend the group into fragments. The mysterious woman, casting spells, urged, everyone, hold on. Her voice echoed through the cavern, providing a measure of encouragement. The brilliance of her incantations flickered, momentarily repelling several beetles, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed her, and her strength began to wane. Her complexion grew pale, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, yet she steadfastly clutched her staff. Alas, more disciples fell wounded. Some were slashed by the beetles' claws, deep gashes exposing bone, blood gushing forth. Others were knocked to the ground, unable to rise, moaning in anguish. The cries of the injured deepened the somber mood among the group. We cannot give up. We will triumph over them. Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonated through the cavern, akin to a final battle hymn, inspiring the group to persist in their struggle. His words brimmed with strength and conviction, revitalizing those who were on the brink of surrender. One disciple was toppled by a beetle, several others closing in on him. With swift reflexes, Lin Feng dashed forward, his sword rising and falling, dispatching several beetles and rescuing the fallen disciple. Thank you, senior brother, the disciple expressed gratefully, tears filling his eyes, a mix of appreciation for Lin Feng and guilt for his own helplessness. Lin Feng nodded, do not lose focus, continue the fight. His voice was unwavering and authoritative. At that moment, several beetles lunged toward the mysterious woman, who was engrossed in her spellcasting. Without hesitation, Lin Feng surged forward, positioning himself before her, engaging the beetles in a desperate struggle. Lin Feng, be careful, the mysterious woman exclaimed, her tone laced with concern. New wounds adorned Lin Feng's body, yet he did not falter. In his heart resided a singular conviction to protect everyone and vanquish these beetles. Each injury he sustained became a badge of honor, a testament to his bravery and fearlessness. After an arduous battle, the group finally discerned some strategies to combat the beetles. They began to coordinate their efforts, gradually stabilizing the situation. Some disciples attracted the beetles' attention while others seized the opportunity to strike at their abdomens. Lin Feng, at critical junctures, eliminated the most ferocious of the beetles. Just then, a colossal beetle emerged, its size dwarfing the others. Its shell glimmered with an impenetrable black sheen, evoking a sense of dread. The appearance of this behemoth extinguished the flickering hope that had just ignited in the hearts of the group. Of the strength and defense of this beetle far surpassed that of its counterparts. Could they possibly prevail against it? Chapter 99. A desperate struggle. The emergence of the colossal beetle intensified the atmosphere within the cavern, rendering it more oppressive and fraught with tension. Its immense form loomed like a small mountain, exuding an aura that was suffocatingly oppressive. The carapace glimmered with a dim, eerie light, with every intricate pattern seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the pain that coursed through his body, and gripped his sword tightly once more. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if ablaze with an unquenchable fire. Although his body was utterly fatigued, his indomitable spirit remained undiminished. "Fear not, everyone, let us charge together," he bellowed, his voice infused with determination. The sound reverberated through the cavern like the clarion call of battle, invigorating the morale of his companions. Inspired by his fervor, the others rallied their spirits and re-entered the fray. The fear and hesitation that had once clouded their eyes were replaced by unwavering resolve and courage. The mysterious woman focused her energy, casting forth a more potent spell. With her hands firmly gripping her staff, she chanted incantations, and the gem atop her staff radiated a dazzling brilliance. Beams of light shot toward the gigantic beetle, streaking through the dark cavern like meteors. Yet, the beetle's exoskeleton was impervious. The radiant strikes merely sparked against its surface, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Seizing the moment while the beetle was distracted by the spell, Lin Feng leaped towards its head, sword raised for a fierce strike. His figure traced an arc through the air, the blade slicing through the wind with a sharp whistle. However, the beetle abruptly tossed its head, sending Lin Feng crashing to the ground. He fell heavily, blood spurting from his mouth, his body rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. "Lin Feng!" The mysterious woman was frantic, her voice laced with concern and worry, her gaze never straying from him. The other disciples, undeterred, launched a barrage of attacks against the beetle, striving to buy Lin Feng precious time. Some unleashed various martial techniques, their swords and blades weaving through the air. Others conjured spells, intertwining flames, frost, and lightning. Yet the beetle's defenses were formidable, effortlessly repelling most of their assaults. One disciple was struck by the beetle's claw, sent hurtling like a severed kite against the cavern wall, crashing down and falling into unconsciousness, the outcome uncertain. "Everyone, be careful," someone shouted. With great difficulty, Lin Feng rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze remained steadfast as he charged once more at the beetle. This time, he evaded its frontal assault, maneuvering to its side. Summoning all his strength, he thrust his sword toward the joint of the beetle's leg. The creature let out a furious roar, its limb kicking out violently, once again propelling Lin Feng away. Seeing Lin Feng injured once more, the mysterious woman was consumed with anxiety. Ignoring her own safety, she rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. "I am fine, do not worry about me. Continue the battle." At that moment, the beetle suddenly opened its maw, releasing a cloud of black smoke. The mist quickly enveloped the area, obstructing their vision. "This is bad, everyone be cautious," Lin Feng shouted. Within the smoke, they could only rely on sound and instinct to ascertain the beetle's position. Suddenly, a claw emerged from the haze, reaching for one of the disciples. "Ah!" the disciple screamed in terror. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng dashed toward the sound, engaging in a fierce struggle with the beetle amidst the obscuring smoke. As the fog began to dissipate, the onlookers beheld Lin Feng fiercely holding back the beetle's claw, shielding the injured disciple behind him. Would they prevail in this life-and-death confrontation against the beetle, and find a glimmer of hope? Chapter 99. The desperate struggle. The emergence of the colossal beetle heightened the tension and oppression within the cavern. Its immense form loomed like a small mountain, exuding an aura of suffocating intimidation. The carapace glimmered with a dim light, each intricate pattern seemingly harboring boundless power. Lin Feng took a deep breath, enduring the pain coursing through his body, and gripped his sword tightly once more. His gaze was unwavering and resolute, as if ignited by an inferno. Despite his physical exhaustion, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. "Do not fear, everyone, let us charge together," he proclaimed, his voice brimming with determination. The echoes of his words reverberated through the cavern, resembling the clarion call of battle, invigorating the morale of the crowd. Inspired by his fervor, the others rallied their spirits and re-engaged in combat. Their eyes were no longer clouded by fear or hesitation. Instead, they shone with steadfastness and courage. The mysterious woman concentrated intently, conjuring a more potent spell. Gripping her staff with both hands, she chanted incantations, and the gem atop her staff radiated a brilliant light. Beams of luminescence shot towards the gigantic beetle, streaking through the darkness of the cave like shooting stars. Yet, the beetle's exoskeleton was impervious, and the light merely sparked upon impact, causing no significant harm. Seizing the moment when the beetle was distracted by the magic, Lin Feng leaped towards its head, swinging his sword fiercely. His figure traced an arc in the air, the blade slicing through the wind with a resounding whoosh. However, the beetle abruptly tossed its head, sending Lin Feng crashing to the ground. He hit the earth with a heavy thud, blood spurting from his mouth, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Lin Feng. The mysterious woman was frantic, her voice laced with concern and worry, her gaze never straying from him for a moment. The other disciples, disregarding their own safety, launched attacks against the beetle, attempting to buy Lin Feng precious time. Some wielded various martial techniques, their swords and blades intertwining. Others unleashed spells, flames, frost, and lightning weaving together. Yet, the beetleless defenses were formidable, and most of their assaults were effortlessly repelled. One disciple was struck by the beetleless claw, sent soaring like a kite with its string severed, crashing into the cavern wall before sliding down, unconscious and unresponsive. "Be careful, everyone," someone shouted. With great difficulty, Lin Feng rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes remained resolute as he charged once more at the beetle. This time, he evaded the beetleless frontal assault, maneuvering to its side. Summoning all his strength, he thrust his sword towards the joint of its leg. The beetle let out an enraged roar, kicking its leg violently, and Lin Feng was once again thrown back. Seeing Lin Feng injured once more, the mysterious woman felt a surge of anxiety. Ignoring her own safety, she rushed to Lin Feng's side, helping him to his feet. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Continue the fight." At that moment, the beetle suddenly opened its jaws and unleashed a cloud of black smoke. The smoke quickly enveloped the area, obscuring vision. "Not good. Everyone be cautious." Lin Feng shouted. Within the haze, the group could only rely on sound and instinct to ascertain the beetle's position. Suddenly, a claw emerged from the smoke, reaching for one of the disciples. "Ah!" the disciple screamed in terror. Upon hearing the cry, Lin Feng sprang into action, racing toward the sound. He engaged in fierce combat with the beetle amidst the smoke. As the fog gradually dissipated, the others discovered Lin Feng fiercely holding back the beetleless claw, shielding an injured disciple behind him. Would they prevail in this life-and-death struggle against the beetle and emerge into the light of survival? Chapter 100 The Dawn of Victory. As Lin Feng valiantly withstood the relentless onslaught of the beetles, the other disciples regrouped and launched a renewed assault. Gone were the expressions of fear and retreat in their eyes, replaced instead by resolute determination and a bravery that embraced death. The mysterious woman summoned her formidable magic once more, this time pouring all her strength into the spell. Her body trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, yet her hands gripped the staff tightly as she chanted incantations. The gem atop the staff radiated an unprecedented brilliance, a dazzling beam of light shooting directly towards the beetle's eyes. This radiance was as scorching as the sun, illuminating the entire dark cavern in an instant. Struck by the light, the beetle was momentarily blinded, its head thrashing violently as it emitted a roar filled with rage and agony. Its once ferocious rhythm of attack was thrown into disarray, its movements growing sluggish. This fleeting opportunity was undeniably critical for everyone present. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng summoned the last vestiges of his strength and plunged his sword deep into the beetle's abdomen. His arm, strained to the limit, bulged with veins as the blade sank into the creature's flesh, all the way to the hilt. The beetle's black blood gushed forth, splattering Lin Feng from head to toe. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, he twisted the blade with renewed vigor, aiming to inflict even greater damage. The beetle let out a pained howl, thrashing about as it sought to retaliate. Its massive claws flailed wildly in the air, stirring fierce gusts of wind. However, now grievously injured, its movements lacked the swiftness and precision of before. The other disciples, rallying their strength, unleashed their most potent techniques. A tapestry of light and power converged upon the beetle. Some wielded their weapons with the ferocity of a tempest, each strike imbued with a sense of desperation. Others conjured magnificent spells, weaving flames, frost, and lightning into a resplendent display within the cavern. Under the collective assault of the disciples, the beetle could no longer withstand the onslaught, its colossal form crashing down with a thunderous thud, reverberating through the cavern as if the very earth trembled in response. "We have succeeded," a disciple exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhilaration, his face alight with the joy of triumph. A wave of weary yet elated smiles spread across the faces of the gathered disciples. They exchanged glances filled with gratitude for one another, a shared relief at their survival. Many collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies pushed to the limit, yet their hearts swelled with a profound sense of achievement. However, before they could fully revel in their victory, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. The sound seemed to emanate from an ancient behemoth, brimming with wrath and authority. It reverberated through the cave, sending a fresh wave of tension through the recently relaxed group. "What new peril is this?" a disciple asked, his voice trembling. The flicker of hope that had ignited in his eyes began to dim. Lin Feng, mustering the strength to rise, declared, "Whatever it may be, we cannot retreat." His voice, though weak, resonated with unwavering conviction. The mysterious woman added, "Everyone, take a moment to recover your strength and prepare for the new challenge ahead." Nodding in agreement, the disciples began to focus on restoring their breath,
replenishing their energy and magical reserves. Some retrieved medicinal pills from their packs to expedite their recovery. At that moment, the roar grew ever closer, and the ground began to tremble anew.
Everyone, be cautious.
Lin Feng shouted. From the depths of the cavern, a colossal shadow gradually materialized.
What fearsome entity could this be? The hearts of the disciples raced, rising to their throats once more. Chapter 100 The Dawn of Victory. As Lin Feng valiantly withstood the relentless onslaught of the beetles, the other disciples regrouped and launched a renewed assault. Their eyes, once filled with fear and hesitation, now gleamed with unwavering resolve and a courage that embraced death. The mysterious woman once again summoned her formidable magic, pouring every ounce of her strength into the incantation. Her body trembled slightly, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, yet her grip on the staff remained steadfast as she murmured the words of power. The gemstone atop the staff radiated an unprecedented brilliance, a blinding beam shooting directly toward the beetle's eyes. The light was as searing as the sun, instantly illuminating the entire dark cavern. Struck by the dazzling radiance, the beetle succumbed to a momentary blindness, its head thrashing violently as it emitted a roar of rage and agony. Its once precise rhythm of attack was disrupted, its movements becoming sluggish. This fleeting opportunity was undeniably critical for everyone involved. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng summoned his last reserves of strength and drove his sword fiercely into the beetle's abdomen. The exertion caused the veins in his arms to bulge, the blade embedding itself deep within the creature until the hilt was swallowed by its flesh. Black blood erupted from the beetle, splattering Lin Feng from head to toe. Yet, he did not waver, rather, he twisted the sword with increased ferocity, seeking to inflict even greater harm upon the beast. The beetle let out a pained screech, struggling to retaliate. Its massive claws flailed wildly in the air, stirring gusts of fierce wind. However, now gravely wounded, its movements lacked the swiftness and precision of before. The other disciples unleashed their most powerful techniques, and in that moment, a myriad of lights and forces converged upon the beetle. Some disciples wielded their weapons with ferocious vigor, each strike imbued with the spirit of desperation. Others cast resplendent spells, weaving flames, frost, and lightning into a dazzling tapestry within the cavern. Under the combined assault of the group, the beetle could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed with a thunderous crash, its massive body thudding against the ground, causing the entire cavern to tremble. "We did it," one disciple exclaimed, his voice ringing with exhilaration, and a triumphant smile illuminating his face. Exhaustion mingled with joy was evident on the faces of all present. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting relief from survival and gratitude toward one another. Many disciples sank to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies pushed to their limits, yet their hearts brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. However, before they could fully celebrate, a deep, rumbling roar emanated from the depths of the cavern. The sound resembled that of an ancient beast, filled with fury and authority. It echoed ominously, causing the recently relaxed disciples to tense once more. "What new danger is this?" a disciple stammered, his voice trembling, as the flickering light of hope in his eyes began to dim once again. Lin Feng mustered the strength to rise, declaring, "No matter what it is, we cannot retreat." Though weak, his voice resonated with determination. The mysterious woman added, "Everyone, take a moment to recover your strength. Prepare for the new challenge ahead." Nods of agreement spread among the group as they focused on regulating their breathing, replenishing their energy and magical reserves. Some disciples retrieved medicinal pills from their possession, hastily consuming them to hasten their recovery. At that moment, the roar grew ever closer, and the ground began to tremble anew. "Everyone, be cautious." Lin Feng shouted. From the depths of the cavern, a colossal shadow gradually materialized. What terrifying entity could this be? The hearts of all present raced, their apprehension rising once more. Chapter 101 The mysterious black shadow. As the immense shadow drew nearer, the hearts of the onlookers raced with mounting trepidation. Each tremor of the ground reverberated like a sledgehammer against their hearts, tightening the already strained nerves. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead, striving to discern the true nature of the shadow. His eyes were filled with vigilance and resolve. Although his body was utterly exhausted, his will remained as steadfast as granite. The mysterious woman was equally focused, the light from her staff flickering intermittently, poised to respond to any unforeseen developments. Her breathing quickened, beads of sweat forming on her brow, the tension within her palpable. At last, the shadow revealed its form. It was a colossal creature resembling a dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Its sinuous body nearly filled the entirety of the cavern's passage. Of the black scales glimmered with an eerie radiance in the dim light, each scale seemingly forged through countless trials, impervious to harm. Its eyes burned like twin flames, radiating boundless ferocity and indifference. "Could this be the fabled dark dragon?" a disciple exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling as his legs involuntarily began to weaken. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, declaring, "No matter what it is, we shall fight." His voice was resolute and powerful, as though he were instilling a surge of courage in the hearts of his companions. The dark dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged towards them. The flames radiated an intense heat, scorching the very air in their wake. Lin Feng darted forward, positioning himself before his comrades, and swung his sword towards the inferno. The clash of sword and flame produced a hissing sound, and Lin Feng felt a tremendous wave of heat wash over him, nearly engulfing him. Observing this, the mysterious woman swiftly conjured an ice spell, attempting to temper the flame's ferocity. The frigid air collided with the searing fire, generating a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the cavern in a shroud of white mist. Seizing this opportunity, the group launched a barrage of attacks against the dark dragon. Blades and spells flickered within the mist, yet upon striking the dragon, they seemed to inflict minimal damage. With a furious roar, the dark dragon swept its tail, sending several disciples flying. Their bodies slammed against the cavern walls before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. He charged once more at the dark dragon, his sword transforming into a flurry of glimmering shadows, relentlessly targeting the creature's vulnerable spots. However, the dragon's defense was formidable, most of Lin Feng's strikes thwarted by its impenetrable scales. The mysterious woman tirelessly switched spells, searching for the dragon's weak point. Her gaze was intent and urgent, her staff swirling ever faster in her hands. At that moment, a perceptive disciple noticed a particularly vulnerable patch of scales on the dragon's underbelly. "Target its abdomen," he shouted. Upon hearing this, the group concentrated their attacks on the dragon's belly. The dark dragon, sensing the impending danger, grew increasingly frenzied in its retaliation. Its claws, tail, and flames relentlessly assaulted the group, making it difficult for them to draw near. Lin Feng, disregarding all else, dashed towards the dragon's abdomen, evading its strikes while searching for an opening. Finally, he discerned a flaw and, summoning all his strength, plunged his sword into the dragon's underbelly. The dark dragon let out a pained roar, its body convulsing violently. Would the group seize this chance to vanquish the dark dragon once and for all? Chapter 102. The final confrontation. After being pierced in its abdomen by Lin Feng's sword, the dark dragon writhed in agony, its attacks becoming increasingly frenzied and chaotic. Its colossal tail swept through the air, stirring up a tempest, while debris flew in all directions, sharp stones hurtling forth like bullets. The creature emitted continuous jets of black flames from its maw, the blazing inferno casting flickering shadows throughout the cavern, the searing heat seemingly capable of melting anything in its path. Lin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, attempting to widen the wound, but the dragon violently shook him off, sending him hurtling away. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily against the cavern wall. Lin Feng felt as though his very insides had been displaced, waves of excruciating pain crashing upon him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a coppery sweetness surged in his throat. The mysterious woman swiftly cast a protective spell, enveloping Lin Feng in a shimmering barrier of pale blue light. The gentle yet resilient glow gradually slowed his descent, allowing him to land steadily upon the ground. Amidst the flickering light, a thin veil of mist seemed to flow, exuding a refreshing aura. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon's attention remained fixed on Lin Feng, the other disciples unleashed their most formidable techniques, launching a relentless assault on the dragon's abdomen. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of brilliance and power coalesced into a formidable wave of attack. Some disciples infused their entire inner strength into their weapons, the blades gleaming with radiant light, striking forth with indomitable momentum. Others invoked potent spells, ice shards resembling sharp spears and lightning akin to sinuous silver serpents, all hurtling toward the dragon. The dragon was drenched in its own blood, numerous scales having fallen away, black blood oozing from its wounds and pooling upon the ground. Yet its strength appeared to wane, its movements becoming sluggish. Nevertheless, it refused to relent, its eyes ablaze with ferocity, brimming with defiance and fury. "Everyone, push harder, it can barely hold on," Lin Feng shouted. His voice, though weak, resonated with an inspiring force, echoing throughout the cavern. He gritted his teeth against the pain, rising once more, his steps unsteady yet resolute, ready to rejoin the fray. The others clenched their jaws, continuously launching their assaults. Their gazes were filled with unwavering determination, and despite their exhaustion, not a single thought of retreat crossed their minds. Their garments were already soaked with sweat and blood, their faces coated in grime, yet each expression was etched with steadfast resolve. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a powerful wave of energy, knocking everyone to the ground. The force surged through the cavern like a tempest, toppling the disciples, some of whom fell into unconsciousness. Their bodies scraped against the ground, emitting pained groans. Lin Feng struggled to rise, charging once more at the dragon. His steps were faltering, but he gripped his sword firmly, its blade glimmering faintly in the darkness. "I will not let you prevail," Lin Feng roared, his voice imbued with resolve and courage. The mysterious woman followed closely behind, her staff radiating light, illuminating her pale yet resolute visage. Together, they advanced toward the dragon, their strides steady and composed. The dragon opened its maw, preparing to attack again, but Lin Feng deftly evaded its strike, lunging forward to pierce its eye with his sword. The dragon howled in pain, thrashing its head violently, releasing a tortured roar. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped onto the dragon's back, repeatedly stabbing at its wounds. Each thrust was accompanied by his furious cries, as if he sought to channel all his strength into this final assault. Below, the mysterious woman continuously cast spells, providing support for Lin Feng. Her magic sparkled like a constellation of stars, surrounding him and dispelling the darkness and peril. After an intense struggle, the dragon's movements finally began to slow. Its breath grew faint, the light in its eyes dimming. Now! Lin Feng summoned the last vestiges of his strength, plunging the sword deep into the dragon's skull. The dragon emitted a desperate howl, its voice echoing throughout the cavern, lingering long after it fell silent. Then, its massive form collapsed with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust. As they gazed upon the fallen dragon, joy and fatigue filled the hearts of the disciples. Their faces broke into expressions of relief, yet their bodies felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained away. They had triumphed over this formidable foe, but what awaited them next? Chapter 102. The final confrontation. After the dark dragon was pierced in the abdomen by Lin Feng's sword, it writhed in agony, its attacks growing increasingly frenzied and chaotic. The massive tail swept across the space, stirring up a tempest of wind, sending shards of stone flying in all directions, sharp fragments hurtling forth like bullets. It unleashed torrents of black flames from its maw, the blazing inferno casting flickering shadows within the cave, the searing heat seemingly capable of melting all in its path. Lin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, attempting to widen the wound, but the dragon retaliated with a fierce toss, flinging him mercilessly away. His body traced an arc through the air, crashing heavily against the cave's stone wall. He felt as though his very organs had been displaced, a wave of excruciating pain washing over him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Darkness clouded his vision, and a coppery sweetness surged in his throat. The mysterious woman swiftly conjured a protective barrier for Lin Feng. A soft azure light enveloped him, gentle yet resilient, gradually slowing his descent until he landed safely on the ground. As the light flickered, it appeared as though a delicate veil of water flowed around him, exuding a refreshing aura. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon's focus remained on Lin Feng, the other disciples unleashed their most potent techniques, launching an all-out assault on the dragon's abdomen. In an instant, a myriad of lights and forces converged, coalescing into a formidable wave of attack. Some disciples channeled their entire inner strength into their weapons, the blades shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, striking with unyielding momentum towards the dragon. Others cast powerful spells, ice shards resembling sharp spears and lightning coiling like silver serpents, all aimed at the dragon. The dragon was drenched in blood, its scales shedding in abundance, black blood seeping continuously from its wounds, pooling on the ground in dark puddles. Yet, its strength seemed to wane, movements becoming sluggish. Nevertheless, it refused to surrender, the ferocity in its eyes intensifying, brimming with defiance and fury. "Everyone, give it your all, it can barely hold on," Lin Feng shouted. Though his voice was weak, it resonated with an inspiring vigor throughout the cave. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he rose once more, his steps unsteady yet resolute, ready to rejoin the fray. The others clenched their teeth and continued their assault, their eyes sparkled with determination and resolve. Even in their exhaustion, not a single thought of retreat crossed their minds. Their garments were already soaked with sweat and blood, faces smudged with dirt, yet each expression bore the mark of unwavering grit. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a powerful wave of energy, knocking everyone to the ground. This force swept through the cave like a tempest, tossing the disciples aside, some even losing consciousness. Their bodies scraped against the ground, emitting muffled groans of pain. Lin Feng struggled to his feet, charging once more at the dragon. His steps faltered, yet the sword in his grasp shone faintly in the darkness. "I will not let you prevail," he bellowed, his voice infused with determination and courage. The mysterious woman followed closely behind him, her staff radiating with brilliance, illuminating her pale yet resolute visage. Together, they advanced toward the dragon, their strides firm and composed. The dragon gaped wide, preparing to attack again, but Lin Feng deftly evaded its strike, lunging forward to stab at its eye. The dragon roared in pain, thrashing its head wildly, emitting a mournful cry. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leapt onto the dragon's back, continuously stabbing at its wounds. Each thrust was accompanied by his furious shouts, as if he were pouring all his strength into this final onslaught. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman remained below, casting spells to support Lin Feng. Her magical light twinkled like stars, encircling him, dispelling the darkness and danger. After an intense struggle, the dragon's movements began to slow. Its breath grew faint, and the light in its eyes began to dim. Now! Lin Feng summoned every last ounce of energy, driving his sword deep into the dragon's head. The dragon let out a despairing roar, its voice echoing within the cave, lingering in the air. Then, its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. As the disciples beheld the fallen dragon, their hearts swelled with joy and exhaustion. Smiles of relief graced their faces, yet their bodies felt as if all strength had been drained away. They had triumphed over this formidable foe, but what awaited them next? Chapter 103. The enigma of the unknown treasure. After successfully vanquishing the dark serpent, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they began to recuperate within the cave. Each visage bore the marks of exhaustion, a testament to the harrowing battle they had just endured, yet joy radiated from their faces, a profound sense of gratitude and pride for having emerged from the precipice of death. At that moment, one disciple noticed a peculiar luminescence flickering beside the serpent's lifeless form. The light pulsated erratically, reminiscent of a mysterious heartbeat, as if it were urgently beckoning them forth. What could this be? The curiosity piqued, the disciple approached cautiously. His steps were tentative, for they had just navigated a terrifying ordeal, leaving them both physically and mentally drained. None could ascertain the unknown peril or tremendous opportunity that lay hidden behind this glow. Lin Feng and the others were similarly drawn closer, and amidst the radiance, they discerned the outline of an enigmatic artifact, cloaked in light. Its true form remained elusive, yet the intensity and oscillation of the glow suggested it was anything but ordinary. At times, the brilliance shone as fiercely as the midday sun, while at others, it radiated a gentle, moonlit softness, suffused with an aura of mystique and allure. As they drew nearer, an overwhelming surge of power emanated from the treasure, creating ripples that spread outward, quickening the heartbeats of all present, as though an invisible hand had grasped them tightly. Be cautious. Lin Feng cautioned, his gaze brimming with vigilance, his sword still firmly gripped, knuckles whitening from the strain. The mysterious woman scrutinized the artifact, attempting to unravel its origins. Her brow furrowed, lips murmuring incantations, as if she were recalling ancient legends or arcane manuscripts. Her gaze was intent and profound, as if she sought to pierce through the light and unveil the essence of the treasure. In an unexpected turn, the artifact suddenly ascended, darting deep into the recesses of the cave with a speed akin to lightning. Vanishing from sight in an instant, the group exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of hesitation, resolved to pursue it. After all, such a mysterious and potent treasure might yield unforeseen rewards, perhaps unraveling age-old enigmas or bestowing upon them formidable powers. They proceeded cautiously through the cavern, the surrounding darkness threatening to engulf them. The shadows were thick as ink, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression and dread. Occasionally, droplets of water cascaded from the ceiling, producing a sharp sound that reverberated in the stillness, each drop striking a chord in their hearts. Everyone, stay alert. There may be other dangers lurking here, Lin Feng whispered, his voice resonating with a solemn gravity in the dimness. Nods of agreement followed as the group treaded even more carefully, their footsteps echoing throughout the cavern, tinged with tension and unease. Suddenly, a low, menacing growl emanated from ahead. The sound seemed to rise from the very depths of hell, rife with fury and menace. The group halted, hearts racing as if gripped by an icy hand. What could that be? Someone trembled to inquire. Lin Feng gestured for silence and cautiously advanced. Before them lay a vast cavern, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. The haze was dreamlike, obscuring the true nature of the cave's interior. At the center of this cavern stood a colossal beast, larger than the dark serpent they had previously confronted, looming like a mountain. Its body was adorned with sharp spines, each glinting ominously as if capable of piercing anything. Upon noticing the group, the creature opened its gaping maw and lunged at them, unleashing a foul stench that threatened to induce nausea. Lin Feng and his companions swiftly prepared for battle. In an instant, the cave transformed into a whirlwind of flashing blades and arcane energies, illuminating the darkness with vibrant hues. After a fierce struggle, the beast was ultimately subdued, though not without considerable cost. Several disciples bore grave injuries. Some had their arms lacerated by the creature's claws, blood streaming forth. Others were struck by its tail, resulting in fractured ribs. We must press on, we must locate that treasure, Lin Feng declared, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling a glimmer of hope and courage in his comrades. The group continued onward in pursuit of the artifact, their journey stretching into the unknown. Eventually, they arrived before a monumental stone door, firmly sealed, its surface etched with bizarre symbols and intricate patterns. These engravings seemed to narrate ancient tales while concealing profound secrets. The mysterious woman stepped forward, meticulously examining the symbols and designs. Her gaze was focused and earnest, her fingers lightly tracing the engravings. This appears to be an ancient seal, she remarked, her voice echoing in the cavern's vastness, tinged with uncertainty and doubt. The group began their search for a means to unlock the stone door, exploring their surroundings for mechanisms or clues that might grant them access. Would they succeed in opening the door and uncovering the elusive treasure? Chapter 104 of The Secret of the Stone Gate. Before the Stone Gate, the group struggled to discover a method to unlock it. As time slipped away, their efforts remained fruitless. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting between the symbols and patterns etched upon the stone. These symbols and designs resembled ancient riddles, intricate and obscure, leaving them utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? One disciple could not help but lament, his voice laced with anxiety and frustration. They had anticipated that vanquishing the monstrous creature would lead them effortlessly to the treasure, only to find their path obstructed by this enigmatic stone gate. The mysterious woman remained silent, her focus unwavering as she continued her examination. Her eyes were intense and profound, as if she sought to pierce the veil of secrets hidden within the symbols. Her fingers gently traced the etchings on the stone, feeling the texture and direction of each line. Suddenly, she appeared to have made a discovery. "Look, the arrangement of these symbols seems to follow a pattern." Her voice shattered the silence, invigorating the spirits of the onlookers. They gathered around, scrutinizing the details closely. The symbols were arranged in circles, in linear formations, and intertwined, creating a complex tapestry. After much deliberation, they conjectured that this might be a seal related to an array. However, the array was exceedingly intricate, necessitating the precise identification of pivotal nodes to unravel it. "But how do we decipher this array?" someone inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty and concern. After all, this was a formation they had never encountered before. A misstep could potentially unleash unforeseen peril. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled a similar array he had encountered in an ancient tome. This book had come into his possession by chance, containing numerous accounts of archaic and mysterious formations. He concentrated, striving to recall the similarities between the array before him and that recorded in the tome. "I remember that in that ancient text, a similar array required activating these symbols in a specific sequence," Lin Feng articulated. Hope ignited in the eyes of his companions. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng began to carefully touch the symbols upon the stone gate, adhering to the method he remembered. His movements were gentle and meticulous, every step infused with tension and anticipation. As he made contact, the stone gate emitted a faint tremor, as if responding to his actions. However, a sudden, formidable force rebounded, causing Lin Feng to stagger back several steps. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" the mysterious woman inquired with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine. It seems I made an error in my previous steps." He reoriented his thoughts and scrutinized the symbols once more. This time, he discerned certain details he had previously overlooked. "Perhaps we need to activate several key symbols simultaneously," Lin Feng suggested. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to follow his lead. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng extended his hand once more, touching several symbols at once. This time, the vibrations of the stone gate intensified, and light flickered as if it were engaged in a fierce struggle. The hearts of the onlookers raced, their eyes fixated on the gate, too fearful to breathe. Finally, with a deep, resonant rumble, the stone gate slowly creaked open. A musty, ancient aura wafted forth, imbued with the weight of time and mystery. Before them lay a concealed realm. This space was shrouded in a delicate mist, obscuring distant sights. The ground shimmered with strange luminescence, reminiscent of some arcane runes. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient murals, narrating a tale long forgotten. "What is this place?" one disciple gasped in astonishment. Lin Feng cautiously stepped into the space. "Everyone, be careful, there may be further dangers concealed here." They ventured forth slowly, when suddenly, the ground's glow intensified, as if issuing a warning. "Be careful! We might have triggered some mechanism," the mysterious woman shouted. No sooner had she spoken than innumerable arrows shot forth from all directions. The group scrambled to evade the onslaught, chaos erupting around them. In this enigmatic space, could they withstand the impending dangers that awaited? Chapter 105 The Perilous Predicaments. Amidst the sudden onslaught of arrows, everyone swiftly employed their respective skills to evade the barrage. Lin Feng moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting left and right, his sword a whirlwind of motion, deftly deflecting the lethal projectiles aimed at him. The blade traced silvery arcs through the air, each collision with an arrow producing a crisp, resonant sound. His gaze was focused and resolute, every movement executed with precision and grace, devoid of any hesitation. The enigmatic woman wielded her staff, conjuring a magical shield before her. A soft blue radiance emanated from the tip of the staff, quickly expanding into a circular barrier. The arrow struck against it, producing a metallic clanging sound and scattering sparks, yet they could not penetrate this formidable defense. Some disciples, caught off guard, sustained minor injuries as arrows grazed their arms and shoulders, leaving behind streaks of blood. Fortunately, the wounds were not severe. They gritted their teeth and continued to evade the rain of arrows. "Everyone, be cautious, move towards the wall," Lin Feng called out, his voice resonating with clarity and determination amidst the chaos. Upon hearing his command, the group hurriedly shifted towards the wall, their movements frantic and hurried. In that moment, the wall seemed to transform into their last refuge. Just as they managed to escape the rain of arrows, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The entire space appeared to sway, making it difficult for them to maintain their footing. "What is happening?" a disciple asked in terror, his voice laced with fear and unease. They watched as the ground slowly split apart, torrents of molten lava surging forth from the fissures. The lava resembled a red dragon, thrashing and coiling upward. Instantly, the temperature in the vicinity soared, waves of heat rendering the atmosphere unbearable. The air grew scorched and arid, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. "Quickly, leap onto those protruding rocks," Lin Feng instructed, pointing to several elevated stones nearby. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for a means of survival. The group ascended onto the rocks with agility and urgency, their hearts racing, each movement a matter of life and death. However, the peril was far from over. A swarm of dark figures emerged in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were a horde of winged monstrosities. These creatures were massive, their wings stirring up fierce gusts of wind. Their eyes glimmered with a menacing red hue, and their sharp claws appeared particularly vicious in the flickering light of the flames. "Prepare for battle!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice imbued with resolve and courage. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to confront the impending threat. The monsters lunged downward, launching an assault on the group. Lin Feng was the first to engage, leaping into action, his sword aimed at one creature's eye. The beast evaded, its claws swiping towards him. Lin Feng nimbly dodged the attack, simultaneously leaving a deep gash on the creature's wing with his blade. The mysterious woman cast spells from atop the stones, beams of light striking the monsters, providing support to Lin Feng and the others. Other disciples engaged in fierce combat with the beasts, some sustained injuries from the creature's claws yet fought valiantly, while others utilized the terrain to launch surprise attacks. The battle raged intensely, blood and sweat mingling in the air. One monster breached their defenses, lunging at an injured disciple. In a moment of desperation, Lin Feng arrived just in time, slaying the beast with a swift stroke of his sword. "Hold on, everyone!" Lin Feng encouraged, his voice ringing out. As time passed, the numbers of the monsters gradually dwindled, yet the group was left exhausted, their bodies marred with wounds. "We cannot give up," the mysterious woman urged. At last, the final creature was vanquished through their combined efforts. Yet before they could celebrate, the surrounding environment shifted once more. What new challenges awaited them ahead? Chapter 106. A new turning point. Just as the group had triumphed over the winged monstrosity, before they could catch their breath, the surrounding space suddenly erupted in a dazzling array of peculiar lights. These lights, vibrant and kaleidoscopic, intertwined to form a mysterious array of luminescence. The brilliance illuminated the previously dim space as if it were broad daylight, the resplendent colors evoking a dreamlike quality, transporting one into a realm of ethereal beauty. "What is this?" one disciple exclaimed in astonishment. His voice was filled with confusion and trepidation. Having recently endured a series of perilous encounters, he now faced the sudden and bizarre phenomenon with an undeniable sense of anxiety. Lin Feng gazed intently at the luminous array, contemplating that perhaps this was the key to their escape. His eyes were focused and profound, striving to discern some clues from the flickering and shifting lights. A mysterious woman stepped forward, scrutinizing the intricate patterns of the array, which seemed to harbor immense energy. Her brow furrowed slightly as her staff gently touched the edge of the array, allowing her to sense the enigmatic power coursing within. Just as they were engulfed in their uncertainties, a figure slowly materialized within the array. Initially indistinct, as if shrouded in a veil of mist, the figure gradually became clearer with the intensification of the light. It was an elderly man, clad in flowing white robes that billowed elegantly. He exuded an air of celestial grace. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and the wrinkles on his face bore the marks of time, yet his eyes sparkled with a vibrant wisdom and boundless authority. "You young ones, to arrive at this place is indeed a matter of fate," the elder spoke slowly. His voice was deep and resonant, reminiscent of an ancient call echoing through the vast expanse. The group exchanged glances, uncertain whether the elder was friend or foe. Their gazes reflected a blend of reverence for his mysterious appearance and caution towards the unknown. Lin Feng clasped his hands in salute, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what place is this?" His tone was earnest and sincere, his eyes brimming with a yearning for answers. The elder smiled faintly, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, instilling a sense of warmth and reassurance. "This is an ancient relic, concealing countless secrets and treasures." "And how might we depart from here?" a disciple asked eagerly, his voice tinged with urgency, his face a mask of longing for liberation. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "That depends on your own fortunes. If you can pass my trials, you shall be able to leave." His words were calm and measured, yet they sent a wave of apprehension through the hearts of the gathered. A knot of tension formed in their chests, uncertainty swirling around the nature of the trials that awaited them. They exchanged glances, sensing both the anxiety and resolve mirrored in one another's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the elder conjured forth a series of challenges and enigmas within the luminous array. Some were intricate riddles that demanded their utmost intellect, others were formidable magical barriers that required the application of spells to unravel. And still others were fierce phantoms of beasts that necessitated physical prowess to conquer. "The first trial is to decipher this ancient riddle," the elder announced. The group turned their attention to the riddle displayed within the array, a series of archaic symbols and patterns that left them perplexed. Lin Feng calmed his mind, meticulously analyzing the symbols and patterns in search of logic and clues. The mysterious woman beside him was also deep in thought, her fingers tracing the air as she murmured incantations. As moments ticked by, the group fell into deep contemplation. At last, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. I believe I have grasped it. He began to elucidate his findings to the others, who followed his reasoning and gradually unraveled the first riddle. Indeed, now we proceed to the second trial. The elder's voice resonated once more, as a powerful magical barrier emerged within the array, radiating a blinding light. This barrier exuded an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult for the group to breathe, yet they did not falter. They unleashed their spells in unison, striving to break the barrier's hold. After considerable effort, the magical barrier was finally dispelled, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. There remains one final trial, the elder proclaimed. A colossal phantom of a beast materialized within the array, roaring ferociously as it lunged toward them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng and his companions charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle against the beast. Would they succeed in overcoming this final trial and ultimately escape this enigmatic realm? Chapter 107. A grueling test. Confronted by the ferocious onslaught of the monstrous apparition, the group instantly shifted into a state of combat readiness. Lin Feng led the charge, his sword radiating a brilliant light as it aimed directly for the creature's vital points. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if this strike could determine the outcome of their struggle. The sword's glow resembled a flash of lightning, cleaving through the surrounding darkness. The beast, colossal in stature like a small mountain, exhibited an astonishing agility, effortlessly evading Lin Feng's assault while countering with a swipe of its massive claws. The swishing sound of its claws sliced through the air, as if capable of tearing the very fabric of the atmosphere. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly maneuvered, narrowly dodging the oncoming strike. Other disciples unleashed their unique skills, and in an instant, the air was filled with a dazzling array of blades and spells intertwining. Some disciples channeled their inner strength into their weapons, each blow resonating with immense power, the clash with the beast producing a deep, thunderous sound. Others conjured an array of spectacular spells, fireballs, ice shards, and bolts of lightning hurtling towards the monster. A mysterious woman at the rear continuously cast enhancement spells upon the group, bolstering their strength and defenses. The tip of her staff shimmered with a gentle light, cascading warmth over the disciples, filling them with a soothing energy. However, the creature's formidable strength rendered their attacks seemingly ineffective. Although it bore a few shallow wounds, it swiftly recovered to its original state. The beast roared with a deafening sound, as if mocking the audacity of its challengers. Lin Feng staggered back a few steps from the force of the beast, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the crimson stain, his gaze held no trace of retreat. Instead, it burned with renewed determination. "Do not give up, we shall surely conquer it," Lin Feng shouted, his voice imbued with a rallying spirit, infusing a fresh vigor into the hearts of his companions amidst the fierce battle. Inspired by his words, the disciples launched an even more ferocious assault. They coordinated their efforts closely, some drawing the beast's attention while others seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The intensity of the battle escalated, the entire space thrumming with surging energy. The air felt ignited, searingly hot. Each strike was accompanied by powerful energy waves, causing the surrounding space to tremble. One disciple inadvertently fell victim to the beast's sweeping tail, sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found himself immobilized by his injuries. "Be careful!" A fellow disciple, witnessing his comrade's plight, rushed to assist, only to be targeted by the beast. He barely managed to parry with his weapon, yet was still sent reeling against the wall by the creature's overwhelming force. Though some fell wounded, others quickly filled the gaps, continuing their relentless engagement with the monster. Their faces were streaked with sweat and blood, yet their eyes still blazed with indomitable fire. Lin Feng surged forward once more, his swordsmanship growing ever more incisive, each move infused with his resolve and courage. The beast, enraged by his attacks, retaliated with increased ferocity. The mysterious woman, perceiving the dire circumstances of her allies, resolved to cast an even more potent spell. Chanting incantations, the brilliance of her staff intensified, culminating in the formation of a colossal magical orb. "Take this," she proclaimed, hurling the orb toward the beast. The magical sphere arced gracefully through the air, striking the creature squarely. It emitted a pained roar, its body shuddering slightly. Witnessing the beast's injury, the morale of the group surged, and they unleashed an even more powerful barrage of attacks. Yet, the creature was not so easily vanquished. It launched another counteroffensive, propelling the battle into a fevered climax. Would they ultimately prevail against this formidable monster and pass the Elder's test? Chapter 108. The Dawn of Hope. Under the formidable assault of the mysterious woman's powerful spells, the creature's movements began to falter ever so slightly. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air was thick with tension. Lin Feng astutely seized this ephemeral opportunity. His form flickered like a specter, instantly transforming into a mere shadow. With a cunning angle, he thrust his sword towards the creature's eye, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling glimmer. The beast roared in agony, its voice resonating with a haunting intensity that felt as though it could penetrate the very soul, sending shivers down one's spine. It thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from Lin Feng's relentless assault. Yet, Lin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword with unwavering resolve, the veins in his arms bulging as he exerted all his strength, causing blood to spurt from the creature's right eye. Thick crimson fluid erupted, forming a mist of blood in the air. The other disciples, witnessing this turn of events, felt their spirits surge. The weariness that had once weighed them down seemed to dissipate, replaced by a newfound vigor. They unleashed their most potent techniques, determined to vanquish the fearsome beast once and for all. In an instant, a myriad of lights and energies converged, cascading towards the creature. Some disciples hurled a barrage of talismans, which ignited into roaring flames mid-air, enveloping the monster in a fiery embrace. The searing heat resembled a colossal furnace, attempting to incinerate the creature. It writhed in the flames, emitting a chilling wail. Others commanded their flying swords, forming a deadly array that struck from all directions. The swords shimmered with a frosty radiance, streaking across the night sky like meteors, bearing lethal intent. Under the relentless onslaught, the creature's wounds multiplied, gashes deep enough to reveal bone crisscrossing its form. Its once impenetrable scales began to shed, blood staining its massive body. Its breath grew increasingly labored, each inhalation a struggle, yet it refused to yield, fighting back with its final vestiges of strength. "Everyone, push harder. It's on the verge of collapse." Lin Feng shouted, his voice hoarse yet filled with conviction, rallying the spirits of his companions. Their collective response surged forth like a roaring tide, shattering all barriers in its wake. Their assaults intensified, as if they were channeling every ounce of rage and power into this singular moment. The mysterious woman waved her staff once more, unleashing a beam of icy blue light that shot forth like a glacial torrent, chilling to the bone. In an instant, the creature's left leg was encased in thick frost, the icy tendrils swiftly enveloping it. The beast lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud that shook the very earth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leapt onto the creature's back, his steps resolute and forceful. He plunged his sword deep into its neck, embedding it to the hilt, leaving only the hilt exposed. The creature's blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining Lin Feng's garments a deep red. With a final, despairing roar, the beast's cry was filled with a mix of defiance and rage. Subsequently, its colossal form collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The air thickened with the remnants of their fierce battle, as if marking a tragic yet heroic conclusion. "We have succeeded," a disciple exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, tears of joy shimmering in his eyes. Exhausted, they sank to the ground, panting heavily. Their bodies had reached their limits, yet their faces radiated the elation of victory. It was a genuine smile, born from enduring countless trials, finally embracing the sweet release of triumph. At that moment, the elder, who had been observing silently, spoke slowly. "You have passed the test." His voice was calm and gentle, as if all of this had been anticipated. The disciples gazed at him, their eyes brimming with anticipation and uncertainty. "This is merely the beginning. Many more challenges await you, but for now, you have the right to rest and recuperate," the elder continued. Lin Feng struggled to his feet, bowing respectfully to the elder. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The disciples began to regroup, tending to their wounds and regaining their strength. Uncertain of what lay ahead, they nonetheless reveled in this hard-won victory. Were they truly prepared to face the challenges that awaited them? Chapter 109. A new mission. After a period of recuperation, the strength and injuries of the group had seen a measure of recovery. They gathered around the elder, their eyes reflecting both the lingering taste of recent victory and the anticipation and apprehension of the unknown future. The elder gazed at them with profound intensity and spoke slowly. "You have passed the trial, demonstrating your courage and strength. However, this enigmatic land conceals a tremendous crisis that requires your intervention." His voice was steady and solemn, as if narrating a weighty destiny. Lin Feng inquired, "Elder, what precisely is this crisis?" His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the elder, prepared to confront the impending challenge. The elder sighed softly. "This place is sealed against a malevolent force, a remnant of a cataclysmic battle from ancient times. This power is exceedingly formidable and wicked. Should it be unleashed, it would bring catastrophic ruin upon the world. Your mission is to reinforce the seal and prevent the malevolent force from escaping." A flicker of concern and expectation for the group shone in his eyes. The others exchanged glances, acutely aware of the gravity of their responsibility. They understood that this was not merely an adventure but a mission that bore the weight of all humanity. The mysterious woman declared, "Elder, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost." Her voice was clear and resolute, her grip tightening around her staff, signifying her determination. The elder nodded and then led them deeper into the abyss. Their footsteps echoed in the stillness of the passageway, shattering the long-standing silence. As they progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and sinister, sending chills down their spines. The walls flickered with strange luminescence, and peculiar sounds occasionally emanated from the darkness. The air was thick with the stench of decay and malevolence, as if recounting the horrific tales that had transpired within these confines. Suddenly, a massive fissure appeared ahead, from which a black mist surged forth incessantly. The mist seemed almost sentient, clawing and lashing towards them. This is the source of the malevolent force's escape, the elder remarked, his voice straining against the oppressive aura of darkness. Lin Feng stepped forward, his sword radiating light as he endeavored to disperse the encroaching black mist, yet, the mist appeared boundless. As he managed to clear a portion, even more surged forth. The other disciples also unleashed their respective spells and skills, a dazzling array of light clashing against the dark essence. The mysterious woman chanted incantations, her staff emitting a powerful beam directed into the depths of the fissure. However, the brilliance gradually dimmed under the suffocating embrace of the black mist. This is not a sustainable solution, Lin Feng stated, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his expression grave. The elder pondered for a moment before asserting, we must locate the core of the seal to address the issue fundamentally. The group commenced their search for clues around the fissure, scrutinizing every detail, leaving no stone unturned. One disciple discovered peculiar symbols etched into the stone wall beside the fissure. What are these? The disciple asked. The elder approached, studying the symbols intently. This may be the code to the seal, but we must decipher it. The group gathered around, collectively pondering the significance of the symbols. As time elapsed, the black mist intensified, and the pressure on them mounted. Would they be able to unravel the secrets of these symbols, locate the core of the seal, and thwart the escape of the malevolent force? Chapter 109. A new mission. After a period of recuperation, the group's physical strength and injuries had sufficiently improved. They gathered around the elder, their eyes reflecting both the reminiscence of their recent victory and the anticipation, as well as apprehension, of the unknown future. The elder gazed at them with profound intensity and slowly spoke, you have passed the trial, demonstrating your courage and strength. However, this mysterious land harbors immense peril that you must resolve. His voice was steady and solemn, as if narrating a weighty destiny. Lin Feng inquired, Senior, what precisely is the crisis? His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the elder, ready to confront the imminent challenge. The elder sighed softly. This place seals an insidious power, a remnant of a great battle from ancient times. This force is exceedingly potent and malevolent. If unleashed, it would bring catastrophic calamity to the world. Your mission is to reinforce the seal and prevent the malignant energy from escaping. A hint of concern and expectation flickered in his eyes as he regarded the group. The others exchanged glances, feeling the gravity of their responsibility. They understood that this was not merely an adventure, but a mission that concerned the fate of all living beings. The enigmatic woman declared, Senior, we shall endeavor with all our might. Her voice was clear and resolute, tightening her grip on the staff, showcasing her determination. The elder nodded and then led them deeper into the abyss. Their footsteps echoed in the silent passage, shattering the prolonged stillness. As they proceeded, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous and eerie, sending shivers down their spines. The walls flickered with strange luminescence, and peculiar sounds occasionally emanated from the darkness. The air was thick with the stench of decay and malevolence, as if recounting the horrific tales that had transpired here. Suddenly, a massive fissure appeared ahead, exuding a dark, swirling essence. The aura seemed almost alive, clawing and reaching out towards them. This is the source of the evil energy's escape, the elder proclaimed, his voice strained against the onslaught of the malevolent presence. Lin Feng took the initiative, his sword radiating light as he attempted to dispel the encroaching darkness, yet the essence seemed inexhaustible. As it was pushed back, more emerged in its place. The other disciples unleashed their respective spells and skills, illuminating the area as light clashed against the dark essence. The mysterious woman chanted incantations, her staff emitting a powerful beam directed into the depths of the fissure. However, the brilliance gradually dimmed under the shroud of darkness. This cannot continue, Lin Feng stated, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his expression grave. The elder pondered for a moment before saying, we must locate the core of the seal to fundamentally resolve this issue. The group began to search for clues around the fissure, scrutinizing every detail, leaving no stone unturned. A disciple discovered peculiar symbols etched into the stone wall beside the fissure. What are these? The disciple asked. The elder stepped forward, examining the symbols intently. This may be the key to the seal, but we must decipher it. The group gathered closely, collectively pondering the meaning of the symbols. As time ticked away, the dark essence intensified, amplifying the pressure on them. Would they unravel the secrets of these symbols, locate the core of the seal, and thwart the escape of the malevolent power? Chapter 110. Unraveling the mystery of the seal. The group was engrossed in contemplation as they scrutinized the peculiar symbols etched upon the stone wall, endeavoring to discern the underlying patterns. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixated on those enigmatic symbols, his mind racing with a plethora of potential solutions. His eyes, filled with fervor and intensity, seemed to penetrate the very essence of the symbols before him. Each subtle line and curve appeared to him as a pivotal clue. His brow furrowed, and beads of perspiration gradually surfaced on his forehead. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman closed her eyes, harnessing her mental prowess to perceive the arcane energies encapsulated within those symbols. Her breathing transformed into a steady and profound rhythm, the surrounding air seemingly responding to her focused intent with a gentle undulation illuminated by the mystical forces. Her visage radiated an extraordinary tranquility and beauty, as if she were one with the ancient symbols. Just as the others were lost in deep reflection, a disciple suddenly exclaimed, "I believe I have uncovered a clue." His voice, brimming with excitement and exhilaration, shattered the prolonged silence. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him, their expressions rife with anticipation and eagerness. The disciple pointed to a specific grouping of symbols and declared, "Look, the arrangement of these symbols bears a striking resemblance to the formations we encountered earlier." His fingers trembled slightly, betraying his nervousness and enthusiasm. The crowd gathered closely, meticulously examining the symbols he indicated. After extensive discussion and experimentation, they finally discerned the pattern of arrangement. As they aligned the symbols correctly, a blinding radiance erupted from the stone wall, illuminating the darkness and momentarily suppressing the ominous energies emanating from the fissure. "Splendid! Let us continue our search for the next set," Lin Feng proclaimed, his voice infused with hope and determination, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. However, as they delved deeper into the enigma, the challenges intensified. The symbols transformed from mere arrangements into complex logical constructs intertwined with profound mystical laws. A misstep in any symbol combination could unleash a fierce backlash, endangering the group. One disciple inadvertently triggered an incorrect combination, and a tremendous force rebounded violently. He was hurled backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. "Be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, yet they did not falter, remaining resolute in their efforts. They offered one another encouragement and support as they collectively confronted this formidable challenge. As time slipped away, each attempt morphed into a perilous venture, and every miscalculation felt like a setback. Nevertheless, their faith remained unshaken, and their courage undiminished. At long last, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, they successfully deciphered the entire cipher of symbols. In that moment, the stone wall erupted in a radiant display, illuminating the entire cavernous space. An ancient stone door gradually ascended, revealing a mysterious light within. The glow was soft and warm, starkly contrasting with the preceding darkness and malevolence. "This must be the heart of the seal," the elder remarked, his voice tinged with satisfaction and anticipation. They cautiously stepped through the stone doorway, each stride imbued with vigilance. The atmosphere within was thick with an ancient and enigmatic aura, the walls adorned with even more intricate runes and designs. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which lay an ancient tome pulsating with light. Lin Feng approached and gently opened the book. The text and illustrations within seemed to come alive, dancing and shimmering across the pages. "What is this?" someone inquired. Lin Feng meticulously studied the contents, realizing it might contain detailed accounts and methodologies pertaining to the seal. Just then, a low, thunderous roar reverberated throughout the chamber. "Not good, danger approaches," the mysterious woman warned. The walls began to tremble, and fissures appeared in the floor. Would they be able to navigate this new crisis and successfully reinforce the seal? Chapter 111. The final challenge. The ominous roar reverberated through the enclosed space, causing a sharp pain in everyone's eardrums. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, laced with boundless fury and resentment. The fissures in the ground widened, resembling a gaping maw eager to devour all in its path. Stones from the walls began to plummet, crashing to the floor with a dull thud. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating with clarity and conviction amidst the chaos. The mysterious woman swiftly conjured a spell, enveloping the group in a faint blue protective shield. The shield shimmered with enigmatic runes, emanating a soft glow that cocooned them within its embrace. At that moment, a colossal figure emerged from the darkness, its form contorted as if forged from the very essence of shadows. As the silhouette gradually materialized, the onlookers beheld its true visage. Towering like a mountain, its muscular frame was adorned with dark patterns. Its head was grotesque, with blood-red eyes that glimmered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. "Could this be the guardian of malevolent forces?" a disciple exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling as his legs involuntarily retreated. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, its blade gleaming with the cold light under the illumination. "Whatever it may be, we shall conquer it." His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling a glimmer of courage and confidence in the hearts of those around him. The group readied themselves for battle, their eyes filled with determination. The monstrous entity lunged forward with lightning speed, its form slicing through the air, conjuring a tempest. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, his movements agile and swift. In evading the creature's assault, he swung his sword towards it, yet the beast's skin was as tough as iron, leaving only a shallow mark upon impact. Other disciples joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of spells that burst against the creature's form. Some conjured fireballs that descended like meteors, while others wielded ice spears, their sharp tips aimed at the beast's body. However, these assaults seemed incapable of inflicting any substantial harm, as the creature remained ferocious and unyielding. Observing the scene, the enigmatic woman recited a more potent incantation. Her voice was low and urgent, the staff in her hand radiating brilliant light. A powerful beam shot forth from the tip of her staff, striking the monster, which staggered back, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Yet, this was merely a temporary setback. The creature soon charged again, more ferocious than before. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards the protective shield. The shield trembled under the force of the flames, its glow dimming slightly. The mysterious woman's complexion paled as she exerted more magical energy to maintain the shield's stability. The battle had reached a stalemate, and the group's stamina dwindled. Each attack demanded immense strength, while the creature showed no signs of fatigue.
This approach is futile. We must discover its weakness. Lin Feng urged, urgency lacing his voice. Though his gaze remained steadfast, they fought on, keenly observing the creature's movements, seeking any vulnerabilities. Though the monster's attacks were fierce and chaotic, a certain pattern seemed to emerge within its motions. At last, a meticulous disciple noticed a lighter-hued area on the creature's abdomen. Each time it attacked, that specific region contracted slightly. Aim for that spot. Lin Feng commanded decisively, his voice brimming with resolve. The group focused their strength, launching an onslaught towards the creature's vulnerable abdomen. Spells and weapons converged upon that weak point. The monster howled in agony, its cries deafening. Its massive form began to sway, its movements growing sluggish. Yet it did not yield easily, fiercely resisting their relentless assault. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lin Feng leapt into the air, his sword aimed directly at the creature's abdominal weakness. The blade plunged deep into its body, black blood gushing forth. The creature emitted one final, desperate roar before crashing to the ground, its immense form stirring a cloud of dust. At last, the group exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. However, there was no time to rest. They needed to hasten and reinforce the seal. Would they successfully accomplish their mission? Chapter 112. The seal is successfully established. Upon triumphing over the monstrous adversary, the group, disregarding their weariness, immediately set about reinforcing the seal. They were acutely aware of the urgency. The malevolent forces could surge forth at any moment, rendering their prior efforts futile. Lin Feng was the first to approach the stone pedestal housing the ancient tome, meticulously studying the methods and steps pertaining to the sealing process. His gaze was intense and fervent, not daring to overlook a single word. The text within the tome was archaic and obscure, yet he endeavored to grasp its profound meanings, drawing upon years of cultivation and his keen intellect. Meanwhile, the enigmatic woman commenced the arrangement of the magical array, preparing to harness arcane power to enhance the efficacy of the seal. With her hands gracefully maneuvering the staff, she chanted incantations softly, as magical runes erupted from the tip of her staff, intertwining in the air to form a complex and mysterious pattern. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes radiated determination and focus. The other disciples sprang into action, following Lin Feng's directives, scouring the surroundings for the materials and energy sources necessary to reinforce the seal. Some rummaged through ancient chests in the corners, hoping to uncover useful artifacts. Others explored the walls, seeking hidden energy crystals. Time was of the essence. Every moment was invaluable. Let us hasten our efforts. We must complete the seal before the malevolent forces stir once more, Lin Feng declared, his voice resonating in the vast space. Imbued with a sense of urgency, the group accelerated their actions, sweat dripping from their brows, yet none faltered. They understood that their current exertions determined the fate of all. The mystical woman's array gradually took shape, radiating an enigmatic glow akin to the myriad stars in the night sky, brilliant and resplendent. Nevertheless, she did not relent. Instead, she concentrated more intently, continuously adjusting the energy flow within the array. Lin Feng, guided by the ancient text, identified the critical nodes, positioning the materials and energy sources meticulously. Each movement was executed with utmost caution, apprehensive of any potential misstep. The placement of each component and every infusion of energy demanded precision. Just as preparations reached completion, a formidable wave of malevolent energy burst forth from the fissure, attempting to thwart the sealing process. This dark and murky force was steeped in endless resentment and malice. Steady yourselves, we must endure, Lin Feng shouted, his voice laced with tension and concern. United, the group resisted the onslaught of this evil force. Some disciples conjured powerful defensive spells, erecting barriers in the front. Others channeled their inner strength into the array, amplifying the seal's potency. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, its blade shimmering, as he aimed it towards the malevolent energy in an effort to repel it. The mysterious woman continued to recite her incantations, the light from her staff intensifying as it clashed against the dark force. Yet, the evil energy was exceptionally powerful, and the group felt the weight of immense pressure. Their bodies began to tremble, their steps faltering. We cannot give up, we will prevail, Lin Feng encouraged fervently. Bolstered by his words, the group rallied, gritting their teeth and persevering. After a grueling struggle, they finally activated the sealing array. A brilliant beam of light ascended from the array, illuminating the entire space. This radiance resembled a blazing sun, dispelling the darkness and gradually subduing the malevolent energy back into the fissure.
The crack began to close slowly, emitting a dull rumble. "We have succeeded!" exclaimed a disciple, his voice brimming with joy and excitement. The faces of the group illuminated with expressions of relief. Although fatigue lingered in their eyes, a greater sense of triumph and pride prevailed. "Thank you all for your diligence and bravery. We have salvaged this world," Lin Feng proclaimed, his voice filled with emotion and reverence. They emerged from the mysterious realm, the sunlight enveloping them in warmth. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying a refreshing essence, yet they understood that the road ahead was long and fraught with challenges yet to come. However, this experience had fortified their resolve. Regardless of the difficulties that lay ahead, they would forge onward with unwavering determination. They embarked on a new journey, their figures gradually receding into the distance. Chapter 113 Return and Prospects. After successfully sealing away the malevolent forces, the group embarked on their journey home. Along the way, their spirits lifted considerably, engaging in lively exchanges filled with laughter and camaraderie as they recounted the experiences of their adventure. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. "This truly was a life-and-death ordeal. I feared I might never return," one disciple remarked, his face still bearing traces of fatigue, yet predominantly reflecting the relief of having survived. The others nodded in agreement, their minds lingering on the perils they had faced, still haunted by the memories of the terrifying beast, the enigmatic riddles, and the formidable malevolence. Each posed a threat potent enough to claim lives. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, contemplatively stating, "Our experiences have indeed fostered our growth, have they not? In the face of danger, we learn to unite and collaborate, tapping into our latent potential amidst adversity." His eyes conveyed a sense of determination and maturity, as this adventure deepened his understanding of his responsibilities and mission. The mysterious woman replied with a smile, "Indeed, I believe that when confronted with future challenges, we shall face them with greater composure. Moreover, we have gained a deeper insight into the hidden secrets and dangers of this world, equipping us to better prepare for the trials that lie ahead." Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, her beautiful visage radiating confidence. Upon their return to the sect, they were met with a rousing welcome. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. The sect leader personally greeted them, his eyes brimming with pride and appreciation. "You have brought glory to our sect and performed a great deed for the people of the world," he proclaimed. His voice resonated with authority, and as he surveyed the disciples before him, his heart swelled with pride. That evening, a grand celebration banquet was held at the sect. The venue was ablaze with light, and tables were laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine. Laughter echoed as everyone shared in the joy of their victory. The disciples toasted one another, recounting amusing anecdotes and perilous moments from their adventure. Yet, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Lin Feng found himself lost in thought. He was acutely aware that numerous unknown dangers and challenges still lurked in the world. This victory was merely the beginning. Observing the joyous crowd around him, he silently resolved to work even harder to safeguard all they had achieved. The following morning, Lin Feng arose early. He made his way to the martial arts training ground, commencing his solitary practice. The sword danced in his hand, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Soon after, he gathered his fellow adventurers. They convened in a quiet room. "We must not allow ourselves to become complacent due to this victory. We must strive even harder to enhance our skills and prepare for potential crises that may arise," Lin Feng asserted, his voice resolute and powerful. His gaze swept over each face, seeking their affirmation and support. The others expressed their agreement, their eyes filled with resolve and fighting spirit. "This adventure has made me realize that our strength is still insufficient," one disciple remarked. "We need more advanced techniques and superior skills. Indeed, we must continuously explore new tactics and strategies rather than relying solely on brute force," another disciple added. The mysterious woman nodded, "I shall delve deeper into the study of magic, hoping to provide even more formidable support for everyone." Thus, from that day forth, they rose early each morning, diligently training. Regardless of the blazing sun or biting cold, they persevered without pause. They engaged in sparring sessions, striving for mutual improvement. Throughout their training, some sustained injuries, while others encountered obstacles, yet they never wavered, offering encouragement and assistance to one another. Not only did they hone their martial prowess, but they also sought knowledge, studying various ancient texts in search of greater strength and wisdom. Meanwhile, tales of their heroic deeds spread throughout the martial world. Young knights, inspired by their stories, emulated them, dedicating themselves to training and upholding justice. Various sects were influenced by their example, enhancing communication and cooperation to jointly maintain peace and tranquility in the realm. Through their relentless efforts, their sect's strength grew steadily, and their influence expanded. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, with numerous challenges awaiting them. However, they felt no fear, for they were imbued with faith, courage, and an unwavering pursuit of justice. Their story continues. Chapter 113 Return and Outlook. After successfully sealing the malevolent forces, the group embarked on their journey home. Along the way, their spirits lightened considerably, and they began to share laughter and tales of their recent adventure. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. That was truly a brush with death. I thought I would never return, one disciple remarked, a hint of exhaustion on his face, yet overshadowed by the relief of having survived the ordeal. Nods of agreement rippled through the others as they recalled the myriad dangers they had faced, still haunted by the memories. The terrifying beasts, the enigmatic riddles, and the formidable evil each was sufficient to claim a life. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, deep in thought, and remarked, "These experiences have fostered our growth, have they not? In the face of peril, we learn to unite and collaborate, awakening our latent potential amidst adversity." His eyes reflected a newfound resolve and maturity, as this adventure had bestowed upon him a profound understanding of his responsibilities and mission. The mysterious woman smiled in response. "Indeed, I believe that when we encounter challenges in the future, we shall face them with greater composure. Moreover, we have gained deeper insights into the hidden secrets and dangers of this world, equipping us better to confront the trials that lie ahead." Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, and her beautiful visage radiated confidence. Upon their return to the sect, they were met with a warm and enthusiastic welcome. Banners fluttered in the wind, and the sound of drums and gongs filled the air. The sect leader personally greeted them, his eyes brimming with pride and admiration. "You have brought honor to our sect and performed." That evening, a grand celebration was held. The banquet was ablaze with light, and tables were laden with delectable dishes and fine wines. Laughter and joy echoed as everyone shared in the sweet taste of victory. The disciples toasted one another, recounting amusing anecdotes and thrilling moments from their adventure. Yet, amidst the revelry, Lin Feng found himself lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that numerous unknown dangers and challenges still lurked in the world. This victory was merely a prologue. Gazing at the jubilant crowd around him, he silently resolved to work even harder to safeguard all that they had achieved. The following morning, Lin Feng rose early. He made his way to the martial arts training ground, commencing solitary practice. The sword sliced through the air in his grasp, conjuring a sharp wind. Soon after, he summoned his adventure companions, gathering them in a tranquil room. "We must not allow ourselves to become complacent from this victory. We need to strive even harder in our training to enhance our strengths, preparing for potential crises that may arise in the future," Lin Feng asserted, his words firm and resolute. His gaze swept across each face, seeking their affirmation and support. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes alight with determination and fighting spirit. "This adventure has made me realize that our strength is still insufficient," one disciple stated. "We require more advanced techniques and skills." "Indeed, and we must continually explore new tactics and strategies. We cannot rely solely on brute force," another disciple added. The mysterious woman nodded. "I will delve deeper into the study of magic, hoping to provide stronger support for everyone." Thus, from that day forth, they rose early each morning, dedicating themselves to rigorous training. Be it under the scorching sun or the biting cold, they never faltered. They sparred with one another, advancing together. During their training, some sustained injuries, while others encountered obstacles, yet they never gave up, encouraging and assisting one another. Not only did they hone their martial prowess, but they also pursued knowledge, studying various ancient texts in search of greater power and wisdom. Meanwhile, tales of their brave exploits began to circulate in the martial world. Young heroes, inspired by their stories, endeavored to emulate them, striving to protect justice. Various sects were influenced by their efforts, enhancing communication and collaboration to maintain peace and tranquility within the realm. Through their diligent endeavors, the sect's strength grew steadily, and its influence expanded. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning. A long road lay ahead, filled with further challenges awaiting them. Nevertheless, they remained undaunted, for they carried within them faith, courage, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Their story continues. Chapter 1: The Tranquil Town. After concluding his previous adventure, Lin Feng arrived at a quaint locale known as Qingshui Town, his body and spirit weary from his travels. This charming settlement is graced with picturesque scenery, surrounded by undulating emerald hills. A crystal-clear river meanders through the town, its banks adorned with weeping willows that sway gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of bygone days. The architecture within the town is both ancient and elegant, with pristine cobblestone streets flanked by shops that offer a delightful array of everyday essentials and local delicacies. The townsfolk embody a simple yet fulfilling way of life, their customs unpretentious and genuine. Each morning, the crowing of roosters heralds the awakening of the slumbering town, prompting its inhabitants to embark upon their daily endeavors. Farmers stride purposefully towards their fields with hoes in hand, women gather by the river to wash clothes and vegetables, while children frolic joyfully in the alleys and streets. Lin Feng found lodgings at an establishment called Yu Lian, where the proprietor, a warm-hearted middle-aged man named Li Fu, greeted every guest with a cheerful smile. During his sojourn in Qingshui Town, Lin Feng devoted his days to both cultivation and leisurely strolls through the town. In the early hours, he would meditate on a gentle hillside just beyond the town's borders, absorbing the ethereal energy of the world around him. feeling the forces of nature coursing through his being. Following his meditative practice, he would meander back into town, exchanging greetings with the early risers. Occasionally, he would encounter a flower seller, her face radiant with a sweet smile, her basket brimming with blossoms of vibrant hues. Lin Feng would purchase a bouquet, bringing it back to his inn to infuse his room with a touch of vitality. In the afternoon, Lin Feng relished sitting in the local tea house, listening intently as the elders recounted stories from their pasts. Some tales were steeped in legend, while others offered glimpses of warmth from the mundane aspects of daily life. He would listen quietly, interjecting with a few words now and then, engaging in meaningful exchanges with the elderly. At times, he would also encounter other young patrons taking respite in the tea house, discussing the wider world beyond their town, their hearts filled with aspirations and dreams for the future. Lin Feng would share his own adventurous exploits, leaving the youth in a As evening descended, the town square would come alive with activity, children chased and played, their laughter ringing through the air, while women gathered to engage in needlework, exchanging stories of family and home. Lin Feng would join in the children's games, relishing the carefree spirit of his own childhood. Occasionally, he would assist the elderly with heavy burdens, who would gratefully grasp his hand, inviting him to their homes as a gesture of thanks. Days turned into weeks, and all seemed blissful and harmonious, yet, Lin Feng harbored an unsettling feeling that beneath this serene facade lay something amiss. Often, in the stillness of night, he found himself deep in thought, sensing that this seemingly perfect town held some peculiarities. However, each time he wandered the streets and beheld the genuine smiles of the townsfolk, he dismissed his concerns as mere overthinking. One day, while practicing in the woods beyond the town, Lin Feng stumbled upon a peculiar stone tablet, hidden within a thicket of dense grass. Had he not fortuitously ventured this way during his practice, it would have remained obscured from view. The tablet bore indistinct symbols that exuded an aura of mystery. As he approached and scrutinized the carvings, he discerned that they resembled an ancient script, yet their meaning eluded him. He reached out to touch the stone, hoping to sense the energy emanating from it. That moment, a low, rumbling roar echoed from deep within the woods, reminiscent of a primordial beast, filled with rage and menace. Lin Feng's heart raced, and he grasped his sword tightly, cautiously advancing towards the source of the sound. His steps were light and deliberate, striving to remain silent. The deeper he ventured, the more the atmosphere thickened with an eerie tension. Towering trees loomed above, their dense foliage allowing little sunlight to penetrate, casting the woods into a damp and shadowy gloom. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step eliciting a creak that seemed to echo through the stillness. Lin Feng felt a formidable and malevolent force drawing near, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily, yet his gaze remained resolute, undeterred by fear. Suddenly, a colossal two-headed beast lunged from the shadows, its claws outstretched in an aggressive assault. The creature's form resembled a small mountain, with each head exhaling flames and frost, their eyes glinting with malice. Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the beast's claws, which left deep marks where he had just stood. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng unleashed his swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce battle with the monster. The clash of sword against claw sparked brilliant flashes of light. The creature's attacks were savage and relentless, yet Lin Feng continually shifted his position, seeking its vulnerabilities. After a grueling struggle, he finally discerned the beast's weak point. Channeling all his strength, he thrust his sword toward it. The creature emitted a pained roar, collapsing to the ground before dissipating into a cloud of dark smoke. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, but he understood that this encounter was merely the beginning. Beneath the tranquil veneer of Qingshui Town undoubtedly lay greater secrets waiting to be unveiled. Chapter 2: The Mysterious Clue. After Lin Feng triumphed over the two-headed beast, he stumbled upon a jade pendant emanating a faint luminescence at the spot where the creature had vanished. The pendant was smooth and translucent, its glow seemingly imbued with a life of its own, flickering in and out of existence. Intricate and enigmatic patterns were etched upon its surface, with sinuous lines that appeared both mysterious and complex, suggesting a connection to the symbols he had previously encountered on the stone tablet. Returning to Qingshui Town, Lin Feng resolved to keep his discovery discreet and undertook a private investigation. As he traversed the streets of the town, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet his mind was preoccupied with the secrets of the pendant. In a tavern nestled within the town, Lin Feng chose a secluded corner, ordered a pot of wine, and quietly eavesdropped on the conversations around him. At that moment, he overheard a discourse between two strangers. One burly man expressed his concerns about the recent unrest in the woods beyond the town, alluding to some malevolent force at play. Indeed, he remarked, a hint of worry etched upon his face, I have heard that decades ago, a horrific calamity befell that very area. The other man, gaunt in appearance, nodded in agreement, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. Intrigued, Lin Feng leaned in and courteously inquired, Gentlemen, might you elaborate further? The two men exchanged wary glances, their eyes filled with suspicion and hesitation. After a brief moment, the robust man seemed to discern Lin Feng's benign intent and lowered his voice. Legend has it that an evil sorcerer conducted a forbidden ritual in those woods. The specifics of the ritual remain shrouded in mystery. It is said that midway through, the sky transformed ominously, thunder roared, and a dark force surged from the earth, consuming all in its path. Ever since, strange sounds have emanated from the woods, and those who venture too close either vanish or descend into madness. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sirs, for sharing this information. With that, he settled his tab and departed the tavern. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Feng closed the door to his room and sat at the table, retrieving the jade pendant from his bosom to scrutinize it further. His fingers traced the intricate designs, endeavoring to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, it dawned on him that these patterns might constitute a fragment of a map. His heart raced. Could this be linked to the secrets hidden within the woods? If he could uncover the complete map, might he then unveil the truths concealed within the forest? Determined, Lin Feng resolved to venture once more into the woods in search of additional clues. He gathered his belongings, armed himself with his sword, and set his course toward the forest. As he entered the woods, an even more oppressive atmosphere enveloped him than before. The sunlight was obscured by the dense canopy overhead, casting only scattered patches of light upon the ground. The surroundings were so hushed that he could hear nothing but the sound of his own footsteps and breathing. He pressed deeper into the area where he had encountered the beast, meticulously observing each tree and stone in his path. Suddenly, he noticed an ancient tree marked with a symbol strikingly similar to the design on the pendant. As Lin Feng approached the tree for a closer examination, a swarm of black monkeys suddenly leapt down from its branches. Their eyes glowed crimson, their fangs sharp, and they emitted a piercing cacophony as they charged at him. Swiftly drawing his sword, Lin Feng prepared to defend himself. The monkeys were remarkably agile, launching assaults from every direction. With deft movements, Lin Feng began to discern their patterns of attack, ultimately landing a decisive strike on one of the creatures. The remaining monkeys, witnessing their companion's demise, became even more frenzied in their assault. However, Lin Feng's superior swordsmanship gradually turned the tide in his favor. After a harrowing struggle, he finally managed to escape their clutches and continued onward. Not far ahead, he encountered a treacherous marshland. Toxic mists wafted through the air, obscuring the path ahead. Cautiously, Lin Feng advanced, but suddenly the ground beneath him began to shift, and he found himself sinking rapidly. He struggled desperately to extricate his legs, but the earth seemed to pull him deeper. In this critical moment, would Lin Feng succeed in evading danger and continue his journey of exploration? Chapter 2: The Mysterious Clue. After Lin Feng triumphed over the two-headed monster, he discovered a jade pendant emanating a faint glow at the spot where the creature had vanished. The pendant was warm and translucent, its luminescence seeming almost alive, flickering in and out of visibility. Intricate and perplexing patterns were etched upon its surface, with sinuous lines that appeared to bear a connection to the symbols he had previously observed on the stone tablet. Upon returning to Qingshui town with the pendant in hand, Lin Feng resolved to keep his discovery to himself for the time being, opting for a discreet investigation. As he wandered the streets of the town, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet his mind was preoccupied with the pendant's enigma. In a local tavern, Lin Feng settled into a secluded corner, ordered a jug of wine, and quietly listened to the conversations around him. It was then that he overheard a discussion between two strangers. They spoke of recent disturbances in the woods beyond the town, hinting at some malevolent force at play. A burly man expressed his concern, a hint of worry etched upon his face. Indeed, I've heard that decades ago, a terrifying disaster struck that very place, replied a gaunt man, fear glimmering in his eyes. Intrigued, Lin Feng approached them politely, inquiring, "Gentlemen, might you elaborate on what you have heard?" The two men exchanged wary glances, their expressions a mix of caution and hesitation. After a brief moment, the stout man seemed to assess Lin Feng as non-threatening and lowered his voice. It is said that an evil sorcerer conducted a forbidden ritual in those woods, though no one can precisely define what the ritual entailed. What is known is that midway through, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and a wave of sinister energy erupted from the earth, consuming all in its path. Ever since, strange sounds have emanated from that forest, and those who venture too close either vanish or succumb to madness. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you for sharing this information. After settling his bill and bidding farewell, he departed the tavern. Returning to his inn, he shut the door to his room and sat at the table, retrieving the jade pendant from his pocket for further examination. He traced the patterns with his fingers, attempting to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, he realized that these designs appeared to constitute a segment of a map. His heart raced. Could this be linked to the secrets of the woods? If he could locate the complete map, might he unveil the hidden truths within the forest? Lin Feng resolved to return to the woods in search of additional clues. He prepared his belongings, armed himself with his sword, and set off towards the forest. Upon entering, he felt an even more oppressive atmosphere than before. Sunlight was obscured by the dense foliage, casting only scattered beams upon the ground. The surroundings were so quiet that he could hear nothing but his own footsteps and breath. He ventured deeper into the area where he had previously battled the beast, meticulously observing every tree and stone along the way. Suddenly, he noticed an ancient tree adorned with a symbol strikingly similar to those on the pendant. As he drew closer to inspect it, a swarm of black monkeys leapt down from the branches. Their eyes glowed red, and their sharp fangs glistened as they emitted piercing cries, charging at Lin Feng. Quickly unsheathing his sword, Lin Feng prepared to defend himself. The monkeys were agile, launching attacks from every direction. As he dodged and parried, he began to discern a pattern in their movements, ultimately striking a fatal blow to one of the creatures. The remaining monkeys, incensed by the loss of their comrade, launched a frenzied assault, but Lin Feng, with his exceptional swordsmanship, gradually gained the upper hand. After a hard-fought battle, he managed to evade the monkeys and pressed onward. However, it was not long before he encountered a treacherous swamp. A toxic mist enveloped the area, obscuring the path ahead. Cautiously, Lin Feng probed forward, but suddenly the ground beneath him began to give way, and he found himself sinking rapidly. He struggled desperately to extricate his legs, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank. In this dire moment, would Lin Feng manage to escape and continue his journey of exploration? Chapter 2: The Mysterious Clue. After Lin Feng triumphed over the two-headed monster, he discovered a jade pendant emanating a faint glow at the spot where the creature had vanished. The pendant was smooth and translucent, its luminescence seemingly imbued with life, flickering in and out of visibility. Intricate and enigmatic patterns adorned its surface, with sinuous lines that appeared both mysterious and complex, suggesting a connection to the symbols he had previously encountered on the stone tablet. Lin Feng returned to Qingshui town with the pendant, opting to keep his discovery under wraps while he conducted a discreet investigation. As he walked along the streets of the town, he maintained an outward demeanor of calmness, yet his mind was preoccupied with the secrets of the pendant. In a tavern nestled within the town, Lin Feng settled into a corner, ordered a pot of wine, and quietly listened to the conversations around him. At that moment, he overheard a discussion between two strangers. "I hear that the woods outside the town have not been very peaceful lately. It seems something sinister is afoot," remarked a burly man, a hint of concern etched on his face. "Indeed, I have also heard tales of a dreadful disaster that occurred there decades ago," chimed in a gaunt man, his eyes betraying a sense of fear. Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart and approached them politely, saying, "Gentlemen, might I inquire further into this matter?" The two men regarded Lin Feng with a mixture of wariness and hesitation. After a brief pause, the burly man seemed to sense that Lin Feng posed no threat and lowered his voice, saying, "It is said that an evil sorcerer conducted a forbidden ritual in those woods. The specifics of the ritual remain unclear, but during its course, the sky abruptly darkened, thunder roared, and a malignant force surged from the ground, consuming all in its path. Since then, strange sounds have been heard emanating from the woods, and those who venture too close either go missing or descend into madness." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for enlightening me, kind sirs." After settling his bill and offering his thanks, he departed from the tavern. Upon returning to the inn, he closed the door to his room, seated himself at the table, and retrieved the jade pendant from his pocket for a meticulous examination. He gently traced the patterns on the pendant with his fingers, attempting to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, it struck him that these designs might constitute a portion of a map. His heart raced at the realization. Could this be linked to the secrets hidden within the woods? If he could locate the complete map, might he unveil the truth concealed within the forest? Determined, Lin Feng resolved to return to the woods in search of further clues. He gathered his belongings, armed himself with his sword, and set forth towards the woods. Upon entering the forest, Lin Feng sensed an even more oppressive atmosphere than before. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, casting sporadic patches of light upon the ground. The surroundings were so silent that he could only hear the sound of his own footsteps and breathing. He proceeded deeper into the forest, retracing his steps to the spot where he had battled the monster, meticulously observing each tree and stone in his vicinity. Suddenly, he noticed a symbol carved into the bark of an ancient tree, strikingly similar to the patterns on the jade pendant. As Lin Feng approached the tree to examine it closely, a troop of black monkeys suddenly leapt down from the branches. Their eyes glowed crimson, and their sharp fangs bared. They emitted piercing shrieks as they charged at him. Instinctively, Lin Feng drew his sword to defend himself. The monkeys moved with remarkable agility, launching coordinated attacks from all directions. He deftly parried and dodged, gradually discerning their attack patterns, and with a precise thrust, he struck one of the monkeys' vital points. The remaining monkeys, witnessing this, became even more frenzied in their assault, yet Lin Feng, through his superior swordsmanship, began to gain the upper hand. Having finally shaken off the monkeys' onslaught, Lin Feng pressed onward. However, after a short distance, he encountered a swampy area. The air was thick with toxic vapors, obscuring the path ahead. Cautiously, Lin Feng tested the ground as he advanced, but suddenly, the earth beneath him began to shift, and he felt himself sinking rapidly. He struggled fiercely, attempting to extricate his legs, but the more he fought, the deeper he sank. In this perilous moment, would Lin Feng manage to escape and continue his quest for exploration? Chapter 3 A Dilemma and Breakthrough. Lin Feng found himself sinking deeper into the marsh, on the verge of being completely engulfed, anxious and frantic. His mind raced as he contemplated a means of escape. The viscous mud had already risen to his waist, and each attempt to struggle only drew him further into its grasp. The overwhelming sensation of being consumed intensified his heartbeat. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the rope nestled within his backpack. He swiftly retrieved it and with a vigorous throw, managed to secure one end to a sturdy branch. Gripping the rope tightly, it felt as though he had seized his last lifeline. His arms bulged with strain, muscles taut with exertion gritting his teeth. Lin Feng summoned every ounce of strength to ascend. Each pull required immense power and unwavering resolve, as the mud's pull relentlessly sought to reclaim him into the abyss. His breaths became rapid and labored, sweat cascading down like rain. "Keep going, Lin Feng, you can do this," he encouraged himself internally. After a grueling struggle, he finally managed to extricate himself from the mire. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently though his body was caked in filth and he appeared thoroughly disheveled. A glimmer of relief shone in his eyes, a testament to his survival. After a brief respite, Lin Feng regained some strength, aware that he could not linger for too long. Rising to his feet, he pressed onward. The fog in the forest thickened, rendering the already dim surroundings even more nebulous, obscuring his view of the path ahead. Suddenly, he was startled by the sound of a haunting flute melody. The notes danced eerily through the stillness of the woods, weaving a tale of endless sorrow and mystery. A chill crept down his spine, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fear and ventured in the direction of the music. With each step, he tread carefully, sword firmly in hand, ever ready to confront any lurking danger. At last, he stumbled upon a dilapidated wooden cabin. It bore the scars of time, walls mottled and the thatch roof frayed. Thorny brambles encircled the structure, forming a natural barrier. Lin Feng approached the cabin with utmost caution, every step measured. Upon reaching the door, he gently pushed it open. The creaking hinges echoed ominously in the silence, a jarring sound in the serene environment inside. A nauseating stench permeated the air, repugnant and foul. The walls adorned with peculiar portraits, their colors faded and images obscured, emanated an eerie atmosphere. In the corner of the room sat a hunchbacked elder, his hair, a disheveled mass of gray, framed a face etched with deep wrinkles, and his sunken eyes revealed an indescribable depth of age and mystery. "Young man, what brings you here?" the elder rasped, his voice reminiscent of an otherworldly echo, imbued with cold indifference. Lin Feng regarded the old man warily and replied, "I seek the secrets hidden within these woods." His voice resonated with determination, his gaze steadfast. The elder scoffed, "The secrets here are beyond your comprehension. Leave at once." He waved his hand dismissively, as if to shoo Lin Feng away. Unwilling to relent, Lin Feng took a step forward and implored, "Elder, I am aware that significant matters lie concealed here. Failing to uncover them may bring calamity to many." The elder lifted his gaze, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. "You are naive, young one." Lin Feng spoke earnestly, "Please, share with me some clues. I promise to tread carefully." After a moment of silence, the elder finally spoke. "This forest was once the domain of a powerful sorcerer, who conducted forbidden experiments that unleashed a great disaster. Since then, it has been cursed, rife with malevolent forces." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Is there a way to lift this curse?" The elder shook his head. "I do not know, perhaps there is no way at all." Lin Feng persisted, "There must be a solution. Please, think harder." The elder sighed. "Very well, it is said that deep within the woods lies an ancient temple, which may harbor the key to breaking the curse, but it is also the most perilous place." "Thank you, elder," Lin Feng expressed gratefully. With that, Lin Feng turned and departed the wooden cabin. Venturing deeper into the forest, would he successfully locate the ancient temple? What dangers and challenges awaited him? Chapter 4 of the mysterious temple. Guided by the elder's directions, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the wood. The further he traversed, the more towering and dense the trees became, their branches and leaves intertwining to nearly obscure the sky entirely. The light dimmed progressively, as if dusk had arrived prematurely. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, swirling as if animated, rendering the path beneath his feet nearly invisible. Relying solely on instinct and prior experience, Lin Feng proceeded cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of falling into an unknown trap. The ground beneath him grew soft and damp, occasionally yielding to puddles of stagnant water. His boots squelched as they struck the surface, producing a distinctive sound. Strange noises echoed from the periphery, resembling the low murmurs of animals or the howling of wind through narrow crevices. With a firm grip on his sword, Lin Feng remained ever vigilant. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally beheld an ancient temple. Its exterior exuded an air of solemnity, yet it bore the marks of decay and the passage of time. The walls were adorned with moss and vines, the moss dark green and the vines thick and serpentine, as if serving as guardians of the temple. The grand entrance stood resolutely shut, the bronze ring tarnished and exuding an aura of mystery and dignity. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Feng approached and gently pushed against the temple's massive door. With a dull thud that resembled a sigh from the ages, the door creaked open, releasing an ancient atmosphere that rushed forth. This air was tinged with the scent of dust, rotting wood, and an indescribable mystique. The interior of the temple was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with only a few feeble rays of light filtering through the gaps in the roof. The walls were etched with strange runes and patterns, their lines fluid yet utterly perplexing, as if concealing endless secrets. In the heart of the temple stood a colossal statue, towering almost to the ceiling. Its features had become indistinct over time, erosion having obscured its original details, yet its imposing stature still conveyed a sense of former grandeur. With arms crossed, it gazed down upon every visitor, emanating an intangible pressure. Stepping cautiously into the temple, the stones beneath his feet creaked in protest, as if objecting to his presence. Suddenly, the massive door behind him slammed shut, plunging the entire temple into darkness. The sound of the closing door reverberated throughout the vast space, lingering ominously. Startled, Lin Feng spun around, instinctively swinging his sword, yet, all that met him was the firmly closed door, devoid of any anomalies. His heart raced, and his breath quickened. However, he soon regained his composure, reminding himself to remain calm. He retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, gently blowing on it to illuminate the surrounding area. At that moment, the runes on the walls began to flicker with an eerie luminescence, their glow fluctuating, casting the temple into an ethereal realm. The ground trembled slightly, as if a tremendous force was stirring beneath. Lin Feng sensed a powerful energy awakening, causing a tingling sensation on his skin and making his hair stand on end. He focused intently on the flickering runes, attempting to decipher their meaning. Yet, their rapid transformations eluded his understanding. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed from behind the statue, gradually enveloping Lin Feng. He looked up to see a colossal creature descending slowly from above the statue. Its body was as insubstantial as smoke, yet it bore a palpable weight of menace. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and black flames spewed from its mouth. Lin Feng hastily retreated, positioning his sword defensively. The creature let out a deafening roar, its sound waves reverberating through the temple, causing Lin Feng's ears to ring. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, bracing for the impending assault. The creature lunged forward, its enormous claws aimed at Lin Feng. He swiftly sidestepped, thrusting his sword toward the creature's arm. However, it felt as though he had pierced through a cloud, offering no resistance. The creature's other claw followed suit, catching Lin Feng off guard and sending him crashing against the wall. Pain surged through his chest, and stars danced before his eyes, yet, he stifled the agony and quickly rose to his feet. The creature charged once more, and Lin Feng concentrated, observing its movements. He discerned that although the creature's attacks were formidable, they lacked speed. Utilizing his agile form, he deftly evaded the creature's strikes while searching for an opening. After an intense struggle, Lin Feng finally spotted a faint glow emanating from the creature's abdomen. Suspecting it to be its weak point, he seized the opportunity during a lull in the creature's assault, leaping into the air and channeling all his strength into a thrust toward the luminous spot. As the sword pierced the glowing point, the creature emitted a piercing wail. Its form began to disintegrate, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Exhausted, Lin Feng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The recent battle had nearly drained him of all his strength, yet, he knew this was merely one challenge within the temple. Further dangers awaited him. Would he successfully navigate the mysteries of this enigmatic temple and uncover the key to breaking the curse? Chapter 5 of the Trials of the Temple. Having just triumphed over the monstrous foe, Lin Feng scarcely had the chance to catch his breath when new transformations unfolded within the temple. The runes, once etched upon the walls, began to stir into motion, detaching from their surfaces and coalescing in midair to form intricate and enigmatic incantations. These incantations danced like ethereal sprites, radiating a peculiar luminescence that illuminated the entire temple as if it were bathed in daylight. The intense brilliance momentarily blinded Lin Feng, compelling him to squint, while an acute sense of vigilance surged within him. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the ever-shifting symbols, uncertain of what calamity might next befall him. His breath quickened, and his heart thudded like a drum, every nerve in his body taut with anticipation. Suddenly, the incantations unleashed a torrent of beams of light, resembling a relentless barrage of arrows, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed and a menacing aura. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng swung his sword to deflect the onslaught. The blade clashed with the rays, producing a resounding clang and scattering sparks in every direction. Yet, the sheer volume of light was overwhelming, crashing upon him in wave after wave, akin to an unceasing tide. The reverberations rendered Lin Feng's arms numb, his movements growing sluggish, and he found himself increasingly beleaguered. In that moment of peril, the temple floor began to sink unexpectedly, creating a vast chasm without warning. Lin Feng, caught off guard, lost his balance and plummeted into the abyss. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. The pit was suffused with acrid smoke, thick as ink and infused with a pungent chemical odor that rendered him nearly breathless. Coughing violently, tears streamed down his face as he struggled to open his eyes and discern his surroundings, but all he could perceive was a haze of indistinct shapes. Gradually, his vision cleared somewhat, revealing walls teeming with bizarre creatures. Some resembled gargantuan spiders, brandishing razor-sharp fangs and hairy, elongated legs. Others appeared as twisted serpents, writhing incessantly while spewing forth green venom. Still others took the form of humanoid monsters, complete with wings and vicious claws. These grotesque beings lunged at Lin Feng, emitting spine-chilling shrieks. He found himself engaged in a dual struggle, fending off the onslaught of light while simultaneously countering the attacks of these monstrous entities. In the confined space, he darted, leaped, and pivoted, striving to evade the relentless barrage. His sword became an extension of his will, each swing imbued with resolute determination. A massive spider lunged at him, its fangs glinting ominously. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, his sword slicing through the spider's leg, causing a gushing spray of dark blood. The creature emitted a pained shriek and collapsed, yet more foes surged forth to take its place. A contorted serpent struck from behind, and sensing imminent danger, Lin Feng spun around, parrying its attack with his blade. The serpent's venom splattered upon his sword, hissing as it corroded the metal, creating several small holes. Anxious, Lin Feng realized that this relentless onslaught could not continue indefinitely. He needed to devise a means of escape, otherwise, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion under the ceaseless barrage. As he fought, he scanned his surroundings, hoping to uncover a weakness or an exit. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a stone on the pit's wall, its hue distinct from the surrounding rock, inscribed with what appeared to be runes. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Could this stone be the key? With renewed resolve, he repelled the surrounding creatures and charged towards the stone. Yet, a multitude of adversaries obstructed his path. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his most formidable sword techniques, momentarily driving the enemies back with a dazzling display of light. At last, he reached the stone and struck it fiercely with his sword. A resounding crash echoed through the chamber as the stone shattered, unleashing a surge of formidable energy from within. What turn of fate would this power bring to Lin Feng? Would he succeed in escaping this perilous predicament? Chapter 6: Turning Points and New Discoveries. As the enigmatic stone shattered, a formidable surge of energy erupted, instantly dispersing the peculiar creatures and light surrounding it. The powerful shockwave crashed forth like tumultuous waves, forcing Lin Feng to stagger back several steps. His body collided heavily against the walls of the pit, a sharp pain coursing through him, yet he could not afford to dwell on it at that moment. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a tranquil space where the overwhelming onslaught had vanished. The once pervasive acrid smoke had cleared, leaving the air fresh and serene. Before him stood a door, aglow with a mysterious light. The door emanated a soft, alluring luminescence, as if beckoning him closer. Lin Feng hesitated, pondering the potential dangers that might lurk behind this threshold. However, an insatiable curiosity and a sense of duty to lift the curse propelled him forward, compelling him to finally push the door open. He took a deep breath, extending his hand slowly to gently nudge the door. It swung open soundlessly, without a whisper of protest. Beyond the door lay a chamber brimming with ancient artifacts and enigmatic scrolls. The walls of the room were adorned with glimmering gemstones, casting a dreamlike glow throughout the space. The artifacts varied in form, some resembled exquisite wands topped with resplendent gems, while others appeared as enormous shields etched with archaic runes. There were also delicate bells that, when shaken gently, emitted a clear, melodious chime. The mysterious scrolls were meticulously arranged upon shelves, some aged and yellowed, others still radiating a faint magical aura. As he entered the room, Lin Feng moved cautiously, as if fearing to disturb the serene atmosphere. His gaze swept over the array of items, his heart filled with wonder and reverence. Suddenly, an aged scroll caught his eye. Its edges were worn, and a blue gem embedded in its spindle glimmered with a subtle light. Lin Feng reached out, retrieving the scroll and carefully unrolling it. The text upon the scroll was ancient and cryptic, and Lin Feng squinted in concentration, furrowing his brow. After a considerable time, he finally deciphered the contents. It revealed the truth about the curse afflicting the forest, as well as the means to lift it. This forest had once been a peaceful and beautiful realm, inhabited by kind-hearted souls. However, an evil sorcerer coveted the potent energies of this land, attempting to claim it through forbidden spells. Yet, his magic spiraled out of control, unleashing a catastrophic calamity that shrouded the entire forest in darkness and peril. To lift the curse, one must locate 4 lost artifacts and position them within a specific sanctum in the temple. These artifacts were the Sword of Light, capable of dispelling darkness, the Shield of Guardianship, imbued with the power to ward off malevolence, the Bell of the Mind, able to awaken the enchanted soul, and the Staff of Wisdom, containing the insight to unravel enigmas. Lin Feng understood the daunting nature of his task, yet his eyes reflected no hint of retreat. He resolved to embark immediately on the quest for these 4 artifacts. He began his search within the room for clues that might lead him to their whereabouts. In a corner, he discovered a stone tablet inscribed with a map. The map indicated the potential locations of the artifacts, yet the routes appeared convoluted and fraught with unknown dangers. Memorizing the map, Lin Feng exited the room and returned to the temple's grand hall, which now seemed unusually quiet, as if anticipating his next move of following the map's guidance, he ventured into a narrow passageway, where the air was thick with dampness and droplets of water cascaded from the walls onto his shoulders. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar reverberated ahead. Lin Feng halted, gripping his sword tightly as he cautiously surveyed the path ahead. A colossal beast lunged forth from the shadows, its form reminiscent of a lion, yet adorned with magnificent wings. Undaunted, Lin Feng charged towards the creature. After a fierce struggle, he emerged victorious. Continuing onward, throughout his ensuing journey, Lin Feng encountered various traps and magical obstacles. Would he successfully locate the 4 artifacts and break the forest's curse? Chapter 7 of the arduous quest. Lin Feng continued his search for the artifact within the ancient temple. Guided by the map's indications, he arrived at a vast cavern. As he stepped into the cave, a wave of damp and frigid air assailed him. The cavern was adorned with grotesque rock formations, each taking on a unique shape. Some resembled fearsome beasts, while others appeared as the menacing fangs of colossal creatures, sending shivers down his spine. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like a row of sharp fangs, and the rhythmic dripping of water echoed throughout the expansive space, akin to the footsteps of time slipping away. With utmost caution, Lin Feng advanced, his sword firmly gripped in hand, the dim light allowing him to discern only a few steps ahead. Every step he took was meticulous, for the stones beneath his feet were treacherously slick, and a moment's inattention could lead to a fall. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind, compelling Lin Feng to pivot swiftly, only to be confronted by a swarm of winged dark creatures lunging towards him. These beings, resembling bats but several times larger, possessed wide and resilient wings that stirred up fierce scales as they flapped. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, reminiscent of smoldering coals, and they emitted shrill cries that pierced the air. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Feng immediately swung his sword in defense. The blade sliced through the darkness, clashing with the creature's claws and sparking bursts of light. His swordsmanship was both fierce and precise, each strike imbued with lethal intent, yet, the sheer number of these dark entities was overwhelming, relentlessly launching their assaults. One creature, seizing a moment of vulnerability, swooped down from above, its razor-sharp claws raking across Lin Feng's shoulder. A sharp pain surged through him, but he gritted his teeth and retaliated with a swift stroke, dispatching the beast. However, more creatures surged forth, and Lin Feng gradually found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. His breaths grew rapid, sweat drenched his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. After a grueling battle, Lin Feng discerned the patterns of the creature's attacks. He adeptly utilized the cavern's peculiar rock formations as cover, continuously shifting his position and launching surprise counterattacks. Gradually, the numbers of the dark entities dwindled, until the last among them was reduced to a wisp of black smoke beneath Lin Feng's blade. Though he had repelled the creatures, he bore wounds, his shoulder and arm marred by deep and shallow gashes, blood oozing from the injuries. Yet, he paid no heed to tending his wounds, hastily tearing a fragment from his garment to bind the cuts before plunging deeper into the cavern. In the depths of the cave, he stumbled upon a colossal stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus lay quietly, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Its surface was etched with enigmatic symbols that glimmered faintly, as if whispering forgotten tales. A sense of foreboding welled up within Lin Feng, but driven by his quest for the artifact, he resolved to open the sarcophagus. Drawing a deep breath, he placed his hands upon the lid, exerting all his strength to push it. The lid was remarkably heavy, yet Lin Feng, fueled by unwavering determination, gradually pried it open. As the lid shifted, a pungent odor wafted forth from within. Peering inside, Lin Feng beheld a withered corpse, adorned in a tattered yet once resplendent robe. In its hand, it clutched a dagger radiating a sinister aura. Lin Feng remained vigilant, wary of any impending danger. In that instant, the corpse stirred, its eyes snapping open to reveal empty, abyssal sockets. It slowly rose, emitting a low, guttural growl. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. He raised his sword, pointing it at the corpse, declaring boldly, "No matter what you are, I shall not fear you." The corpse stood upright from the sarcophagus, brandishing the dagger and lunging at Lin Feng. He sidestepped, retaliating with a swift strike. The clash of sword against dagger resonated sharply in the air. Lin Feng realized the formidable strength of this cadaver, each of its attacks bore immense force. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he fought with increasing fervor, constantly altering his techniques in search of a flaw. At last, Lin Feng seized an opportunity, plunging his sword into the corpse's chest. The creature let out a haunting wail, collapsing to the ground and disintegrating into ashes. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng meticulously searched the sarcophagus, eventually uncovering a concealed compartment. Upon opening it, he found a radiant object within, one of the artifacts he had long sought, the Heart Resonance Bell. As he grasped the Heart Resonance Bell, a wave of warmth coursed through him. He understood that this was a powerful artifact, and with it, his hope of breaking the curse had been bolstered. However, he was acutely aware that more challenges awaited him ahead. He must hasten to locate the remaining artifacts. With the Heart Resonance Bell in hand, Lin Feng exited the cavern, resolutely embarking on the arduous journey in search of the remaining artifacts. Chapter 8 Clues to the Artifacts. Upon emerging from the cavern with the ethereal bell in hand, Lin Feng found himself at a crossroads point. One path meandered sinuously into a profound valley, shrouded in mist that exuded an air of enigmatic allure. The other ascended steeply towards a towering peak, its summit veiled in swirling clouds, obscuring its true visage. As he lingered indecisively at the bifurcation, a faint whispering reached his ears, seemingly emanating from a distant realm yet tantalizingly close, elusive and difficult to grasp. Lin Feng instinctively pricked up his ears, striving to discern the essence of the murmurs. He followed the direction of the sound, navigating a treacherous path strewn with thorns and debris, where a moment's inattention could spell disaster. After traversing a distance, he stumbled upon a weathered stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. The inscriptions had succumbed to the ravages of time, rendering many parts indistinct, with fissures and fragments marring its surface. Lin Feng knelt to scrutinize the inscriptions closely, his brow furrowed and his gaze intent, endeavoring to extract meaningful information from the remnants of the strokes. After considerable effort, drawing upon his accumulated knowledge and past experiences, Lin Feng finally deciphered the text. It revealed clues regarding 3 additional artifacts. The Sword of Light lay concealed within a mysterious cavern deep in the valley, guarded by a formidable beast said to possess impenetrable scales and unmatched strength. The Shield of Guardianship was hidden within an ancient fortress atop the peak, a stronghold riddled with traps and mechanisms that could lead the unwary to perdition. The Staff of Wisdom resided at the heart of a fog-laden forest, only to be revealed at a specific hour when the moonlight illuminated a particular spot, dispelling the mists to unveil the staff's location. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to seek the Sword of Light in the valley first. He was acutely aware that this would be a formidable adventure, yet he was undeterred, driven by the need to lift the curse afflicting the forest and save the town of Qingshui. He ventured along the rugged mountain path into the valley, where dense fog enveloped the surroundings, severely limiting visibility. Lin Feng tread cautiously, his sword held at the ready, ever vigilant. The towering trees flanking the path loomed ominously, their interlaced branches resembling grasping claws reaching towards him. Throughout his journey, he encountered a myriad of harsh weather conditions. At times, fierce winds threatened to topple him, while torrential rains drenched him mercilessly. The ground beneath him turned treacherous and slippery, complicating his advance further. The steep terrain posed formidable challenges as well. At one point, he navigated a narrow cliffside path barely wide enough for a single person, pressing himself against the rock face and inching forward, aware that a moment's lapse could send him plummeting into the abyss. On another stretch, a steep slope littered with loose stones demanded painstaking care with every step, lest he trigger a landslide. Yet Lin Feng persevered, his heart brimming with unwavering resolve. Whenever fatigue and despair threatened to overwhelm him, he recalled the kind faces of the townsfolk in Qingshui, their hopeful gazes spurring him on to press forward. After several arduous days, he finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious cave. A powerful aura emanated from within, enveloping him in a sense of foreboding. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, gripping his sword tightly, and slowly ventured into the darkness of the cave. Inside, the inky blackness engulfed him, and he relied solely on his feeble. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl reverberated through the cavern, causing Lin Feng